Here's a cleaner, more polished rewrite that keeps the same scene, tension, and dark tone. Bang, 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 bang. A violent barrage of knocks ripped Everly from a pleasant dream. Her eyes fluttered open in confusion. Through the transparent walls of the incubator, she stared up at the sterile white ceiling. Her sleepy mind lagged for a moment before one bewildered thought finally surfaced. Why would anyone be pounding on the door of a neonatal ward? Yes, a neonatal ward. Everly, or at least that was the name she had chosen for herself. Perhaps she had once been called something else in a previous life, but after being reborn into this world, most of those memories had already faded into fragments. In the end, she simply accepted the name the people around her used. She was a premature infant, born after a tragic car accident. From bits and pieces of conversation among the hospital staff, she had learned the story of her birth. Her mother, a strong and determined young woman, had fought to bring her into the world from inside the wreckage, only to lose her own life before help could arrive. Because Everly had been born more than a month early, her body was weak and fragile. As far back as she could remember, she had spent her days lying inside this incubator. Normally, the neonatal ward was quiet. Aside from the brief hours when parents came to visit, silence ruled the room. Even when the babies cried, their weak voices were barely louder than buzzing insects. Most of the children here were sickly in one way or another. But tonight, that long-held silence was shattered by frantic, aggressive pounding. Open the door. Open the damn door. Those two little B***cheese locked it from the inside. Relax, Frank. The whole hospital is under lockdown. There's nowhere for them to run. Exactly, just thinking about it makes me excited. My lord will spread terror, ha ha ha. The pounding stopped for a moment. Through the thick door, the voices came through only in broken, muffled fragments, mixed with ugly laughter and crude curses. They were speaking English. It wasn't the language Everly had used in her previous life, so although some pieces still sounded familiar, she couldn't understand every word. Still, she understood enough to know one thing. Something was terribly wrong. A newborn could do almost nothing. Lying flat on her back, Everly struggled to work her undeveloped neck muscles and slowly, painfully turned her head toward the ward entrance. Her vision was still poor. From this distance, she could only make out two blurry white figures pressed against the door, their bodies trembling, their breathing ragged. One of them fumbled with something that looked like a phone, tapping at it with shaking hands. "It's useless," the voice quavered. "It won't connect. The signal's blocked." From the tone alone, Everly recognized the speaker. It was Nurse Nancy, the gentle nurse who often came to check on the ward. "What do we do? We're dead, we're all dead. Those people are insane. Nancy, help me, I don't want to die." The second voice belonged to another nurse from the neighboring ward, someone who often came by to chat with Nancy and had even made funny faces at Everly through the incubator glass before. Now she was on the verge of collapse, clutching her head, bent over like prey cornered at the edge of death, hysterical panic spilling from her throat. Bang! Bang bang! Before either woman could regain her composure, the pounding resumed, louder and more brutal than before. The force of it made both nurses sway where they stood, bracing the door with their bodies. "No, no. I don't want to die." The visiting nurse broke first. Abandoning Nancy, who was still trying desperately to call for help, she let out a shrill scream and stumbled past Everly's incubator. Everly's neck was too weak to turn farther, so she could only listen as frantic footsteps moved away from the door and toward the back of the room. Then came the sharp crash of a window being shoved open. "No. Are you crazy? This is the 8th floor." Nancy cried out and lunged after her, but she was too late. A few seconds later, in the brief lull between the next blows against the door, Everly heard it. Thud. A dull, sickening sound from far below. Like a watermelon smashing on concrete, a life ended in an instant. Everly's tiny mouth fell open. Her fragile heart hammered wildly in her chest. What was happening? Had criminals broken into the hospital? Her infant mind couldn't fully grasp the situation before a deafening crash exploded through the ward. The metal door, battered again and again, finally gave way and collapsed inward. Nancy screamed as the sudden impact threw her to the floor. At once, the babies in the ward burst into frightened cries. "Wah, wah." Amid the chaos, four black-cloaked figures stepped into the room one after another through the ruined doorway. The one in front was enormous, broad-shouldered and hulking like a black bear. A gleaming dagger flashed in his hand as his gaze swept across the ward and landed on Nancy. Ha ha, little b asterisk tch. Keep running. Run all you want, you'll end up in our hands anyway. Sneering, he bent down and reached for her. Nancy let out a scream, and in that moment of life-or-death desperation, strength she should never have possessed surged through her body. She lashed out with one foot, kicking the man hard enough to throw him off balance, then scrambled upright and bolted deeper into the room. FCK. Little beat ch. The hulking man staggered back, cursed viciously, and charged after her with the dagger raised high. Everly watched with wide, terrified eyes. In her heart, she prayed soundlessly. Run. Faster. Please run. But fate was cruel. Nancy tripped near Everly's incubator and crashed to the floor. This time, luck did not save her. The black-cloaked man reached her in 2 strides, seized her by the hair, and slammed her down against the nearest incubator. Everly's incubator. Smack. The impact sent a dull shock through the plastic shell. Nancy's body blocked the overhead light, and through the clear wall, Everly found herself staring directly into the nurse's face. For the first time that night, she truly saw her. She saw the tears streaming from Nancy's eyes. She saw her lips trembling, opening and closing as if trying to say something. She saw the black-cloaked man raise his hand and drive the dagger into her throat. And she saw, just for an instant, a strange snake-like totem flash from beneath his sleeve as he pulled the blade free. That symbol burned itself into her memory. Then blood burst from Nancy's neck in a hot, violent spray, splattering across the incubator and blotting out Everly's view. A newborn's eyes could not yet distinguish colors clearly, but even in that dim black-and-white world, Everly knew what it was. Blood. Warm. Thick. Reeking. The scent of life spilling away. Nausea surged through her, and she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Nancy soon stopped moving. Yet, even after murdering her, the black-cloaked intruders did not leave. They spread through the neonatal ward, moving from incubator to incubator, peering in at each child as though searching for something. Born in June. 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 One of them stopped not far from Everly, muttering the same word over and over. At first, she didn't understand what it meant. Then the man came to her incubator. A soft rustle sounded as he flipped through the medical chart hanging from the frame. The moment he read her birth information, his tone sharpened with delight. Found one. A baby girl born in June. Dread seized Everly before she could even process the words. Then the man clicked his tongue in disgust. Damn it. This incubator's covered in blood. Frank, you brainless brute. I told you not to make such a mess. I hate dirtying my robe. But you were excited when I killed her, Frank shot back in his coarse voice. Nonsense. I was satisfied because my lord is about to receive the blood in. Oh, stop pretending. Before the two could escalate into an argument, a third cloaked figure cut in quickly. Enough. Focus on the mission. She's not the only match. Eli, I found another one here. The one called Eli hesitated, glanced once more at Everly's blood-spattered incubator, then stepped away with a dismissive sigh. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps receded. A nearby incubator opened, and a newborn's wailing rose sharply into the air. The 4 intruders remained in the ward for some time after that. Whatever their purpose, they selected 3 babies, checking each one's birth month and gender. They wrapped the infants tightly in strange black cloth. The eerie part was this. The moment each crying baby was bundled inside that fabric, it fell silent. Not asleep. Silent. More than 10 minutes later, 3 of the black-cloaked figures each carried a bundled infant in their arms, following the bear-like Frank as they swiftly left the ward behind. The room was left in ruins. Then, as if the heavens themselves had finally broken, heavy rain began pouring outside. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed the neonatal ward whole. In that suffocating silence, Everly lay trapped face-to-face with Nancy's lifeless body. She didn't know how long she remained there. I can't believe this. When something so terrifying happened, when Everly had a high fever and needed you the most, you were busy drinking with Rachel's insurance money. What else was I supposed to do? It's all because of that child Rachel left me. Every time I look at her, I'm reminded of Rachel. If it weren't for the kid, she wouldn't have gone out that day. Enough. Just shut up. The fierce argument dragged Everly out of her haze. Pain spread through her fragile body. Her head throbbed, her throat burned dry, and even breathing felt like inhaling fire. She knew immediately she had a fever. After that nightmare in the hospital, her already weak, premature body had collapsed under the strain. The fever came relentlessly, at its worst even sending her to the ICU. She had woken up a few times during those days, but never fully conscious. Everything blurred together, fear, darkness, the endless storm outside. Only one thing remained clear in her memory. That rainy night. The suffocating darkness. The terror that wouldn't fade. And finally, the distant wail of police sirens breaking through the silence far too late. By the time help arrived, everything was already over. The hospital was sealed. Bodies were taken away. Survivors, barely more than a dozen, including Everly, were transferred to another hospital in a nearby town. When Everly opened her eyes again, she found herself in a different room. An 4-needle was fixed to her tiny hand. Electrodes clung to her stomach, quietly monitoring her fragile life. Under careful treatment, she was no longer in immediate danger. But recovery did not mean peace. Nancy's face still haunted her. Those wide, lifeless eyes, filled with unwillingness, with resentment, lingered in Everly's mind like a curse. In her feverish half-dreams, Nancy stood silently in the shadows, staring at her, as if blaming her, questioning her, or even trying to pull her into the same abyss. The fever came and went, never truly leaving. Everly struggled to breathe and slowly turned her dry, aching eyes toward the voices nearby. 2 men stood beside her bed, still arguing. One was young, no older than 30. Tall and thin, with light-colored curly hair tied loosely behind his head. Dark circles shadowed his tired eyes, giving him the air of a worn-out artist. This was Shelley, her father in this life. The other man was much older. His hair was completely white, his build strong and broad despite his age. His voice carried weight, each word firm and commanding. Everly had never seen him before. Yet, strangely, she felt close to him. Maybe a relative? She let out a faint sound, weakly moving her hand. The elderly man noticed instantly. His anger disappeared in a moment. Swallowing the words he was about to say, he stepped forward quickly and crouched beside her, his sharp expression softening as he examined her carefully. "Poor child, it must hurt so much," he said quietly. "I've already made arrangements. Once help arrives, you'll be all right." His face remained stiff, almost incapable of smiling, but his voice carried unmistakable warmth. Shelley frowned immediately. "I don't agree. All that ritual nonsense, just stop it. This is the modern world. People believe in science, not superstition. She's just weak. With proper treatment, she'll recover. There's no need for all this." Everly couldn't fully understand their argument. Her body hurt too much. Her mind was too tired. But that night, she understood everything. She blinked weakly, staring at the small old man standing before her. He was dressed entirely in black robes, something she had only seen in movies. Not like those terrifying cloaked figures from before, but something calm, orderly, sacred. So, they thought she was possessed? Everly found the idea strangely amusing. The old man held a Bible in one hand and a small bottle in the other. His eyes half closed as he murmured quietly, his voice low and steady. With each movement, he traced crosses in the air. Drops of clear water fell gently onto her forehead. Cold, but soothing. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. At first, Everly's attention drifted. But slowly, something pulled her in. Her eyes followed his hand unconsciously. Each motion matched the rhythm of his voice. Calm. Precise. Steady. There was something indescribable about it. The droplets felt like a gentle breeze clearing her mind, and at the same time like rain extinguishing the burning fire inside her body. Time passed without her noticing. Finally, the old man closed the Bible with a soft snap. That small sound pulled her back to reality. Everly took a deep breath. The weight in her chest was gone. Her body, once heavy and suffocating, now felt light. As if something clinging to her, had disappeared. All done, the old man said softly. What followed you is left. Sleep now. His warm palm covered her eyes. For the first time in days, Everly felt safe. Sleep came easily, and the fever that had tormented her for over 10 days vanished in a way no medicine could explain. The next morning, she woke feeling lighter and hungry. Her father was nowhere to be seen. But the old man remained. He slept lightly by her bedside, waking at the smallest sound. He checked her fever, prepared her milk carefully with warm water, and even helped her burp after feeding. He never smiled, but he cared, and that was enough. From conversations around her, Everly slowly learned the truth. This man, John, was her grandfather. A man who had lost his daughter long ago, and only found her again when it was too late. After he left, everything returned to reality. Shelley stopped pretending. He took Everly home, not out of love, but to avoid hospital costs. From that day on, her life became a quiet struggle. Feeding, crying, surviving. Left alone for hours while her father drank or painted in madness. Careless, distant, indifferent. If not for the mind she carried from another life, she might not have survived at all. Only that the dizziness kept growing, the fear pressing heavier and heavier against her small heart, until at last exhaustion dragged her into a restless, uneasy sleep.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
ZZZZ. Welcome to today's news flash. Yesterday, during the transfer of a detainee redacted, Samlia State Police, in cooperation with Thai State Police, launched Redacted, and the whereabouts of Redacted are still unknown. Police in both regions remind residents to stay vigilant and report any suspicious individuals to the authorities as soon as possible. A family annihilation occurred last night in Minneapolis. The victims were the Hornet family living in Redacted. Police revealed that the method of the crime is highly similar to the Redacted case in Hedden State 3 years ago, raising suspicion of a serial killer, though the possibility of a copycat crime has not been ruled out. At 22:04 last night, a rare astronomical phenomenon appeared in the sky, Redacted, attracting numerous spectators. Astronomers said that Redacted refers to the alignment of the Sun, Earth, and Redacted, a rare event that occurs once every 45 years. ZZZ. That concludes today's news flash. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you again tomorrow. At the dining table, Shelley gulped down the last hard slice of bread with cold water. Not far away, on the sofa, Everly clutched her baby bottle and, while the old radio crackled with the morning news, drank every last drop of milk. The bottle was too large, and the cold milk weighed on her stomach like a stone. After finishing it, she felt so full that she burped repeatedly and felt like vomiting. But Everly endured it. She only got milk twice a day, morning and evening. No matter how much she cried at other times, Shelley wouldn't feed her. If she didn't finish her morning milk, by the afternoon she would be unbearably hungry. If she accidentally vomited, it would be even worse. Shelley wouldn't clean it up. The milk on her body and clothes would gradually dry and harden over time, sticking around her mouth, the folds of her neck, and the front of her clothes, forming chunks that reeked of sour, pungent milk. That intoxicating smell. Ugh. Everly didn't want to be a stinky baby, so she had to push herself a little harder. When it became really unbearable, she would listen to the radio to distract herself. Shelley had the habit of listening to the news while eating, and Everly would eavesdrop. Over time, she caught bits and pieces of the daily reports. She realized this world was far from peaceful. 9 out of 10 news items were filled with bloody, violent, negative events, indiscriminate killings, terrorists escaping prison, cults performing mass sacrifices. Seeing it this way, it wasn't just Everly. All Americans seemed to be living in constant peril. Wail, wail. Lost in thought, a piercing siren cut through the calm of the early morning, growing louder as it approached. Shelley rented a rundown apartment in the old district. The facilities were outdated, the environment dirty and chaotic. It was a slum, crowded with people who couldn't afford the city's high living costs. High population density kept the crime rate high, gang fights on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, street robberies on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, occasionally even a serial killing. Police cars came by almost daily, their sirens wailing, wail, wail, 1 or 2 times, but the residents of the old district were long since used to it. However, today was a little different. The siren wove left and right through the narrow streets, finally stopping right below Shelley's apartment building. Shelley was a typical artist, ears closed to the world outside. Even with the sirens so close and the commotion downstairs, he felt no curiosity at all. After finishing breakfast, he went straight into his studio to continue working on his abstract art, unappreciated by anyone. Everly, on the other hand, was very curious. She wanted to know what was happening and why it was so noisy below. But she was just a frail little baby with weak limbs and a heavy head. She had only learned to roll over a few days ago. Climbing up to the windowsill to see what was going on downstairs was still far beyond her abilities. With hooray vomicronis. So she could only lie alone on the big bed, stretching out her fingers to touch her toes while straining her ears, trying to catch snippets of conversation drifting up from below. It was a little frustrating. Shelley lived on the 4th floor, so the distance from downstairs was a bit far. Her English wasn't very good, and many slang words and dialects went over her head. After listening for a while, all Everly could make out was that someone had died in the Mayflower apartments, a man and a woman, residents of apartment 304, and by the time they were found, they had already begun to rot and smell. 304. Everly's grip on her toes loosened by accident, and she sprawled flat across the bed. What? The Mayflower apartments were the very building she and Shelley currently lived in. And apartment 304? It was right below their unit. So that meant, while she and Shelley ate and slept obliviously, 2 corpses had been decaying unnoticed, just a thin floor beneath them? The thought made her feel a little queasy. But it was modern life, after all. Everyone lived in pigeon cage-like apartment blocks, and with so many people, which building hadn't had a death? As long as it didn't happen in the same room, it wasn't a big deal. Thinking that, Everly sniffled, and her brows furrowed unconsciously. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but ever since she heard that someone had died downstairs, a faint, almost imperceptible stench seemed to drift up to her nose. The smell was weak, but even so, it was enough to make a little baby recoil. Could it be the smell rising from the floor below? Everly glanced at the window. Since autumn began, Shelley had kept the glass windows closed to avoid spending money on doctor visits if she got sick. So the idea that the downstairs odor was drifting in through the window, well, that was probably overthinking it. Knock, knock. While she was lost in these thoughts, a knocking came from the door. Who is it? Didn't we pay the electricity bill just last week? So annoying, the knocking continued relentlessly, finally dragging Shelley out of his studio. He shuffled along in his slippers, grumbling and cursing, his temper flaring as he reached the door and twisted it open. Police. The next second, Shelley's surprised gasp echoed from the living room doorway. Hello, this is the Dion City Police. We'd like to ask you a few questions regarding the death in apartment 304 downstairs. Is now a convenient time? A voice asked. Why yes, please come in. The bedroom door leading to the living room hadn't been closed. Everly lay on the bed, listening to bits and pieces of the conversation between Shelley and the police. Mr. Shelley, correct? How many people live in this apartment? Just me and my 4-month-old daughter, Everly. Do you know the couple from 304? Yes, but not well. I only know they exist. When was the last time you saw them? Let me think. It must have been several months ago. After that, I was running back and forth between the hospital and the apartment because my wife had a car accident and gave birth prematurely, so I didn't encounter them again. Okay, next question. The last time you saw this couple, did you notice anything unusual? Not really, but Shelley hesitated for the first time, unusually tentative. But, I probably shouldn't speak ill of the deceased, but I have to say, I always had a pretty bad impression of those two. They weren't very clean, and every time I passed them on the street, I'd catch a strange, horrible smell. It's hard to describe, Like fish left in a powerless fridge for 3 days in the middle of summer. It was absolutely disgusting. A bad smell. All right, understood. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Shelley. If necessary, we may contact you again later. The sounds of shuffling came from the living room. Judging by the noise, the police were packing up to leave. May I ask something? Shelley called after them. Yes? What is it? Would it be possible for you to tell me the exact cause of death for the 2 people downstairs? You see, it's just me and my daughter living here. If there's some terrifying killer wandering around nearby, I'm genuinely worried about our safety. To emphasize his point, Shelley walked a few steps into the bedroom and held Everly, the little baby who had been eagerly listening in, up to the police officer. Well, the officer glanced at the infant in the man's arms, and for the first time, a flicker of hesitation crossed his normally stern face. Wah! Shelley pinched Everly's little bottom from below, and Everly puffed her cheeks, muttering incomprehensible baby scolds. Perhaps the baby's innocent babble softened the officer's resolve. He sighed, finally relenting. All right, this isn't really a secret anyway. By the time we arrived, quite a few people were already at the scene. I imagine many details have already spread. With that, the officer lowered his voice and began sharing the general situation downstairs with Shelley. Strangely enough, when the couple downstairs was found, their bodies were already in an advanced state of decay. Given the wooden structure of the Mayflower apartments, the stench should have long since filled the hallway. Yet, no one noticed anything unusual until the landlord came to collect the rent, couldn't find anyone, and broke in. Only then did the smell erupt fully with the discovery of the corpses. There were no signs of a struggle. The fatal wounds were stab wounds to the abdomen, from bottom to top, deep to shallow. Certain ritual items were placed inside the wounds, and an altar had been arranged on the floor around the bodies. Based on all this, the preliminary judgment by the forensic and crime scene investigators is that an accident occurred during some kind of self-sacrifice ritual. Shelley's face twisted in disgust. A self-sacrifice ritual? These people are insane. Shoo, because of your particular situation, I'm sharing some of the case details with you. Please don't talk about this outside. Yes, of course. I'll keep my mouth shut, I won't say anything. Thank you. Seeing that the officer didn't intend to say more and was preparing to leave, Shelley quickly set Everly down on the sofa and followed the police officer to the door. To show his gratitude, he even shook the officer's hand several times with exaggerated enthusiasm. Once the door closed, Shelley spun around, eyes wide, hand covering his mouth, pacing back and forth while muttering, "Occult sacrifice, excellent material for painting. If only I could see the scene. It stinks. Didn't this cop wash his hands after touching the corpses? How can it smell this bad?" One moment he was lost in the artistic inspiration sparked by the bizarre crime, and the next, he gagged, spun around, and ran to the kitchen sink, turning on the tap and frantically washing his hands. The water in the sink gushed endlessly as Shelley washed his hands. After rinsing, he pumped some soap and carefully rubbed his palms under the running water. He then brought his hands to his nose and sniffed, "Ugh, gag." He lowered his head and began scrubbing his hands frantically again. Shelley washed his hands 3 full times before he could finally stop smelling anything. He muttered curses as he returned to the studio, leaving behind the prop used for playing the victim, Everly, forgotten on the sofa. Perhaps it was because just now his worthless dad's frown had so vividly expressed disgust, but lying in the living room picking at her feet, Everly seemed to catch a whiff of the smell Shelley had described, a stench like fish left in a powerless fridge for 3 days in the middle of summer. What the hell? Is the smell from downstairs finally drifting up the stairwell? The living room was right by the entrance door. Compared to the inner bedrooms by the windows, it was far more likely to be affected by odors drifting through the apartment. Everly sniffed, looking around. The stench came in waves. Sometimes she could smell nothing, sometimes she caught it again. The putrid smell almost made her spit out her milk. So this is what they call the smell of a corpse. Disgusting. She hoped the police would finish surveying the scene quickly so the landlord could hire a cleaner to scrub the apartment. Otherwise, even if it wasn't hot right now, this stink drifting around would still be unbearable. Many of the residents shared Everly's thoughts. especially that afternoon, when the temperature had unusually shot up to 29 degrees Celsius, a rare heatwave for this city. The high sun scorched the building, releasing odor molecules trapped in the gaps of the wooden structures. As the temperature climbed, the stench drifting from apartment 304 grew even stronger, almost like a biological weapon. That day, every resident of Mayflower Apartments, from the first floor to the sixth, was thoroughly assaulted by the smell. By evening, after a day of steadily intensifying odor, it had finally crossed the human threshold for tolerance, becoming unbearably pungent. In the apartment, those who normally stayed confined now couldn't. The shut-ins came out. Even the artist couldn't take it. He abandoned his brushes, wrapped baby Everly in sheets, and practically fled downstairs. For a moment, the entire building resembled an ant nest scalded with boiling water. Residents were swarming out in all directions, fleeing in a frenzy. Strangely, though the apartments reeked inside, once people stepped outside, the smell vanished instantly. This created a bizarre scene outside Mayflower Apartments. A large number of residents, carrying simple bundles, wearing masks and covering their noses and mouths, dashed out the doors, only to pause a few steps away, sniff the air, and look around in confusion. Most of them, having nowhere else to go or unwilling to pay for a hotel, looked around, saw the outdoor space was relatively clean, and simply unpacked their things on the ground, using whatever they could find as makeshift seating. Shelley, being a painter, had always considered himself somewhat refined. Seeing others settle on the ground outside and set up for a night in the open, he hesitated. In the end, vanity won out. He refused to squeeze in with the crowd. Hugging Everly, he went to a nearby small inn and made do for the night. The inn was terrible. Its narrow, cramped rooms were windowless, perpetually smelling of mildew, and poorly soundproofed. At night, all sorts of ambiguous noises leaked through the walls from every direction. Though Shelley had been down on his luck before, he had never stayed in such a deplorable place. Coupled with the trauma from the corpses downstairs earlier that day, he drank heavily before bed to vent his frustration and bolster his courage, getting himself thoroughly drunk. The result? He overslept the next morning and completely missed the checkout time. The innkeeper, eager to make a bit more money from a late checkout, hadn't bothered to wake him. Finally, it was Everly, starving and fed up, who whined and repeatedly kicked Shelley in the face with her small legs, rousing the snoring, drunken man at last. "What time is it?" "What? Already this late? Damn it." Shelley groggily opened his eyes. Seeing the time, he instantly shot upright in bed. He threw on clothes haphazardly, carrying his suitcase in his left hand and holding Everly in his right, and rushed to the front desk to check out. "Are you sure you want to check out? Then you'll need to pay for an extra day," the chubby innkeeper asked with a calm, leisurely tone. "But I'm only an hour and a half late." "That's still overtime." "Mr. Shelley, are you trying to skip paying?" Behind the counter, the hefty innkeeper lazily drew on his cigarette, casually raising his right hand beneath the desk to reveal a hand covered in blue tattoos and the polished black half-stock of a gun. The poor painter Shelley's face changed in an instant. Then I'll stay another night and check out tomorrow morning," he stammered obediently. "No problem, enjoy your stay." The innkeeper put the gun away and waved at Shelley. Noticing Everly's eyes fixed on him, he happily made a funny face at the little baby. With diarrhea. Giggle, Everly was hungry. Seeing the fat innkeeper make the culprit who had caused her to miss breakfast take a small loss, she was overjoyed, a toothless grin spreading across her face. Since he was already late, Shelley decided to stay another night to make it worthwhile. The inn's ground floor was a tavern. The drinks were homemade by the chubby innkeeper and very cheap, attracting many lower-class locals at night. With so many people around, word traveled fast. The news that a devout couple in Mayflower Apartments had died as a sacrifice, leaving a corpse stench so strong it forced residents to flee, was now spreading like wildfire through the old city. Just while being carried downstairs for dinner, Shelley eating while Everly sucked on her bottle, Everly overheard from the nearby conversations that earlier this morning, after pressure from various parties, the police had officially determined that the couple in apartment 304 had died due to obsessive involvement in a cult, and the team had cleared the scene. When the landlord saw that the apartment had been cleared, he immediately called in a professional crime scene cleaning crew to scrub every inch of apartment 304. All the furniture was thrown out, and the floor was pried up piece by piece to ensure no corner was left untouched. "Does Mayflower Apartments still stink?" Shelley asked. "A friend of mine who lives there went back this afternoon. I heard they sprayed deodorizer inside. It doesn't smell at all anymore," a diner replied. Shelley was overjoyed. "Great. Looks like I can go back tomorrow." Little did he know he was about to experience what it truly means to be too happy and have misfortune follow. That evening, in the tavern, two men started fighting over the attention of a woman. At first, it was just a minor scuffle, but it turned out that the two were from rival gangs. As the fight went on, more gang members joined in, and what began as a small brawl escalated into a full-blown clash between the two gangs. Timid Shelley naturally had no intention of getting involved in such a dangerous affair, but luck was not on his side. While trying to escape, he was accidentally struck in the calf by a chair swung by one of the gang members. My leg," Shelley screamed, clutching his leg in pain. Tears and snot streamed down his face like a fountain, covering him completely, leaving him instantly immobile. In the end, it was the chubby innkeeper who came to the rescue, either out of a sense of justice or worry that Shelley might die in the brawl and bring trouble to him. At any rate, at the critical moment, the innkeeper heroically barged into the fray, rescued the stunned Shelley and the baby in his arms, and shoved the unlucky pair behind the counter to hide. The tavern fight raged on for nearly half an hour. By the time the police finally arrived and shouted to break up the chaos, there was not a single good spot left in the room. Both sides involved in the brawl were pinned down by police batons and roughly shoved into police cars. As for Shelley, he was sent to the hospital in an ambulance, sirens wailing all the way. The bad news: his calf was fractured. The good news: this hospital stay didn't cost him a cent. The chubby innkeeper kindly recommended a lawyer to Shelley. No one knew exactly how that lawyer worked his magic, but before long, under the lawyer's supervision, Shelley signed a letter of settlement and received a hefty compensation payment from both gangs involved in the fight. Although he later had to give a cut to the lawyer and the innkeeper, even after those deductions, Shelley still made a killing from the injury. He was all smiles, sighing again and again about how the injury had been totally worth it. Everly was happy too. Since her worthless dad had a broken leg and couldn't take care of her, the hospital arranged a temporary nanny. Though only hired short-term, the nanny was meticulous, feeding her, burping her, changing diapers, bathing her, turning her over, and coaxing her to sleep. She took such attentive care of little Everly that in just 10 odd days, Everly plumped up noticeably. Unfortunately, good times never last. Half a month later, with his bones healing well, worthless dad Shelley was discharged from the hospital. Once Shelley left the hospital, Everly could no longer freeload off the nanny's careful care. That was because the nursing fees were bundled together with the hospitalization costs and reimbursed by the gangs involved in the fight. Stingy Shelley would never be willing to spend his own money hiring a caregiver. Everly, sad QQ. After finishing the discharge procedures, father and daughter hailed a taxi at the hospital entrance, preparing to return to Mayflower Apartments. Unexpectedly, when Shelley gave the destination, the taxi driver's expression immediately turned a bit strange. "You're going to Mayflower Apartments?" The driver turned around to confirm with Shelley. "Yes." "Why? You haven't heard? The rumors about that place." "What rumors?" "About the two people who died in 304. "No, not that. The cult couple in 304 is old news now. The latest word about that building is Mayflower Apartments. It eats people." "Nonsense. I've lived there for years. If it really ate people, how could I still be alive?" Shelley was an atheist and had always scoffed at talk of gods and ghosts, dismissing it all as superstition. Seeing that the taxi still hadn't moved, he urged impatiently, "I'm in a hurry." "Just drive." "All right, hold on tight." The driver shrugged and said no more. He stepped on the gas and the car shot forward. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the roadside several dozen meters away from Mayflower Apartments. The road ahead was blocked. Shelley rolled down the window. Together with Everly, swaddled against his chest, he craned his neck to look toward the apartment entrance. A ring of police tape had been set up on the ground to the right of the building's main gate. 2 police cars with red lights flashing and a white ambulance with its lights blazing formed a loose perimeter outside the tape. Several uniformed officers were maintaining order around the cordon, while medical staff in white hurried back and forth. Outside the police line, onlookers packed the area 3 layers deep, sealing the scene completely. Another homicide had occurred at Mayflower Apartments. Some descriptions in this chapter may be unsettling. Reader discretion advised. What's going on? What happened? I heard someone died again at the Mayflower Apartments. Again? How many is that now? That place must be cursed. This makes the 8th one, I think. This time it was really terrifying. The guy was just walking down the street when he suddenly collapsed and stopped moving. I was right behind him, my God, it nearly scared me into a heart attack. The doctors were still trying to resuscitate him, but it's been so long, he's probably long dead by now. The buzzing chatter of the onlookers seeped through the car window and into the ears of Shelley and Everly. Shelley's face looked terrible. He had always been a timid man to begin with. After several incidents in a row, Shelley had instinctively developed a fear of the Mayflower Apartments. So, earlier you told me that the Mayflower Apartments eat people. What exactly do you mean by that? After hesitating for a moment, he asked the taxi driver. Sir, you see, we've already arrived at your destination, and I still need to hurry off to pick up another fare. The driver put on a troubled expression. I'll pay extra. Shelley immediately understood the hint. Not bothering to worry about the cost, he pulled out his wallet and handed over a $10 bill. The driver accepted it with a broad smile and, without holding anything back, shared everything he knew. It all started with that couple in 304 who offered themselves up as a sacrifice to Cuckoo. You've probably heard about that. After their bodies were discovered, a wave of foul stench spread through the Mayflower Apartments. A lot of people fled the building and slept out on the streets. It wasn't until the next day, after the landlord had someone clean up the scene and then sealed 304 with a big padlock, that the residents gradually moved back in. And that's when the nightmare began. After they returned to the apartment, the taxi driver clearly loved telling stories. He lowered his voice and punctuated it with startled exclamations, skillfully building an eerie atmosphere. According to him, the first to meet with trouble was the resident of 303, right next door to 304. She was a restaurant server who had always been diligent at her job, never late or leaving early for over 10 years, yet one day she failed to show up for work without any warning. Her boss grew uneasy and went to check on her after closing time, only to find her naked, kneeling beside the bathtub, her head submerged in a tub filled with water. She had long since stopped breathing. The cause of death was drowning, but the manner of death was extremely strange. No alcohol or drugs were found in the waitress's system, and there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. The police investigated but turned up nothing useful. In the end, they could only speculate that she had been too exhausted, fallen asleep before stepping into the tub, and accidentally drowned with her head in the water. Naturally, this conclusion was obviously unreliable. But there was nothing to be done. She had been all alone. Her husband and children had died long ago, and she had no close relatives or friends willing to stand up for her or question the police's findings. And so, the first death case was hastily closed. The next to die was an elderly man from 204. He was advanced in age and had a habit of heavy drinking, so when people found him dead one morning on the staircase leading to the second floor, his neck broken, no one thought much of it. They simply assumed it was an accidental fall. The third victim lived in 305. He was a construction worker who suddenly collapsed on the job and fell onto exposed rebar, which pierced straight through him. Actually, by this point, some people had already started to sense that something was wrong, the driver said. Because the rooms where these victims lived, 303, 204, 305, have you noticed? They all surround 304. But then the fourth death broke this pattern. By this point, Shelley was already drenched in cold sweat. What breaking the pattern? He lived in 404. The reason he hadn't died wasn't because the pattern was wrong, but because he hadn't been back to the apartment at all during this period. Did the rumor that the apartment ate people actually turn out to be true? The taxi driver failed to notice Shelley's terror. Counting on his fingers, he continued listing the remaining victims from the Mayflower Apartments and their causes of death. Shelley, however, had completely lost interest in the story. He lowered the car window a bit more, leaned over, and took several deep breaths at the window, trying to calm his panicked nerves. Alpha. At that moment, a wave of stench rode in on the wind and invaded the noses of both him and Everly. It was that familiar summer smell of rotten fish left in a refrigerator, but several times stronger than the afternoon when they fled the apartment. It was practically a concentrated, ultra-concentrated biochemical bomb. Everly felt like her nose was about to be ruined. The stench made tears stream from her eyes, and a violent nausea surged up from her stomach, rushing straight for her throat. Ugh, so disgusting, it stinks. Close the window, hurry, close it. Shelley was just as overwhelmed. With a sharp bang, he shut the window, then leaned forward in a panic, urgently urging the driver to close the front windows as well. Smells bad? Why don't I smell anything at all? The driver muttered to himself, though he obediently rolled the windows up. Once the outside odor was shut out, the air inside the car finally stopped feeling quite so hellish. Shelley and Everly opened their mouths at the same time, greedily gulping in fresh air like two fish stranded on a beach. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Seeing this through the rearview mirror, the taxi driver felt no sympathy, only amusement. What bad smell? Maybe you two are imagining it. But speaking of smells, I have heard an inside story about the Mayflower Apartments. I can guarantee most people don't know this one. What kind of news? Just the day before yesterday, I happened to pass by the police station and picked up a forensic doctor who was heading home late. I overheard part of his phone call. Oh God, it was unbelievable. Do you know what he said? He said that the bodies of the Mayflower Apartments residents stored in the morgue were decomposing at an abnormally fast rate. In less than 2 days, they had turned into a pool of foul-smelling fluid inside the cold storage. There wasn't even any bone left. What? This. Shelley's voice grew even more frightened. Because at the very moment the taxi driver was sharing this inside information, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Mayflower Apartments. The surrounding onlookers were pushed aside by the police, and a cart used for transporting bodies was wheeled through the gap, stopping at the edge of the cordon. The taxi was parked on an upward slope, and from Shelley's angle, he could see past the cart straight to the puddle on the ground within the police line. That puddle of decomposed flesh. Yes, decomposed flesh. Although it was still wearing clothes, and the vague outlines of a head and limbs could barely be made out, there was no doubt that it was something that had undergone extreme decay. The mass looked as though it had collapsed from the inside out. Around the neck and shoulders, patches of outer skin that hadn't fully broken down yet hung loosely, while the face, chest, and abdomen had completely deteriorated. Leaving deep hollows inside those depressions was a chaotic mixture of substances, dark and pale, solid and liquid, blended together into something deeply unsettling. Discolored patches mottled the surface, forming a scene that felt straight out of a nightmare. 2 medical workers withdrew their hands from the sunken area in the chest, quickly fastening the buttons they had undone during the attempted rescue. They stood up and shook their heads regretfully at the police officer approaching with the cart. Understanding immediately, the officer gestured, and others lifted what remained of the body's limbs, placing it onto the cart and covering it with a white sheet. The entire process was steeped in a chilling sense of absurdity and horror. If it were truly just a formless mass, would anyone really perform emergency treatment on it so solemnly, and even dress it properly? He was walking along just fine when he suddenly collapsed and stopped moving. The decomposition of the Mayflower Apartments residents' bodies was abnormally fast, a pool of foul-smelling bodily fluid. All the fragments of information he had gathered rushed into Shelley's mind at once. His eyes flew wide open as he trembled, reaching out with a shaking finger to poke the driver in the front seat. In your eyes, what did that body look like? What did it look like? Pretty normal, the driver replied. Looked like he was only in his early 30s. Such a shame dying so young. Shelley's expression grew even more frantic. His chest heaved violently, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead, dripping down onto Everly's face. But Everly no longer had the presence of mind to feel disgusted. Her eyes were just as wide as she turned to stare at the driver in horror, unable to believe what she was hearing. The driver said the body looked normal, but what she had seen was clearly something grotesque beyond words. "You're sure?" she heard Shelley ask, "that what you saw wasn't a completely decomposed mess?" It seemed that she and her useless father had seen exactly the same thing. The driver's face immediately hardened. He snapped angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? That kind of joke is unacceptable. Have some respect for the dead. Ugh, ugh. An unprecedented wave of terror seized Shelley. Nausea surged up before he could even grab his cane. He shoved the car door open, tumbled out onto the roadside, and began vomiting violently. Everly felt like throwing up too. To free up a hand for his cane, Shelley had strapped her swaddled body tightly against his chest. Once they were out of the taxi, the stench outside drifted over in waves with the wind, mixing with the sour smell from Shelley's retching above her head and the awful, echoing sounds of gagging and heaving right by her ears. It was unbearable. She was just a baby. She really had been through far too much already. She was about to vomit. Hey man, are you okay? It was just a dead body. Do you really need to react this strongly? The sound of a car door opening and closing came from behind. The taxi driver walked over, steadying Shelley's body as he wobbled on one leg, still shaking, and thoughtfully tucked the cane Shelley had forgotten in the car under his arm. You live in the Mayflower Apartments, right? Must be hard, taking care of a baby on your own. Want me to help you inside? And no need, Shelley stared at the Mayflower Apartments not far away, his wide eyes filled with fear. Within his line of sight, the old wooden building stood quietly amid the noisy street. 6 stories tall, it had once been one of the most fashionable buildings on the block when it was first built. Now, however, its traditional wooden structure had long since made it synonymous with outdated and old-fashioned. The massive sign bearing the name Mayflower hung crookedly, and the white-painted exterior walls, weather-beaten by years of sun and wind, had begun to peel, revealing dark red undercoats beneath. At a glance, they looked like jagged, blood-soaked wounds. Each wound made him think of the horrifying mass he had just seen. The Mayflower Apartments squatted there in silence and patience, its enormous bulk shrouded in an ominous gloom. The wide-open entrance was pitch black, like a giant mouth leading straight into the abyss, waiting for its sacrifices to walk in of their own accord. So strange. So ominous. How could Shelley possibly allow himself to fall into such an obvious death trap? And yet, Rachel. Everly heard Shelley croak hoarsely, suddenly speaking the name of his deceased wife, his voice heavy with longing and sorrow. Rachel's photograph. It's still inside. Yes, he murmured, Rachel. Like clear water slowly stained by ink, Everly watched Shelley's eyes shift from clarity to confusion, until at last a strange, murky shadow settled over them as he stared at the apartment. What echoed by her ears was Shelley's mechanical, hollow murmur. I have to, take it out, Rachel. The photos, take them out. Shelley's eyes were unfocused. Like a broken record, he kept repeating similar phrases over and over as he lifted his feet and headed toward the Mayflower Apartments. The driver didn't understand what was going on. Seeing that Shelley had suddenly stopped resisting and was now moving toward the building of his own accord, he kindly supported half of Shelley's body and walked forward with him. Strapped to his chest, Everly clearly saw the change in Shelley. This trash dad of hers was braver than a mouse, no, less brave than a mouse. He was hesitant in everything he did, forever looking back and second-guessing himself. Just moments ago he'd been scared out of his wits. There was absolutely no way he could conquer his fear in the next second and turn into some great warrior of pure love. In her previous life, Everly had watched plenty of horror movies. She strongly suspected that Shelley had been influenced by some kind of special force, his mind bewitched. If it were only him, she wouldn't care if he walked straight to his death. But the problem was that she was still just a baby, deeply bound to this trash dad. If Shelley walked into the tiger's den, she wouldn't be spared either. So she opened her mouth and let out an earth-shattering wail. Her tiny limbs flailed wildly inside the swaddling clothes, kicking and thrashing as hard as she could, hoping to knock some sense back into Shelley. Wah, wah, wah. Shelley was completely unmoved by Everly's crying and kicking. He had already been thoroughly bewitched by the evil force. His steps toward the apartment were stubborn and resolute, and throughout the entire walk he didn't spare Everly a single glance. Instead, it was the taxi driver who, seeing Everly crying her heart out, leaned half his big face over, wiggling his eyebrows as he tried to coax her. Oh, little baby, don't cry, don't cry. We're almost home. Damn it, she really wished she could stop crying so she could grab hold of Shelley and keep him from speeding up their march toward death. Everly hated the fact that she was too young, so young she couldn't even control her tongue. No matter how anxious she felt inside, all she could manage were stupid sounds like, ah, ah. The short stretch of road soon came to an end. Looking at the apartment gate so close she could almost touch it, Everly's heart sank to the bottom of a pit. All right, we've arrived. This apartment is really creepy. I'm a bit scared of this stuff, so I won't be bringing you any further. Good luck, buddy, and to your little baby too. The taxi driver planted his feet at the doorway and said goodbye to Shelley. Shelley didn't acknowledge him. He was like a wild beast, starved for days, finally seeing the food he had been craving. His eyes bulged, his jaw clenched, his cheeks flushed with a fanatical red, and his gaze locked dead on the gate ahead. The closer he got, the faster his feet moved until, in the end, he practically ran into the long-unseen Mayflower apartments. It was as if he had smashed through some invisible barrier. The moment he crossed the threshold, the noise, life, and sunlight from outside were cut off, replaced by a deep, dark veil that wrapped father and daughter tightly, leaving them trapped. Along with it came a wave of intense stench, assaulting their heads. If the smell outside, the rotting meat, was like fish that had been left to rot for 3 days, the odor inside the apartment was like countless such fish piled together, decaying, fermenting, compressed, purified. No, not fish. The scent, filled with the breath of death, was more like innumerable human corpses stacked together, birthing a stench of curses and desecration fueled by the resentment and unwillingness of the dead. Now that curse seeped in with every breath, through their mouths and noses, ears, eyes, even every pore. A cold, sinister sensation crawled over Everly's body. She felt her neck gripped by invisible giant hands, her body chilled, her breathing labored. For a moment, she almost thought she was about to die right there. Ranbees. Just as the suffocating pressure grew unbearable, a sudden wave of scorching heat radiated from Everly's chest, driving away the cold that had wrapped around her entire body. Everly felt warmth flood her, and her frozen limbs instantly regained their mobility. Without thinking, she stretched out her tiny hands toward the burning object against her chest. It was the cross her grandfather had left her. The brass cross felt as if it had just been heated over a fire, glowing with a dark red inner light. Just a touch caused huge blisters to form on the tips of Everly's fingers. She was sure her chest must have been burned as well, but she couldn't care about that right now. Trash Dad Shelley was still under the influence of some unknown force, striding deeper into the apartment. The dim wall lamps flickered on and off, casting a faint, eerie light, and his face had taken on a deathly blue-black hue. They were now some distance from the main entrance. Once Shelley died, how could a tiny baby who couldn't even walk escape this terrifying, dangerous place? Thinking this, Everly gritted her teeth against the burning pain in her fingertips and screamed, raising the cross high above her head. She pressed it firmly against Shelley's chin. Wake up. Come on, useless dad. SSS, SSSSSS. The moment the cross touched Shelley, a surge of transparent flames erupted from it. The colorless fire spread quickly over his skin, and wherever the flames licked, the sizzling sound of burning flesh rang out. The stench of pus and rot seemed to be extracted like oil, steaming out from every pore, making his face even more terrifying, like a demon crawling up from hell. Shhhh. The flames climbed over his lips and the bridge of his nose, continuing upward. As a price, Everly noticed the cross in her hands rapidly shrinking, as if the fire was using the brass of the cross itself as fuel. As the holy flames climbed upward, finally scorching Shelley's eyes, the sizz sound suddenly grew louder. From the center of his pupils, 2 bright flames erupted outward. The darkness that had clouded his eyes let out a piercing, shrill scream. Under the blaze, strand by strand, it reluctantly faded away. When the last shadow disappeared, Shelley shuddered all over, his gaze clear, like waking from a long, dark dream. The first thing he did was clutch his cheeks, letting out a sharp cry of pain. Ah. It hurts. It hurts so much. Thankfully, he wasn't completely foolish. While screaming in agony, his mind quickly reacted. He spun around and bolted for the apartment exit. When life is at stake, burns and fractures are trivial. Gritting through the pain in his body, Shelley, all the while screaming, wailing, and yelling like a helpless man, unleashed every ounce of strength he had. He ran toward the only faintly glowing door in the darkness, until, with a soft pop, he smashed through the invisible barrier. Light poured in, and clutching Everly against his chest, he staggered back into the bustling, noisy street. The moment sunlight once again bathed their bodies, Everly felt her hands go empty. She lifted her blistered hands and saw it, the cross-shaped burn still imprinted in her palm, exactly matching the mark on Shelley's chin. But between her hand and the scar, the old brass cross that had saved her life was gone, reduced to a handful of pale golden ashes drifting away on the wind, disappearing into the distance. The cross that had saved her life had burned up completely. Ugh, ugh. As her body relaxed from the extreme strain, a wave of nauseating, foul-tasting cold surged up her throat. Everly could no longer hold back. She opened her mouth, craned her neck, and vomited violently. The vomit that had landed on Everly's chest and the ground was black, thick, stringy, and foul-smelling, looking something like tar, yet also a bit like hair. Everly was certain she had never eaten anything like it. She was still just a baby, so logically what should have come up would only have been milk and stomach fluids. After her, trash dad Shelley started vomiting too. Leaning against a street lamp, he opened his mouth and, with a whoosh, a large mass of black liquid spewed out. The sludge on the ground was even thicker and more pungent than Everly's, and the way it erupted and splattered everywhere made it seem less like vomiting and more like a cannon firing. The corpses outside the apartment had only just been removed, and curious onlookers hadn't dispersed yet. Seeing the bizarre sight of a father and daughter vomiting together quickly drew a crowd of concerned people. Oh my god, it stinks. They must have food poisoning. That person's face is burned too. Hey, didn't the ambulance just leave? Hurry, call it back. Everly vomited almost everything she had left in her tiny stomach. Afterward, a wave of overwhelming fatigue hit her. Amid the chaos of the onlookers shouting, her heavy eyelids soon drifted into a dark, disordered sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she was still in the familiar hospital, but thankfully, no longer in the neonatal ward. She was in a regular ward. Probably from being contaminated by the filth in the Mayflower apartments, Everly now had a fever. And 4 drip hung from the back of her hand, and her fingertip burns were covered with ointment. Her face was flushed, her breathing heavy, and the tiny girl curled up on the bed looked exceptionally pitiful. In the bed next to hers lay trash dad Shelley. He was even worse off. His previously healing leg injury flared up again after the frantic running in the apartment. To prevent misalignment of the bones, the doctor had to reopen the wound that had barely healed and reinsert the steel pins. On top of that, because his body had been manipulated by the evil force, he had started vomiting and diarrhea as soon as he arrived at the hospital, and now he was running a high fever as well. The father and daughter, each racked with illness, occupied a hospital bed apiece, enduring their recovery in the newly rebuilt facility. Meanwhile, the Mayflower Apartments continued its grim tally of deaths, almost daily making headlines in the newspapers. With so many casualties, rumors of the cannibal apartment began spreading far and wide. Seeing that his property was on the verge of becoming a notorious haunted house, the landlord, a moderately wealthy businessman, finally decided he could no longer sit idle. Through connections, he hired an exorcist named Wester to help. This man had a reputation for solving famous paranormal cases such as the Deja dollhouse and the Haunted Inn, demonstrating exceptional skill. Naturally, his fees were equally extraordinary. Without enough money, one could not even hope to hire him. Many had criticized him as stingy or cold-hearted, but Wester paid no heed and continued on his own terms. Now, this legendary figure in the U.S. exorcist circles sat at Shelley's bedside, a cigarette unlit in his mouth, eyes narrowed lazily as he listened to Shelley recount the terrifying events from a week ago at the apartment. While his personal resume was steeped in legend, Wester's real-life appearance was surprisingly young, just over 30. Broad-shouldered, long-legged, with deep-set eyes, his curly black hair haphazardly pinned back with a few metal clips at the temples. Beneath thick brows, his green eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. Coupled with the stubble on his lips, he exuded a mix of rugged charm and sensuality, a roguish, carefree playboy who seemed to toy with the world. He was the type of face that appealed strongly to those with a taste for older, authoritative men. So, if it weren't for the cross necklace that day, you think you might have died inside the apartment? After the long story, Everly listened as Wester asked. Yes, exactly. The state I was in is really hard to describe. It felt like another presence had taken up residence in my mind. It bewitched me, made me forget fear, and all I wanted was to stay in the apartment forever, dedicating everything to that presence. Even a week later, recalling the events of that day still gave Shelley goosebumps. Huh. I think I have a pretty clear idea of the situation. Mr. Shelley, you should thank your father-in-law. From what you've described, for it to have such power, the cross he gave you must have been blessed by at least one cardinal. It's a very precious item for exorcism. With that, Wester opened his wallet, pulled out several $100 bills, and placed them on Shelley's bedside. This is the agreed-upon intelligence fee. Thank you so much. If there's anything else you want to know, please don't hesitate to ask. There's nothing more I need to ask. Wester shook his head, stood from the chair, and said, I've already unraveled the mystery behind this incident. Everything is in place. Next, it's my turn to take action. Saying this, he grabbed the collar of his neatly tailored long coat and gave it a sharp shake. The long hem swirled in a crisp arc through the air. The exorcist lowered his head, adjusted his black fedora, then turned and lazily waved his right hand at Shelley. In the next instant, he strode toward the door with the speed and grace of the wind, vanishing from the hospital room. Everly had originally thought that Wester's mission would take at least several days. In the horror movies she had watched in her previous life, it always went like this. Before performing an exorcism, the protagonist would first need to consult ancient texts, sifting through mountains of documents to find information on the demon and uncover its true name. Then came the meticulous preparations at the exorcism site. Some rare and precious tools were required, which often meant the heroes had to risk life and limb to acquire them. Finally, if their own power wasn't enough, they would have to call in other exorcists from all corners of the world for help. Who would have guessed that by the very next day, she would hear from the landlord, who had come to check on them, that the Mayflower Apartments had already undergone an exorcism the night before. Under Wester's guidance, the ritual had gone smoothly, and the evil force lingering in the apartment had been successfully sealed. Isn't a successful exorcism a good thing? Why do you look so worried? Shelley asked. The landlord sighed. Because, although the exorcism succeeded, most of the tenants living in the apartment are dead. The evil presence in the apartment had been draining the life force from the tenants. Wester arrived too late. Their life force was already almost completely gone. Even if they looked normal on the outside, their bodies had long since begun to rot. It's like a spoiled can of food. The packaging might look fine, but you never know when it might suddenly pop, sending its contents flying everywhere. The landlord's description was uncannily accurate. In Everly's mind, the image of that mass of rotting flesh she had seen a week ago flashed vividly. If it hadn't been for that cross that day, Everly and Shelley might also have become one of those spoiled cans trapped inside the apartment, slowly drained and hollowed out by the strange force, until they ended up as mindless, wandering corpses, abruptly dying in some dark corner and leaving people to sigh in endless pity. The thought made Everly shiver uncontrollably. She did not want to die like that. What about that stench? I smelled that horrible odor on the corpses outside the apartment and inside too, but no one else seemed to notice it at all. Shelley pressed for answers. The landlord, hearing this, gave him a subtle, sympathetic glance. That means you've been contaminated. The stench that erupted in Unit 304 was the beginning of all the anomalies. Perhaps you stayed in it too long and accidentally got affected. Due to restrictions, Wester said it's best not to call them by their real names, or it could bring misfortune. Their influence on the real world is slow and hidden. Until their power reaches a certain level, they won't make themselves too obvious. For example, the tenants who died in the apartment, their bodies were already decaying, but under the influence of the evil force, ordinary people handling the corpses wouldn't notice anything unusual. Only someone who's been contaminated, like you, can see the truth beneath the surface and smell that lingering, inescapable stench. Shelley's face immediately darkened, clearly recalling what had happened in the apartment not long ago. But you don't need to worry too much. Wester has already sealed it, and the contamination remaining in your body will naturally fade over time. If you're still uneasy, you could go to a church and have a priest perform a purification, though that would cost a little donation, the landlord said. Shelley's face fell. He had no money. Medical care in the US was extremely expensive. Shelley had no insurance, and the compensation he had received from previous gang fights was nearly gone after paying for both his and Everly's treatments and hospital stays. The little money he had left still needed to cover rent, food, thick winter clothes, paint and brushes, Everly's formula, and diapers. In short, money was needed everywhere. How could he possibly afford any purification ritual? The landlord understood this perfectly. Rent at the Mayflower apartments was cheap, and practically every tenant living there was a penniless poor soul. Seeing Shelley frown, his face pale and exhausted with worry, the landlord sighed and gently patted his shoulder, offering a few words of comfort. Every family has its own troubles. Shelley worried about making ends meet. As for the landlord, after the exorcism, most of the remaining tenants in the apartment had died on the spot, turning into ashes with not a single bone left. The few survivors were suffering varying degrees of organ failure, lying on the floor and wailing. Being the owner of the apartment, he too had a huge mess to clean up once he returned. Thinking of this, the landlord couldn't help but sigh again. After a pause, he croaked, "When you're discharged, if you still want to return to the Mayflower apartments, you're welcome to come back. I can waive your rent for the next year." This rare act of generosity moved Shelley deeply. After the landlord left, Shelley spent the remaining days in the hospital glued to newspapers, buying large stacks whenever he could, flipping through them constantly whenever he had a moment. Finally, the day came when he and Everly were fully recovered and ready for discharge. Clutching Everly, Shelley took a taxi back to the desolate Mayflower apartments. It took him an hour to summon the courage to step through the apartment gate, 10 minutes to painfully climb the stairs to his rented unit, 404, and 5 more minutes to rush through every corner of the apartment, quickly packing up important items like photos, bank cards, and gold and silver jewelry. As for the rest of the stuff, he didn't dare take it. He really didn't. After leaving 404, Shelley pressed the apartment key into a potted plant in the hallway, sent the pre-written move-out notice to the landlord, and then bolted from the apartment as if a pack of dogs were on his heels, carrying Everly and rushing overnight all the way to the far eastern state of Reno. Their destination was a small town called Picati, located at the easternmost edge of Here, the winding coastline is split in two by an underwater mountain range, and dense clusters of reefs stretch outward, forming a towering promontory. The town of Picati sits atop this jutting sea cliff. Because of the reefs and lack of a good harbor, fishing in Picati was never well developed. In fact, the town had initially prospered due to gold deposits buried deep underground. Later, after overmining exhausted the veins, the gold rush ended, and the once thriving town gradually fell into decline. Today, only a few hundred households remain as permanent residents. For young people who yearned for the bustle of a big city, Picati's isolation, backwardness, and desolation made it a place they would do anything to escape. But for the penniless, struggling painter Shelley, Picati was practically a treasure trove of inspiration made just for him. A sparse population and distance from urban centers meant a low cost of living. The town's past prosperity left behind schools, churches, hospitals, shopping centers, and other basic infrastructure that made life somewhat convenient. Beyond that, the dense forests surrounding the town, the lingering mists that shrouded it, and the abandoned lighthouse standing on the sea all provided Shelley with boundless artistic inspiration. The day after moving to the town, he couldn't wait to head out and buy canvases, paints, and other tools, ready to immerse himself in his art. He dreamed of creating unprecedented masterpieces that would catapult him to fame, making him a world-renowned painter and leading him to the pinnacle of success. The above was Everly's professional reading of Shelley's facial expressions. Shelley and Everly's new home was a spacious detached house, complete with a small garden full of flowers and plants, and a glass greenhouse brimming with artistic charm. The landlord was an elderly woman named Christina. According to her, the house had previously been occupied by her son and daughter-in-law. Not long ago, her daughter-in-law discovered she was pregnant, and the couple moved to the more convenient state capital, Masri City, leaving the house vacant. I'm getting old, and I don't have the energy to come here to clean. It's better to rent it out. I don't care much whether the rent is high or low. I mainly worry that if the house sits empty for too long, neglect could lead to all sorts of problems, Christina explained. Curious, Shelley asked, will your son and daughter-in-law be living in Masri City for a long time? Yes, for quite a while. At the question, Christina's smile stiffened. She lowered her head, letting out a long sigh, her eyes reflecting a deep melancholy. They probably won't return until the child is about 7 years old. Hearing this, Shelley felt relieved. At least for the next 6 or 7 years, he wouldn't have to worry about being kicked out. Feeling like he'd gotten a huge bargain, he didn't hesitate to flatter the elderly woman a bit. I understand. Thank you for your generosity. I will take good care of this house. If you ever need help with anything in your life, please don't hesitate to ask. Then we'll be neighbors from now on, the old lady said. And, just like that, the lease was signed. Christina's family was well off, and renting out the house was more about keeping it maintained than making money. As a result, the rent was very low, and all the furniture and fixtures in the home were free for Shelley to use. Shelley spent one night with Everly in their new home, going over a list of issues they still needed to handle. The next morning, taking advantage of the bright sunshine, he carried Everly out for some shopping. Picati had a shopping center where the townspeople normally bought their goods. The shopping center was quite large, divided into sections for fresh produce, groceries, clothing, household items, and more. Shelley wandered through the aisles, quickly purchasing all the art supplies he needed, along with milk, bread, jam, and other food to stock the fridge. When it came time to buy Everly's formula, diapers, and winter clothing, Shelley ran into a problem. He couldn't find the baby products section. He pushed his already full shopping cart through the huge mall for what felt like ages, until he finally spotted an employee in a store uniform. He approached and asked, "Hey, sorry, I'm new here and not familiar with the place. Could you tell me where I can buy baby products?" "Oh, hello," the employee said, putting down what she was holding. She quickly scanned Shelley and the baby in his cart from head to toe, her eyes showing a spark of recognition. "I think you must be Mr. Shelley." Shelley blinked in surprise. "You know me?" The employee smiled. "Yes, Picati is a small town. News travels fast. You're looking for baby supplies, right? I'm afraid you'll have to go to the neighboring town, Kate, because we don't sell any baby products here." "What?" "The shopping center doesn't carry baby items," she repeated. Then, glancing around to make sure no one was listening, she lowered her voice and warned carefully, "Since you have a child with you, it's probably best not to stay here too long. For a child, this really isn't a safe place. Tien, for a child, this really isn't a safe place." The female employee's words left Shelley utterly baffled. He had just opened his mouth to press her for an explanation when, out of nowhere, a gruff male voice cut in from the side. "Charlie, Charlie. Where are you? Get over here and give me a hand." "Coming." The woman named Charlie rose onto her tiptoes and shouted back in the direction of the voice. After that, she turned to Shelley and made an apologetic gesture. "The manager needs me." "Well then, see you next time." Without waiting for a reply, she hurried off between the shelves and disappeared from sight. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Figures for a backwater town. Not only is the selection pitiful, they even make up stories to scare customers. Once the shop assistant was gone, Shelley pushed the cart through the shopping center, muttering curses under his breath as he went. He was convinced Charlie had been lying. All that, this place isn't suitable, and the town isn't safe for children, it was obviously fake. Definitely just some nonsense she made up to cover for the shopping center's lack of products. Shelley had heard people say that the more remote a place was, the stronger the locals' pride and sense of collective honor tended to be. When outsiders pointed out flaws, this kind of defensive, exclusionary reaction was bound to happen. And here he'd been, praising Picati Town to the skies earlier, thinking it a place of simple folk and beautiful scenery. Now it seemed that while the scenery might indeed be lovely, the character of the people clearly deserved a big discount. Everly, sitting in the shopping cart basket, had a different opinion. She thought Charlie's attitude had been very gentle, her words sincere. She didn't look like she was lying at all. But if the shop assistant's warning were true, wouldn't that mean Picati town really did harbor some kind of danger, making it unsuitable for her to live in? That possibility felt even harder to accept. The baby sucked on her finger, pondering this and that. In the end, she spread her hands and decided to give up. She was far too young, she couldn't even talk yet. Whether the town was safe or dangerous, the right to decide whether to stay or leave would always belong to her idiot dad, Shelley. All she could do was keep her eyes wide open and observe carefully. Shelley checked out at the shopping center counter, his head full of complaints. With so many items in hand and his legs not exactly cooperative, he first took the things he'd bought back home. Then, carrying Everly, he went around asking for directions and visited two other, smaller shops in town, hoping to find things Everly could use. However, baby products? I'm sorry, we don't sell those here. You should drive to Cape Town instead. Only there can you buy what you're looking for. As soon as he mentioned infant formula and similar items, the shop owners all shook their heads, explaining that their small stores didn't carry baby supplies. Shelley was deeply disappointed. Holding Everly, he turned to leave, when one of the shopkeepers suddenly called out to him, "Sir, have you visited the town's history museum?" Shelley stopped short. "No, I haven't. This town has a history museum." "Yes. It's right in the center of town and open to the public all day, free of charge. You should go take a look. It can help you understand a lot about the town's history and its taboos. For example, have you heard that on foggy days, you must never take children outside? Mrs. Christina mentioned it to me. Don't take children to the seaside. Don't take children out on foggy days. Don't dry children's clothes in the fog, and don't let children be exposed to the lighthouse's light. Those 4 rules, right?" "That's right. You have a great memory. But do you know where those taboos come from?" Shelley didn't know, but he was happy to speculate. Not taking kids to the seaside prevents them from drowning. As for the 2 rules related to fog, I looked it up online. Picati got its start from placer gold mining, and mining definitely causes pollution. Not letting people dry clothes or take children out on foggy days was probably because the fog back then contained toxic substances, and they were worried it would harm children's health. As for the last one, hey, lighthouses are meant to guide ships at sea, right? How could their light possibly shine onto land? At that, Shelley felt he'd just told a very amusing joke and chuckled to himself. The shopkeeper laughed as well. "You're mistaken. Picati's fog comes in from the sea, and its composition is very clean. There's none of the pollution you're talking about." "And the epsilon. Then why aren't people allowed to go out on foggy days?" "The specific reason, you'll find out once you visit the museum." The shopkeeper paused, then added solemnly, "Just remember, if you live in Picati, you must strictly adhere to those 4 taboos. Absolutely do not forget them." As he finished speaking, the smile slowly faded from his face, leaving him looking completely serious. The sharp contrast in his demeanor left Shelley a little bewildered. He nodded vaguely and quickly left the shop with Everly. After running around all morning, Shelley was feeling worn out. In the center of town were the only 2 restaurants Picati had. Not wanting to go home and cook, he splurged for once and, holding Everly, ate lunch at one of them. After the meal, while walking it off, he thought again of the museum the shopkeeper had mentioned. Shelley decided to go take a look. As an artist, he was always in need of inspiration from all kinds of strange and curious things. Perhaps the Picati History Museum would surprise him. The town was small, and the museum was easy to find. It was located on the first floor of the town hall building in the very center of town, set aside as a small, separate exhibition hall. The lighting inside was bright, and along the walls stood 3 display cases, arranged vertically and horizontally. Aside from the exhibits, there wasn't a single staff member in sight. Seeing how small this so-called museum was, Shelley hadn't had high expectations. To his surprise, however, the items inside the History Museum turned out to be unexpectedly interesting. In the first display case on the left as you entered were a family genealogy, several portraits, a miner's pickaxe, a pile of dark gold, colored, sand-like ore, and a medal. On the wall above the case, the story behind these exhibits was engraved in ornate cursive lettering. Everly could read, but her English was limited. Fortunately, Shelley had the habit of reading aloud as he went, allowing her to piece things together and grasp the general outline of the story. Several hundred years ago, on a certain day in 1783, a man named Soctus Nicolo Plos awoke from a dream. He was radiant with excitement and happily told everyone that, in his sleep, he had climbed a spiraling golden staircase and, at its summit, received guidance from a god. The god told him to go east, to a barren something. Everly didn't quite catch the word, where the wealth he sought lay deeply buried. Soctus then gathered a group of companions. After crossing mountains and rivers and enduring a long, arduous journey, they finally arrived at the place the god had indicated. He raised his pickaxe and struck the rock, and beneath the layers of stone appeared a handful of placer gold, the very symbol of wealth. The discovery of gold attracted large numbers of prospectors, and where people gathered, the prototype of Picati town gradually took shape. Soctus, quite naturally, became Picati's first mayor. In 1796, after years of continuous mining, the first placer gold mine was declared exhausted. Soctus erected a grand altar in the town, served as the chief officiant himself, and held a magnificent, ritual ceremony to pray to the gods. The gods answered his prayers. Through prophetic dreams, Soctus subsequently discovered 3 new mineral veins around the town, allowing its prosperity to continue. Time jumped to 1802. On the night of July 13th that year, Soctus awoke in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. He told those around him that the name of a mine shaft was about to collapse and ordered the guards to seal off that tunnel immediately. Sure enough, by the next morning, the mine collapsed due to unstable geological conditions. The survivors gathered around Soctus, hailing him as a great prophet, a benevolent father, and a divine agent walking among mortals. The town government subsequently awarded him the Medal of Special Contribution. The story of the first display case ended there. The genealogy, portraits, and medal in the case all belonged to Soctus. The pickaxe was the very one used to open the first placer gold mine, making it of great commemorative value. As for the pile of golden sand, it was unrefined placer gold ore. Moving on to the second row of display cases, the items inside were even more fantastical in nature. Displayed at the very front were several clippings from local newspapers. Printed on them were old black-and-white photographs and a series of sensational headlines. 2-year-old child vanishes from home. Doors and windows locked with no signs of forced entry. Another child disappearance. Who is stealing our children? Mayor's beloved daughter Mary missing. Mayor's wife faints in public. Shelley gave the exhibits a quick glance, then lifted his head to read the text on the wall. In 1821, a woman came to the police station to report that her 2-year-old son had mysteriously disappeared from their home. The newly appointed sheriff, Pasha, took over the case. After investigating, he was shocked to discover that ever since the town was founded, several children had gone missing every year, and after 1815 the situation grew increasingly severe. The disappearances escalated. When Mayor Achilles's beloved daughter also became a victim, the townspeople were uncommonly furious. Grief-stricken, the mayor instructed the townspeople to hide their children in cellars, leaving only his youngest son, Rayleigh, outside as bait. After a long wait, the true culprit behind the disappearances, the evil sea banshee, finally revealed herself. Everly pricked up her ears, listening to her dad read while lowering her head to examine the exhibits. Behind the clippings were 3 oil paintings. The first depicted a monster with a human upper body and a serpent's tail, her features ferocious. She coiled atop a towering mound of white bones, blood staining her lips, a lifeless infant covered in wounds cradled in her arms, clearly the sea banshee mentioned in the story. Mayor Achilles Nicolo Plosa's integrity and selflessness moved the gods. A powerful exorcist arrived upon hearing the news and joined the fight. Under the leadership of the mayor and the exorcist, the townspeople engaged the banshee in a desperate battle. The fighting lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The banshee's blood dyed the sea red. After a bitter and arduous struggle, the townspeople finally killed the banshee and, after, secretly sealed her away. Following the sea banshee, the second and third oil paintings were rendered in heavy, saturated colors, with thick, forceful brushstrokes. They meticulously depicted 2 scenes, the townspeople battling the banshee, and the banshee cut into pieces, her blood staining the sea red. When she reached the third painting, Everly suddenly understood. So the words she hadn't caught earlier meant dismembered, cut into pieces. How nice, today had been a day of gains once again. She'd learned a new word. She then cast an intrigued look toward the final exhibit, a dark greenish-black scale, about the size of a coin. That was also, in her opinion, the most absurd exhibit in the entire hall. Beneath it was a label that read, Tail Scale of the Sea Banshee, donated by the brave townsman Rosa Smith. With both a clear origin and a named donor, it looked impressively authentic, as if there really had been a child-stealing sea banshee who fought the townspeople to the death, instantly elevating an ordinary folk legend to the level of based on true events. But how could there possibly be banshees in the real world? Wait. On second thought, maybe there really could be. Recalling the paranormal incidents she herself had experienced, the smile on Everly's face froze. How could she have forgotten? This was a strange world where anything was possible. The more Everly thought about it, the more convinced she became that the banshee might truly exist. If she compared it to a horror movie, then she and her father, Shelley, were exactly the kind of dull, death-seeking protagonists everyone loved to hate. Clues and warnings were practically being shoved into their mouths, yet they still thought everyone around them was joking. Oblivious and unaware, they turned a blind eye to the lurking danger, and even managed to make things worse by charging straight toward it. From the other side of the screen, the audience would be so furious and anxious they'd slam down their bowls and curse the protagonists as idiots. She suspected she had seen through the truth. However, tragically, even if she noticed something was wrong, she couldn't change the situation at all because she couldn't speak. Damn it. When she got back, she had to practice harder. She was determined to force this disobedient tongue of hers to behave. Degree. Shelley the idiot, of course, couldn't hear Everly's violently surging inner monologue. He simply treated everything explained in the exhibition hall as nothing more than a story. After finishing the account in the second display case, he had already started walking toward the third. Seeing this, Everly quickly reined in her thoughts and refocused her attention on the exhibits. The story in the third display case continued directly from the second. Not long after the banshee was killed, the last placer gold mine in Picati town was officially declared exhausted. With no profit left to be made, large numbers of prospectors packed up and left Picati, heading west in search of better opportunities. Almost overnight, the town fell into desolation, no longer bustling with traffic and noise as it once had been. The residents who had settled there were unwilling to accept this reality. They sought out the town mayor, Achilles, descendant of the former mayor Soctus, and hoped that Achilles could, as had been done 25 years earlier, hold the ritual to call back the gods' favor and restore Picati to its former glory. But Achilles refused them. No, I can't do it. Humans should not pray for power that does not belong to them. That path only leads us into the abyss, he said. Achilles lost his only 2 children in the confrontation with the banshee. Consumed by grief and self-reproach, he withdrew from town affairs and became profoundly dispirited. Perhaps for this reason, when the townspeople, egged on by a fanatical believer, secretly set up an altar and prepared to carry out the ritual, he failed to notice in time. The ritual was presided over by the fanatic, a man named Macuff. Brimming with ambition, he believed that his devotion and loyalty to the god were in no way inferior to Soctus's. If Soctus had been favored by the deity, then he certainly could be as well. However, for reasons unknown, something went wrong, and the ritual failed. When Achilles discovered what had happened, he was furious. He immediately ordered the ritual site sealed off and strictly forbade the townspeople from conducting the ritual ever again. His iron-fisted measures stirred deep resentment among the townsfolk. The town's decline had caused their standard of living to plummet, and at this critical moment, the town government, on which they had pinned all their hopes, failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Macuff continued to fan the flames, claiming that Achilles' actions were meant to keep the power of the prophet monopolized within the Ploes family. As tensions built to a breaking point, the conflict finally erupted. In the chaos, someone lost control and accidentally killed Achilles. The Ploes family was small to begin with, and with Achilles' death, its bloodline was extinguished in Picati. For the sake of the placer gold mines, the townspeople could only place all their hopes in the ritual. Over the following years, Picati town conducted several more rituals in succession, but Soctus may have concealed certain truths back then, without members of the Plo's family involved. No matter how many times the ritual was performed, the people were never able to obtain a new prophet. Worse still, the Banshee of the Sea returned. She appeared in the icy seawater, among pitch-black reefs and within the fog that blanketed the town. The lighthouse's beam was her eyes. The sea and the mist were the tendrils she extended. Wherever her shadow passed, countless families were shattered, forever losing their children. The return of the sea banshee drove more and more townspeople to pack their belongings and leave Picati. Those who remained did not give up and tried to organize forces to hunt her down. However, without the aid of an exorcist, they could not even locate the banshee's lair. Waves surge high, the fog draws near. The sea demon comes, the child disappears. Carried away, never to return. This was a poem that circulated widely in Picati at the time. At the cost of endless bloodshed and tears, through a long struggle and tense standoff with the Banshee, the people of Picati eventually distilled 4 prohibitions. Do not take children to the seaside. Do not take children out on foggy days. Do not dry children's clothes in the fog, and do not let children be exposed to the lighthouse's light. Any household with children under the age of 7 was required to strictly observe these rules, otherwise, they risked losing their children. Thus, the people of Picati have coexisted with the sea banshee to this very day. The exhibits in the 3rd display case corresponded to the story on the wall. Placed at the very front were several newspapers reporting the exhaustion of the gold mines and the town's decline. Next came a black-and-white photograph. In it, a gaunt young man in his early 20s stood atop a raised platform, arms lifted high as he addressed the crowd below. The listeners gathered around him looked utterly entranced. This was presumably a photograph from one of McCoff's speeches. Behind it, gleaming under the lights, was the dagger that had killed Achilles, mottled with rust, looking at a glance as though the bloodstains had never been wiped away. Further back were a missing child notice and a stone slab engraved with the poem and the 4 prohibitions. Ran Betas. That stone slab was the final exhibit in the museum. Waves surge high, the fog draws near. The sea demon carries the child away, never to return. What a poem full of imagery. Coming here was absolutely the right choice. My head is bursting with inspiration. Shelley failed to sense the danger hidden beneath the prohibitions. His entire attention was captured by that ancient poem. He kept reciting it over and over, and the more he did, the brighter his eyes became, a flush of excitement gradually blooming across his pale cheeks. A powerful urge to create welled up from the depths of his heart. Without lingering any longer in the town center, he carried Everly out of the museum and hurried home. He casually set the baby down somewhere, then grabbed his drawing paper, paints, and other supplies and plunged headfirst into his new studio. This frenzied, all-consuming state, Shelley's total immersion in painting lasted a full half-month. During those 2 weeks, aside from eating, sleeping, and feeding the baby, he spent every waking moment painting, deaf to all the noise and disturbances of the outside world. Unlike her carefree, good-for-nothing father, Everly, having gone through the townspeople's warnings and the museum's carefully laid-out story, was now convinced that the sea banshee truly existed. As a result, she kept a vigilant watch on the weather outside every day through the tightly shut glass windows. Picati town lay by the sea, and because of the terrain, whenever the sea breeze rose, the moist air would travel up along the headland. When it reached the top, where Picati was located, it cooled and condensed, forming a thick white fog that blanketed the town. Foggy days were common here. Over the course of half a month, heavy fog descended 3 times in total. Fortunately, since Shelley was constantly painting and had no time to mind her, she spent all 3 foggy days curled up safely on the large bed indoors, passing them without incident. Unfortunately, Lady Luck would not stand by Everly's side forever. One morning, half a month later, when Shelley opened the tin of formula, intending as usual to make Everly a cup of ice-cold, refreshingly chilled milk, he discovered that the formula had run out. Because Picati town had no stores selling baby supplies, Shelley had failed to restock Everly's formula on his last shopping trip. Then, he had been completely absorbed by the museum's Banshee story and thrown himself into painting. In his momentary negligence, he didn't realize the formula had run out until it was completely gone. The nearest source of formula was in neighboring Cape Town. A round trip by car would take half a day. Considering that it wasn't easy to make the trip, and with winter approaching, Shelley decided to pick up not only formula and diapers for Everly, but also a few thick, warm outfits. Of course, buying clothes meant bringing the baby along. Shelley had no ability to gauge sizes with his eyes. So, lying on the bed and practicing her aha sounds, Everly didn't get her bottle. Instead, she got her useless father's clumsy hug. Ugh, it stinks. Thanks to Shelley's negligence, Everly hadn't had a proper bath in half a month. Bringing her closer, a strange odor wafted to his nose, and he frowned in distaste. If I'm going to take you out in public, I need to clean you first. Don't want people saying I abuse children, he muttered as he grabbed her. In the bathroom, his technique was rough as he soaped her up and scrubbed her all over. Seeing the dirty clothes she had taken off, he decided to save time by tossing them into a basin and giving them a few careless wrings while washing her. After the bath, her hair was dried and she was dressed in clean clothes from the cabinet. Everly was once again a 90% new little baby. Stepping out of the bathroom, Shelley went into the yard to hang the laundry, leaving Everly temporarily on the sofa. She leaned forward, reaching out endlessly toward the outdoors. No, don't. Although the weather was clear and sunny, she had a bad feeling. Stop, useless father. Can't the clothes just dry inside? Don't hang them outside. Shelley didn't understand Everly's baby language. He was still thinking about the unfinished paintings in his studio. Once the clothes were hung and he saw that Everly's hair had dried, he eagerly went to the town center, paid for a car, and set off for Cape Town with Everly in tow. This trip had taken longer than expected. They had encountered road construction and had to take a large detour. By the time they finished shopping in the neighboring town and returned, it was nearly evening. The car drove up the slope and onto Picati town's quiet streets. Through the gaps between buildings, Everly saw a brilliant sunset hanging on the horizon, vivid, fiery clouds lighting up most of the sky. It looked like Picati had been sunny all day. Everly's anxious heart sank slightly. But she still didn't dare to relax completely. Her baby clothes were still hanging out in the yard. Until she saw Shelley actually take them in with her own eyes, she wouldn't feel fully at ease. She waited silently. Finally, screech. The car stopped at their doorstep. Shelley paid the driver, telling him to wait, and got up first, carrying Everly back into the house. As they passed the yard's drying rack, Everly seized the opportunity. She lifted one hand to pinch the soft flesh of Shelley's cheek, while the other pointed straight at the clothes on the rack. Her body leaned forward, and from her mouth came a series of urgent, halting ko sounds. What she meant to say was clothes, but for a baby just 6 months old, that word was far too complicated to pronounce. Luckily, her effort wasn't wasted. Attracted by her sudden, unusual behavior, Shelley followed her gaze and quickly spotted the clothes hanging on the rack. Oh, right, I should bring the clothes in, he said. Everly's heart leapt. Without needing any reassurance, she let go of her tormenting grip on her clueless father, snuggling back into his arms as he carried her to the sofa and put her down. Then he returned to the car to bring in all the baby supplies they had purchased. With everything brought inside, Everly looked at Shelley expectantly, her eyes silently urging him to go into the yard and retrieve her clothes. But in disappointing her father in the forgetful department, Shelley did not disappoint. He completely forgot about the clothes while fetching another item. He bent down to scoop up his incessantly ing daughter, carried Everly to the bedroom, and prepared a bottle of milk with cold water for her dinner. Once she was settled, Shelley turned away without a second thought and went straight to his studio. That night, Everly tried several times again, grabbing Shelley's face, shouting ko at him, trying to jog her useless dad's memory about the clothes. Unfortunately, Shelley and she had absolutely no rapport. She grabbed his face, and he swatted her hand away. She shouted ko at random, and he thought her mouth hurt, so he pried it open to check inside. She pointed with her little finger like she was giving directions, and he clapped in surprise, then pulled out his phone to take embarrassing photos of her. After all that fuss, Everly had completely run out of patience. A baby's energy is limited. After all that commotion on the bed, Everly's eyelids began to droop, and sleepiness swept over her. Shelley was already tired too. Seeing his daughter's eyes half closed, drowsy, he pulled over the blanket, reached up to turn off the light, and soon dozed off right beside her. All right. Shelley was so lazy that even if she woke him now, he still wouldn't go out in the middle of the night to collect the clothes. Better to remind him tomorrow, just hope there's no fog. Everly closed her eyes and sank into a deep sleep, overtaken by growing drowsiness. When she opened her eyes, Everly's first instinct was to look out the window. Through the glass, she saw bright sunlight outside and let out a sigh of relief. Today was still sunny. Shelley was already up. Hearing the movement in the bedroom, he hurried in, changed Everly's diaper, set her down on the living room sofa, handed her a bottle, and then left. All the while, Everly struggled wildly, her little fingers twitching nonstop, pointing toward the yard. But Shelley assumed she was just fascinated by the slanting sunlight streaming in and didn't even glance at the yard. Nighttime was the same. Everly swore to herself that she had tried every possible method, every trick in her little arsenal. She felt that dumb Shelley was like an insurmountable mountain blocking her life's path. No matter how hard she tried, she could find no way to conquer it. Another night passed. On the third day, it was overcast. The good news, there was no fog. The bad news, Shelley still hadn't remembered to collect the clothes. Everly knew that, given Picati town's fog frequency, a foggy day would come sooner or later. In fact, judging by today's wind direction, it would arrive either tomorrow or the day after. Time was running out. If Shelley didn't bring in the baby clothes before the thick fog rolled in, she would have to prepare to face the sea banshee directly. Because of this awareness, Everly grew increasingly anxious, tossing and turning through the night, waking up several times. Early on the fourth day, she opened her eyes, and her ominous premonition came true. Through the window glass, Everly saw a world of white. The fog had arrived. Picati's fog was always dense, heavy, and thick, evoking the image of layered veils or a pot of overturned creamy soup. Everly sat frozen on the living room sofa, her eyes locked on the clothesline in the yard like a condemned prisoner quietly awaiting the guillotine. As she waited, a sudden gust of wind swept through the yard. The milky fog was driven along, winding like a snake around the pole, wrapping itself around the pink baby clothes above. With a creak, Everly saw the clothes sway abruptly back and forth, and then, with a sharp swish, they slipped from the pole. Everly's heart jumped violently. Because of the angle, the baby clothes vanished from her sight once they hit the ground. In their place, she saw the plants in the yard shiver, their withered yellow leaves rustling Sasha as they toppled quickly to either side, as if something were crawling inside. The rustling grew closer, the path of movement crossing most of the yard, finally stopping at the sliding glass doors of the living room. The flower bed by the door quivered violently, waves of tremor shaking it again and again, until finally, a sharp pop sounded and a deathly pale face pressed against the glass. With diuresis. It was a woman. Her upper body was bare, long hair cascading down to her hips, most of her face hidden beneath the thick black strands, impossible to make out her features. Her skin was slick and swollen, tinged with blue, reminiscent of a corpse soaked in water for days, radiating a strong aura of death. The scars crisscrossing her limbs and torso looked like black centipedes, adding a layer of grotesque menace to her figure. But none of that was as terrifying as her eyes. Through the tangled, seaweed-like black hair, Everly saw a pair of blood-red eyes filled with bitter malice. Like poisoned daggers. Like venom-spitting snakes. Like a boiling pool of endless hatred. The woman pressed herself against the sliding door, eyes wide open, unblinking, staring at her, staring at her, staring at her. A wave of pure terror surged from Everly's core. She could no longer hold back and let out a hysterical wail, "Wawa!" Everly had always been a well-behaved baby, never crying without reason, easy to care for. Since birth, this was the first time she cried with such desperate, piercing intensity. In the studio, Shelley heard the distant crying and paused mid-stroke, unease prickling at him. His daughter had been acting strangely these past few days, more irritable than usual, striking him with fists and kicks, and now crying so miserably. Could she be sick? Sickness meant a hospital stay. Thinking of the exorbitant medical bills, Shelley couldn't sit still. He tossed aside his brush, quickened his steps, and rushed toward the living room. As he reached the doorway, before he could see what was happening inside, he was hit by a foul stench tinged with the smell of the sea. This corpse-like odor stirred buried memories within him. A terrible premonition tightened around his chest. Shelley didn't dare waste a second. He hurried faster, sprinting into the living room. And then he saw a scene he would never forget. The glass sliding door of the living room was wide open, and the fog outside poured in unchecked, swallowing most of the room. Through the white haze, a massive, terrifying woman with a human upper body and a serpentine tail leaned forward, reaching her skeletal, decayed claws toward the crying baby on the sofa. No. Everly, no. Ignoring what this sudden monster even was, Shelley acted on pure instinct. He shouted and lunged toward the sofa, trying to grab his child before the Banshee could. But he grasped nothing. The Banshee's speed was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, her claw had latched onto the back of Everly's neck, lifting her up in front of the creature. Hiss! Prey secured, the sea banshee arched her head and let out a strange, guttural roar. When it was done, she ignored Shelley, who had rushed forward trying to snatch the baby back. Lowering her head, she wrapped her icy arms tightly around Everly. Her thick, bucket-sized snake tail swung sharply, and she slithered low into the mist, quickly merging with the fog and vanishing from sight. Everly felt that she might, just maybe, be doomed. The Banshee's grip was like iron pincers, holding her so tight that there was no chance of escape. She carried Everly along the deserted streets, crawling a short distance before reaching a nearly dried-up small river. From there, she slipped into an exposed sewer opening. The diameter of the hole was barely a meter, narrow for a creature of the Banshee's enormous size. But she didn't care about the harsh environment. She adjusted Everly's position from under her arm to her chest, crossed her hands, bent her upper body, and slipped in without hesitation. Her large, wet, sagging chest pressed around the tiny baby just enough to hold her safely, while her intertwined arms formed the last protective barrier. Everly was thus shielded from the jagged iron nails, broken glass, plastic fragments, and other debris littering the sewer floor, passing through this stretch completely unharmed. By the time the Banshee and the baby emerged from the other end of the sewer, they were at the seaside. A cool sea breeze carried the sharp scent of the ocean, brushing over Everly. She curled up instinctively, shivering from the chill. They were on a jagged, rocky reef. The Banshee moved with perfect familiarity. Her long serpentine tail was incredibly flexible, its surface covered in dark bluish-black scales as hard as iron. She wound and coiled it over the protruding rocks and stone pillars, snapping off the tiny spikes wherever she passed. They traversed like this for 7 or 8 minutes. The rocks around them gradually thinned, and patches of dark seawater appeared on the ground. Everly's heart pounded. She watched as the Banshee's tail slowly sank into the water as they moved further from land. The icy sea rose over the tail, eventually reaching the Banshee's waist. Yet her speed never faltered. If anything, she seemed to pick up even more momentum. Everly guessed that the sea Banshee's lair must lie far out in the open ocean. She felt certain she was doomed. It was late autumn, the seawater was cold, and a fragile baby like her was not meant to be immersed for long. Even breathing alone in such conditions could be fatal. A wave of despair washed over her. Yet, unexpectedly, when the water reached the Banshee's chest, almost soaking Everly, the sea Banshee suddenly lifted her head high, tilting her upper body backward. Her submerged tail arched upward, lifting out of the water to strike forcefully, then executed a graceful flip. Gentle ripples spread across the surface. By the time Everly realized what had happened, the Banshee had already adjusted her posture, shifting from walking upright through the water to floating on her back, facing upward. Everly lay against the Banshee's ample chest, and aside from the spray from the tail's previous strike, not a single drop of seawater touched her. Glurp. Being surrounded by seawater seemed to make the Banshee extremely comfortable. Everly heard a small, contented purring sound escape from her throat, like that of a little animal. The long, bluish-black serpentine tail swayed gracefully back and forth in the water, the dark tip occasionally breaking the surface and churning the surrounding sea mist into a frothy swirl. For a moment, the scene almost felt leisurely and serene. La la la. As they swam, the Banshee suddenly began to hum a tune. Unlike her hoarse, guttural voice, the melody was soft and gentle. With each hum, her claw pressed lightly but firmly against Everly's back, keeping rhythm. If Everly hadn't known she was in mortal danger, for a brief second she might have imagined she was back in her mother's arms in her past life. Mother, yes, mother. Her actions toward the child, the swollen, heavy chest pressed beneath Everly, somehow all of it suggested a maternal identity. Could the sea banshee be a mother who had lost her own child? But that didn't make sense either. What mother would look at a child with such malice and hatred and then eat every child she captured? Everly's brows knitted tighter and tighter, a sense of falling deeper into an unsolvable mystery weighing down on her. At that moment, the banshee had reached a tall, looming shadow in the center of the sea. She held Everly with one hand while driving the other deep into a corner of the reef, using her tail to push off with force, and nimbly climbed up onto the rocks rising above the water. Everly lay against the banshee and craned her head to look around. To her surprise, they had reached the abandoned lighthouse in the middle of the sea. The sea banshee carried Everly through the jagged rocks, finally reaching a pile of rubble beside the lighthouse. There, she found a hidden cave and slipped inside as if she had done it 1,000 times before. The cave was deep. The walls bore clear claw marks, gouged and scratched the size and depth suggesting they were the work of the banshee herself. Crawling down the dark passage for about half a minute, Everly suddenly emerged into a semi-collapsed underground stone chamber. The walls and ceiling of the chamber were covered in some unknown bioluminescent plant, glowing a soft, eerie blue. Its light pulsed faintly with every breath, serving as the room's only illumination. In this dim glow, Everly saw the banshee carrying her across the debris and depositing her in the center of the chamber. Here lay a stone platform raised about half a meter from the ground. The platform was only slightly damaged. In the faint light of the glowing plants, Everly could just make out the remnants of carved relief patterns on its surface. A small stone table sat crookedly atop the platform. At first, Everly thought it was dark red, but as the banshee hissed low in frustration and pinned her against the cold, hard stone surface, she realized the table was stained with blood. A strong stench of iron-rich blood mixed with damp, decaying odors hit her face. Her cheek pressed against the stone, feeling a sticky chill. Meanwhile, above her, the banshee leaned down, opening a gaping, blood-filled mouth toward her. So that dark red on the table, it's blood. The thought flickered briefly through Everly's mind. Facing death, she felt an unexpected calm. Try it, she thought. Go all out, even if it kills me. Better than doing nothing, letting myself be slaughtered like a lamb. From thought to decision, it took only a split second. As the banshee's sharp, saliva-coated fangs lunged close, poised to pierce the delicate skin of her neck and shred her body, Everly spoke. Everly lifted her eyes to the sea banshee right in front of her. With her underdeveloped, still trembling voice, she spoke the familiar yet strange syllable, muddled but resolute. Ma, ma. Like a paused video suddenly frozen mid-frame, the banshee's lunging attack abruptly halted. Everly heard a strange murmur escape from her throat. It seemed to be working. According to the popular science Everly had read in her previous life, there are thousands of languages in the world, but there is one word that has a similar pronunciation in almost every language, the word humans use to call their mother, mama. Scholars believe this arises naturally in human infants. The A sound emerges from birth, combined with the M sound formed when the mouth closes during breastfeeding, representing the core emotional bond shared by all mammals between mother and child. The sea banshee clearly understood the meaning behind the word mama. She tilted her head slightly, a trace of confusion appearing in her crimson eyes. Her claws still pressed against Everly, the rows of sharp, jagged teeth capable of killing the baby in an instant. It wasn't safe yet, and Everly didn't dare relax. Seeing the banshee hesitate, she pressed her advantage, calling out again and again. Mama, 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 mama. The more she called, the more confident and louder she became. The sea banshee, as if awakened by the continuous call, began to respond to a hidden maternal instinct. The red in her eyes faded slightly. She leaned closer to Everly, scrutinizing the tiny baby in front of her. Her grotesque features reflected a mix of doubt and struggle, the pale, swollen face making her expression even more eerie and menacing. A withering above Nubedas. %@ Everly heard her quickly utter something in a rough, guttural voice. The sound was short, almost like a call, a word of recognition. Although Everly couldn't understand the language the Banshee used, she could roughly guess that the creature was calling her. Summoning all her courage, she continued to cry out "Mama," while spreading her tiny arms, making a gesture as if asking for a hug. The Banshee froze. Ko, Coco. Her throat seemed as if something hard was stuck inside, emitting strange, staccato ko sounds. At the same time, her body began trembling uncontrollably. Plop. A drop of icy liquid landed on Everly's cheek. In the darkness, she at first thought it was water dripping from the cave's ceiling. But when a second and third droplet fell, she realized something was wrong. It wasn't cave water, it was tears streaming from the Banshee's eyes. The sea Banshee was crying. Thick pools of water had accumulated on her grotesque, protruding eyeballs, then rolled down her jaw, dropping one by one onto Everly below. The tears were cold, lifeless, just like the Banshee herself, but Everly felt, through them, a heat far more intense than molten lava. It was a feeling called motherly love. #@. The Banshee repeated her earlier call, this time with certainty, and the joy of having something lost returned. She released the claw pressing Everly, then carefully assumed a perfectly maternal hold, cradling the baby in her arms. Lowering her head, she lightly patted the baby with her claw tips, her eyes overflowing with tenderness and affection. Her long black hair draped like a curtain over her shoulders, falling across Everly. After passing through the sewer and over the rocky reef, the locks were tangled with leaves, paper scraps, gravel, and damp seawater, sticky and filthy. This curtain of tangled hair, combined with the Banshee's low hum, became the last memory Everly carried before drifting into sleep. Everly had a dream. Even babies have dreams. In it, she encountered a blue-faced, fanged monster that chased her relentlessly. She stumbled, scrambled, and tried every possible way to escape, but nothing worked. In the end, the monster caught her, tearing her apart alive, and before she could even die, she was lifted onto a fire and roasted. Waking from the chaotic nightmare, Everly realized it wasn't an illusion. Her body felt burning hot, her throat parched, her limbs weak, and her head dizzy. She had a fever. As a premature infant, her constitution had always been fragile. With Shelley's careless, inconsistent care, the fact that she had grown up healthy so far was thanks entirely to her inner adult mind, her self-discipline and awareness. Before falling asleep, she had been terrified by the sea Banshee, then endured crawling through sewers, traversing rocky reefs, and crossing the ocean. Her small body could not withstand such intense stimulation. It was no surprise that she had fallen ill. But the timing of this illness was extremely unlucky. Everly was now in a hidden stone chamber in the middle of the sea. There was no food, no drink, no thick clothes to keep warm, no modern medicine, only a dangerous Banshee she could not communicate with, and an air that was cold, damp, and oppressive. For a tiny infant, this was hardly a survivable environment. She moved her head slightly in the Banshee's arms, tilting to observe her surroundings. The Banshee seemed to treat Everly entirely as her own child. Even while Everly slept, the creature never let go of her, holding the baby close without pause. She held Everly in her arms, curling her serpentine tail, sitting against a corner of the stone chamber, humming a soft, continuous lullaby. The tune was the same one Everly had heard the Banshee hum on the ocean surface, gentle and soothing, like a breeze rustling through a forest or warm sunlight kissing flower petals. The chamber floor sloped downward, letting seawater seep in from below, forming a dark, stagnant pool. The Banshee sat at the edge of the pool, the tip of her long tail submerged in the water. Keeping time with the lullaby, she lazily stirred the water back and forth, the motion almost leisurely. The scene looked heartwarming, if one ignored the scattered piles of white bones surrounding them. Everly averted her eyes in discomfort. Even having witnessed the decomposed corpses in the Mayflower apartment, confronting such a massive collection of human remains all at once filled her with unease. It was the instinctive fear of death common to all humans. This area was likely the Banshee's feeding ground. Centered on the pool, Everly looked around. The ground was littered with countless human bones. Judging by the size of the skulls, most were infants or young children. The bones ranged from ancient, rotted fragments fused with the earth to newer, intact skeletons lying atop the piles. Based on what she had seen at the Picati Historical Museum, it wasn't hard to guess that these remains belonged to children who had gone missing in Picati over the past several centuries. The Banshee really did steal children, and she really did eat them. The bones were scattered and broken, with many showing bite marks. No naturally deceased skeleton would shatter like this. Everly still couldn't understand why the sea banshee, a mother herself, would treat other children so cruelly. Was it because she had lost her own child, and she couldn't bear to see others enjoying the love of theirs? Lost in thought, a sudden cold draft blew through an unseen crack in the stones, making feverish Everly shiver. She felt chilled all over and hunched her tiny body. Time was not on her side, she knew, so she forced herself to push aside distractions, widening her eyes to carefully search between the skeletons by the faint glow of the moss. Finally, next to a relatively fresh set of bones, she spotted her target, a torn light brown woolen coat. After being left in such harsh conditions, the coat had faded somewhat. The light brown fabric was stained with dark red patches, silently testifying to the cruel fate its original owner had endured. But aside from that, the coat looked thick and roomy, more than enough to wrap Everly entirely, protecting her from the biting cold. Everly reached toward the coat, her hoarse little voice letting out urgent, pleading sounds. The Banshee's humming stopped. She leaned in, curiously and carefully observing the baby in her arms. Perhaps because of the differences in species, or because of her lack of childcare experience, the Banshee didn't understand Everly's intention. Seeing the baby cry continuously, she assumed Everly was hungry. #@ she murmured, lowering her head with affection. She pressed her cold, damp cheek gently against Everly's forehead. Then, lifting her claw, she held one end of the soaked coat and brought it toward the baby's mouth. Everly stared in terror at the object being thrust near her lips. Even without her memories from her past life, she would have recoiled from the idea of drinking mother's milk, but in this case, the Banshee's form itself was horrifying, swollen all over, covered in scars, like a corpse left soaking in water until it became giant and bloated. The exposed skin at the tip was pale and blue-white, seeping a foul, yellowish pus. This was absolutely not something she could put in her mouth. Everly shut her mouth tight, turning her head away, resolutely refusing the thing being pressed toward her lips. The Banshee muttered in confusion, persistent, and pushed the object forward again. Everly couldn't dodge in time and felt a cold, slimy mass press against her cheek. Its pus-covered tip was wet and sticky, touching her lips and giving off a faintly fishy stench, reminiscent of a dead fish floating on water. She felt like vomiting. #%UN. Seeing that Everly still didn't react, the Banshee seemed a little anxious. She was not human and could not mimic the gentle coaxing of a human mother. When the baby resisted feeding, she reached out with her claws, using the black, sharp tips to pry and tug at Everly's lips. A baby's skin is incredibly delicate. In the process, Everly's cheek was accidentally scratched by a claw, and bright red blood seeped out. The sight of the blood stunned the Banshee for a moment. She looked at the blood-stained claw tip, and as if provoked by the sight of her own blood, suddenly lifted her head and let out a piercing, mournful shriek. A flash of brutality appeared in her crimson eyes. A loud smack resounded. Distracted, Everly looked up and saw the Banshee's snake-like tail thrashing in the water as if possessed, smashing against the rocks and walls of the pool. Every strike of the thick tail sent tremors through the ground, sending chunks of stone tumbling. Everly felt a sense of impending danger. The clawing at her lips intensified. At first it was just the tips of the claws, but now the Banshee was stabbing with the entire claw. And she was smiling through it, a sick, widening grin that seemed to stretch to her ears, revealing the sharp, shark-like teeth below and a throat that seemed endless. When the claw tip tore her lips, Everly cried out in a muffled groan from the pain. That tiny, mosquito-like hum, like a sudden clap of thunder, briefly pulled the Banshee back to reason. She froze, stopping her clawing. It seemed she was struggling against some invisible presence in her mind, her brow furrowed, her face twisted in agony, swollen features etched with intense pain and inner conflict. The sea Banshee roared, her head first drooping downward, then snapping back violently, smashing the back of her skull against the rock wall behind her once, twice, thrice, each strike with terrifying force, sending shards of stone and dark red bodily fluid flying in every direction. After a few blows, Everly even heard the sickening crack of breaking bones. Above the neck was a scene of cruel, bloody self-esque. But below the neck, cradled in her arms, the scene returned to warmth. The claws that had torn at flesh obediently withdrew, now gently supporting the baby in her arms. As always, she tenderly patted Everly's back. Below that, her massive serpentine tail continued to thrash wildly. It smashed rocks along the water's edge, the tip sweeping along by inertia, scattering the piled-up white bones on the shore. Fragile bones shattered everywhere, leaving a chaotic floor of splintered fragments. The scene was violently fractured, exuding a chilling, uncanny horror. "Mama, Mama." Everly was truly terrified by the Banshee's sudden shift in temperament. She strained her throat and, despite the pain, shouted "Mama" as loudly and persistently as she could. The infant's innocent cry was like a beam of light, piercing through the mist and descending into the chaos of the Banshee's mind. Slowly, the rampaging creature began to stop. She lowered her head, staring blankly at the baby in her arms, meeting the small, clear, innocent blue eyes so tiny, warm, soft, and fragrant, with petals of a mouth opening and closing, releasing one tender, affectionate "mama" after another. It was calling her Mama. Mama, Mama, child, 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 child. This is her child, her child, her child, her child. After thousands of years, her child had finally returned. The Banshee began to weep again. Her crying made no sound, but her crimson eyes seemed like twin fountains, and torrents of tears, mixed with endless tenderness and love, gushed forth. The icy drops splashed onto Everly's forehead, bringing a moment of cool relief to the burning hot infant in her arms. All the cruelty and violence that had enveloped the sea banshee were washed away by her tears. A gentle, melodic hum rose once more as the banshee lightly stroked Everly's back, transforming back into the tender, loving mother she had been before. Everly had been terrified of the banshee's loss of control. So, when the sea banshee, filled with maternal affection, lifted the drenched infant and brought her to Everly's lips to feed her again, Everly did not refuse. Even though she felt intense revulsion and wanted countless times to spit out the fishy, bitter milk, Everly kept her eyes tightly shut and forced herself to swallow it all. She did not know what action might anger the banshee, so for her own survival, she obeyed as best she could. The banshee's milk, like the banshee herself, was cool, carrying no trace of human warmth. Though its taste was unpleasant, with a strange, viscous texture, as it slid down her throat and into her stomach, it successfully soothed the burning sensation in Everly's belly. Only now did Everly realize how long she had been kidnapped and how starved she had become. The banshee was massive and her milk abundant. At first, Everly had intended to take only a few sips, just to appease the banshee. But her body had other plans. Likely driven by intense hunger and compounded by her current fever, needing large amounts of fluids and energy, once she began feeding, Everly found herself unable to stop sucking. Glug, glug. She cradled the soft little body in front of her, greedily sucking. If one were close enough to Everly, they could even hear the hurried swallowing sounds as her throat worked. The banshee tilted her head, leaning quietly against the stone wall, feeling the movements at her chest. The experience of feeding was intoxicating. The sensation of being needed, clung to, and demanded awakened the long-buried maternal instincts within her. Gradually, the crimson eyes softened, glistening with a watery tenderness. The hands supporting the baby's back began to pat her rhythmically, gently. Pure motherly love radiated from every pore of the banshee's body, shaping and guiding her, channeling all that was best in her into a single purpose, through the flowing milk, bit by bit, passing it on to her child. The hum, which had once paused, resumed, echoing repeatedly in the enclosed stone chamber. The soothing melody seeped into Everly's ears. The infant opened her mouth and let out a delicate yawn, her feeding slowing as her belly grew full. Her stomach was satisfied. And perhaps because her belly now held nourishment, the fever and soreness that had tormented Everly eased considerably, no longer making her feel as miserable as before. She yawned again, mouth opening, and, following instinct, leaned forward, curling her tiny fists against her chest. Soon, her eyes closed, and she fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Everly slept for a long, long time. When she opened her eyes again, the fever had broken. Her body felt as if soaked in a warm spring, completely cozy. Even without a coat, she felt no chill. She tried swinging her arms and kicking her legs, and her movements were surprisingly strong, no trace remaining of the weakness that had plagued her before. This state of robust health, practically strong, was not something a simple nap could achieve. As Everly's gaze swept across the Banshee's chest, she noticed one side of her breast had shrunk. Her eyes lingered. That was the very side she had nursed from yesterday, though perhaps it hadn't really been yesterday. Without clocks, Everly's sense of time had long since become confused. Compared with the other side, it had slightly decreased in size. Everly inferred that the Banshee's milk might contain some special ingredient that strengthened her body. The thought stirred complicated feelings. On one hand, she feared the Banshee, a cannibalistic monster that had killed countless children and could go berserk at any moment. On the other hand, when the Banshee was simply a mother, she was gentle and tender, evoking memories of her own mother from a previous life. Though Everly had forgotten her mother's face, the unconditional care and devotion to a child were unmistakably familiar. Seeing Everly's eyes open, the Banshee's face brightened with joy. She called out, pressing the other breast toward the infant's mouth, eager to feed her again. Everly did not dare refuse immediately. She clenched her discomfort and took 2 tentative sips. The taste was still indescribable, yet her body accepted the highly nutritious milk, even craving a little more. But filling her stomach was not her priority. There was something more urgent she had to do. Time was nearly up, if she didn't act soon. Summoning all her willpower, she forced herself to pull away from the breast, interrupting her feeding. Restless in the Banshee's arms, Everly wriggled, her tiny hands repeatedly pointing between her legs while imitating the sound of water, letting out a continuous stream of shhh noises. Onomatopoeia proved more useful than she had imagined. Through Everly's persistent efforts, the Banshee began to understand her meaning. She roughly tore open the diaper, already saturated and blurred with mosaic, tossed it aside, then twisted her serpentine tail and lifted the infant to a small pool of water far from the black water pit. Shuh. The Banshee even, seemingly without instruction, mimicked Everly, making the gentle noises that parents often use when helping a child urinate. Everly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shame, she relieved herself in the small pool. The Banshee, though generally uncaring about cleanliness, her hair as dirty as a chicken's nest, instinctively knew to clean up after Everly. She returned the infant to the usual black water pit, lifted Everly's arms, and dipped the lower half of her body into the seawater, shaking her like a tiny, wet, fluffed-up chick. The late autumn seawater was icy, making Everly shiver all over. Despite this rough childcare, after being in the water she remained lively and energetic, her body warm like a little furnace, clearly still reliant on the milk the Banshee provided. Knowing that it was something that strengthened her body, Everly no longer resisted when the Banshee fed her again. She obediently latched onto the nipple, sucking greedily until her stomach felt full and heavy. Bup. Having eaten her fill and completed another life necessity, she lay in the Banshee's arms for a while, beginning to think over her current situation. Everly still felt uncertain about the future. She didn't know whether her worthless father would try to rescue her. She had assumed their father-daughter bond was thin, yet when the Banshee took her away, he had acted surprisingly brave. Even so, even if he hadn't given up looking for her, finding this hidden stone chamber beneath the lighthouse would be no easy task, not to mention the fact that a fierce, dangerous sea Banshee now occupied it. In short, Everly could not pin her hopes on her father. She needed to save herself. For now, it seemed the Banshee treated her kindly, seeing her as her child. But the creature's emotions were unstable. For example, yesterday, while feeding her, the Banshee had suddenly gone berserk, nearly harming Everly. She realized that if she wanted to escape safely, her first task was to understand the Banshee's temperament, to know its limits, and to figure out under what circumstances it would lose control. Her gaze shifted to the platform at the center of the stone chamber. The smooth surface, the carvings on it, and the table in the middle, none of these could have been made by the Banshee. Someone had built this chamber beneath the lighthouse for some unknown purpose. Her instincts told her that the answers to all the mysteries surrounding the sea Banshee were likely hidden there. The infant turned her body in the Banshee's arms, gazing longingly toward the stone platform, waving her arms as if wanting to go over. Getting the sea Banshee to understand her intention was no easy task. After trying 3 different positions in succession, each time being misunderstood as a sign of hunger and receiving several rounds of milk, on the 4th attempt, Everly added, "Mama," before the interjection she was using and shifted her gaze repeatedly between the Banshee and the stone platform. This time, she finally succeeded in conveying that the little baby wanted to go to the stone platform. %#Ewan. The sea Banshee lowered her head and rubbed Everly's forehead. With a flick of her long tail, she swept aside the scattered bones on the ground, carried the infant to the stone platform, and, hesitating slightly under the baby's eager gestures, placed her down. The moment Everly's hands left her, the empty feeling in the Banshee's arms made her anxious. She called out, "Ah," her features twisting in distress, instinctively reaching to scoop Everly back into her embrace. Having witnessed the Banshee's fury the previous day, Everly dared not resist too obviously. When the Banshee's clawed hand reached for her, she did not flinch. Instead, she wriggled her now stronger arms and legs, crawled forward a couple of steps, and deliberately launched herself toward the Banshee's arms. Just as the Banshee's hand arrived behind her, she leaned forward and, in one smooth motion, was securely cradled in the Banshee's embrace. Giggle. Everly looped her arms around the Banshee's neck, summoning all her acting skill, and let out a burst of joyful laughter. The carefree laughter affected the Banshee. She parted her lips, sharp teeth bared, saliva stretching into long threads, and displayed a fearsome grin. Everly lay in the Banshee's arms laughing for a while, sensing that the creature's emotions had calmed. Once more, she stretched out her arms, signaling her desire to play on the stone platform. This time, the Banshee hesitated only briefly before letting go. She somewhat enjoyed the process of the child tumbling into her arms and laughing. But separation still made her anxious. As Everly crawled 2 steps across the stone platform, she felt a prickling sensation on her back, like tiny thorns pressing into her skin. She turned her head and saw the Banshee crouched low over the platform, staring at her without blinking. Her crimson eyes radiated hostility, and her flicking serpent tail betrayed her irritation. If too much time passed, she became impatient. Everly acted immediately, spinning around and crawling quickly back into the Banshee's embrace. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, through deliberate training, Everly finally desensitized the Banshee to the act of letting go. The creature could now release her briefly, allowing her to play on her own for a short while. Still, the Banshee's gaze never wavered. She would not allow the infant to leave her line of sight. Everly yawned. Interacting with the Banshee was unexpectedly exhausting. Countless repetitions of crawling, lunging forward, and silly laughter had drained all her energy. After sucking milk the Banshee offered and filling her stomach, Everly closed her eyes peacefully, deciding to wait until she woke up to continue. While Everly, far away in the sea chamber, was using all her wits to teach the Banshee to let go so she could explore the stone platform, in the town of Picati, Shelley was engaged in a grueling battle of his own. His opponents were 2 police officers. After Everly had been taken by the Banshee, Shelley, in his panic, made a decision that most ordinary parents would likely make. He called the police. In hindsight, this decision turned out to be catastrophically wrong. Section. The town police stationed in Picati had been transferred from other cities. They hadn't grown up here and had never been immersed in the local culture, so naturally, they didn't believe that some Banshee could exist that would steal and eat children. When Shelley told them that his daughter had been taken by a monster, their first reaction was that he must be high on drugs. After conducting a toxicology test on the furious father and confirming that he was sober and had no mental disorders, the officers then began to suspect that Everly might have been accidentally or even intentionally killed by Shelley. They worried that he was reporting her kidnapping as a cover story to wash himself of suspicion. After all, come on, a daughter being snatched by a sea Banshee? That was too far-fetched. Making up a story like that? Shelley really seemed suspicious. To confirm their doubts, the police searched the house thoroughly, checking all knives and sharp objects, even not sparing the palette knives in the art studio. They turned the place upside down, naturally finding nothing, but still, they kept looking at Shelley with suspicion, treating him like a walking suspect. Shelley was furious to the point of feeling sick. He wanted to chase the officers away and go find Everly himself, but to the police, that sounded like he intended to dispose of a body. They didn't leave. Instead, they clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. The so-called golden 24 hours for recovering a missing child passed quickly, ruined by the police's unintended interference. The longer the time dragged on, the lower Everly's chance of survival became. Just thinking that his daughter might be suffering somewhere, or worse, already dead, cut Shelley to the core. He wasn't a particularly competent father, but she was the only bloodline he had left from his late wife. How could he do nothing and just sit back as she died? Recalling the stories he had seen at the museum, Shelley decided to go all in and seek the help of an exorcist. The only exorcist he knew of was Wester, the one who had performed an exorcism at the Mayflower apartment. Getting Wester's contact information wasn't difficult. He just had to ask the apartment's landlord. The hard part was coming up with the fee. You're talking about a banshee? This kind of mythical creature is different from ordinary evil spirits. She's extremely difficult to deal with. Even I can't guarantee I'd be able to kill her. Of course I can try, but the price will definitely be higher than a normal job. How much higher? $50,000. At the mention of that number, Shelley's vision went black. Forget 50,000, he didn't even have $5,000 combined from all his assets. And exorcists weren't stupid. They required half the payment up front as a deposit. That meant $25,000. He couldn't pay the deposit, and there was no way he could trick Wester into doing the work first and paying later. Yet giving up was out of the question. Even though he often felt annoyance toward Everly and had on occasion thought about giving her away, that night, tossing and turning in bed, all he could see was her face. He saw her clear, innocent blue eyes silently asking, "Dad, are you going to give up on me? Dad, are you going to watch me die? Dad, Dad, Dad?" After a night of moral torment, on the third morning, Shelley mustered the courage to call his father-in-law. Old John had been a detective in the Dwight State Police Department for many years, experienced and skilled in his work. Even after retirement, he still received a sizable pension every year. Although he spent a lot to maintain his ridiculous, doomsday survivalist lifestyle, Shelley figured that $50,000 might not be beyond his means. He won the gamble. Half an hour after hanging up, $50,000 were deposited into his bank account. Shelley paid the money to Wester, and that very afternoon, the exorcist, clad in a long coat, appeared at the entrance to Picati town. "First, take me to the museum you mentioned. I already have some theories about the Banshee's identity, but there are still a few things I need to investigate and verify." Wester adjusted his hat and said this to Shelley, whose face was drawn and weary. Everly lay on the stone platform, running her hands over the relief carvings beneath her, leaning closer to examine every inch. Perhaps because she had grown accustomed to the darkness, her vision was now much clearer than at first, allowing her to notice details she had previously missed. Carefully studying each panel, part guesswork, part observation, she finally reached the last relief and exhaled deeply. Over this period, though, as usual, without a clock, Everly couldn't say exactly how long. She had spent a considerable amount of time climbing up and down the platform, all while constantly soothing the Banshee's unstable moods. Through this arduous effort, she finally viewed every relief carving and pieced together the complete story. The central figure of the reliefs was the sea banshee herself. She had apparently once been a queen of an ancient kingdom, wearing a crown and astonishingly beautiful. Later, a bearded man with a laurel crown and a scepter encountered the queen, fell in love at first sight, and began to court her. The man appeared to be of very high status. Everly noticed that the first time the queen saw him, she was kneeling, and her posture was full of reverence despite her royal status. In the next relief, the queen and the man were together, and they had several children. But the man already had a wife. She was hidden behind the clouds in the upper right corner of the carving, watching the couple with pure malice. Everly immediately sensed trouble, and sure enough, in the subsequent reliefs, the wicked wife began her schemes. To exact revenge on the queen, she cruelly captured all the queen's children and killed them before her eyes. In the next panel, she did not spare the queen herself, cursing her. She transformed the queen into a serpentine banshee, part human, part snake. The queen, now a banshee, was driven mad by grief over her lost children. She roamed the world, becoming a monster who hunted and devoured children. It was not until the final relief that the true source of all this evil, the fickle, cowardly man, reappeared. Fearing his wife, he did not dare to lift her curse. Filled with guilt toward the queen, he secretly granted her a blessing, a pair of eyes capable of seeing the future. Everly, ugh. That's it? What a scumbag. Go die, jerk. The information in the reliefs acted like a rope, tying together seemingly unrelated clues. The banshee with precognitive abilities, the prophets who warned of disasters in advance, the suddenly discovered gold mine, the children who kept disappearing. The hints were so obvious that, after a moment's thought, Everly had already guessed the truth buried deep in history. It turned out that it wasn't that the town itself had a banshee. Rather, someone had first used the banshee's precognitive powers to locate the gold mine, which then led to the creation of Picati town around it. This stone chamber had likely been the place where the Soctus family secretly kept and fed the banshee all along. Everly had discovered some nearly rotted ropes among the oldest pile of corpses. If the banshee had actually captured the children, there would have been no need to tie them with ropes. Using the townspeople's children to feed the banshee, and then exploiting its borrowed prophetic powers to gain respect, status, and money, what a disgusting family. Luckily, the Plo's family eventually suffered retribution, their bloodline extinguished, a case of evil being punished. However, the fact that the banshee's powers could be used by others meant she was capable of communication. So why was the banshee in front of her now so stubborn, acting as if there was an invisible wall between them? Why was she so difficult to deal with? Thinking this, Everly's mind filled with question marks. Fact, the differences weren't limited to intelligence. In appearance, the sea banshee was also far removed from the depiction on the mural. The queen on the mural, even after becoming a banshee, remained beautiful, and her form, so different from that of a human, added an extra layer of allure. The banshee in front of Everly, however, looked as if she had been pieced together from rotting, dismembered body parts, giving off a deeply unsettling sense of wrongness. The History Museum had mentioned that the banshee had once been dismembered and suppressed by the townspeople, only to inexplicably return to life later. Could that be why? Everly couldn't make sense of it. Lacking key pieces of information, many mysteries about Picati's past were beyond her understanding, and the banshee's strange appearance was only a minor part of it. What intrigued her most was why, during the second Mayor Achilles' tenure, there had been such a sharp increase in missing children, including the mayor's own daughter, and why. Despite the fact that his family had gained high status thanks to the banshee's prophetic abilities, Achilles had personally led the townspeople to hunt her down. It couldn't simply be that he had a conscience and couldn't bear to see more children lost, could it? Fortunately, compared to these questions, her research on the murals was clearly more fruitful. For example, she had already guessed the trigger for the banshee's previous outburst in front of her. It had to be blood. The sea banshee had once witnessed her own child being brutally murdered, and perhaps because of that, she was easily provoked by the sight of blood on children. Looking back, it was likely when she saw the blood seeping from the cut at the corner of Everly's mouth that the banshee had suddenly gone into a frenzy that day. This reminded Everly that, if she wanted to survive longer in the banshee's presence, she had better avoid getting injured herself. As she thought this, Everly carefully avoided the loose stones and sharp bone fragments on the ground, meticulously searching among the corpses. Having already studied the stone platform and the offering table atop it, she had expanded her exploration to the surrounding floor to pass the long, dull hours when the banshee was awake. The bones on the ground looked terrifying, but after spending so much time among them, Everly had grown both uncomfortable and accustomed to it. Besides, she could sometimes find all sorts of strange little things in the clothes on the corpses: glass marbles, plastic toy soldiers, wooden slingshots, tiny glass bottles used for holding sugar cubes. Her eyes lit up when she saw one of the glass bottles. She realized she could probably make something out of these scraps she'd found on the bodies and try to send a message to the shore. She was only a little over 6 months old. Even with the Banshee's milk boosting her physical abilities, the most she could do was crawl a bit faster. Expecting her to surpass the limits of her age, evolving from a 4-legged crawler to a fully upright 2-legged form, escaping the cave, and then crossing the sea to reach land, was asking a lot. To get back to the shore, she would still need help from people on land. Everly knew exactly what kind of person her worthless father, Shelley, was. With his brain, he might rack his brains for ages and still never figure out that the Banshee's lair was hidden beneath the lighthouse. She needed to give the people on shore some hints. So, Everly began her little craft project. She first picked up the small glass bottle and studied it for a while. It wasn't big, and it was in good condition. The cork stopper was tied to the bottle's neck with a thin string, and even after all this time, it hadn't rotted. Its seal seemed solid. Everly decided to make a message in a bottle. She had observed earlier that the small pool the Banshee used to make her relieve herself was actually connected to the sea. If she sealed the bottle and placed it in the pool, at the right moment the water current would carry it along the low, half-finger-high channel, and eventually out to the wide sea beyond the stone chamber. As for what should go in the bottle, Everly had already thought about it. She fumbled on herself for a while and found a button on her baby clothes. She signaled to her Banshee mother to use her claws to cut the thread, then slipped the button, representing herself, into the bottle. After that, she rummaged around some more and found a fallen snake scale and a pale, whitish stone unique to the lighthouse area, which she also placed into the bottle. Everly didn't have much strength in her little hands. Once she was done, she put the cork on the bottle, pressed it a few times with her thumb as if to secure it, then lifted her head and looked at the Banshee with her big, watery eyes. #%UN. After their recent time together, the Banshee's ability to read Everly's body language had improved dramatically. She leaned down, coiled Everly safely in the center of her tail, making sure the baby could not be harmed in any way, then took the bottle from Everly. Imitating the baby's motions, she pressed the cork gently with the middle of her claw, carefully pushing it in. A withering above knew. Everly had initially worried that the Banshee's strength might accidentally break the glass, but to her surprise, the Banshee completed the task quickly and perfectly. When the bottle returned to Everly's hands, the cork was snugly sealed. Wah wah. Everly knew the importance of emotional feedback. To express her excitement and approval, she reached out, grabbed the Banshee's tail, and tilted her head up, giggling at her. The Banshee's eyes curved in response, clearly showing happiness. She curled the tip of her tail around Everly, gently bouncing the little baby up and down as if playing with her. After Everly had laughed her fill and let go, the Banshee bent down, scooped the baby into her arms, and sniffed her with rare delight. Then, for the first time in many days, she voluntarily let go, placing her precious Everly back on the ground. Swiftly, the Banshee crawled to the edge of the pool, turned her back to it, and tipped herself toward the water. With a soft plop, the Banshee's massive body disappeared into the black water, sending a spray of droplets flying. Everly was completely stunned. She spread her legs, sitting bare-bottomed on the scrap of cloth she'd found among the bones, staring at the water for a long while, wondering what the Banshee had gone to do. Her curiosity was so intense that, for a moment, she didn't even think about her craft. After waiting for about 5 minutes, there was a splash, and a curtain of dark, seaweed-like hair broke the water's surface. Like an old woman collecting scraps, the sea Banshee returned to the stone chamber carrying a tattered fishing net full of various glass bottles. She had gone into the water to find bottles for Everly. The Banshee dropped the net as soon as she returned and hurried over to Everly, sniffing her incessantly like an addict suffering withdrawal. Everly understood her anxiety. After losing her own children, the Banshee had been living in constant fear of loss, needing to hold a baby in her arms at all times. And yet, to fulfill Everly's wish, she had overcome her instincts and left her precious charge to fetch bottles. Who could not admire such a display of maternal devotion? Because of this, Everly did not mind the Banshee's damp, fishy embrace. She stretched out her arms and sincerely hugged the Banshee's neck, gently stroking the back of her head. The two of them stayed like that for a while, quietly hugging, and the atmosphere was warmer and more comforting than Everly had ever experienced. After drawing enough energy from Everly, the Banshee wagged her long tail excitedly, becoming lively once more. She turned back to the pool, picked up the tattered net from the ground, and carried it to Everly with a clatter of glass bottles. With a sweep of her tail, she presented all the bottles, piling them neatly in front of Everly. Seeing the stack of bottles, Everly's feelings became complicated. The Banshee only knew that the little baby wanted bottles. She had no idea that the ones she personally fetched would be filled by Everly with all kinds of clues, turned into message bottles, and thrown into the water to attract people on the shore to come to her rescue. The Banshee truly treated Everly like her own child, while Everly's mind was entirely focused on escape. Everly wanted to sigh. She really had no choice. She was human, and she couldn't spend her whole life in the stone chamber with the Banshee. Sigh. While Everly still didn't understand why Achilles led the townspeople to kill the Banshee, on the other side of the ocean, on land, the exorcist Wester had spent only one afternoon but had already uncovered the reasons behind it. Do you think Achilles suddenly had a change of heart, wanting to atone for his family's sins? No, no, no. Of course not. He's not that noble. Look here. In 1814, due to a decline in gold production, the town government invited a geology professor from Yalijifa University to survey the mines. The survey showed that Picati town's underground alluvial gold deposits had been exhausted and were about to be depleted. Do you remember the historical museum's record? Sheriff Pasha took over the investigation of the town's missing children and found that from 1815 onward, the disappearances of children entered a period of concentrated outbreak. Why yes, and then? Shelley didn't understand how the two events were connected. The grown man's face was full of the innocent, puzzled clarity of a child. Fortunately, Wester didn't care whether Shelley understood. He only needed someone to listen, so he could organize the scattered information he had obtained from the town government archives in the form of dialogue. The town museum only displayed history in a form polished and simplified by later generations. To uncover the truth of the past, other means were necessary. For that, Wester used some of his connections to gain access to the town government building's archives and found the information he wanted. The gold mines were the lifeblood of Picati. Once the mines were exhausted, the prosperous town would immediately decline. Achilles, like his father, hoped to find a new gold deposit before the old one ran dry, in order to maintain the town's glory. So from 1815 onward, he increased the frequency of sacrifices to the Banshee, which caused the spike in missing children cases at that time. Achilles wanted the Banshee to find him a new gold mine, but he failed. After all, the Banshee's power was only to foresee, not to alter reality. Picati had only 4 gold veins, and she was destined to be unable to fulfill Achilles' wishes. Feeding the Banshee at such high frequency over time had grown her appetite. Then, at just this moment, a new sheriff from outside, Sheriff Pasha, took over the investigation. Straightforward and uncompromising, he brought decades of the town's missing children cases into the open. Obtaining sacrifices became increasingly difficult. Later, the starving Banshee lost control and began hunting personally, which is why Achilles' daughter disappeared. I get it. His daughter being captured enraged Achilles. He realized the Banshee's prophetic ability was no longer useful, and wanting to rid himself of this trouble, he used his son as bait and led the townspeople to slay the Banshee. Shelley exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But his brilliantly intuitive deduction earned only a regretful shake of Wester's head. The uniquely charismatic and rebellious exorcist propped his head on his hand, lounging lazily on the velvet sofa, and tossed a stack of documents to Shelley. No, Shelley, you're still seeing things too superficially. Look at these government financial reports. From 1817 to 1820, the Picati administration successively purchased a gold vein, 2 breweries, and a racetrack at market value. If you examine them closely, you'll see that these were all properties of the Ploes family. And given the town's prosperity at the time, these assets were still profitable. Tell me, when do people sell large portions of their family's fixed assets? Shelley thought for a moment and replied, when they want to leave? Could it be that Achilles wanted to leave Picati town? Hearing Shelley's guess, Wester snapped his fingers. Exactly. Just as you said, Achilles lost confidence in the future of Picati town and developed the idea of leaving to find opportunities elsewhere. Having grown accustomed to a life of respect and admiration in Picati, he naturally wanted to take the Banshee with him, to continue playing the role of his prophet, but he clearly couldn't control her well. I suspect this is why the Banshee lost control and began hunting so widely in town. Left with no other choice, Achilles had to reveal the Banshee's existence to the townspeople, hoping that their attacks would weaken her. Then, while she was vulnerable, he could forcibly capture her and take her away. Look at this list. It details all the weapons the town government procured before the Banshee's extermination. They were all ordinary iron tools, enough to injure the Banshee, but not to kill her. Even knowing the Banshee's true form, Achilles still pushed for this procurement. His intentions were completely transparent. Shelley frowned. But the museum says the Banshee was killed, dismembered, and completely suppressed. Things didn't go as planned, Wester said. Achilles thought victory was certain, but during the expedition against the Banshee, an exorcist suddenly appeared in the town. That exorcist gave the townspeople many suggestions. As the public hero of the town, Achilles could not openly oppose him. Through a series of coincidences, the townspeople succeeded in subduing the Banshee. You can probably guess what happened next, right? Shelley nodded. At this point, if he couldn't guess what happened next, he might as well check his brain at the hospital. Achilles was undone by his own scheming and lost his only remaining son. After the Banshee was sealed, he sank into grief, lost all will, and relaxed his control over the town. Mikhoff seized the opportunity to manipulate the townspeople into holding a ritual, hoping to create a new prophet. They didn't know that the deity they were praying to in the ritual was none other than the Banshee they had suppressed. Ironically, when Achilles, the only one who knew the truth, had a conscience and tried to stop it all, the townspeople killed him. Driven by greed, the people held ritual after ritual, until finally the seal was broken and the Banshee returned. The shadow of a lost child once again hung over the entire town. But what good is knowing all these stories? I just want to find my child as soon as possible, Shelley said, frowning and mustering courage to ask. Wester let out a nasal snort. Of course it's useful. If I'm not mistaken, the Banshee's true form is Lameia, the serpent-bodied banshee of Greek mythology. This is a mythological creature that is historically documented. In theory, as long as human memory of her does not vanish, she can never die. For a being that approaches concept-level existence, ordinary exorcism methods are ineffective. You must find her weakness to drive her out of our world, just as to kill the snake woman Medusa, one must use the legendary sword Hefar, gifted by the gods. Likewise, only certain specific items can subdue Lameia. As he spoke, the exorcist tossed a book on Greek mythology to Shelley, apparently out of nowhere. Look at page 83. To take revenge on Lameia, Hera deprived her of sleep. Whenever Lameia opened her eyes, the scene of her child's brutal death would replay endlessly before her, driving her mad with grief and trapping her in ceaseless sorrow and hatred. Zeus, feeling guilty toward Lameia, granted her a pair of eyes that could see the future, as well as the ability to remove those eyes at will. When her eyes are removed, Lameia falls into a deep sleep, forgetting all pain and anguish. Based on this passage, I infer that what we need is Lameia's fingernail. Using it to remove the Banshee's eyes and then destroying those eyes would completely suppress her, provided that no one summons her again. I believe that the exorcist from the past did exactly this. Shelley's face fell at once. But we don't even know where the Banshee's lair is. How are we supposed to get her fingernail? Who says we don't? Wester had already stood up from the sofa. Seeing Shelley still standing there in a daze, he lifted a hand to settle his top hat, flicked his coat into place, then beckoned without turning around. Come on. I've already unraveled the mystery of this case. Next, we need to make a trip to the cemetery. Okay. Shelley hurried after him. Full of questions, Shelley drove Wester to the town cemetery. The second mayor of the town, Achilles, who had died in a bloody conflict, was buried here. Out of guilt over his death, the townspeople had buried him along with his personal belongings. Wester believed that since Achilles had once intended to leave town with the Banshee, he must have kept one of her fingernails in his possession. From somewhere, Wester produced a shovel and dropped it at Shelley's feet with a clatter. Walking over to Achilles' grave, he spoke curtly, "Dig." Shelley raised a hand and pointed at himself. "You want me to dig up a grave? Seriously?" Wester crossed his arms and let out a mocking laugh. What should I do it instead? Intimidated by Wester's presence, Shelley dared not argue. Heart pounding, he picked up the shovel and began digging with trembling hands. An hour later, the grave was opened. From the coffin's burial items, the two of them found a dagger about the length of a palm. Over a century later, it was still in pristine condition. When they drew it from its sheath, there was no blade. Instead, inside was a curved, black, crescent-shaped claw. OE section. Found it. Wester lifted his hand to gently stroke the sharp claw, holding the dagger up to the moonlight for a moment. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Excellent. It's genuine. Everything's ready. Next, we go find your daughter. With that, the exorcist flicked the hem of his coat and strode toward the car. Shelley hurried to catch up, running while asking, "Do you know where she is? Is it far? Can we get there quickly?" This is a simple deduction. Remember the Four Prohibitions in town? The engine started, and between the sounds, Shelley muttered them to himself. Do not take children to the seaside. Do not take children out in the fog. Do not hang children's clothes to dry in the fog. Do not let children be exposed to the lighthouse's light. Wester nodded. Lameia is the daughter of Poseidon, the sea god. The ocean is her natural domain, and the fog drifting from it is her eyes extending onto land. That makes the first 3 prohibitions easy to understand. The core idea is to keep children out of the Banshee's gaze. Now, have you considered why the last prohibition involves the lighthouse? Could it be? Wester smiled. Naturally, it's because the Banshee's lair is beneath the lighthouse. With that, he said no more. He pressed the accelerator, driving the vehicle toward the distant dock. The waters surrounding Picati town were full of reefs and lacked a good harbor. To reach the far-off lighthouse, they either had to row a shallow wooden boat or take a detour to a small pier 5 kilometers away and catch a speedboat from there. The sea lighthouse had been abandoned for too long, and the wooden boats on the shore had long since fallen into disrepair. The two of them decided to rent a speedboat from the pier. Shelley paid a hefty rental fee for the boat, leaving his already thin wallet even emptier. Of course, if they could rescue Everly, it would all be worth it. His only fear was that, after so much time, Lameia might have already devoured her. His thoughts stopped abruptly. After a night of tense research and grave digging, dawn was just breaking. Using the pale light of the morning sky, Shelley keenly noticed a glinting glass bottle floating on the water nearby, containing several small objects inside. That's... Squinting, he lifted the net from the speedboat at just the right moment and scooped up the bottle. Everly had a dream. With her current mental capacity, she rarely experienced dreams with such dramatic twists and turns. In the dream, she saw Wester, the exorcist who had successfully resolved the Mayflower apartment incident, holding a golden oil lamp. He disabled the old mechanism at the base of the lighthouse and, following a hidden passage behind him, entered the underground stone chamber alone. The oil lamp seemed like an ordinary prop at first, its light a warm yellow, just for illumination. But when its dim glow fell on the Banshee, it carried an almost burning heat, scorching everything it touched. The Banshee's pale, bluish skin blistered and curled into blackened patches wherever the light fell. The Banshee let out a piercing, mournful scream that tore through the air. To protect her lair and her daughter, she fought fiercely against the intruder. She was massive, with strength far beyond a normal human. One strike could easily snap a thick stone pillar. Yet Wester, despite being only flesh and blood, showed no fear of the Banshee's attack. He shed his prized long coat, revealing a black, tight-fitting short garment underneath. Every movement revealed the defined muscles of his shoulders and arms. Through the holes in Wester's clothing, Everly could see that from his neck down, including his arms, his skin was covered with dense inscriptions written in unknown characters. When the Banshee's serpentine tail whipped through the air toward him, the inscriptions glowed with a silver-white light, rising from his body to form an invisible barrier that absorbed the impact of her attack. With the help of these strange inscriptions, Wester moved as if the Banshee's strikes were nothing. Holding the oil lamp, he maneuvered around the tail's sweeping arcs with effortless precision, closing steadily on the Banshee. He raised his hand and poured the golden liquid from the lamp over the Banshee. The liquid reacted with her flesh like concentrated acid on mortal skin, dissolving bone and tissue wherever it touched, and sending up a cloud of white smoke. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the chamber. The Banshee tilted her head back, letting out a tortured roar, while her long tail lashed the ground wildly, stirring up a swirl of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Wester slid deftly aside, evading the flailing tail, and reached the Banshee's side and rear. His target was clear. He grabbed Everly, who had been hidden behind the rocks by the Banshee. His right hand, gloved but with fingers exposed, pressed heavily against the fragile infant's neck, without mercy or pity. The Exorcist had a firm grip on her throat. As the Banshee's wounds slowly healed and she regained her senses, she turned to see Everly's face, flushed red from the lack of air. At %#, holding the tiny infant, Wester spoke a string of syllables similar to the Banshee's own language. She understood him immediately. Her eyes, burning red with pain, longing, and unwillingness, stared anxiously at the child whose throat was being gripped. Yet time was critical. Seeing Everly's face grow red and her breaths falter, driven by overwhelming maternal instinct, the Banshee ended her brief struggle. She hung her head like a lamb led to the altar, adopting the posture of one submitting to her fate. "Who?" Seeing this, Wester whistled softly. Maintaining his grip on Everly's neck with one hand, he raised his left hand, flicked his wrist, and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a crescent-shaped dagger, black as night. He stepped close to the Banshee, roughly lifted her chin with the dagger, aimed the tip at her eyes, and plunged it downward with a sharp motion. In the spray of blood, a pair of bright red eyeballs flew from the Banshee's sockets and landed on the ground not far away. The Banshee's breathing halted instantly. The moment her eyes were removed, Everly saw a gray-white hue spread rapidly from the Banshee's face, crawling across her entire body. In the blink of an eye, the Banshee, still standing upright, had transformed into a stone statue. Then Wester released Everly, tucking her under his arm instead, and stepped over to the fallen eyeballs. Expressionless, he pressed down on them with his foot. Plop! A soft sound, like fine snow falling on pine needles. The next second, the upright stone statue collapsed with a tremendous crash, disintegrating into a floor covered in shredded flesh. Everly screamed silently and woke up from the nightmare. When she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the Banshee's face, just inches away. Perhaps because she had been drinking the Banshee's milk for so long, Everly's vision had become excellent. Even in the pitch-black underground stone chamber, she could clearly see the confusion and concern reflected in the Banshee's blood-red eyes. Confusion at Everly's panic, concern for Everly's unease. Plop! A tear rolled down the corner of the baby's eye. Everly trembled as she stretched out her arms and tightly embraced the Banshee's neck. It was clearly only a dream, yet for some reason, upon waking, she was gripped by a powerful fear and shock. Her heart thudded incessantly in her chest, while anxiety and terror burned at her throat, almost making her unable to breathe. This sense of panic and breathlessness made Everly vividly recall her frail state when she was just born. The Banshee's milk contained some kind of magical power. Under her care, Everly's body grew strong and solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the Banshee's originally swollen chest quickly shriveled with each feeding. It was as if she had squeezed all the vigorous life force from her own body, condensed it into milk, and fed it to Everly. This made Everly's feelings toward the Banshee increasingly complicated. She still feared the Banshee. She had sharp claws, rows of shark-like teeth, and a thick snake-like tail. When enraged, any one of these could easily take Everly's life. Yet at the same time, Everly could not help but feel attachment and closeness to her. This was not hard to understand. Even though her soul was that of an adult, Everly's body was still that of a helpless infant, naturally brimming with a longing and attachment for maternal love. Not to mention, the Banshee had been meticulously caring for her all this time, holding her, caressing her, feeding her. No one could resist a mother's love, even if this mother looked somewhat unusual. But a mother's love was a mother's love, nonetheless. Everly held the Banshee's neck and quietly nestled against her chest for a while. Once the initial shock had subsided, she shook the Banshee's arm and cooed, playfully guiding her to carry Everly to the far corner of the stone chamber, away from the water pool. That corner had suffered the worst collapse in the chamber. Large boulders lay scattered haphazardly, pressing down so densely that the ground was nearly impenetrable. The The Banshee was highly sensitive to blood and worried that stepping on sharp rocks could injure her. Everly had always avoided this area when exploring the chamber, never venturing there before. In her earlier dream, she had seen West enter the chamber through a secret passage hidden deep within this rubble. Everly couldn't quite describe the feeling, but from the moment she woke, she had an overwhelming premonition. The dream was not to be ignored. It was more than just a simple dream. It seemed to point towards some deeper, more mysterious principle, something imbued with power. I just have to take a look, she told herself. If she could walk through the rubble to the spot where the secret passage had been in her dream, and confirm whether it really existed, she would finally know whether it was all an illusion or truly real. The Banshee's snake-like tail, covered in hard scales, scraped lightly against the rubble with a soft rustle. Amid nervous tension, she carried the baby across the jagged pile of stones, stopping before a section of the chamber wall shielded by a massive boulder. The moment Everly saw the passage on the wall, her racing heart plummeted into her stomach, and the dust of uncertainty settled. She stared steadily at the passage before her. It was man-made, a square doorway built from stone blocks carved with reliefs. The style of the carvings matched perfectly with the stone platform in the center of the chamber. Inside the doorway was a stone staircase, narrow and spiraling upward. Years of neglect had left the steps covered in fallen rocks and dust. Nigerian Irabeta. Everly guessed that the top of the passage must be blocked. Otherwise, the Banshee would have simply used the stairs leading upward instead of digging a tunnel through the opposite wall of the chamber. The discovery of the passage threw Everly into a state of panic. Dreams couldn't be this coincidental, and many of the details in her dream, like the oil lamp or the silver inscriptions appearing on the Exorcist, were things Everly had never seen before. People always said that dreams were reflections of reality, but how could someone dream of things beyond their own understanding? Unless it wasn't an ordinary dream, but one of the legendary, precognitive dreams. This wasn't without precedent. According to the prophet legends circulating in Picati, the town's founder, Soctus, had received divine inspiration in a dream, through which he foresaw both the location of the gold mine and the ensuing mining disasters. She had originally thought these were mere stories concocted to shape Soctus's image, but now it seemed they might be true. Soctus had gained foresight by sustaining the Banshee and sharing in her power. And she, Everly, had obtained a similar ability by drinking the Banshee's milk. This explanation was far more convincing than attributing everything to coincidence. She needed to act quickly. After thinking through everything, Everly furrowed her brow. She couldn't bear to see the Banshee suffer as in her dream, being coerced, having her eyes crushed, and ultimately reduced to a pool of shredded flesh. Even if, selfishly, Everly longed to leave the chamber and return to human society, that didn't mean she wished the Banshee to die in such a horrific way. Was there some way to save her? Everly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her overheated mind. Then, while the dream was still fresh and many details had yet to fade, she recalled the scenes frame by frame, meticulously replaying everything she had seen. First, regarding why Wester appeared, Everly believed there was a 90% chance he had been commissioned to do so, probably to perform an exorcism. It could have been her father, who wasn't completely hopeless yet, or her grandfather John, or perhaps another victim of the Banshee. The last possibility, however, was very slim, because after her, no new unlucky person had shown up. In any case, according to the information she had gathered, Wester was the type of man who wouldn't lift a finger without personal gain. Passing by and exorcising for free just didn't sound like something he would do. Second, Wester was undeniably strong. He was a battle-hardened exorcist, and his extensive combat experience and formidable skill allowed him to remain calm and composed no matter the enemy. The strange golden oil lamp and the scripture-formed protective shield compensated for the weaknesses of his human body. On top of that, Wester possessed the cold-blooded ruthlessness unique to humans. He was willing to even threaten Everly's life to obtain the Banshee's eyes. An opponent like that was like an insurmountable mountain. And that didn't even take into account the fact that Everly was still a speechless infant. Even if she were a fully grown, able-bodied adult, confronting Wester head-on would still be extremely difficult. Moreover, the Banshee's attachment to children meant that any attempt to take Everly away would inevitably result in a battle between Wester and the Banshee. Not even Everly mediating in the middle could prevent it. So the only option was an indirect approach. Everly analyzed the dream over and over again. One thing she had always been puzzled by: how did Wester find her in the dream? Worried about harming Everly, the Banshee had hidden the baby in a crack behind some stones before the battle. The dream was seen from a third-person perspective, and Everly was certain that in the dream, her little self had been curled up in that narrow stone crevice the entire time, silent, invisible, leaving no trace at all. Yet after trapping the Banshee with the lamp oil, Wester had walked straight to her hiding spot and yanked her out. Seeing that the baby, who had been kidnapped by the Banshee for several days, was still alive, he showed no surprise at all. This meant that Wester had already known that Everly was alive. Did he have some kind of detection tool? Or, like in the movies, could he communicate with spirits? Everly didn't dare think that the Exorcist had discovered a message in a bottle and only then confirmed she was alive. The odds of that were far too low. Her plan was this: if the enemy already knew she existed, then perhaps by hiding farther away during the fight and delaying Wester's capture of her, could everything turn out differently? If only she were a little older, able to run and jump, she wouldn't need the Banshee to hide her. She could evade Wester herself. For the first time, Everly hated how weak her own body was. She reluctantly sucked at the milk the Banshee offered, clenching her tiny fists, still feeling uneasy. The Banshee was not a combat expert. All her destructive power came from her massive body and formidable physical strength. Against ordinary humans, she was indeed dominant. But in the dream, even her full-strength strike had failed to break Wester's shield, not to mention that he had various tools at his disposal. This meant that even if the Banshee hit Everly at the edge of the world, given enough time, a lone Wester could still defeat her by sheer force. Whether Everly participated or not could not change the ultimate outcome. Unless she could protect the Banshee's eyes and prevent the Exorcist from crushing them. The Banshee's obvious weakness was her eyes. In the dream, West had gone to great lengths to capture Everly, all for the purpose of extracting the Banshee's eyes. Without her eyeballs, the Banshee's body would petrify, instantly turning into a stone statue. And when Wester destroyed the eyes, the statue would explode on the spot, reducing her to a pile of shattered flesh. Doesn't this mean that as long as the Banshee's eyes were protected, her fatal destiny could be avoided? The more Everly thought about it, the more hopeful she became. She turned her gaze to the Banshee's eyes. They were a pair of vivid red irises with snake-like pupils, thin vertical slits that lengthened or widened according to the Banshee's mood. When she had first seen them, the edges were bloodshot, and the depths of the eyes were layered with resentment and cruelty. Just looking into them could silence a crying infant. But since regaining her child under the nurturing warmth of maternal love, the murky shadows had dissipated. Now, the pomegranate-like eyes were clear, filled only with love and gentleness. The baby reached out soft, tiny fingers and tentatively pressed against one of the shining eyes. %#Ewan. The Banshee let out a low, indistinct murmur from her throat. She leaned down, accommodatingly bringing her face closer to Everly's hand, allowing the baby to touch her further. When she sensed the baby pressing and probing deeper into her eye socket, she did not flinch at all. Her eyes widened, lips curved in a faint smile, and she completely let it happen. Recalling all the moments they had shared, Everly gritted her teeth. Her fingers pressed inward more firmly, trying to pry the Banshee's eyeball out. Yet whether because her strength was too small or the Banshee's body too resilient, after several attempts she failed to remove the eye. Instead, her own fingers got stuck in the narrow gap between the eyeball and the socket. It was an incredibly gruesome scene. For the first time, Everly realized that the eyeball and the socket were connected by a network of muscles and blood vessels. They felt damp and slimy to the touch, and if one paid close attention, they could even feel the pulse of the blood vessels beneath her fingertips. The little courage she had left vanished in an instant. Just as Everly was about to give up, the Banshee suddenly spoke. And #%Ewan #ad. It was still an unintelligible language, but this time the sentence was unusually long. After speaking, the Banshee lowered her head and planted a gentle, indulgent kiss on Everly's brow. Then Everly saw her raise one arm, the long, black-glossed claws at the tips of her fingers pressing against her lower eyelid, and dig inward. A soft pop was heard. Everly's curled-up tiny palm was gently opened, revealing a round, blood-streaked red eyeball resting in her hand. The Banshee had plucked her own eye and given it to her. Everly had received many gifts from the Banshee before. At first, it was the glass bottles scattered on the ground, or clothes and toys left in piles of corpses. Later, when the Banshee discovered Everly's interest in her scales, she would excitedly tear off beautiful scales, still speckled with bits of flesh, from the tip of her tail and give them to her. Those scales drifted off, carried by Everly's message in a bottle, floating to distant places. Now, as the baby's fascination shifted from the scales to an eyeball, the Banshee showed no resistance whatsoever. She remained as gentle and generous as ever, removing her own eye and placing it in Everly's hand. The vivid red eyeball, heavy with love, made Everly's eyes water. She couldn't help but feel like crying. She held the eye carefully in her tiny palm, intending to communicate with the Banshee to see if she could get the second eye and protect them both. Just then, the Banshee suddenly lifted her head, alert, and looked toward the passage nearby. Curious, Everly turned to follow her gaze. She couldn't see through the rock walls, of course, but being close enough, her ears caught a strange creak. The sound came from the top of the spiral passage. Mechanical clicks accompanied by the squeak of taut ropes made it sound like someone had triggered a mechanism. Then came steady footsteps. Everly immediately thought of the dream from last night. In it, Wester had solved a mechanism at the base of the lighthouse, opened a long-sealed passage, and used it to march directly into the chamber. Her body tensed abruptly. At the same time, the Banshee holding her reacted. Hisses. The gentle, loving mother revealed her ferocious fangs in an instant. Her scales bristled, her body lowered, and she assumed a defensive, alert stance toward the passage. Holding Everly, her long tail lashed with the speed of a gale, carrying the baby swiftly back toward the stone platform, bending to try to hide her in a familiar crevice. Having learned a painful lesson in the dream, Everly refused to hide there. She stretched out her arms, letting out a series of deliberately low hum, aha sounds. Using the tacit understanding developed over days of interaction, she guided the Banshee to carry her to the farthest edge of the chamber, near the water pool, hiding her among the rocks there. The intruder moved quickly. By the time they finished hiding, Everly could already see the dim yellow light of the oil lamp shining through the passage. The area near the water pool was where Everly spent most of her time. The ground was scattered with cloth scraps, toys, and other things she had picked up from the piles of corpses. As she hid, her gaze happened to sweep over one of the items, and in a flash of thought, an idea came to her. "Mama." Seeing that the Banshee was about to rise and confront the intruder, Everly seized the last opportunity. She grabbed a red marble hidden among the toys and, in the instant the Banshee lowered her head, pressed it into the empty eye socket. Hope. Maybe this fake eye can help her. The Banshee suddenly received a false eye and didn't question it. She gave her beloved child one last reassuring smile, straightened her body, and with a flick of her long tail, moved swiftly to the center of the chamber, taking a battle stance. What followed was like the dream replaying itself. The Exorcist Wester appeared at the passage exit, holding the oil lamp, dispelling the deep silence of the chamber. Using the silver glowing inscriptions that emanated from his body, he blocked wave after wave of the Banshee's attacks. When he got close, he raised his hand and poured all of the golden lamp oil over the unprepared Banshee. A piercing wail rang out. The Banshee writhed like a snake dropped into boiling oil, her tail thrashing wildly, her body corroded and wriggling in agony on the floor. Meanwhile, Wester had already maneuvered past her and was now behind her. Everly's hiding had caused the Exorcist a little trouble, but not much. It only delayed him for half a minute before he found the curled-up baby among the rocks at the edge of the water pool. The Banshee's screams and cries of pain broke Everly's heart. In comparison, the Exorcist who had come to save her seemed unforgivably cruel. Everly refused to give in. She opened her mouth and, using her tiny gums just beginning to sprout teeth, bit down on Wester's hand with all her strength. But the Exorcist's skin was thick and tough, and she, toothless as she was, could not harm him. The baby's struggling and resistance were no more threatening than the hiss of a kitten in Wester's eyes. His emerald eyes scanned the restless infant from top to bottom with cold indifference. Adjusting his stance, he opened his hand like a trap and gripped Everly by the neck. A baby's neck bones are extremely fragile. Suspended in midair by Wester's grip, Everly's blood rushed to her head, and she struggled to breathe. She hung limp like a dead dog, head drooping, limbs suspended, as Wester carried her before the Banshee. Just as in the dream, a tense negotiation unfolded between the Exorcist and the Banshee. Pressured by Everly's life, the Banshee looked at the baby with reluctant affection, lowered her head, and ceased resisting, allowing Wester to raise his dagger and aim for her wide-open left eye. After the oil lamp went out, the chamber fell into darkness. Even with specialized training, the Exorcist's vision was somewhat limited. At first, he did not notice that the Banshee's left eye had been swapped. But as soon as the dagger pierced, he realized something was wrong. The eyeball bouncing on the floor seemed less like it had been extracted and more like it had rolled out on its own after being levered by the dagger. But there was no time to investigate further. The Banshee had not yet lost the ability to act, and with the hostage still in his hands, removing her other eye as soon as possible was the priority. Thus, Wester only gave a casual glance to roughly note the landing spot of the left eye, then gripped the dagger and struck, extracting the Banshee's intact right eye from its socket. The moment both eyes left her sockets, the Banshee's body turned gray-white, and within moments, she was completely petrified. Seeing this, Wester loosened his grip on Everly slightly. He shifted the baby from being held by the neck to tucked under his arm. Bending down, he picked up the fallen right eye, examined it briefly, then threw it to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Next, it was the Banshee's left eye. Wester went to the pile of rubble where the eye had fallen, struck a match, lit a cigarette, and, using the firelight and the faint glow of moss on the walls, began searching through the stones. All he found was a red glass bead. He never saw the Banshee's other eyeball. Wester's brow furrowed. He was certain that the left eye had landed here. If he couldn't find it, there was only one possibility. It wasn't the real left eye. So where had the Banshee hidden it? Irritated, he drew a sharp puff from his cigarette, grabbed Everly by the back of her neck, glared at the baby for a moment with disdain, then stood and carried her out of the underground chamber to hand her over to the anxiously waiting Shelley outside. Afterwards, he borrowed a flashlight from Shelley and turned back toward the lower chamber. "Where are you going?" "You've already found the child. Shouldn't you leave quickly?" Shelley asked. "To retrieve the Banshee's left eye. She is already in a dormant state. If I don't destroy this remaining eye immediately, once the Banshee regains enough power, she will inevitably awaken again," the Exorcist replied. Shelley dared not oppose him. She will awaken again. "Then, good luck. You must make sure to destroy this monster." After sending Wester away, he hugged his long-lost daughter and withdrew into a corner of the lighthouse to wait quietly. Because the surroundings were dim, Shelley didn't notice that just as he bent down to grab a small blanket, Everly quickly lifted her little hand and slipped a round, red bead into her mouth. This was the only place on her body where she could hide something. She had a feeling that if Wester couldn't find the left eye, he might start suspecting her. The Banshee's eyeball was only slightly larger than a grape, and if held in the mouth, it was virtually undetectable, but Everly didn't dare take any chances. Nestled in Shelley's arms, she tilted her head back and hummed softly at him, a sound she often made when she was hungry. Hearing that familiar hum, Shelley's heart, full of fatherly tenderness, nearly shattered. "My poor Everly, you must have suffered so much at the hands of the Banshee," he murmured to himself, rummaging through his luggage. Sure enough, he pulled out a bottle filled with powdered milk. Crying, he pressed the soft rubber nipple into Everly's mouth. Everly latched onto it and sucked twice with force. The cold milk, carrying the familiar scent of nourishment, flowed down her throat. It was food of the human world, the kind she had always sought, but for some reason, Everly couldn't help but long for the Banshee's foul, viscous milk from the sea. Would the Banshee still feel pain after turning into stone? If the remaining left eye wasn't found, would Wester destroy her body? Everly didn't dare think too much. She could only comfort herself, since Wester was clearly searching for the eye. It meant that to defeat the sea Banshee, he must destroy her eyes. As long as she protected the Banshee's remaining left eye, there would come a day when the Banshee could be revived. And then, she would take responsibility, carefully restraining the Banshee and making sure she wouldn't continue to eat humans. After an agonizing wait of indeterminate length, heavy footsteps finally echoed through the passageway, and Wester's shadow appeared at the exit. It looked as though he had emerged from the water. Everly saw him completely drenched, his black hair plastered to his pale face like seaweed, making him resemble a water spirit crawling out of the sea. "Did you find it?" Shelley, already yawning repeatedly, jumped to his feet at once when he saw Wester emerge and hurried over to the Exorcist. "No," Wester answered briefly. Then his eyes, sharp as blades, fixed directly on the baby in Shelley's arms, still sucking on her bottle. "But there's still one place I haven't checked, new." "Where? You mean on Everly? Have you checked whether your daughter has an extra red eyeball somewhere on her body?" "She was very hungry and started drinking milk as soon as we got back. I only glanced to see if she was hurt. I haven't had a chance to check her clothes or anything." Sweat beaded on Shelley's forehead. At Wester's signal, he reluctantly handed over the baby. Wester took Everly in his hands. His cold, penetrating gaze swept over her as if it had physical weight. Worried about giving herself away, Everly dared not move. When the Exorcist lifted her arm, she obediently raised it. When he pinched her leg, she clumsily kicked her little calves. From beginning to end, only her hungry act remained steadfast, her toothless gums clamped tightly around the pacifier, refusing to let go no matter what. Fortunately, the Exorcist didn't suspect that a red eyeball was hidden beneath the pacifier. After checking every possible hiding place on the baby, including her clothes and pockets, Wester let out a long, unamused exhale and, with a grim expression, returned Everly to Shelley's arms. "A miscalculation. Take her and leave immediately. The Banshee's left eyeball is missing. If her eye isn't destroyed, she will only fall into a temporary sleep. No one knows how long this kind of sleep lasts, 1 day or 1 year. To ensure the baby's safety, we must leave at once and go somewhere far from the sea. The farther, the better." Unexpectedly, Shelley, usually timid as a mouse, showed hesitation in the face of Wester's urgency. "You said earlier that the Banshee had already fallen asleep, right?" he asked. Wester nodded. "Yes, but just like human sleep, this state can end at any time, once her body accumulates enough energy, sleeps long enough, or is disturbed by outside forces. No one knows what might wake her or when. The threat of Lamia still hangs over us. Therefore, my recommendation is to leave immediately." "Can I take a look?" Shelley asked after a brief pause, speaking in a way that startled even Wester. Even the well-experienced Exorcist couldn't hide his surprise. "What did you just say?" "She just fell asleep. There's no reason for her to wake up now." I just want to see what the legendary Banshee looks like when she's asleep," Shelley stammered, his sunken, fatigue-lined eyes betraying a strong curiosity. The Exorcist fixed the man with a stern gaze. Only when Shelley shrank back, meek and submissive again, did Wester drop the burning cigarette, but he had been holding and stomp heavily, saying, "Seeing as your payment is generous enough, just this once, follow me." "All right," Shelley replied cheerfully, holding Everly and following along with delight. Wester held the flashlight aloft, leading Shelley through the secret passage and back into the pitch-dark underground chamber. Under the beam of light, Everly saw a gray-white humanoid statue standing quietly in the center of the room, surrounded by scattered stones and bones. The statue's upper body was entirely human, but its lower half was a thick, powerful serpent tail, brimming with raw strength. It maintained the pose from its living days, body pressed down, neck stretched back, face turned upward. Its eye sockets were empty, mouth slightly open, as if screaming, yet somehow also as if trying to convey something. Strangely, despite the fearsome and grotesque visage, anyone seeing the statue at first glance felt a profound sense of maternal love and selfless sacrifice. A sacred divinity seemed to envelop the monstrous form, making it simultaneously ugly and beautiful, contradictory yet harmonious, impossible to look away from. This is so beautiful." Shelley's voice trembled as he spoke, pulling Everly's attention away from the statue. She looked up and saw her father staring directly at the Banshee statue, his blue eyes sparkling with wonder, pale cheeks flushed with excitement. "So beautiful. This is what art is truly meant to be." His gaze went blank, his expression rapt. Mesmerized, he took 2 steps forward and reached out, as if to touch the statue. "What are you doing?" Wester barked sharply, swinging Shelley away with one hand. His powerful arms pinned him and dragged him to a corner far from the statue. The Banshee is only asleep, not dead. Do you want to wake her and have all of us die with you? Sorry. Shelley hadn't finished speaking when Wester interrupted him coldly. Here's a piece of advice. Don't become too obsessed with supernatural beings. That's not a realm humans are meant to enter. Once you cross that line, delve too deeply into their world, it will be too late to regret it. Do you understand? By the last sentence, his voice dropped sharply, harsh and menacing. It sounded less like a warning and more like a threat. Even his handsome face, the one that made countless women swoon, momentarily hardened into something ruthless. Intimidated by the Exorcist's rare display of ferocity, Shelley went pale and nodded repeatedly. He carefully put aside the overflowing romantic fascination he could find no outlet for, trembling as he followed Wester step by step, leaving the dark, mysterious chamber as if fleeing. Back on the surface, to prevent further complications, Wester told Shelley to quickly pack his things. He himself went to the mechanisms beneath the lighthouse and restored the secret passage. Once everything was done, Wester took Shelley and Everly aboard a yacht. Cutting through waves at breakneck speed, they raced back to shore as fast as possible. Only when his feet touched solid ground did the Exorcist allow his tense body a moment of relaxation. Wester's work was never done, but rescuing Everly marked the end of this mission. After collecting the final payment from Shelley, he pulled the flustered father away to a quiet corner and gave his final instructions. As I've said before, the Banshee from the sea is only asleep and could wake at any moment. Your daughter was taken by her and even raised as if she were her own child. This means a connection has already formed between your daughter and the Banshee. Once Lameia awakens, she will immediately seek your daughter. If you don't want Everly to be taken again, you'd better move her somewhere else to live before she turns 7. Where should we move? Do you have any recommendations? Shelley asked. The ocean is Lameia's domain. She can move freely wherever the sea flows. Take Everly inland. Avoid all rivers that feed into the sea and find a dry region far from both ocean and rivers to raise your daughter. Lameia's target is children under 7. If Everly can safely reach her 7th birthday, you'll be free. A dry place. I understand. Thank you for your advice. Shelley's face showed a thoughtful expression as he absorbed Wester's words. After sending the Exorcist off, he didn't rush back. Instead, he lingered by the rocks at the dock, holding the drowsy Everly in his arms, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing, pacing back and forth for a long time. His eyes alternated between staring blankly toward the lighthouse and glancing at the baby in his arms with utter torment. His expression was sorrowful, conflicted, and agonized, the same as the tormented, lovesick scholars described in some old novels. Everly watched, her tiny teeth aching at the sight. Oh, her teeth aren't fully in yet. Then it must be her gums hurting. Worried that the eyeball in her mouth might be discovered, Everly didn't dare sleep. She had to keep her eyes open and watch her careless father perform the spectacle from sunrise until the sun hung high in the sky. Finally, near mealtime, hunger got the better of him. He pulled out his phone, gathered his courage, and dialed a number. Hello. D-Dad? It's me. Yes, Everly has been rescued. She's unharmed, just a little hungry. But there's a problem. The Banshee wasn't destroyed. The Exorcist said that to prevent Everly from being taken again, it's best to move inland. Could you take her to live in Dwight State? Old John's home was in eastern Dwight State, surrounded by Rocky Mountains, Gobi, and desert, a perfect match for the living environment Wester had recommended. Me? Take Everly to Dwight State? What about you? As her father, aren't you coming too? The voice on the other end quickly caught on to the oddness in the young man's hesitant words and issued a stern question. Everly perked up her ears to listen. The voice on the phone was deep and resonant, easily recognizable. Her memory was sharp, and she quickly realized it was her maternal grandfather, John Breton, the same white-haired man who had cared for her when she was sick with a fever, tormented by the nurse's vengeful spirit. Shelley couldn't lie. Faced with old John's interrogation, he sheepishly explained that the mist covering the town and the tragic tales of the Banshee had inspired him. He planned to stay in Picati a while longer to finish his new painting. After all these years, I've never had such overflowing inspiration. My creative desire drives me, urging me to pick up the brush and capture everything here on paper. I have a feeling this will be the most perfect painting I've ever made. It's going to sell like crazy. Dad, once I become famous, I'll be able to take Everly to a big house and give her a better life. He clutched the phone, mumbling obsessively about art and fame, lost in a manic excitement, as if the life he imagined was already within reach. On the other end, the old man roared in anger. Shelley Min-S. Where are you right now? I'm giving you half an hour. Get your ass back to Picati immediately. Right now. Shelley's enraptured expression froze. He hung up the phone and, like a restless ghost, took Everly and got into the rented car, racing back to Picati. As they approached their home, they saw a strange car parked near the gate of a nearby villa. Next to it stood a tall, broad-shouldered, white-haired man, bending slightly to speak with the landlady, Mrs. Christina. The old man looked travel-worn, still carrying a black suitcase. Upon closer inspection, it was clear who else could it be but John from Dwight State. Old John had actually crossed most of the United States, traveling all the way from Dwight State to Elizabeth State on the East Coast. To Dad. Bang. Shelley was met with a solid punch from old John. What followed was complete chaos. John had only come because he was worried after hearing that his granddaughter had been taken by the Banshee. He never expected to stumble upon Shelley abandoning his daughter in the name of art. The blame for Everly being abducted already rested mostly on Shelley. Now, this irresponsible man had the audacity to leave his tiny daughter to others. Old John's old and new grievances surged, and there was no way he would let Shelley off easily. Despite his age, old John was incredibly strong, and weak-willed Shelley was no match for him. After giving his feeble son-in-law a thorough beating, and with the landlady's gentle intervention, old John finally calmed down. Leaving the beaten Shelley behind, he turned his gaze to the little baby in the crib. Everly, meanwhile, had quietly taken the Banshee's eyeball out of her mouth and tucked it into her favorite plush toy, a crocodile-shaped stuffed animal. Its belly had a small bib with a zippered opening, just the right size to hold the little red bead. Seeing her grandfather looking at her, she held the toy tightly and flashed him an innocent, wide smile. Abandoned by her father? That's actually fine. Although Shelley had cared for her for 6 months, barely enough to count as some attachment, he was truly not a good father. She was still too young. She needed an adult to look after her. Shelley was clearly not cut out for raising a child. If her guardian could be changed to her grandfather, it felt like her future would be a lot brighter. Seeing his granddaughter's smile, old John's face softened, and the fierce aura surrounding him immediately receded. I will take Everly with me. His voice lowered, gentle now, as he stepped forward and lightly stroked Everly's cheek with his rough fingers. Deep memories flickered in his dark brown eyes. She is Rachel's only bloodline. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still do everything I can to raise her. But, Shelley, I'm warning you, don't show up in front of me unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, don't blame me if my shotgun isn't polite. Faced with his father-in-law's threat, Shelley gritted his teeth and endured it, not daring to make a single sound. He knew that as a retired police officer, old John truly had the guts to carry out such a threat. Old John and Shelley had an extremely bad father-in-law, son-in-law relationship. They could be said to detest each other. After deciding to take Everly away, John spent that very afternoon packing, only bringing the essentials like bottles and diapers, then picked up his granddaughter and left Picati. Originally, he hadn't even considered bringing Everly's beloved plush toy. In old John's eyes, such crudely made industrial products were a dime a dozen. He could easily buy a new one for Everly once they reached their new home. But Everly, clinging to her toy crocodile, cried so bitterly before leaving that it was as if the sun and moon had gone dark. Even Shelley, watching from the side, couldn't help but be overwhelmed with paternal love, tears streaming down his face, insisting that his daughter simply couldn't bear to leave him. Everly? Was he being polite? Even a banshee couldn't tie her down. Why would she be stuck on him? Once old John understood what she meant and put the crocodile toy in the luggage pile, Everly's expression changed in an instant, and she stopped crying immediately. As it turned out, the tears didn't disappear, they had just shifted from Everly's face to Shelley's. At the moment of parting, Shelley finally felt reluctant to let go. However, as the saying goes, Belated fatherly love is like cheap grass. His streaming tears and lingering gaze had no effect on Everly's iron-hard heart. The little baby completely ignored her father, happily leaping into her grandfather's arms, and was carried by old John into the departing car. It was a bright, sunny day with no fog over the town. As the car left Picati and began descending the hill, Everly craned her neck for one last look at the town. Just as when she had first arrived, the ancient town stood quietly atop the towering sea cliff, like a silent monument, recording in its countless scars the weighty past buried in history. A cold breeze swept past, and distant ripples appeared on the surface of the sea. The shimmering water reflected the golden sunlight, flowing and swaying. For a fleeting moment, Everly thought she saw her Banshee mother's glittering serpent tail flick beneath the waves. Goodbye, Picati town. Goodbye, my Banshee mama. Everly tucked her head into her grandfather's chest, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. Old John lived in Dwight State. It was located in the western part of the U.S., more than 1,000 miles from Legend State on the eastern coast. The journey was extremely long. Old John had to take Everly by car all the way from Picati to Masry City, the capital of Legend State, 127 miles, about 204 kilometers away. From there, they would fly to Sunken City, the capital of Dwight State, and then transfer to another vehicle to reach Mykonos City, where Old John lived. The trip had already taken Old John 2.5 days on the way there. Now, with a little baby to care for, the time required increased sharply. Fortunately, Everly was an exceptionally easygoing baby. When she was hungry, she drank her milk. When sleepy, she napped. The rest of the time, she obediently held her crocodile toy, sitting in her car seat with big watery blue eyes, curiously watching the world outside the window. Except for occasional diaper changes, she barely ever cried. Old John had never seen such a well-behaved baby. Her gentleness almost made him ache with affection. The journey from Picati to Masry was mostly smooth, aside from the bumps of long-distance travel. Everly had never ridden a long-distance U.S. bus before, so this trip gave her the chance to experience, with her grandfather, what it was like to travel on a sleeper bus with a toilet. The bus arrived in Masry in the evening. The two looked for a place to stay, and Everly quickly realized that her grandfather was fairly well off. Unlike Shelley, who usually stayed in cheap little inns, Old John had chosen a proper, long-established chain hotel, several $100s a night. Staying just one night in such an expensive room felt a little wasteful. But there was a reason for the cost. The hotel was extremely well soundproofed, offering top-notch safety and privacy. Their flight to Sunken City, the capital of Dwight State, was scheduled for 11:30 the next day. Early the next morning, they checked out and took a taxi to Masry International Airport. They arrived a bit early. After passing security, it was only 10:10 a.m. Everly was already 7 months old, her teeth beginning to poke through, and she was reaching the age for solid foods. At this stage, relying on formula alone often left babies hungry. She had just eaten before leaving, but soon after security, her stomach started growling. Being a smart baby, Everly knew how to signal her hunger. She made soft "mma" sounds and patted her little tummy with her hands. After spending a couple of days together, Old John had already learned to read his granddaughter's body language. He patiently carried Everly to the waiting area, opened his thermos, and poured milk into her bottle. Meanwhile, bored but curious, Everly sucked on her fingers while taking in the sights of the U.S. airport. To be honest, it was a little small, a little old, and even couldn't compare to the airport of an ordinary second-tier city she had known in her previous life. Arnu. Just as she was inspecting her surroundings, a figure walking past caught Everly's attention. The person was tall and slim, wearing a black hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. The hood of the oversized sweatshirt was pulled down low over his head, shading his nose, making it impossible to see his face. This was an extremely common outfit in America. Walk into almost any neighborhood, and you could find countless people dressed even more casually than him. But for some reason, the moment she saw the person in the hoodie, Everly's heart leapt violently. An indescribable sense of repulsion and dread surged through her, like prey caught in the gaze of a predator. Her spine went cold, her tiny hairs stood on end, and an overwhelming urge to flee gripped her. Run fast. This place is dangerous. Her sixth sense was screaming warnings, urging its owner to escape immediately. The feeling was familiar. Not long ago, in the underground stone chamber, after finishing a precognitive dream, Everly had experienced a similar premonition. Having a precedent made her inclined to trust her instincts. This hoodie-wearing person was dangerous. Because of him, the waiting area, and possibly even the flight itself, was no longer safe. She had to leave as soon as possible. If Everly were an adult capable of acting, this would have been easy. But as it happened, she was still a little baby who could barely speak. Wait, this script feels familiar, is this right? Everly didn't understand why, as a mere infant, she always seemed to attract so much trouble. Fortunately, her experiences had taught her enough to stay calm in a crisis. She even managed to think of a way to get old John out of the waiting area, fake being sick. It just so happened that old John was about to feed her. She could sacrifice a little dignity, pretend to have no appetite, and throw up milk wildly. The plan was solid, but Everly underestimated how much her grandfather cared for her. When his usually hearty granddaughter took a sip of milk and then suddenly began vomiting, old John panicked. With a swift motion, he stood up on the spot, completely forgetting the luggage, scooped up Everly, and strode toward the emergency medical room just outside the waiting area. For old John, this reaction was perfectly normal. He carried all the valuable items with him, and his suitcase only contained a few worn clothes. Losing them wouldn't have mattered. Naturally, his granddaughter's health was far more important. But Everly couldn't accept it. Before leaving, old John had also tossed her beloved crocodile toy, the one containing her Banshee mother's eyeballs, into the suitcase. This was America, a place where people were generally honest, but leave something on the street for even a moment, and it could mysteriously disappear. If someone unfamiliar grabbed the suitcase and discovered the eyeballs, or worse, destroyed them, the outcome was too terrible for Everly to even imagine. She tried crying while reaching toward the suitcase in the waiting area, hoping old John would understand and take it along. But it was no use. He didn't slow down at all. In fact, he quickened his pace. In his eyes, his granddaughter's sudden distress was a sign that her condition had worsened, and he had to get her to a doctor immediately. Seeing the exit of the waiting area just ahead, Everly panicked. Once the suitcase was out of sight, who knew who might end up with it next? If old John didn't report it later for the sake of convenience, she would never get the eyeballs back. In an instant, she changed tactics. She suddenly straightened in old John's arms, wrapped her little hands around his neck, and became perfectly obedient. No vomiting, no crying. Old John reached out to feel the baby's forehead, then leaned closer to examine her face carefully. A hint of suspicion appeared. His granddaughter seemed completely normal, so why had she suddenly vomited just now? Seeing Everly pat her tummy with her hands, letting out urgent "mma" sounds to signal she was still hungry, old John had no choice but to turn back and give her a few more mouthfuls of milk to see what was going on. Because his full attention was on Everly, old John momentarily got distracted while walking and accidentally bumped into an airport security officer in uniform. Thud. A dull sound hit the floor as the officer's hardbound notebook, clutched under his arm, fell to the ground. Old John apologized, steadied Everly, and reached down to pick it up. The notebook's owner also bent down at the same time. Their hands briefly met in midair, but old John, being closer, grabbed the notebook first. He stood up again, holding Everly. Due to the angle, she looked up and happened to see the officer's collarbone, where a familiar, snake-like, twisted tattoo was partially exposed. It was the same totem she had seen in the hospital. The massacre in the newborn ward had been the first nightmare Everly experienced in this world. That night, the mysterious totem that had appeared alongside the black-robed men was burned into her memory. She could never have been mistaken. The tattoo on the officer's collarbone was identical to the one embroidered on the sleeves of those men in the newborn ward. At that time, because she had been feverish, she had missed people's discussions about the case. She only vaguely heard that the hospital incident might have been related to some cultists, but the police never caught anyone. And now, she realized this cult's influence was vast enough to infiltrate even airport security. How coincidental, just as she sensed danger in the waiting area, she ran into a cultist. Could the imminent threat at the airport also be connected to the cult? Everly pretended to be curious, sucking her fingers while keeping her gaze fixed on the security officer. He had an honest, ordinary-looking face, completely normal at first glance. After taking the notebook from old John and politely saying, "Have a pleasant trip," he continued walking, notebook in hand, and turned into the airport restroom. A few minutes later, when the officer came out of the restroom, the notebook he had been holding was already gone. Half a minute later, Everly saw the hoodie-wearing man, the one who had triggered such a strong sense of danger, emerge from the restroom as well. In his hands was a familiar hardbound notebook. The cultist security officer had handed the notebook to the hoodie man. It had to be something important. What was written inside? Was it connected to the impending crisis? Everly didn't know, and she didn't have time to think about it. Just moments ago, she had finally managed through her little tantrum to get old John to take her beloved plush toy out of the suitcase and hold it for her. Mission accomplished, and with only a little time left, Everly took advantage of the moment. She quickly put her fingers into her mouth and scratched at her own throat. Ugh, bleh. Her stomach was still full from the bottle she had just finished. Scratching her throat triggered a strong gag reflex, causing her esophagus to contract and stomach contents to rise. Following the instinct, Everly opened her mouth and successfully vomited a large mouthful of milk. Everly, why are you vomiting again? Old John's heart, which had just settled, jumped back into his throat. One instance of vomiting might just mean she drank too quickly, but 2 times in such a short period was definitely not normal. Thinking this, old John hastily dropped the milk bottle he was holding, scooped up the baby, and rushed out of the waiting area. The emergency clinic was located in Zone C of the airport, at the opposite end from the waiting lounge in Zone A, the 2 areas sitting at either extreme of the terminal. Old John ran the entire way with the baby in his arms, finally reaching the emergency clinic. The doctor stationed there took the infant, gave her a quick examination, then came to a baffled conclusion with a puzzled look on his face. There's nothing wrong with the child. She's very healthy. How's that possible? Everly has never spit up milk like this before. Old John refused to believe the doctor and urged him to examine Everly again. However, heaven be merciful, Everly really had just spit up milk. No matter how many times they checked, the doctor maintained that she did not need to be hospitalized or given any medication. The 2 talked past each other for quite a while. By the time old John was finally convinced and picked up the baby, ready to return to the waiting lounge, it was already too late. They had missed the flight. The good news was that the suitcase old John had left in the waiting area had clearly been rummaged through, but since the contents were so worthless, nothing had been stolen. After repacking the suitcase, old John held the baby and slumped into a chair in the waiting lounge for a while. After running back and forth all morning, even a man of iron would be exhausted, let alone someone in his 60s, long past the days of boundless energy. After resting for a bit, the old man, holding the girl in one arm and the luggage in the other, was just about to leave the waiting lounge and head to the ticket counter to rebook a flight when suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from outside the window. Old John spun around in shock and saw a dazzling burst of fire rise into the sky not far away. It was a plane that had just taken off. Orange-red flames, wrapped in thick black smoke, tore through the fuselage and erupted from the middle of the cabin, turning the sky a blazing red. The silver-white aircraft struggled to circle in the air for a moment, but in the end it could not hold on. Like something made of paper, it spun rapidly and came crashing down. Boom! When the aircraft hit the ground, it triggered an even more violent explosion. Amid the thunderous roar and blazing fireball, scorching shockwaves shattered the glass wall of the waiting lounge. As people screamed, tens of thousands of glass shards turned into razor-sharp blades, shooting straight toward those inside. Old John reacted instantly. Holding Everly, he dropped into a crouch and yanked a nearby suitcase and chair in front of them, shielding them both. After the explosion came chaos like never before. Screams, sobs, and panicked crowds were everywhere. People ran like headless flies, slamming into railings and guard booths, shoving aside security personnel who were trying to maintain order, desperate to flee outside at all costs. Crowds surged in from every area into the main terminal. Compared with the massive number of passengers, the exits were far too narrow. Panic and congestion led to stampedes. Many people who hadn't been injured in the explosion were instead knocked down while fleeing, losing their lives to crushing, suffocation, and trampling. Old John still held Everly. She was far too small, and he didn't dare join the surging crowds. While everyone else rushed toward the main hall, he followed the airport's posted evacuation map and found another concealed exit far from the terminal. From there, he left the airport, which was filled with wails and cries. It wasn't until that evening, when he received a call from the FBI, that old John learned the truth. The plane that had exploded earlier that day was the very flight he had missed. As the only survivor of the flight, he was asked to go to the bureau to cooperate with the investigation. However, because Everly was unwell, old John's attention remained fixed on his granddaughter the entire time. He noticed nothing unusual, and the police were unable to obtain any useful information from him. As for Everly, the only one who knew that the explosion was connected to the heretical cult, she was still far too young to speak. The cultist had not boarded the plane and most likely had not died. Fearing further entanglement, Everly decided to treat the incident as a secret and bury it deep in her heart. After several rounds of questioning and investigation, old John was cleared of all suspicion and finally released. The incident left him deeply distrustful of Mosry Airport's security. Once he left the bureau, old John took Everly onto a long-distance bus, traveling through several transfers to another city with an airport. From there, he boarded a plane back to Dwight State. Yes. It wasn't until the aircraft landed smoothly and his feet touched the solid concrete of his hometown that the weight on his heart finally lifted. After leaving the airport, the grandfather and granddaughter took a short rest. They had planned to continue by long-distance bus back to Mykono City, but unexpectedly ran into one of old John's former colleagues from his days working at the police department. Before retiring, old John had served as a detective with the Dwight State Police. Law enforcement in the United States follows a three-tier structure: federal, state, and city/county. City and county police departments mainly handle daily law enforcement and community safety, while state police are directly overseen by the state government and usually deal with tasks such as highway patrols, traffic accidents, and coordinating cross-district cases, often requiring fieldwork. This colleague of old John's was on just such an assignment. His name was Mike, a man in his 40s with an average build, brown hair and brown eyes, a beard, and an easy, talkative demeanor. Accompanying him was Sharon, a newly recruited female officer at the department. It was their first time partnering up. They had been assigned to investigate a case involving the serial disappearance of women and were on their way to the scene. The disappearances had occurred near U.S. Route 34, which connects Dwight State and Sunlia State. The drive there happened to pass right by old John's home. After chatting for a bit, both sides quickly agreed. At Mike's enthusiastic invitation, old John, holding Everly, accepted a reassuringly safe ride in the police car. After a bumpy afternoon journey, the vehicle crossed the towering Iramore Mountains, passed through the vast Rocky Mountain region, and finally, at dusk, arrived in front of a small gas station. They had reached old John's home. In the southern part of Mykono City, there are two state highways, State Route 387 and State Route 466. These two roads intersect in a cross shape. State Route 387 runs north-south, linking the urban area of Mykono City with the famous Lameia Great Desert of Dwight State, and is a mandatory route for anyone traveling to the desert. State Route 466 runs east-west. To the west, it leads to the mountain trails on the southern slopes of the Iramore Mountains, while to the east it connects with St. Mona City, the easternmost city in Dwight State. The US 34 highway that Mike and his partner were heading to investigate begins, on its western end, in St. Mona City. As a local resident, old John was very familiar with the surrounding area. He knew that starting from the gas station and driving straight along State Route 466, it would take at least 5 more hours to reach St. Mona City. Along the way, there was only one place to stop and rest, a shabby roadside motel. Old Jones's motel is filthy and run down, crawling with rats and bedbugs. It's really not a place fit to stay, he advised seriously. If you don't mind, why don't you stay at my place for the night and set off again tomorrow? Mike thought it over for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The three of them then divided up the tasks. Sharon, the female officer, was a newcomer and a woman, so she was assigned to look after the baby, Everly. Taking advantage of the time, old John tied on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Mike had intended to help old John, but the old man stopped him. "You have other things to do. You've got a long drive tomorrow," he said. State Route 466 hasn't been properly maintained for years. Some sections are full of potholes and loose gravel. Before you leave, make sure you fill up the gas tank and check the engine and tires. Oh, and the supermarket sells tire patches and sealant. Pick some up and keep them in the car, just in case you get a flat halfway there. Old John gave his instructions with meticulous care. "Oh, John, have mercy. After all these years, I still can't escape your nagging," Mike said, raising both hands in surrender. He and old John were very close. Back when Mike had first joined the force, old John had partnered with him for a time. As a result, their relationship was part mentor, part friend, exceptionally close. Old John put on a stern face, lifted a cleaning rag, and made a shooing motion. Mike immediately turned around and scurried off to the car, obediently starting the inspection just as old John had instructed. After being away for a while, the refrigerator was completely empty, and there had been no time to buy fresh ingredients. Old John fetched a few cans from the neighboring supermarket, heated them up in bowls, then made a thick soup by cooking corn kernels with butter and bacon. Paired with freshly baked bacon and slices of bread from the oven, he managed to throw together a passable dinner. After hours of bumpy travel, all three adults were ravenous. The food on the table was quickly wiped out. Judging by everyone's satisfied expressions, old John's cooking was quite good. Everly felt that her future self probably wouldn't have to worry about bland white people food being too hard to swallow at home. It's worth mentioning that after the meal, Officer Sharon improvised a baby food for Everly using potatoes and egg yolk mixed with yogurt, a lump that looked somewhat like vomit. Sharon had a little brother who had just turned 2, and apparently this was the same recipe he'd eaten during his baby food stage. Even though the mash looked odd, it was a rare new food beyond formula. Everly ate it happily, smacking her lips and opening her mouth wide, polishing off the entire bowl in just a few bites. There was no television in old John's house. After dinner, the three adults sat around the table and passed the time with card games. As they played, they chatted about this and that, and before long, the conversation inevitably drifted to the task Mike was on for this trip. Mike had a lot of pent-up resentment about the assignment. Honestly, missing person cases are just far too common. On this land of America, hundreds, if not thousands, of people go missing almost every day. Runaways, abductions, murders. The missing person files at the department are practically piled into mountains, and each year only 2 or 3 cases get solved. Normally, something this minor wouldn't warrant involving the state police, but this time it's different. There are simply too many missing people. Can you imagine it? In just 3 months, in several small towns around US Route 34, there have been 5 reported disappearances, and every single missing person is a young woman. That sounds like a serial offender. Exactly. Thanks to these cases, the entire highway corridor is on edge. Young women in St. Mona City don't even dare go out casually anymore. The department has been flooded with complaints, and so, as you can see, Sharon and I were unlucky enough to be sent out here. By the way, John, you've got more experience than I do. What's your take on these cases? Old John lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "To carry out this many cases in such a short time without being discovered, the perpetrator is either a professional gang or a highly skilled, naturally criminal individual with strong counter-surveillance abilities. The first possibility is unlikely. If such an organized crime group had appeared, the local underworld would have heard about it long ago. So I'm more inclined to believe there's only one perpetrator, acting alone." As he spoke, he took a notepad and began to sketch and jot things down. All of the disappearances occurred around Route 34, so the perpetrator's occupation may be related to the highway. "I think you should focus on freight truck drivers who travel this route. They have vehicles and cargo compartments capable of hiding people, making them prime suspects. I recall that parts of Route 34 are tolled. Ask the management authority for a list of vehicles that pass through, then narrow it down to drivers who experienced major upheavals in their personal lives about 3 months ago. With a bit of luck, the killer might be among them." Mike asked, "A major upheaval in their personal life 3 months ago?" "That's right. The missing person cases began 3 months ago. Before that, nothing similar had ever happened around Route 34. That suggests the killer was likely restrained by some kind of force in the past, perhaps under someone's control, or deprived of freedom in some way. Then, 3 months ago, for certain reasons, that restraining force disappeared. Freed from those shackles, the perpetrator cautiously committed the first crime. By stripping others of their rights, his sense of self swelled. He experienced intense gratification. He quickly became addicted to that feeling, and, before long, the second and third cases followed. I don't quite understand. The female officer joined the discussion. Why do you assume the perpetrator only began committing crimes because some kind of restraint was lifted? Because the disappearances are happening too frequently, old John replied. At this pace, the perpetrator is clearly enjoying the crimes. He's a congenital antisocial personality. People like that don't refrain from crime because they respect the law. If they don't offend, it's only because they're unable to. In other words, they're being restrained. The three of them went back and forth, seriously analyzing the case. There were quite a few professional terms used in the conversation, but Everly had been living in this world for over 7 months now, and her English had improved by leaps and bounds. She was no longer the illiterate baby she'd once been. She could understand about 90% of what they were saying, and even when she ran into an unfamiliar word, she could usually guess its meaning from the context. Out-of-town investigators, a highway plagued by frequent disappearances, young women vanishing without a trace, a group of truck drivers who might be hiding the culprit among them. For some reason, Everly found the combination oddly familiar, as if she'd heard a similar story somewhere before. But when she tried to recall it carefully, she couldn't remember where. Never mind. No point overthinking it, she'd just keep listening to the story. With that thought, the baby sucked on her fingers and rolled over on the sofa. Perhaps because she had been exhausted from the journey, Everly couldn't remember when she had fallen asleep. She slept deeply. By the time Everly finally had her fill of sleep and opened her eyes groggily, the sun was already high in the sky. Mike and Sharon still had their assignment and had left early that morning. After getting up, old John first tidied up the house, clearing away the layer of dust. When he finished cleaning and returned to the bedroom, he saw Everly sitting on the bed, clutching her crocodile plush toy and craning her neck to peer out the window. "Good morning, little Everly." Old John scooped up his granddaughter and greeted her in a booming voice. Everly answered with a burst of sweet giggles. She melted softly into her grandfather's arms, cooperatively wrapping her arms around his neck as he carried her downstairs and set her into a slightly worn baby chair. "I found this in the storage room. I really didn't expect that something Rachel used back then would still be around." Old John gazed at the little baby nestled in the chair, and for a moment his vision blurred, as though he were seeing his daughter Rachel as a child. With a sigh of emotion, he rubbed his granddaughter's head, then took some formula and a small bowl from the side and began feeding Everly. Everly stretched her neck and glanced into the bowl, seeing a yellow and white lump. When old John brought the spoon to her mouth, she took a small taste and immediately recognized it. It was the same baby food the policewoman had made the night before. Hooray, a brand new menu had officially begun. Everly didn't hesitate anymore, eagerly chasing old John's spoon and digging in with gusto. And really, how could leaving Shelley not have been the right choice? That guy had absolutely no idea how to raise a child. Just look at her grandpa, he'd only learned this menu yesterday, and today he was already making it for her. If she were still with Shelley, her useless dad probably wouldn't even realize that babies were supposed to eat solid food until her teeth had fully grown in. After finishing the fragrant late breakfast, old John patted his granddaughter's fluffy little head. With a sense of ceremony, he picked Everly up and began introducing the new member to her new home. This private gas station had been built after old John's retirement, funded by the savings he'd accumulated over half a lifetime. The two highways beside the station didn't see much traffic on ordinary days. Aside from nearby residents, only the occasional hiker with a fondness for natural scenery would drive past. With so few customers, the gas station itself had been built without much fuss. The entire station was only about the size of a basketball court. Closest to the road was the fueling area, where 4 rust-speckled steel pillars supported a rectangular canopy. The canopy was painted red overall, with the station's sign hanging from the side. Beneath it was a long, narrow concrete platform on which a total of 4 fuel pumps were arranged back-to-back in pairs. 3 dispensed gasoline, and 1 sold diesel, more than enough to meet the needs of passing travelers. That was all there was to the fueling area. Behind it stood 2 buildings, one on the left and one on the right, along with a garage fitted with a roll-up door. The building on the right was a single-story structure, about 40 square meters in size. Inside was a small convenience store. The canned food Old John had eaten the night before came from here. Old John first took Everly for a walk around the store. Because there were few passers-by, the merchandise was rather meager. Only 2 shelves stood in the middle of the shop, mainly selling repair supplies such as glue, tires, and jacks, along with consumables needed for long trips, things like toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, razors, and the like. There were also drinking water, canned meat, and instant foods. All in all, there wasn't much to see. Still, from today on, Everly was one of those kids she'd once envied in childhood, someone whose family ran a little shop. Hee. Behind the checkout counter of the store was a door that led directly into the 2-story building on the left. That was where Old John lived, and now it was Everly's home too. After finishing the tour of the store, Old John turned through a small door into the residence and began introducing each room to Everly one by one. In America, wooden houses are very common. This type of home is inexpensive to build, quick to construct, and, because its assessed value is lower, the annual property tax is less than half that of reinforced concrete buildings, making it the top choice for many families. Everly hadn't expected that although Old John's house was small, it was actually one of the rarer reinforced concrete structures. On the first floor, aside from the living room, there was a bathroom, a storage room, and a kitchen arranged around it. Going upstairs, the second floor held 2 bedrooms, an open-air balcony for drying clothes, and a bathroom with a shower. RAOB. Because his wife had died young and his daughter had left home early to drift about elsewhere, Old John had lived alone ever since retiring. Of the 2 upstairs bedrooms, one had been deliberately kept for his daughter Rachel. Inside were cassette tapes, CDs, and celebrity posters she'd loved during her teenage years, everything steeped in the feel of another era. Sadly, until the news of Rachel's death arrived, she had never come back to stay even once. The last room was his late wife's bedroom. After finishing the tour, Everly thought the days getting familiar with the place segment was over. Unexpectedly, Old John suddenly closed the door in a mysterious manner. He walked over to the wardrobe, opened it, reached inside, grabbed a hook hidden within, and pushed it upward. Click. The sound of gears turning came from inside the wall. Right before Everly's eyes, the panel on the inner side of the wardrobe split down the middle, slid apart to either side, and revealed a rectangular wooden box hidden behind it. The box was just over 1 meter tall and about the width of 2 shoulders. Its shape looked very much like a small coffin standing upright. Given Old John's build, he would have to lower his head, bend at the waist, and half-crouch to fit himself inside. Holding Everly securely, he stepped into the box with practiced ease, then reached up and gave a firm tug on a pull cord at the top. Click, click. The familiar sound of gears turning rang out again as the wardrobe panels closed neatly in front of them. Before darkness fully settled, a small lamp installed at the top of the box flickered to life, casting a dim yellow light downward, just enough to make out the interior of the wooden box. Old John's expression was calm as he grabbed the pull cord and tugged it once more. Rumble. From far below, a low hum of an engine echoed. The wooden box shivered slightly and began to descend. It moved faster than a normal elevator, but still within a speed that humans could comfortably handle. Everly, cradled in Old John's arms, watched as the thick concrete floor and the red and white brick walls passed in sequence before her eyes. She wasn't scared at all, just amazed. This house looked so ordinary from the outside, yet it secretly hid a passageway. Honestly, this was so cool. After about 10 seconds of descent, the space in front of them opened up, and the box elevator landed in a narrow, basement-like room. The room's lights were voice-activated and had already turned on automatically as the elevator descended. Old John carried Everly out of the box, and she craned her neck, eyes wide, curiously taking in her surroundings. The basement was small and rectangular. Along 3 of its walls were vertical shafts, 2 on one side, 1 on another, and 2 more, making 5 in total, all extending upward. The box elevator Everly had just used was positioned along one of the longer walls. It seemed likely that this secret elevator embedded in the walls wasn't limited to her bedroom. There were at least 5 hidden elevators throughout the house that led down to this space. Tata, what I'm showing you now, little Everly, is your grandfather's underground refuge. Only you and I know about this place. It's our secret, Old John said. For someone who rarely smiled, Old John's lips curved slightly and his eyes shone. Like a child, a rare excitement flickered across his usually stern face. He pointed around the small room and explained to Everly, "This is the elevator chamber. In case of danger, you can reach this place through any of the hidden elevators scattered throughout the house. Then, by entering a password, you can unlock the doors to the refuge." As he spoke, he carried Everly to the remaining short side of the rectangular room. In front of her appeared a large steel door painted white, with a keypad mounted on it. Its square, rigid structure reminded Everly a little of the laboratory doors she'd seen in some movies from her previous life. The main part of the underground refuge was hidden behind this door. This door was arranged for me by a friend in the military. It weighs 1.5 tons. The outer layer is steel, and the interior is filled with. It's explosion-proof, shockwave-resistant, and able to withstand direct hits of. Just this single door cost me a full $10,000. Saying this, Old John punched in a 4-digit code, pressed the handle, and swung the door open. He proudly showed Everly the massive panel, nearly 40 centimeters thick. Whoa, that's impressive. Although she didn't understand many of the technical terms, Everly still showed a look of amazement. She had never seen a door so thick and heavy before. Her little startled reactions amused the old man. Having lived alone for so long, aside from the occasional passerby stopping for gas, he rarely had anyone to talk to. This underground refuge embodied half a lifetime of his effort. It was his proudest creation. Old John had always wanted someone to share his joy and sense of accomplishment with, but had never had the right person until now. Everly's arrival filled that missing piece in his life. She was his blood relative and, in the future, would inherit this underground refuge from him. He could share this deeply buried secret with her without reservation. Even if little Everly didn't understand a word yet, it didn't matter. After living alone for so long, even he couldn't help feeling lonely. Matching the heavy steel door, the room's walls were also extremely thick, estimated at nearly half a meter. Old John explained that the entire wall, including the ceiling and floor, was made of high-pressure concrete. On the outermost layer of the walls, he had also poured a layer of. This was the second time Everly had heard this word. She remembered that the steel door's inner layer also contained it. Although she couldn't guess exactly what this was, she remembered how it sounded, thinking that she could look it up later when she had the ability. The two of them stepped into the room, and Everly's eyes darted around in excitement. Then she felt disappointed. It was clear that Old John's underground refuge was still only a half-finished project. In the under 40 square meter space, half of it was cramped with beds, tables, chairs, cabinets, and other living essentials. To save space, the furniture was stacked one on top of the other, reaching the ceiling, coated with a thick layer of dust and completely unusable at the moment. In the corner hidden behind the furniture, a small separate compartment could be seen, with a door covered in frosted glass, likely a bathroom. Moving her gaze to the right, the culprit for the room's cramped state came into view, rows upon rows of steel industrial shelves, like those used in factory warehouses, occupying a massive portion of the space. It was clear that Old John intended this area to serve as a storage space, but most of the shelves were empty. Only the ones near the door held a few scattered items, compressed biscuits, some boxes of emergency canned drinking water, and a handful of firearms she didn't recognize. I had ordered some military rations and common medicines. They were supposed to arrive this month. But that unreliable Shelley somehow lost you, and to scrape together enough money to hire the Exorcist, I had no choice but to cancel the shipment, Old John said awkwardly, patting his forehead as he noticed the baby's gaze fixed on the empty shelves. Only then did Everly realize that it was her grandfather who had paid for Exorcist Wester. Her fondness for Old John shot up even more. Looking at the modest underground refuge now, she didn't mind it one bit. Who cares if it's simple? In an underground building like this, the most important thing is the framework. Once the structure is in place, you can always add things later when you have the money. Everly's eyes, full of curiosity, swept around the room before finally resting on the wall directly opposite the main door. 6 electronic screens were mounted there. The screens were constantly on, each connected to one of 6 hidden cameras installed around the gas station and its surroundings. Everly scanned them one by one. 2 cameras monitored the highway. One was mounted on the gas station's roof, another in a corner of the supermarket, and the remaining 2 were inside residential buildings, pointing at the living room on the first floor and the hallway on the second floor, respectively. With these monitors, even underground, one could have a complete grasp of the entire gas station's situation. Although there's still much to improve, sooner or later, I will create a perfect underground shelter. That way, even if the Third World War breaks out and nuclear bombs fall on our land, these thick, sturdy walls and doors will keep war and radiation at bay. With the supplies stored here, we will survive until the very end and successfully make it through the apocalypse, Old John said passionately. At that moment, Everly was simply struck with a mix of amazement and curiosity. She thought Old John's ideas were unusual and his interests unique. He was willing to expend so much manpower and resources to build an underground shelter for a war that might never come. It wasn't until much later that she happened to hear from Shelley that a group like her grandfather's actually had a proper name: Doomsday Survivalists. These were people who firmly believed the apocalypse was inevitable and actively prepared for it, armed with survival knowledge and skills, always planning ahead. Because the underground shelter was so cluttered that there was barely any room to step, Old John stood with Everly at the entrance for a moment, sharing some of his grand vision, and then carried her back to the surface. Time had passed faster than she had imagined. It felt as if she had only walked around the gas station briefly, yet when she returned to the surface and looked at the clock, it was already noon. Old John fed Everly some formula. Once her stomach was full and she had been coaxed to close her eyes and fall asleep, he went over to the garage beside the house and began hammering and tinkering to assemble the car. Old John owned a vehicle himself. It was a black pickup truck with a high chassis. Its bumper, tires, and rear end were reinforced with metal. The modified inline-6 engine could exceed 1,000 horsepower, giving it top-tier performance for towing, hauling, or high-speed driving. Originally, when he heard the news that Everly had been kidnapped, he was supposed to drive his own truck to Sunken City to catch a plane. But, unfortunately, his newly ordered upgraded engine had just arrived. To install it, Old John had disassembled the pickup almost completely. So when Shelley's call for help came, he hadn't even reassembled the truck yet. In the end, he had to catch a ride with someone else, barely making it to the airport before the flight took off. Now that the child was safely back, he needed to work hard and get the truck assembled as quickly as possible. The area around the gas station was desolate, and the nearest town was 10 kilometers away. Without a vehicle, everything was inconvenient. Everly's nap was interrupted by the constant banging and clanging from downstairs. She had slept deeply, though. Lying in her crib for a while, picking at her feet and feeling lazy, she thought about how she might spend the boring afternoon. As she gazed out the window, her spirits lifted. She suddenly realized that she had arrived at her new home. Her new guardian was Old John, a kind, patient, and responsible elderly man. Unlike Shelley, he would never leave a little baby alone in the house all afternoon. Everly had rarely cried in the past. She had tried, only to find that no matter how much she sobbed, Shelley wouldn't come. He would find her bothersome and deliberately leave her in a corner, ignoring her entirely. But now was different. Old John loved her, and she was no longer a helpless burden. Since she was awake, she might as well make some noise to get Old John's attention. Her grandfather liked her. He would take care of her. Thinking this, Everly excitedly wriggled upright in her crib, opened her mouth, and let out a loud wah. A baby's cry is incredibly piercing. Hearing it, the hammering and clanging from downstairs immediately stopped. Soon after, the sound of footsteps thump-thump came up the stairs, and Old John appeared at the doorway. "Oh, my little Everly, don't cry, I'm here. Come on, let's go downstairs together. Grandpa will show you the big truck." The old man removed his oil-stained apron and gloves, scooped up the crying baby from her crib, and held her close, gently bouncing her up and down. Strangely enough, the little girl who had just been wailing nonstop immediately stopped crying when she was in her grandfather's arms. She stared at old John with her big, watery blue eyes for a moment, then a smile lit up her red, chubby face. Pie, pickup, Everly babbled in baby talk. She wanted to see the truck. That's right, the pickup. Come on, Grandpa will take you downstairs to see it. Old John's heart almost melted at her soft, cute words. He held his granddaughter securely, repeatedly spelling out pickup in English to teach her the word, while carrying Everly outside to circle around the half-assembled truck. Look here, this is the hood, this is the fender, this is the side mirror. The pronunciations were too complicated for her to mimic for now. But the word pickup she practiced a few times and got surprisingly good at. The grandfather and granddaughter circled the truck, reading and repeating together, having a wonderful time until, in the distance, the roar of an engine suddenly came from the far end of the road. Nigerian Irabis. Old John followed the sound and looked toward the far eastern end of Highway 466, where a plume of dust was rising. A vehicle was driving straight toward them along the road. When the car got close, a shiny bald head appeared from the driver's side window. Hey, old John. Thank goodness you're back. My car is almost out of gas, and I was just worrying about how to make it the rest of the way. The bald man raised a hand, greeting old John enthusiastically. Hey, Pete, long time no see. Still the usual R-grade fuel. That's right, fill her up with R. The bald man retracted his body, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car into the gas station, stopping in front of the R-grade pump. He knew old John. Since old John was holding a small baby in his arms and couldn't move easily, he just tilted his chin to indicate that Pete should get out and pump the gas himself. Pete understood, stepping down from the car with his round belly, inserting the nozzle into the tank, and, while fueling, he turned his head and chattered away at old John. Old buddy, you've been gone a long time. My tank was half full yesterday, and I meant to top off when I passed here, but you weren't around. I figured the fuel I had would last me from the town to the motel if I drove carefully, but I forgot about Highway 460 SIX's terrible road conditions. Damn it, how many times have people complained? Why hasn't the road department fixed it yet? On the way back, the car ran out of gas halfway. Luckily, I found half a barrel in the trunk for emergencies, or Lena, and I would have been stuck out there. Oh, and this little one in your arms, is that your granddaughter? She's adorable, tiny, and not like you at all. Old John clearly didn't want Pete to keep talking about Everly. He spoke up, subtly steering the conversation elsewhere to cut off Pete's rambling. Did you go to old Jones's motel? Pete had just been rambling out of boredom. When old John asked, he nodded casually and said, yeah. My daughter Lena works as a kitchen assistant over there, but recently I heard it's not safe in that area. Several girls have gone missing. I was worried about Lena, so I went to pick her up and we're staying home for a while. After saying this, Pete puckered his lips and pointed toward the back seat of his car. Following his gesture, Everly finally noticed that a young girl was sitting in the back seat. Her features resembled Pete's a little, but she was far prettier than her father, a striking blonde beauty who could easily catch anyone's eye on the street. The girl seemed upset with her father. She was sitting with her arms crossed, scowling and staring at the wasteland outside, clearly sulking. Catching the keywords in Pete's words, old John's eyes flickered. Are you talking about that recent case of a young girl going missing repeatedly? Yeah, Pete replied. But I heard those missing person cases mostly happened along US 34. Old Jones's motel is on Highway 466. That's pretty far apart, isn't it? Pete shrugged. At first, the missing girls were all around Highway 34. Later, families with daughters along that road became more cautious and didn't let their kids go out at night. Maybe the culprit couldn't catch anyone there anymore, so they just moved to a different area. According to my friends in the street world, the last two girls who disappeared lost contact near Highway 466. Did anyone report it to the police? Pete shook his head. Who would dare? You know that area is Redwood Society territory. They often do shady business behind the scenes. People worry about the cops snooping around. When girls go missing, everyone just goes to the gang for help. Nobody notifies the police. But even the Redwood Society searched for a long time and couldn't find either of the two girls. The night before last, another girl disappeared. I got really worried, so I went and brought my daughter back. So that's how it is. Old John lowered his head and stroked Everly, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Everly felt puzzled as well. For some reason, the things Pete had just mentioned, the string of young girls going missing, the local gang that found nothing, and his reluctant daughter being brought home, together gave her a very familiar feeling, as if she were on the verge of remembering something in the next instant. But memory is a frustrating thing. When you don't mean to think about it, it intrudes uninvited, slipping into your mind without warning and giving a strong sense of familiarity. Yet when you rack your brain trying to recall, it's like a pearl stuck in a straw. You can almost grasp it, but it stubbornly won't come out. After thinking for a long time, Everly's face scrunched up in frustration. She couldn't remember anything at all. Ugh, how annoying. Pete continued chatting casually with old John for a few more minutes. Once the tank was full, he paid and drove onto Highway 387, heading south toward the small town of Lameia at the far end. After Pete's car disappeared over the horizon, old John returned to the house, took out his phone, and called Mike. He had intended to share his newly obtained information, but the call rang for a long time, no one answered, and it eventually went to voicemail. Old John frowned. He thought for a moment and then called a contact at the state police, planning to reach Officer Sharon's number. Still, there was no answer. It could be understandable if one person missed a call, but two people not answering was unusual. Worried about a possible misjudgment, old John tried several more times, but both phones only gave a busy signal. He was almost certain that the two officers had encountered an unexpected situation. The culprit, able to abduct so many girls in succession without being caught, was a particularly tricky adversary, and old John was deeply concerned for the two policemen. He used his phone to call his former employer at the Dwight State Police Department, as well as the St. Mona City Police, the station closest to the eastern section of Highway 466. He reported the situation and urged both to dispatch reinforcements quickly to investigate near the motel. After hanging up, old John sat at the table in heavy silence, staring off for a long while. He had done everything he could, hoping that the two officers were safe. Everly also hoped that the two officers were safe. Uncle Mike was humorous and witty, so much so that even the usually stern and unsmiling old John would crack a smile at his antics. Officer Sharon was young, attentive, and good at taking care of people. She even made delicious baby food for Everly. She liked both of them quite a lot. Yet, things did not go as hoped. At 7 p.m. that evening, old John was teaching Everly 2 words. Just as he was about to coax the energetic little baby to sleep, he suddenly received a phone call. The caller was old John's contact at the state police, a man named David. As soon as the call connected, David anxiously delivered bad news. "John, it's exactly as you feared. No one at the bureau has been able to reach Mike or Sharon either. Using technical tracking, we located their phones and found that they weren't anywhere near Highway 34. Agents from the St. Mona City Police tracked the signals and found their phones and vehicle behind a hillside along the eastern section of Highway 466. There are signs of a struggle inside the car, and some blood samples were collected. They're currently analyzing the source." Old John quickly asked David to clarify, "What about the car itself? Are there any signs of external damage?" "Hold on, let me check." Everly leaned in to eavesdrop and heard the faint rustling of pages over the phone. After a half-minute pause, David's voice came again. "No, the vehicle is intact, but the interior shows signs of being ransacked. Some documents and valuables stored in compartments and the trunk were taken. Sharon's phone was hidden in a seat crevice, which is why it survived unscathed. That strongly suggests the attacker most likely launched the assault from inside the vehicle itself," old John said immediately. Mike and Sharon were in a police car. Normally, no one would dare brazenly attack officers like that, even the Black Gang wouldn't. They'd want to distance themselves as much as possible from any assault on police. Considering the purpose of Mike and Sharon's trip, I strongly suspect that the person who attacked them is the same kidnapper responsible for the string of missing women. The kidnapper? But wasn't he supposed to be operating along Highway 34? No. Someone told me that the kidnapper has recently moved his operations to the eastern section of Highway 466. Mike and Sharon left my place at 8 in the morning. The road conditions on Highway 466 aren't good. By around noon, they would have reached near Old Jones's motel, the only rest stop along that stretch. They probably got out there to have lunch. They weren't aware that the suspect had moved. While eating, they may have casually discussed the case and inadvertently attracted the culprit's attention. The kidnapper found them, lied to gain their trust, got into the police car, and then attacked them unexpectedly along the way, taking valuables from the vehicle. Old John followed the clues and rapidly pieced the scenario together. Why the motel? I mean, there are other ways to get into a police car, right? Like pretending to be injured on the roadside to flag them down or something. Old John didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked David, would you ever suddenly stop a police car for no reason and then attack the officers inside? No, unless I were insane, David replied. So the reason the culprit targeted them is very likely unavoidable. They were investigating a case connected to him. To get that information, the culprit and the two officers must have crossed paths somewhere. On the eastern section of Highway 466, the most likely place is the motel. Send someone there to investigate. Ask the waitstaff in the restaurant if they saw anyone suspicious talking to Mike and the others around lunchtime. Understood. I'll get in touch with the St. Mona City Police right away. After hanging up, Old John pressed a hand to his forehead, deep furrows cutting into his brow. At a time like this, Everly didn't want to trouble him, so she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Once Old John left, she opened her eyes, grabbed the crocodile plush beside her, and started kneading it nervously in her hands. She remembered. Just now, while eavesdropping on Old John's call with David, that familiar feeling she had experienced several times before returned. But this time, her mind responded strongly, and a series of images flashed through her mind like a slideshow. A withering above beta. A massive refrigerated truck speeding through the night. Several bodies, gutted and hung like livestock inside the cargo area. And a blonde girl shivering from the cold. The girl's face was strikingly beautiful. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the same Lena she had seen earlier that day. Wait, where were these images coming from? Could it be that her precognitive ability had activated again? The thought made Everly's heart leap with excitement. Everly hadn't had another precognitive dream since leaving the underground stone chamber. Over time, the influence of the Banshee's milk on her was waning, or perhaps the Banshee had fallen into a deep sleep, suppressing the ability she had gained. In any case, since then, Everly's experiences were limited to occasional gut feelings, like at the airport, sensing danger before it arrived. She hadn't seen any clear images. If her precognitive ability had really strengthened, what could be the cause? Could it be that the Banshee mother had awakened? Thinking this, Everly quickly pulled the eyeball she had hidden in the crocodile pouch and examined it in the moonlight. To her disappointment, it looked the same as before, dull, like a ruby whose color was slightly off. She didn't lose heart. As long as the eyeball existed, the Banshee couldn't truly die. There would be a day when she would awaken. By then, Everly shook her head, forcing herself to put the thought aside. There was something more important right now, something only she could do. With that in mind, Everly held onto the railing of her crib and stood up. Her crib was placed by the window, about half an arm's length away from the glass. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the two roads intersecting outside. The night was deep. The gas station lights had long since gone out, and there were no streetlights on the roads. The world outside was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon above. Everly was waiting for a car. Just as everything about the string of kidnappings felt familiar to her, Everly had an inexplicable premonition. Tonight, the refrigerated truck she had seen in her mind would appear. So, despite her sleepiness, Everly forced herself to stay alert, standing completely still on the crib like a statue. 1 minute, 2 minutes, she lost track of time. Just as her heavy eyelids threatened to shut from drowsiness, a faint roar of an engine caught her attention. Everly shook her head and followed the sound. In the distance, she saw a large, familiar truck appearing at the far end of the road. Thanks to the Banshee mother's milk, Everly's eyesight was excellent. Even though the truck had no headlights on, she could easily recognize it. It was the same refrigerated truck she had seen in her vision. It was like a roaring shadow in the night, speeding along Highway 466, drawing closer and closer. As it neared, Everly yanked open her mouth and let out a heart-piercing wail. The baby's cry roused the sleeping Old John. Forgetting even to put on his shoes, he bolted into Everly's room. There, he saw the little girl, who should have been asleep, standing on the crib railing, pointing toward the window, her round face marked with urgency. "Ka," Everly babbled in baby talk. At first, old John didn't understand. Worried she might fall, he hurried over, scooped her up, and was about to lay her back in the crib to calm her when his eyes inadvertently shifted, and there, just below, he saw the refrigerated truck making the turn at the intersection. The vehicle came from the east side of Highway 466. After reaching the intersection, it made a 90-degree turn onto Highway 387, heading south along the road. Something's not right. As a former detective, old John immediately sensed that something was wrong. The southern end of State Route 387 was the town of Lameia, about 10 kilometers from here. It was a small town built on tourism. Any traveler wishing to explore the volcanic canyons of the Lameia Great Desert had to pass through it. South of the town lay the vast, uninhabited desert. Therefore, if the refrigerated truck was heading south, its only possible destination was Lameia. Old John positioned himself along the only route leading to Lameia. Living here, he knew very well that trucks delivering frozen goods to the town came only once every 2 weeks, and today wasn't even a scheduled delivery day. Moreover, even if the truck were making a delivery, it shouldn't have come from the east via Highway 466. The north end of Highway 387 connected to the city of Mykono, the supply hub for eastern Dwight State. All the supermarkets there received their shipments from Mykono. A refrigerated truck arriving at night, with no headlights on, and with a cargo compartment, the list of suspicious details kept growing. Then he remembered Pete, the bald guy he'd passed by the gas station during the day, and his daughter Lena, who worked as a kitchen assistant at Old Jones's motel. Piecing all the clues together, a sudden, ominous premonition filled Old John's mind. For the moment, he couldn't worry about calming his little granddaughter. Squinting, he quickly memorized the license plate of the refrigerated truck, then pulled out his phone and called David, asking him to help check the truck's movements over the past 3 months. "I strongly suspect that the driver of this vehicle is connected to the string of kidnappings. Once you find out anything, make sure to call me immediately," he instructed David. After hanging up, old John tried every possible way to get in touch with Pete. They were merely acquaintances, enough to exchange a few words when they met, but not close enough to have each other's contact info. He flipped through his phone contacts, calling several local residents who might have Pete's number. Lameia was a remote town with few entertainment options, so the townspeople tended to go to bed early. Most of his calls went unanswered, or the person answering didn't know Pete well. Finally, when he called the owner of the local pharmacy, old John got what he needed. Thank goodness, Pete wasn't asleep yet. But he didn't seem too concerned about old John's warning. "Lameia's a safe town. Why would I keep Lena locked up? I only brought her back because she was sulking at me. I don't want to annoy her." Old John had no choice but to tell him that he had just seen a person suspected of being the kidnapper driving a refrigerated truck toward Lameia. "What? Are you sure? How do you know it's the kidnapper?" "I heard it from the 2 officers passing by the gas station. You know, from the state police headquarters to St. Mona, my gas station is on the only route," old John bluffed casually. His story had obvious holes, but Pete believed him. Grabbing his phone, he ran anxiously to his daughter's bedroom. He knocked repeatedly with no answer, then unlocked the door and pushed it open only to find the room empty. There was no sign of his daughter. "Lena. Damn it, she's gone. She met a truck driver at the motel, and they've been flirting. I tried to convince her to come back, but she wouldn't listen. We had a huge argument, and now she probably just went out to clear her head," Pete rambled anxiously, his words spilling out without pause. Old John, hearing him go on and on without getting to the point, quickly interjected, "Think about the timing. The refrigerated truck must have just arrived. Go outside and look for Lena. If you're lucky, you might still catch her." "You're right. Thank you so much, old friend. I'll hang up for now, and I'll contact you once I have news." Pete ended the call abruptly and hung up. Old John laid his little granddaughter down on the bed. As he gently rocked the crib, he held his phone in hand, silently waiting for replies from both sides. While waiting, just as Everly was about to fall asleep, the phone rang. Pete was calling first. Before answering, old John glanced at Everly. He worried about disturbing her sleep, but for some reason, his usually extremely obedient little granddaughter was still awake. Her big, watery eyes stared at him curiously. Since Everly was awake, it didn't really matter if she was disturbed. Old John smiled helplessly and answered the call. Lena's missing. Someone said they saw her follow a man. He was wearing a black jacket and a hat. His face was hidden. He doesn't look like anyone from our town. I've searched all around here but can't find any trace of Lena, and her phone keeps going straight to voicemail. Old John, I'm driving to your place right now. Can you keep an eye out and see if that car you mentioned appears? Hearing Pete's plea, Old John's expression darkened. Understood. If I see that car, I'll stop it for you. Thank you so much. Once I find Lena, I'll make sure to properly thank you. Pete's voice on the phone kept pouring out thanks. After hanging up, Old John stood, patting his granddaughter's forehead. Grandpa's going to step outside and check the situation. You stay here nicely and wait for me, okay? Okay, I'll be very good. Everly lay neatly on the bed and obediently nodded to her grandfather. Old John froze for a moment. Sometimes, he felt that his little granddaughter behaved in ways that seemed off, as if she possessed a wisdom beyond her years, capable of understanding his words. But could that really be possible given Shelley's genes? Some people's faces alone could provoke a visceral sense of disgust. Shaking his head, Old John pushed away the strange, unfounded thoughts and quickly strode to the wardrobe, activating the box elevator that led down to the safe room. Old John was about to face a ruthless, highly intelligent criminal. Everly worried that in the unseen corners of the house, he might get hurt or run into some unexpected danger. But soon, she realized she had been overthinking. When he went downstairs, Old John was still in his pajamas. When he reappeared, he was clad in a black bulletproof vest and wearing a helmet like the ones used in combat video games. Though the vest and helmet looked worn and secondhand, discarded items from someone else, they were intimidating enough. In addition to changing clothes, Old John now carried a long rifle fitted with a scope on his back. He first headed to the balcony next door, then hurried down the stairs. Everly heard him rummaging through cabinets and boxes upstairs, and shortly after, the creak of the front door opening echoed from below. Grandpa had gone out. Eager to see what was happening, Everly quickly scrambled up and once again stood on the crib railing, craning her neck to look outside. In the dim moonlight, she saw Old John clutching a small cardboard box and quickly running toward the southern stretch of Route 387. After scanning the surroundings, he opened the box and poured the small black contents onto the road, spreading them from left to right until the entire stretch was covered. Alpha B Epsilon. Once he finished pouring it out, the old man hurried back inside, climbed the stairs to the second floor, and disappeared onto the balcony again. With everything set, the gas station fell into a brief, tense silence. Time dragged slowly as they waited. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the long-awaited refrigerated truck finally appeared at the far end of Route 387. It still had no lights on. Bursting from the darkness at the end of the road, it charged toward the gas station like a savage, raging bull. As the truck tore down the road, kicking up clouds of dust, its tires suddenly ran over a row of dark, sharp objects on the ground near the station. The spikes pierced the tires, and under the pressure, the front tire rapidly deflated. The massive vehicle jolted violently. The driver, sensing disaster, slammed on the brakes. Screech! The harsh screech of rubber against asphalt rang out as the truck skidded forward 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a crooked stop in the middle of the road. The door opened and a dirty, thick-soled boot stepped onto the stairs. Following it came a tall, burly man. He wore a black jacket and a hat, his broad shoulders and muscular build matching exactly the description Pete had given over the phone. The man grabbed a flashlight and bent down to inspect the flattened tire. When he saw the dense array of giant tacks embedded in the rubber, he froze for a moment. Thinking quickly, he immediately switched off the flashlight and dashed back toward the truck. But he realized it too late. Old John was already crouched on the balcony, rifle in hand, aiming at him for a long moment. Everly heard a faint bang from above, a bullet so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, and the man's movement toward the truck froze abruptly. He reached up instinctively toward his exposed neck, but before his fingers could touch it, His body lurched backward and thudded softly against the side of the refrigerated truck. Everly was a little puzzled. She hadn't seen the expected gushing of blood. With a sniper rifle, even a small caliber one, a shot to the neck within 50 meters should have been fatal. But from the security footage, aside from losing consciousness, the truck driver appeared completely uninjured. Her confusion was answered when old John stepped closer and fired again, this time at the driver's leg. Bathed in the bright moonlight peeking through the clouds, Everly finally saw clearly. The gun in old John's hands wasn't firing ordinary bullets at all, it was shooting glowing white tranquilizer darts. Wow, even a niche tranquilizer gun? In terms of firepower, old John's underground safe haven wasn't as shabby as she'd imagined. Everly stared, dumbfounded. 2 darts from that gun, and even a wild boar would be out cold. Old John slung the tranquilizer gun back onto his shoulder, then pulled a pair of handcuffs from his waist. First, he secured the unconscious driver to the truck railing, then used both hands to steady the limp body as he began to search from top to bottom. A dagger, a butterfly knife, a revolver, mysterious syringes. One by one, the dangerous items were extracted from the driver as easily as picking corn kernels and tossed far off to the roadside. Only after all possible threats were removed did old John pick up the keys, walk to the back of the truck, and unlock the heavily secured refrigerated compartment. Thick white fog drifted from the truck's door, cascading toward the ground like a waterfall. As the cargo door slowly opened, the evil hidden inside the truck was revealed to the world. The piercing wail of sirens didn't fade until the early hours of the morning. From the refrigerated truck's rear compartment, 3 living people were rescued, the 2 missing police officers and Pete's daughter, Lena. Of the 3, Lena was in the best condition. She had been lured onto the truck by the driver and had only been locked inside for a few minutes before old John rescued her. Sharon and Mike, however, were in worse shape. The 2 had been confined in the truck at -18°C since noon, nearly 10 hours. Mike had a severe head injury, and if Sharon hadn't done everything she could inside the truck to keep them both warm, Mike might not have survived. Besides the living, 9 corpses were recovered from the truck, all recently missing young girls. The number of victims far exceeded what the police had known. They had been stripped and hung inside the truck like livestock at a slaughterhouse, all subjected to inhuman torment before death. The case was so shocking that it drew the attention of the Mykono City, St. Mona City, and Dwight State Police Departments. During the joint investigation, police quickly discovered that the disappearances around US 34 highway were not the perpetrator's first crimes. At his home in Ross City, Sunley Estate, authorities found another body in a refrigerator, dismembered into chunks of flesh and wrapped in layers of cling film. Tests confirmed the body belonged to the perpetrator's mother. The criminal was named Peter Barnes, a resident of Ross City, Sunley Estate. His mother, Gressa, had been born into a conservative Catholic family. During adolescence, unable to tolerate her parents' strict control, Gressa eloped with her lover and gave birth to Peter out of wedlock. However, the impulsiveness of her youth brought Gressa only fleeting joy. The once intense passion and grand promises of love were soon crushed by the mundane hardships and difficulties of life. Gressa was abandoned by her lover. She tried to turn to her parents for help, but they saw their wayward daughter as a source of shame. Publicly, they claimed she had died and refused to take her back, only sending her a small allowance from time to time. After the couple's second son was born, this allowance was quickly reduced to barely enough for Gressa to survive. Alone, in poverty and isolation, Gressa raised her son by herself. She was full of regret for her past, believing that her rebellion and pursuit of so-called freedom had led her into this personal hell. As a result, she watched Peter very closely. He was not allowed to make friends, to play, or even to have a romantic relationship. Any minor defiance was met with severe corporal punishment from his mother. She had a confinement room, only the size of a toilet stall. It was pitch black, empty. Whenever Peter displeased her, she would lock him inside, cutting off food and water until he could no longer endure it and would collapse on the floor begging for mercy, said policewoman Sharon. Unknowingly, Gressa had become like her own parents. Perhaps it was the oppressive, twisted childhood that shaped Peter's character, or perhaps his personality had always harbored a cruel, antisocial streak. As Peter grew, Gressa discovered that her son had developed disturbing hobbies, touring cats and dogs for amusement, watching blood-soaked murder tapes, and collecting news clippings of serial killers, treating them as idols. Gressa was shocked and disappointed when she realized this. She ordered him to throw away the newspapers and tapes, forbade him from going outside, and repeatedly locked him in the confinement room, attempting to correct his character through corporal punishment. But Peter was no longer the weak, timid little boy he had once been. He had grown, his arms strong and powerful, and under the influence of his idols, his heart had gradually hardened and become cruel. 3 months ago, during an argument, Peter accidentally killed his mother. When her blood ran over the back of his hand, he felt, almost as if by fate, a powerful force flowing into his body. He became fascinated by the sensation of holding life and death in his hands. It was like Pandora's box had been opened. The malevolence buried deep within his soul surged forth, urging him to go out and find more prey, drawing strength from their screams, pain, and wails. After killing his mother, Peter dismembered her and stuffed her into a refrigerator, claiming she had gone on a trip. Then he bought a second-hand refrigerated truck, purchased documents from the black market, and posed as a delivery driver to hunt near Highway 34. Peter preferred to operate at night. He targeted young women walking alone after dark because he considered them immoral or flawed in character, which reminded him of his own disobedient mother when she was young. Everly nestled in old John's arms, listening as Sharon recounted the story behind the case from the hospital bed. As she listened, a familiar sense she had felt before returned once again, and a trace of confusion appeared on her face. Everly and old John came to visit the patient. It had been a week since that night when the refrigerated truck had been forced to stop. Mike's head injury was severe, and he remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking. As for policewoman Sharon, her head wound was relatively minor, and she had mostly recovered. Recovering from an injury was inherently boring, and Sharon had a lot she wanted to say. Old John's visit became an outlet for her emotions. Thus, what began as a simple hospital visit gradually turned into the current policewoman telling a story. You can probably guess what happened next, Mr. John. The frequent disappearances of young women along Highway 34 threw the area into panic. With fewer prey, Peter was forced to shift his hunting grounds to Highway 466. That noon, he was dining at Old John's Motel when he coincidentally ran into Mike and me, who were there investigating. At the time, we were on the phone with the Highway Authority, requesting the past 3 months of truck passage records. Peter, worried that we might trace him, called out to us as we were leaving, claiming he had information, and got into our car. At this point, Sharon's hand trembled slightly, and a lingering fear colored her voice. But you probably didn't expect that Peter didn't wait until later. He attacked Mike and me the moment he got in the car. We never imagined someone would do something like that in broad daylight, in a motel parking lot where anyone could walk by at any moment. Mike was immediately knocked unconscious. I fared a little better. Peter intended to spare me, to slowly torment me, so he didn't strike a killing blow. But the impact to my head left my limbs powerless. Even though I was conscious, I was completely unable to move. He had subdued Mike and me, then drove the refrigerated truck next to a police car, using its body to block any outside view, and brazenly moved us into the truck's cargo compartment. After that, Peter got into the police car, planning to drive it out into the wilderness and abandon it. The whole process went smoothly, except when leaving the motel, he ran into Lena, who had just returned from a date with her boyfriend. She saw him in the driver's seat. Although she clearly had no idea who actually owned the police car, Peter decided that same night to eliminate this threat. Hearing this, Everly instinctively bit her lip. She saw it again. The scene replayed in her mind, just like that night. And this time, the sequence was even more coherent, a series of grainy, yellow-tinted frames flowing together, forming a moving picture. She saw a young girl with Lena's face, lively and radiant, wearing a white chef's uniform. She happily said goodbye to her lover, who worked as a delivery driver, and jogged toward the back kitchen. Passing by a police car, curiosity made her glance inside. She saw a brooding man wearing a hat sitting in the driver's seat. Their eyes met briefly, but she didn't think much of it and quickly walked away. The scene advanced to the next frame. With a brief flicker, the background switched to a brightly lit bedroom. The girl with Lena's face, now in pajamas, sat in front of the mirror, looking displeased as she removed her makeup. At that moment, her phone on the table vibrated. It was a message from her boyfriend. He said he was nearby and invited her out on a date. Seeing the message, the girl didn't think much. She casually threw on a jacket and climbed out of her bedroom window. However, when she arrived at the agreed-upon location, her boyfriend wasn't there. Instead, she encountered the man from the police car earlier that day. He introduced himself as a friend of her boyfriend, explaining that her boyfriend was waiting elsewhere because he feared her father might see him. The girl, inexperienced in the ways of the world and hearing details that matched her boyfriend's, let her guard down and followed the man without suspicion. As if to confirm that what Everly was seeing wasn't just imagination, the footage reached this point at the exact moment Sharon's story did. After learning that Lena had been taken home by her father to Lameia town, Peter kidnapped and killed Lena's boyfriend. That same night, he drove to Lameia, sent Lena a message using her boyfriend's phone, lured her out of the house, and abducted her. Everly instinctively widened her eyes. It was the same, exactly the same. The details Sharon described matched the scenes Everly had just seen perfectly. This was no mere coincidence. The fragments she witnessed clearly had some extraordinary property. Could it be the effect of the Banshee's milk? The thought flashed in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. The Banshee's power was to foresee the future, but the scenes she had just witnessed were from the past. They were completely different concepts and could not be equated. So why was this happening? It was strange. Yesterday, she could explain the scenes of the future as a form of precognition. But today, she felt an uncanny familiarity with the criminal's tragic past, and, like watching a movie, she had seen a continuous sequence of events she had never witnessed before. It made no sense. Wait, watching a movie? The word movie struck her like a bolt of lightning across the night sky, instantly illuminating the chaos in her mind. The sealed doors of memory crashed open. Scene after scene, some familiar, some strange, flashed before her eyes like a carousel, until finally, everything froze on a single, enormous title on a screen. Seeing that line of text, Everly shivered all over. She finally understood why she had been experiencing so many strange sensations. It wasn't because her precognitive abilities had evolved. Rather, she had truly seen these scenes and heard this exact story before, in her previous life, through some video-sharing website. It was a low-budget American thriller. The film was called Highway Horror. Its protagonist was also named Lena, a motel kitchen assistant. By chance, she witnessed a serial killer handling a police car after committing his crimes and was spotted by him. The killer lured her into a refrigerated truck under the pretense of being her boyfriend. Up to this point, the movie's plot matched reality perfectly. Ranby. However, as the story continued, the film diverged from reality. In reality, Old John had quickly noticed that something was wrong with the truck. He intervened decisively, tricking and subduing the killer, and rescued the people inside the cargo compartment. In the movie, Lena wasn't so lucky. She was locked inside a truck at below zero temperatures for several hours. To avoid freezing to death, she tried every method she could think of to survive. Eventually, using clothes scavenged from the dead and a makeshift ice house built from cardboard, she barely managed to stay conscious. When the killer entered the truck intending to torture her, the girl mustered all her remaining strength, injured his eyes, and seized the chance to escape. What followed was a tense, adrenaline-filled chase through the wilderness. Too much time had passed, and Everly could only vaguely remember the details. She recalled that the movie's ending wasn't entirely happy. The protagonist, Lena, after a fierce struggle and battered from head to toe, finally stumbled toward a house with its lights on. Just as she was about to be saved, a pair of bloodied hands suddenly reached out from the darkness behind the girl, clamping over her mouth and nose. With a violent pull, the girl, her face filled with despair, was dragged back into the pitch-black wilderness. The final scene of the movie showed Lena's father, Pete, looking haggard as he held a stack of missing person posters, distributing them around the motel. In Everly's previous life, novels and TV shows about transmigrating to another world had been hugely popular. The protagonist has an accident, wakes up in the world of a book or show, uses their precognitive advantage to make a name for themselves, and along the way falls in love with the story's characters, ultimately achieving success in both love and career. Although such stories were cliched, they were addictive. Even Everly herself had indulged in similar daydreams of crossing over. But the kind of transmigration she had hoped for did not include being dropped into a half-forgotten American thriller. Although the latter half of highway horror diverged from reality, the beginning and middle of the story, the setup, development, and twists, including the film's backstory about the killer, matched the just-concluded highway serial kidnapping and murder case perfectly. Even the appearances of the movie's characters were identical to the Lena, Pete, and others she knew. In this situation, the only plausible explanation was that she had somehow transmigrated into the movie itself. As for the differences between the film and reality, Everly figured it was a kind of butterfly effect caused by her transmigration. Because of her disappearance, old John had left the gas station to go to Picati. His absence and return indirectly altered the movements of the story's characters, ultimately causing the criminal to be subdued earlier than in the movie, preventing him from running rampant until the very end. This deduction made perfect sense. At the same time, it conveyed an important realization to Everly: the movie's plot wasn't fixed. It could be influenced by external forces, eventually leading to an ending completely different from the original. Of course, for now, the criminal had been caught, the survivors in the truck rescued, and the victims' bodies returned to their families for proper burial. From this outcome, highway horror could be considered to have wrapped filming early, and whether the original plot could be altered no longer really mattered. But would things really be that simple? Everly felt a creeping unease. She thought back on the countless strange events since her birth, witnessing a mysterious hooded figure murder and steal a baby in the hospital as a newborn, living in an apartment that, due to a dark god's sacrifice, reeked of death and consumed countless lives. Moving to the seaside and being abducted by a mythological banshee for feeding, being caught up in a plane bombing by a cult on the way to the airport. Against all these experiences, the terrifying serial kidnapping and murder case seemed almost minor. This world was dangerous. And from Everly's observations, the vast majority of these threats had nothing to do with highway horror. Even if the plot of highway horror played out fully, it would only mean the film's kidnapping and murder story had concluded. The other evils and dangers unfolding, or about to unfold, across the rest of the world would continue along their predetermined paths. This led Everly to think of a subgenre of transmigration stories, the comprehensive transmigration, or multi-transmigration for short. This involves protagonists crossing into multiple movies, TV shows, novels, or 2D animation, either consecutively moving between worlds, commonly called quick transmigration, or entering a multidimensional fused world that incorporates elements from several works. Everly suspected she had entered the latter. Although she couldn't prove it yet, her memories from her previous life were mostly lost so far. Aside from highway horror, she hadn't encountered any other familiar storylines. But no matter. In a world riddled with hidden dangers, maintaining a cautious and practical approach to life could never be wrong. With that thought, Everly let out a long, deliberate sigh. Affected by the injuries of the two police officers, old John was noticeably down for a while after returning from the hospital visits. Later, Mike, who had been unconscious, finally woke up, and the policewoman Sharon also made a full recovery and was discharged. With his worries lifted, and with his little granddaughter at home being so adorable, old John finally pulled himself together again. He resumed work on his underground shelter. Old John's gas station was located in a very remote area. It sat east of the Iramore Mountains, a massive range running north to south. Moist air from the western Pacific was blocked by the high peaks as it passed through, leaving the western side warm, humid, and lush with vegetation, while the eastern side remained arid year-round, nothing but bare rock and desert as far as the eye could see. Being far from populated areas and inconvenient to travel to meant that people's needs were compressed to a minimum. Aside from food and clothing, there was almost nowhere to spend money. Even with an extra mouth to feed, Everly, the cost of living didn't increase by much. As for income, the gas station and small convenience store barely turned a profit. The real bulk came from old John's pension. As a retired police detective, he received a little over $2,000 each month, totaling about $24,000 a year. In that era, even a middle-class family earned only around $30,000 annually, so old John's income was actually quite substantial. Earning more and spending less, his savings gradually grew comfortable again. Americans weren't known for having a habit of saving. Once they had money, they wanted to spend it. Each month, old John set aside $500 from his pension to buy a trust for Everly. All the rest went into supplies for the shelter, stockpiles of food and medicine, cold weather clothing, some melee weapons, air filtration equipment, backup generators, sewage recycling systems. He stubbornly believed that the end of the world would come sooner or later, and that a fully equipped underground shelter was the best gift he could give a child. Under his day-by-day reinforcement and upgrades, the once crude shelter became increasingly complete. At the same time, the storeroom filled up with more and more supplies, growing ever more comprehensive in variety. And Everly, too, was growing up. Old John's boundless love and meticulous care nurtured her like a young seedling just breaking through the soil, greedily absorbing sunlight and rain, growing stronger by the day. At 8 months old, Everly conquered her stubborn little tongue for the first time and successfully said, "Grandpa." By 10 months, with her legs gradually gaining strength, Everly stood up and began trying to walk. Around her first birthday, she could walk on her own, wobbling a few meters at a time. By the age of 1.5, the prodigy baby Everly had fully revealed her remarkable language talent, able to carry on fluent conversations with old John using everyday phrases, though this was partly because she deliberately held back, worried about startling him. In fact, by age 1, a baby's tongue muscles are already fully developed, capable of supporting normal speech. At first, old John was a little shocked, but as he recalled all the clever things Everly had done as an infant, he quickly relaxed. He had always been prejudiced against Shelley, thinking of him as a fool who used a handsome face to trick women's hearts, a judgment Everly found spot on. He had even worried that Everly might grow up as foolish as her biological father. Fortunately, his little granddaughter had a keen eye for genes. She inherited her father's looks, but her mind carried the sharp intelligence and alertness characteristic of the Breton family, perhaps even surpassing them. Look at her, such a cute and outstanding child, bearing the surname Minas after Shelley, really gives him some credit. Her improved language skills freed Everly from the limitations she had faced before. She could express her needs smoothly, what she wanted to eat, where she wanted to go, what she wanted to buy, and old John almost always fulfilled her wishes. Even though many popular external forms of entertainment were unavailable there, Everly still enjoyed herself every day. From 7 months to 6 years old, she lived through an unimaginably peaceful time. Everly attributed it all to how remote this place was. Being far from big cities, with so few people passing through, crime rates here were astonishingly low. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, today a school shooting, tomorrow a family mass *CRE, Everly's memory held that, since the end of the serial kidnapping and murder cases, nothing particularly serious had happened near the gas station. Of course, minor incidents still occurred. For example, when she was 3, a debt-avoiding gambler drove through, saw only an old man and a little girl at the station, and got malicious ideas. In the middle of the night, he tried to break in and steal. By then, old John was already busy reinforcing the underground shelter, so the above-ground living area naturally received upgrades too. After all, there was an elevator in the house leading down to the shelter. The 2-story building looked ordinary from the outside, but had a very high defense level. The door was solid wood with steel inserts, fitted with a composite lock cord that a non-professional couldn't pick. Every window was made of bulletproof glass and locked from the inside at night. The gambler circled the ground floor, found no way in, and decided to try his luck on the 2nd floor. Using protrusions on the building, he heaved himself up onto the open balcony. The moment his foot touched the floor, he stepped into a bear trap set there. Bait Epsilon. He fought with all his strength, barely stifling the scream that surged up his throat. Then, when he looked up, the back of his head felt the cold hardness of a gun barrel. Old John had been waiting right behind him all along. The gambler should have felt lucky at that time. Old John was busy upgrading the shelter's ventilation system and had no time to deal with human corpses. Otherwise, under U.S. law in this world, someone like him, carrying a weapon and illegally entering another's home, would be well within his rights to catch a bullet. The gambler was soon arrested by the police who arrived on the scene. He was a total pauper. His car was stolen, and inside it, besides some illegal Dr**GS, there was only a starving, skin-and-bones puppy, his entire worldly possessions. Old John took in the little puppy. The puppy was short and sturdy, with a solid, stocky build and a round, tiger-like head. Its coat was a mix of red and white, giving it the look of a cross between a pit bull and some kind of medium-sized dog. Being very young, it only took a few days of feeding before the puppy became attached and recognized Old John as its owner. Pit bulls are bulldog-type dogs with somewhat aggressive temperaments. When exposed to loud noises, bright lights, pain, or anxiety, they can develop strong aggressive impulses, sometimes even biting their owners. For this reason, at first, Old John didn't allow the puppy near Everly. He fenced off an area around the gas station and began training the dog, which he named Buddy. But Buddy quickly surprised him. As a mixed breed, he inherited the pit bull's strong physique and courageous, combative spirit, but he also had a temperament far more stable than a typical pit bull. Intelligent, quick-witted, patient, and loyal, Buddy never turned his sharp teeth on his owner, no matter what stimulus he experienced. After some time of training, Old John finally felt confident enough to let the puppy stay close. Buddy did not betray his owner's trust. He became an excellent companion dog, playful, affectionate, gentle. Even if Everly accidentally stepped on his tail, he would only let out a pitiful whine for a moment. Once the pain passed, he would immediately return to her side, affectionately licking her hands with his warm, thick tongue. Yet when it came to outsiders, he transformed into a fierce and reliable guard dog. Old John moved the fence to the front of the house, creating a yard. Outside the fence, passers-by could freely move about the gas station and convenience store, fueling up and shopping. But if anyone tried to cross into Everly and Old John's private space, Buddy would instantly change. Lying low to the ground, he would unleash a relentless bark and courageously charge at the intruder, using his remarkably strong bite. Even though he was still a small puppy whose height barely reached the knees, he feared no human larger or stronger than himself. Old John was very pleased with Buddy, and Everly loved the little dog as well. Buddy became the third member of their little household. His presence greatly increased the gas station's security, well, at least the apparent, visible security. While still a puppy, his main role was to serve as an early warning system. Once Buddy grew to adulthood, his back would rise, shoulders broaden, and the muscles of his forelimbs would develop powerful, defined curves. He would transform into a true guard dog, a strong deterrent to any ill-intentioned intruder. Thanks to Buddy, the gas station enjoyed long stretches of peace, with no petty criminals daring to cause trouble. Even the delinquent teenagers from Lameia town, who treated theft as a point of pride and adventure, hesitated to try anything once they entered the convenience store. Time flew by in a blur of running and playful laughter. Before they knew it, Everly was 6 years old. From the time her grandfather took her in until she turned 6, Everly's biological father, Shelley, never once came to see his child and rarely even called. Old John disliked Shelley too much to check up on him, so Everly only had a rough idea. Apparently, the series of paintings Shelley created based on the Legend of the Banshee and Picati had actually become a hit, earning him a tidy sum. With money in hand, Shelley could no longer tolerate the quiet, monastery-like life of Picati and moved to a big city, living in a luxury house and hiring a young, beautiful assistant. Everly, meanwhile, completely lost contact with the Banshee. All she could do was guess, based on the faded color of the eye she held, that the creature still had not awakened. Incidentally, despite making a fortune, Shelley never gave Everly a penny in child support. The heartless father had long since forgotten both Everly and her mother, who had died young. Occasionally, when drunk, he would call Everly, sobbing and speaking about his late wife Rachel, wallowing in the loving father image he had constructed for himself, lost in self-pity and unable to break free. What a heartless scumbag! Even with money, Shelley never thought to bring his daughter home, and luckily, Old John had no intention of being separated from his granddaughter. As for Everly, the choice couldn't be more obvious: a rich but immoral father, or a grandfather who genuinely cared for and loved her. She decided that, at least until she could solve the Banshee problem, she would stay with her grandfather. At 6, Everly was due to start elementary school. In this life's version of the US, there was a 12-year compulsory education system. The exact age for enrollment was determined by state law. In Dwight State, where Everly lived, children were required to start school at age 6, with mandatory education continuing until age 18. Most schools in the state followed a 6-3-3 system: 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 3 years of high school. By the time students graduated from high school, compulsory education would be complete. Before entering elementary school, there were actually daycare centers, kindergartens, and preschool programs that taught letters, numbers, general knowledge, and social skills to prepare children for school. Many parents enrolled their children in these programs. Old John had originally planned to do the same for Everly. After all, other children were attending, and he had the money, so why not? But Everly refused. First, with the memories of an adult, there was nothing she could actually learn in preschool, making it a waste of time and money. Second, their home was so remote that all preschool programs were in the city of Mykono. Sending her there would mean Old John would have to leave early and return late every day, spending hours on the road unnecessarily. But if you don't go to preschool, you'll miss the opportunity. What if you can't make friends later? Old John fretted. Will I? Everly poked her cheek and tilted her head adorably. Old John looked at his little granddaughter's chubby, rosy cheeks that still carried the remnants of baby fat, her sparkling blue eyes, and her silky golden hair. She had inherited every bit of Shelley's good looks, completely, without a flaw, and was truly an angelic child. Even as a child, she already had a basic sense of beauty and aesthetics. With a face that cute and a personality that wasn't dull or shy, Old John knew from experience that a girl like Everly could never be isolated at school. On the contrary, she would naturally draw attention and admiration from everyone around her. With that final worry put to rest, Old John decided not to send Everly to preschool. Still, once Everly turned 6, she obeyed the law and dutifully started elementary school. Everly attended the public elementary school in Lemmetown, a small, run-down old school. It couldn't be helped old story, their home was too remote. Aside from the Lemmet school, the nearest other schools were in Mykono City. Driving there would take over 2 hours one way. A morning drop-off and an afternoon pickup would mean 8 hours on the road each day, basically leaving no time for anything else. Old John felt guilty about this, but Everly always knew how to persuade him. I know the people in town, so I'll make friends quickly. If I went to school in the city, everyone around me would be strangers, and I'd feel out of place. Besides, the stuff they teach in elementary school is so simple, I've already taught myself everything. It doesn't matter where I go to school. And she wasn't lying. In her previous life, Everly had actually graduated from college. Even though her memory wasn't completely intact, what she had learned was deeply ingrained, almost instinctive. When she encountered it again, a little thought was enough to recall it fully, allowing her to master it again and connect it seamlessly with other knowledge. For someone with that kind of study hack, the material taught to American elementary students was truly nothing. Old John couldn't argue with her logic, so he finally sent her to the school in Lemmet. The elementary school was named after a well-known local natural landmark, Volcanic Gorge Elementary School. Almost all of its students were from Lemmet town itself. The town was very small, just over 1,000 residents, so the school only had 6 classes, 1 per grade, with each class having just a dozen or 20 students. The student body was very tiny. School started at 8:30 a.m. and ended at 3 p.m. In addition to the 4 core subjects, English, math, science, and social studies, students also attended art, music, and physical education classes. The curriculum was very simple, and the teachers were fairly lax. In class, students frequently whispered, passed notes, laughed quietly, or played small pranks on each other. The teachers mostly focused on lecturing, barely paying attention to what the students were doing, as long as it didn't get too out of hand. It was said that most public schools in the US were like this in terms of teaching quality. Everly realized that if she wanted to pursue higher education and aim for a good university, she would need a stricter, better-managed private school after finishing elementary. She wasn't a prodigy. Once the material got harder, she would have to start learning from scratch, like everyone else. Without a proper learning environment, even a disciplined student would struggle to focus fully on their studies. Beyond the management style, another aspect of American schooling surprised Everly. Grades were no longer the ultimate currency. In her previous life, a student with good grades was automatically a model student in the eyes of parents, teachers, and peers. In the US, however, just burying your head in books would get you labeled a nerd, isolating you socially, subjecting you to ridicule or even bullying. In contrast, students who were humorous, socially skilled, or excelled in sports tended to be more popular. Fortunately, Everly didn't have any of those problems. She was an excellent student, never disruptive in class, and always completed her homework, earning straight A's in every subject. At the same time, she was considered one of the cool girls by everyone. Beautiful, athletic, strong-willed, self-respecting, never stirring trouble, and never backing down when provoked. She once punched that obnoxious third grader, Whit, so hard his nose bled everywhere, and he started bawling for his parents. All because the guy, after being rejected by her, mocked old John to her face, calling him a greasy old man who reeks of engine oil. Honestly, it's ridiculous. American elementary schoolers are way too precocious. They're only in third grade and already thinking about getting girlfriends. Everly thought the teacher would scold her, and parents would come rushing to the school, just like in her previous life, but nothing of the sort happened. Whit slunk away in shame, never bothering her again, and didn't dare tell his parents either. In the US, students generally feel that running to your parents when something happens at school is incredibly pathetic. As for the teachers, they always turned a blind eye to conflicts between students. If no one complained, they didn't intervene, and even if they knew, they pretended not to. The punching incident didn't hurt Everly's reputation at all. On the contrary, it earned her quite a few fans. Many students wanted to be her friends, and even some older students reached out to her, offering friendship. But Everly had no interest in childish elementary kids. Even the older grades were still elementary students. So no matter who approached her, she remained cold and indifferent. And somehow, that made her even more popular. Wherever she went, students, whether she knew them or not, would greet her. At first, Everly would politely nod or respond, but eventually there were just too many people. Exhausted by the attention, she decided to ignore everyone completely. Surprisingly, those being ignored didn't get angry. Instead, they would clutch their faces and sigh to their friends. The Ice Queen was so cold and cool today. We have to greet her again tomorrow. A with ring above Nomicron Epsilon. Everly, help. Who came up with this cringy nickname? Leave me alone. At such an early age, Everly already had the burdens of being an idol. Every day at school, she wore a cool, impassive face, cool in class, cool doing her homework, cool participating in activities. That's how she went through first and second grade. She had to keep that facade all day until she returned home, got into old John's car, and finally relaxed her face. It was exhausting. Old John couldn't help but laugh at his little granddaughter, who looked like a tiny, serious adult. He pressed the accelerator, lifted one hand to pat her shoulder, and boomed in a loud voice, "Hey, Everly, relax a little. Everyone will still like you even if you aren't that cool." What? I'm not doing this to be liked. Everly snapped instantly. Old John laughed heartily. Buddy, crouched nearby, didn't understand what was happening, but let out an excited woof. The car filled with a moment of pure joy. At that moment, far off in the sky, a pale white streak of light cut across the darkness. Wow, a shooting star, Everly said, reaching out and pointing to the sky, pretending to be surprised to divert attention. Seems like there've been a lot of shooting stars lately. Old John glanced up and muttered casually. That year, there really were many meteors. Summer had just begun, and sightings of meteor showers were reported across the country, with news coverage appearing constantly. By July, NASA launched a Mars exploration orbiter named Wanderer. In August, the orbiter's high-resolution imaging system captured seasonal slope streaks on the Martian surface. Scientists conducted spectral analysis on these streaks and concluded that there was seasonal liquid water on Mars. This sensational discovery ignited humanity's passion for space exploration. Suddenly, meteors, meteorites, aliens, everything related to outer space became all the rage. More and more people would look up at night to observe the mysterious, deep sky. As a result, more meteors were sighted, and meteorite fragments even became trendy as decorative items. Everly still remembered that day clearly, September 23, 20/5. She had just finished second grade and was about to start third grade. That evening, after dinner, she was about to go out with old John to walk Buddy. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, for some reason, a sudden, inexplicable unease washed over her. Her heart raced, and her entire body felt as if it were suspended in midair, empty, untethered, without solid ground beneath her feet. A powerful sense of dread spread through her like wild grass, growing uncontrollably from her chest all the way up to her throat, making her feel nauseous. Everly gripped the doorknob tightly, breathing rapidly, cold sweat covering her forehead. It had been a very long time since she had felt this way, the unmistakable sense that something bad was about to happen, something she needed to avoid at all costs. "Grandpa, let's take Buddy and go to the underground shelter." Her voice was strained, her breaths coming in short gasps. Old John immediately sensed something was wrong. He hurried outside, grabbed Buddy from the yard, and brought the trembling Everly and the dog into the underground shelter. "You foresaw this again, didn't you?" Once they were seated on the sofa in the shelter, old John handed Everly a cup of warm milk, his voice full of concern. Everly nodded. Not long after she had learned to speak, she had casually revealed her precognitive abilities to old John. He had lived through enough storms and hardships to know that there were things in this world that science couldn't explain. He accepted Everly's supernatural ability without skepticism and even thought it was a remarkable gift. Tonight was another example. She had once again protected both of their lives from a falling meteor. Yes, a meteor was falling. The danger Everly had foreseen was a massive, blazing meteor streaking across the sky. It was far more dazzling than anything on TV, brighter than any shooting star, its silvery tail blazing behind it as it tore through the pitch-black night sky. It hurtled toward a nearby wasteland, shaking violently as it fell. Along its path, clouds ripped apart and the air itself seemed distorted. It moved so fast that, even underground, Everly could hear the thunderous sonic boom as it passed overhead. The enormous meteor landed on a distant mountainside. The moment the meteor struck, even the surveillance cameras outside shuddered. A blinding white explosion engulfed the mountainside, and the thunderous boom took several seconds to reach their ears. By that time, the entire slope and the nearby highway was already shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Everly and old John normally walked Buddy along that stretch of road, right through the area now caught in the aftermath. The inexplicable sense of dread slowly faded after the meteor fell, and Everly exhaled, thinking the crisis was over. Still wary of stray debris, the two of them stayed in the shelter overnight and didn't return to the surface until early the next morning. By then, the fire on the mountainside had long since burned out. After a night's settling, the floating smoke and dust had dispersed, and under the bright sunlight, all that remained on the slope was a massive, crater-like depression caused by the impact. The crater's edges stretched all the way to Highway 387. As Everly stood on the balcony observing, several vehicles slowly drove in from the far end of the road, one after another, stopping at the edge of the crater. A large group of people poured out of the cars. Some carried ropes, shovels, and wooden planks, stepping toward the center of the crater, while others stood with arms crossed along the edges, whispering and pointing toward the inside. Everly had excellent eyesight and immediately recognized them. They were the townspeople of Lameia. Because of the rise of the so-called space craze, lately, whether on television, in newspapers, or on the radio, there have been all sorts of reports and popular science segments about space exploration. Not long ago, Everly happened to hear on the radio that, contrary to common stereotypes, the vast majority of meteorites are composed of minerals such as iron, nickel, and silicates. Only a very small fraction contain radioactive substances, and even when they do, the level of radiation is extremely low, not much higher than that of the natural gemstones people wear every day. After hearing that, she became rather interested in meteorites. It just so happened that today was Saturday, so there was no school. With nothing better to do anyway, Everly went thud-thud-thud down the stairs, let old John know, then took the dog, Buddy, by the leash and ran off together toward where the crowd had gathered. When she got close, she spotted several classmates from school at a glance among the onlookers. Everly instantly wiped the curiosity off her face, slowed her pace, and pretended she was merely strolling past, walking over with a blank expression. She really did have a serious idol image to maintain. "Hey, good morning, Everly." A second-year student in the crowd was the first to notice her and enthusiastically greeted her. Naturally, the noble Ice Queen was not about to open her mouth to return a greeting to a commoner. Everly gave him a cool glance, treating it as her response, then led the big dog to stand beside him, facing the meteorite crater. She came over. The younger student was flattered beyond measure, his fair face flushed bright red in an instant. After that, Everly didn't even need to ask. He poured everything out like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, explaining the purpose of everyone's visit. As it turned out, the townspeople had come for two reasons. First, to gawk at the meteorite, and second, to dig it up and haul it back to town to turn it into a statue. The mayor says this is the first time such a big meteorite has ever appeared around here. Space exploration themes are really popular right now. If we dig it up and bring it back to Lameia Town, put it in the central square as a landmark, it might attract more tourists to visit. Look, that truck over there belongs to the Carter family. They usually only use it to haul frozen meat, but today the mayor borrowed it specially to transport the meteorite. Following his pointing finger, Everly looked over and indeed spotted a large iron-skinned truck among the many sedans. Standing beside it was a short, brown-haired boy. He looked rather introverted, probably the Carter the younger student had mentioned. After finishing the gossip, Everly shifted her gaze back to the center of the huge pit. There, after more than a dozen townspeople worked together to dig, most of the meteorite buried beneath the loose soil had already been exposed. It looked about the same size as the decorative rocks commonly seen in parks in her previous life, jet black, pitted all over, and fairly ordinary at first glance. However, when the townspeople shoveled away the surrounding dirt, slid wooden planks underneath, secured them with ropes, and prepared to lift it, the meteorite's unusual quality finally revealed itself. It was heavy. Compared with an ordinary stone of the same size, the meteorite was far denser. The townspeople patted 7 or 8 wooden planks beneath it, pushed the meteorite onto them, tied it down with ropes, and only then, after more than 10 people strained together, did they barely manage to hoist it off the ground. The truck driver drove the vehicle down into the funnel-shaped depression and parked it beside the meteorite to receive it. Seeing this, the onlookers, unwilling to miss the moment the meteorite was loaded, all crowded closer. Everly had no interest in joining the excitement. Aside from being bigger, the meteorite didn't seem all that interesting anyway. She'd already seen enough. She turned around, holding the dog's leash and preparing to leave, when suddenly a burst of commotion erupted from the crowd not far away, immediately followed by a dull thump. Everly turned her head and saw the crowd in an uproar, people shouting and hurling insults at one another. She took a couple of steps forward and pricked up her ears, and only then did she understand what had happened. While they were carrying the meteorite, one of the townspeople had tripped over a stone and fallen, throwing the entire team off balance. With a loud bang, the meteorite slammed into the truck bed, cracking it open. Useless. How can you mess up something this simple? Someone in the crowd yelled angrily. It's just a crack. If you don't look closely, you can't even tell. What's there to make such a fuss about? One of the men who had been hauling the meteorite shot back. Yeah, if you care so much about this piece of junk, why don't you come move it yourself? The two sides bickered noisily, soon devolving into mutual accusations. No one noticed that while they were busy arguing, the onlooking boy, Carter, bent down and picked something up from the ground beside the truck. Everly saw it, but she didn't pay any attention. Aside from the large meteorite, there were plenty of small fragments scattered around on the ground. She was planning to wait until the crowd left and then go in to pick up a piece herself, though obviously not now. If her classmates saw her, it wouldn't be cool at all. B. The bustle around the meteorite crater went on for another 10 minutes or so before finally dying down amid one engine starting after another. Once the crowd had dispersed, Everly went into the crater and, just as she'd hoped, picked up a few of the prettiest-looking meteorite fragments, which she took home and set on a shelf. After spending 2 comfortable days resting at home, on Monday Everly rode to school. Passing through the town's central square, she saw that the original art sculpture in the middle had already been dismantled, with workers swinging hammers, smashing the base again and again. Not far away on the plaza stood a familiar chunk of jet black stone. It looked like they were planning to build the meteorite landmark right in the very center of the square, quite a grand display. Everly gave it a casual glance and then looked away. Her interest in meteorites had lasted only until she'd actually seen one. After that, she found it unremarkable and promptly put it out of her mind. But her classmates were a different story. Right now, space-related topics were all the rage. The appearance of the meteorite was like dropping a boulder into a lake. It completely shattered the quiet of this remote little town. At school, no matter where you went, nearly everyone was talking about shooting stars and meteorites. Some boasted about having shoveled a bit of dirt while the meteorite was being dug up, claiming to be one of its foundation builders. Others claimed to have seen the meteorite glowing at night, communicating with UFOs floating in the sky. Some even made plans with friends to go to the square after school just to touch the meteorite. Everly also ran into that Carter boy. He was standing by the window, holding a small yellow bead, earnestly telling his classmates that it was an alien egg brought by the meteorite. This outlandish claim was immediately met with merciless ridicule. One boy shouted wildly, snatched the so-called alien egg from his hand, and hurled it out the window, earning cheers and "wow" from the other students. Huh. So young and already learning how to bully classmates. Everly's expression remained icy as she pushed through the crowd, turned, and went straight to the teacher's office to report the incident to the second-year head teacher. In most American schools, students generally feel embarrassed to tell on someone to parents or teachers if they've been *lied. But for Everly, no such hesitation existed. When trouble arises, of course, you go to an adult. One good deed a day, one good deed a day. No matter how fanatical everyone else got about the meteorite, Everly kept to her own rhythm, reviewing lessons, exercising, exploring new knowledge, picking up hobbies, living a happy, fulfilling life. A few days later, she noticed a subtle change at school. One word had quietly started replacing meteorite in everyone's chatter: cockroach, a common pest insect in the US. Have you noticed that there seem to be more cockroaches around lately? You noticed too? Yesterday I opened my locker, and a cockroach suddenly crawled out from inside, almost onto my hand. It was disgusting. I haven't run into any. By the way, did you guys watch that show yesterday? Walking down the hall, more and more students started complaining about running into cockroaches in various corners of the school. Before long, when Everly went to the sports equipment storage to get a basketball, she finally encountered the very cockroach her classmates had been talking about. It was perched on the wooden vaulting horse, small, barely 1 or 2 centimeters, and was noisily gnawing at a piece of bacon scrap that had somehow ended up there. Its body was reddish-brown, with a V-shaped black mark on its pronotum. It had no wings, and its back was nearly the same color as the leather top of the vaulting horse. If it weren't for its constantly twitching antennae while feeding, even Everly might have missed it at first glance. Once she noticed it, she felt pretty disgusted. In a little while, the teacher would start teaching vaulting, and Everly didn't want bugs crawling over the things she would need to touch. She bent down, pulled a tissue from her pocket, hovered it over the cockroach for a moment, and then struck like lightning, quickly grabbing it through the tissue, wrapping the wriggling little insect, and tossing it onto the floor. She stepped on it. Squish! A tiny, almost imperceptible crunch rang out, and yellowish-white liquid seeped from the tissue onto the floor. Everly frowned, pinched the edge of the tissue with disgust, and flicked it into the trash. After encountering one once, Everly couldn't help but start paying attention to cockroaches. And the more she looked, the more she realized that the number of cockroaches in school had indeed increased recently. In just a few days, they had gone from being sneaky, occasional sightings to popping up whenever someone opened an unclosed book, scuttling across fast enough to make anyone jump. Wait, is this even normal? Many students asked the school to hire a pest control company for a cleanup, but Principal Ms. Gray refused. Since Volcano Rock Canyon Elementary was a public school, the budget simply wasn't that flexible. Just like that, a couple of days passed, and it was Friday. Everly was sitting in math class when suddenly a piercing scream came from the art classroom upstairs. After the scream, there were sounds of desks and chairs being moved and hurried, chaotic footsteps. Everly wanted to maintain her cool girl image, so she stayed in her seat and ignored it, but the other students weren't so disciplined. The commotion upstairs grabbed everyone's attention. Not only did the third graders in her class crane their necks, even the first and second-year students next door opened their windows to peek upstairs. Some bolder ones even tried to sneak out in front of the teachers just to see what was happening. The homeroom teacher shouted at the top of their lungs, but not a single student listened. Realizing the class couldn't continue, the teacher had no choice but to say, "Study quietly in your classroom and go upstairs to check the situation." As soon as the teacher left, the class erupted. Even Everly, moving slowly to blend in, pushed her way through the crowd and headed upstairs, eager to catch sight of the rare gossip. And that's when she saw them, cockroaches, hundreds of them, crawling everywhere. The source of the screaming was the new art teacher at the school. She was clutching a can of insecticide, huddled against the corridor wall, her face deathly pale, staring in terror at the art classroom. Everyone followed her gaze into the classroom and saw a writhing mass of reddish-brown dots. Cockroaches. 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 As far as the eye could see, the classroom was crawling with them. Countless cockroaches surged out like a tide from the ventilation ducts at the top of the classroom, scuttling rapidly along the ceiling and walls. Accompanied by a spine-chilling rustling, these tiny, fingertip-sized creatures quickly spread throughout the entire room. Desks, chairs, floor gaps, even the easel racks, everywhere was covered in crawling reddish-brown shadows. As the countless dense dots flickered across their vision, the deep-seated, instinctive human disgust for insects awakened, and a thick layer of cold sweat broke out on Everly's back. While she stood frozen, some of the faster cockroaches had already silently reached the door, their backs marked with conspicuous V-shaped black spots, attempting to climb up the wooden door toward the corridor wall. The students watching immediately erupted into a chorus of screams. This time, even the teachers who had come to help joined in the screaming. Without anyone telling them, everyone turned and ran toward the stairs leading downstairs. Thanks to a few teachers maintaining order nearby, there were no falls or stampedes, but just thinking that the cockroaches pouring from the vents would soon crawl everywhere sent chills down everyone's spines. I just saw one cockroach in the classroom and wanted to spray a little insecticide to get rid of it. I never expected so many cockroaches to suddenly come out of the ducts. Sob, 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 teacher Diana cried afterward, comforted by her colleagues. She was the new art teacher at the elementary school and also the daughter of the mayor of Lameia town. Although she was new, her colleagues were all very considerate of her. The cockroach outbreak in the art classroom finally caught the principal's full attention. To ensure the health and safety of everyone at the school, Ms. Gray called a pest control company from Mykonos City and scheduled them to come on Saturday to treat the school. Everly rested at home for 2 days. The extermination was effective. By the time she returned to school on Monday, the cockroaches were practically gone. Meanwhile, in places no one noticed, a wingless, reddish-brown cockroach had rapidly spread throughout the entire town of Lameia. In supermarkets, brushing against a shelf would reveal a flash of cockroach shadows darting underneath. In butcher shops, thin antennae constantly twitched from filthy cracks in the walls, and in kitchen trash cans, which were hit the hardest. The rustling sounds were almost nightly. At first, people didn't pay much attention. After all, the U.S. had never been particularly clean. On the streets and in the sewers, running rats, cockroaches, and bedbugs were common sights. Even though these cockroaches changed form day by day, swelling in just a few days from the size of a date pit to nearly 2 inches, about 5 centimeters, long, no one seemed alarmed enough. Only housewives constantly complained, hoping the municipal government would organize a pest control effort so they could worry less. Everly was glad she didn't live in town. Her home had yet to face such troubles. That day after school, she held Buddy's leash and walked across the street with her grandfather, preparing for a big shopping trip to the town supermarket. American families tended to buy 10 or 15 days' worth of supplies at once and stock them at home, and today happened to be their stock-up day. The summer vacation had just ended, and the next official holiday was still some time away. Right now was the slowest season for the town's tourism industry. The once bustling street was now quiet and deserted. As far as the eye could see, there were barely any tourists. As they walked, passing by a narrow alley on the side, Everly suddenly felt a tug on her hand. It was Buddy. For some reason, it had stopped at the mouth of the alley. Its ears folded back, its back arched, its tail drooped, and its sharp teeth bared as it barked furiously into the alley. With a cute woof, woof woof. What is it? What's wrong, good girl? What did you find? Old John squatted beside Buddy, patting its head reassuringly. Woof, woof. Buddy kept barking, and with each bark, it lifted its front paws and made a lunging motion toward the alley. Because its collar leash held it back, it couldn't rush inside, but the strong pull nearly made Everly stumble as she held onto the leash. Looks like there's something in there, Old John said, steadying Everly's shoulders and taking the leash from her hand. Now freed to some extent, Buddy leapt about half a meter into the alley, one paw landing on a black plastic garbage bag. Rustle, rustle. The sound of plastic scraping echoed like a nightmare replaying itself. Everly's eyes widened as 17 or 18 large cockroaches crawled out from under the bag. Each one was bigger than an adult's thumb, reddish-brown, glossy, with a striking black V-shaped mark on its back. They lined up one after another, racing across the ground, disappearing into other trash or the cracks between floor tiles, as if they had appeared suddenly and then vanished just as quickly. Everly jumped back in fright. She had heard townspeople say the cockroaches had been unusually large lately, but this was enormous, and there were so many of them. So disgusting. Woof, woof woof. Buddy nimbly dodged the crawling cockroaches on the ground. Once this wave of cockroaches vanished, it continued barking furiously down the alley, mouth wide open, refusing to calm down. Old John narrowed his eyes and peered carefully into the alley. It was a dead-end alley, not very long, ending at a tall brick wall. The place was filthy and looked aged. The walls were covered in graffiti, and 3 garbage bins sat side by side on the ground. The trash in them had long since overflowed, forming thick piles on the ground that no one had bothered to clean. Countless flies circled above, and even before getting close, a stench hit him like a wall. The bins were too large to see past, blocking the view further in. After a moment's thought, Old John released his hold on Buddy. Together, man and dog carefully avoided the foul, sticky trash on the ground and took a few cautious steps into the alley. By the time he made it past the 3rd garbage bin, the sight at the very end of the alley made even the seasoned Old John's throat tighten, sending goosebumps across his skin. There lay the body of a dog, its chest and abdomen ripped open. It was a pure white Samoyed, frozen in a running posture, mouth wide open, tongue hanging out, eyes staring sideways as it lay on the ground at the alley's end. Blood and innards had spilled across the floor. In the heat, the body had begun to rot, filling the air with a sickening stench. On the wounds swarmed carrion flies and one cockroach after another, large and glossy, like twisted flowers blooming on the snow, exuding a repulsive, sticky odor. As his gaze unintentionally swept across the dog's neck, Old John stiffened. He searched the surrounding ground, picked up a stick, and lifted the broken collar at the base of the neck. The metal tag on it bore the dog's name and the owner's address and phone number. The break in the collar was smeared with blood, the edges smooth and clean, as if cut deliberately by a sharp, blade-like tool. Someone had been **ing this dog. With decades of experience in criminal investigation, Old John's mind immediately jumped to that grim possibility. Old John had assumed Buddy was barking like crazy because it had smelled the decaying dog corpse on the ground. But even after reaching the body, Buddy remained restless, barking furiously, its muscular body lunging forward and tugging at Old John, trying to pull him further into the alley. "What's the matter, good girl?" Old John patted its head. Seeing that Buddy was still hyper-excited, he loosened the leash slightly and followed it, stepping over the countless cockroaches that scattered across the ground, moving deeper into the alley. The agitated dog finally led him to a narrow vertical gap at the end of the alley. Buddy barked nonstop at it. The crack was about 3 or 4 dozen centimeters long, at its widest roughly half a finger's width. On the ground in front of it were swarms of reddish-brown cockroaches, each one fat and sluggish. At first glance, they almost looked like a layer of fallen red leaves. The arrival of man and dog startled the cockroaches. Frightened by the barking, the leaves shifted and scuttled away, revealing bloodstains beneath. They had been feeding on flesh. Seeing the bloodstains, a flicker of unease crossed old John's eyes. The marks were long, irregular smears, mixed with fragments of meat and fat, as if something had dragged part of the dog's corpse from nearby into the wall gap. But what could have done that? Thinking this, old John instinctively leaned closer, trying to see what was hidden in the crack. The alley was already dimly lit, and the gap was pitch black, with only the faint outline of something moving inside. Beyond that, a pungent, oily, sour stench assaulted his senses. Woof! Woof woof! Buddy kept barking, each urgent yelp like a frantic command. Instinctively, old John raised the stick in his hand and jabbed it toward the crack, an action that was like poking a hornet's nest. The next second, a dense skittering erupted from the gap. One cockroach after another, countless in number, poured out like a boiling pot of reddish-brown soup, splashing violently from the wall crack and rapidly spreading over everything around them: walls, the ground, old John's stick, even Buddy's legs. Old John finally remembered what the stench had been just moments ago. That nauseating smell came from a mass of living cockroaches, a mix of their secretions, excrement, and the stench of decaying bodies. The scene of the swarming cockroaches was so horrifying that even a tough, seasoned man like old John felt goosebumps rise across his skin, his scalp tingling. "Buddy, run!" Seeing the cockroaches multiplying with no sign of stopping, the old man couldn't take it any longer. He yanked the leash, took the lead, stepped over the dead pet dog on the ground, and ran toward the alley's exit. Woof! Buddy followed immediately, tail tucked, retreating from the onslaught of the cockroach swarm. One person and one dog sprinted out of the alley. Before they could even catch their breath, old John suddenly felt a twitch at the bottom of his pant leg. Something had crawled up his pant leg to his ankle, then continued upward, finally stopping at his calf, and it bit down hard. It was fierce, like being scalded by fire, like a knife stabbing. Hiss! Old John cried out in pain, instinctively spreading his fan-like large hand and slapping down hard where the pain came from. Smack! A crisp slap rang out. The biting creature was successfully crushed, and where its body had touched his skin, a prickly, needle-like sting spread. After the prickling came a burning pain. Like being burned by acid, wave after wave, burst after burst, old John felt a continuous, tingling, stinging discomfort. "What's going on?" The old man frowned, bent down, and rolled up his pant leg. The wound is turning red," Everly cried out. When the pants were lifted, a flattened cockroach carcass fell lightly to the ground. It was easier to kill than expected. A single palm strike had crushed it completely. Its swollen abdomen burst on old John's calf, releasing a glob of yellow and white bodily fluid. Where the sticky fluid touched, the skin of his leg developed red patches resembling burns. In the most severe areas, the skin even showed a troubling charred black. Recalling first aid knowledge she had read in books, Everly quickly took off the water bottle slung across her body and washed her grandfather's wound with clean water. "Oh, God. Old John, what happened to you?" The commotion on the steps caught the attention of passing townsfolk. During the off-season, the town's residents were generally idle, with some having nothing to do. Seeing the injury on old John's leg, one person came closer and eagerly asked if the old man needed help. Old John waved at the passerby. After Everly finished rinsing his leg, he had his little granddaughter wash off the sticky pant leg as well. Once everything was cleaned, old John straightened up. Seeing that the townsman hadn't left yet, he thought for a moment and asked him, "Are the cockroaches in your town poisonous?" The man thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so. I've never heard of cockroaches being poisonous." "What about the cockroaches in Lameia? Do they bite?" "Of course not. They're just a bunch of timid, light-fearing little bugs. They'd run away the moment they see a person. How could they bite anyone?" "Old man, what happened to you? Why are you talking about cockroaches, and how did you get that injury on your leg? It looks pretty bad." The passerby asked a string of questions. Hearing this, old John furrowed his brow. He pointed to the flattened cockroach on the ground and told the passerby that the injury on his leg was caused by a cockroach bite. It bit me, so I just slapped it away. But look, its juices are like acid. Once they touch your skin, they burn it. What? That's impossible, the passerby exclaimed. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can go into the alley and try it yourself. Oh, and I also saw a dead pet dog at the very end of the alley. The wounds looked like they were cut with a knife. I suspect there's a dog-absing pervert in town. Old John reached into his pocket and pulled out the dog collar he had found. My granddaughter and I were busy shopping for supplies, we live pretty far away, so big shopping trips take a long time. Could you help notify the dog's owner? The townsman took the collar and nodded dizzily. Of course, you go ahead. Old John nodded back, not lingering any longer, and held Everly's hand as they headed straight toward the supermarket. The town's cockroaches are really strange. I've never seen ones that bite. Could they be some invasive species that came from somewhere else? The two of them talked about the strange occurrences in the alley as they walked. Are with a Q noob, yes. Old John didn't know much about insects, and neither did Everly. The two of them exchanged a blank, puzzled look and decided that they would go to the supermarket later to buy some anti-insect spray and start carrying it with them from tomorrow. Woof. The carefree dog, Buddy, barked once, casting an inconsequential vote of approval. The next day, Everly rode in old John's car to school as usual and noticed a group of people in white protective suits carrying manual sprayers on their backs around the town. Those are people from Mycano Pest Control Company, someone explained. The mayor called them in to fumigate the whole town. Fumigate? Well, there have been a lot of cockroaches lately. Last night, the municipal office received several complaint calls about people being bitten by insects, so the mayor called in the exterminators. Being a small town had its perks. Whenever something new happened, gossip spread fast. Everly didn't even need to ask around herself. Just walking through the hallway, she had already heard from her classmates why the fumigation was happening. She silently gave the mayor credit for being decisive. Indeed, considering the recent frequency of encounters, the town had far too many cockroaches. After all, it was a tourist town. Poor sanitation could drive visitors away and hurt the residents' income. On top of that, cockroaches themselves are carriers of many germs, so exterminating them quickly was in everyone's best interest. Since the school had recently been fumigated, it wasn't included in the town-wide pest control this time, and classes went on as usual. Around noon, Everly was sitting in the cafeteria eating her bland student meal when Principal Ms. Gray suddenly stormed in with a group of staff, hurrying through the students' dining area. Students, quiet. Principal Gray walked to the center of the cafeteria. She raised a tray and clattered it with a fork and knife, bang bang bang, successfully grabbing everyone's attention. There has been a special situation outside during the fumigation. A group of unusually dangerous insects has entered the school. Until the danger is eliminated, please remain calm and stay in the cafeteria. Do not wander around. And I ask all homeroom teachers to take responsibility for supervising the students in their classes. Having said this, she didn't wait for any reaction. Principal Gray strode out of the cafeteria in her high heels, moving like the wind. The staff she had brought split into two groups. One stayed in the cafeteria, working with the cafeteria staff to reinforce the doors and windows with tape, boards, and other materials they had brought. The other followed her outside, heading beyond the cafeteria. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Once Principal Gray left, the entire cafeteria erupted into chaos. Most of the students were excited, thinking, dangerous insects invading the school? How cool is that? Others were scared of the horrifying bugs or worried about their family members still in town, clustering with friends for comfort. The noisiest were the first and second-year students. Because older students casually invented rumors, many younger kids turned pale and began crying without restraint. It was truly a deafening, chaotic scene. Everly frowned and pulled out her phone, intending to call old John to check on the situation. But after pressing the dial button several times, all she got was a busy signal. I can't get through to Mom. Me neither. Shouts like these began echoing from other corners of the cafeteria. Everly felt a sense of foreboding. It was understandable if she alone couldn't get through on the phone, but if no one could, that could only mean the entire area had lost signal. But isn't that strange? How could an insect invasion cause a loss of signal in the area? Or maybe the two events weren't connected and it was just a coincidence? No matter how she thought it through, it didn't make sense. Everly took a deep breath and decided to focus on the immediate insect disaster instead. Although the principal hadn't stated it outright, based on what she had encountered in the alley yesterday, Everly was fairly confident, about 80% sure, that the dangerous insects the principal mentioned were the bite-capable cockroaches. The fumigation today had originally been intended to deal with exactly this type of cockroach, yet the principal said there had been problems with it. What kind of problems? Did the fumigation fail? Had the cockroaches developed resistance to the pesticide? That seemed likely. Then, the pesticide-resistant cockroaches were disturbed, running around everywhere and even attacking people on the streets. Most townsfolk didn't realize that the cockroaches' bodily fluids could corrode the skin. Some tried to swat them by hand, only to injure themselves and create further chaos. Meanwhile, some cockroaches had entered the school. To protect the students, the principal decided to gather everyone in the cafeteria until the cockroaches were dealt with. On the surface, the situation didn't seem too serious. After all, Everly had seen these cockroaches just yesterday. They didn't have wings and couldn't fly, and their bodies were weak. A single stomp would crush them, and in some ways, they were even easier to kill than the ordinary cockroaches commonly found in the area, so long as exposed skin was protected. But would things really be that simple? Everly glanced at her phone, which had lost its signal. She had lived around this area for nearly 8 years. In all that time, even on days when sandstorms blew through, Lameia had always had full signal. She had never experienced being unable to make a call. The town was already remote, and it was currently the off-season, so hardly anyone came through. Under these conditions, if the town lost signal and then something happened that prevented people from leaving, this place would effectively become a completely cut-off island, disconnected from the outside world. Wait, isn't this similar to the Snowden Lodge scenario in some films? At that thought, Everly froze. She suspected she was living in another movie. So far, the only movie Everly could confirm existed in this world was highway horror. Her theory that this is a meta-horror movie world hadn't been verified yet. But honestly, this world was far too strange. Every second, bizarre, terrifying, or grotesque things happened. It was so over the top that it made sense to assume she was in a meta-horror movie world. Alright then, fine. Let's assume this is a movie. After all, guessing wrong doesn't cost anything, right? Going with that line of thinking, Everly continued to reason. Horror movies have many subgenres: psychological horror, suspense mystery, action crime, disaster survival, supernatural, bloody violence. Judging by the situation, this film was probably in the disaster survival category, with the disaster being an insect invasion. Now, the question arose, how would an insect disaster movie play out? How do you make an insect disaster movie? Having watched enough genre films, Everly could confidently answer. The filming of such disaster movies is basically divided into 4 stages: introduction, development, twist, and conclusion. Stage 1, introduction, usually explains the cause of the disaster. Where did the insect plague come from? Nuclear leaks, genetic experiments, monsters awakening from underground. It's always one of these cliches. Stage 2, development. The insect infestation grows from small to large, gradually affecting the town. At this stage, to increase the sense of mystery, or to reduce human intervention before the disaster fully erupts, generally, no one notices anything wrong except the wise and brilliant protagonist. People continue their lives under a false sense of calm. Stage 3, twist. After the initial buildup, the disaster erupts on a large scale, and the town's situation rapidly deteriorates. To highlight the horror and brutality of the infestation, countless people die in the disaster, while only the protagonist and their group survive, thanks to the protagonist's halo. Stage 4, conclusion. This is the final showdown. The protagonist, having discovered the insect's weakness during previous adventures, eliminates the infestation in one fell swoop and saves the town, or, alternatively, almost everyone else dies, and only the protagonist survives, escaping to safety. 8 out of 10 disaster movies on the market follow this formula. Knowing the pattern, Everly applied it to the current situation. The insect plague was already known to everyone. The townspeople were in chaos, and phones couldn't reach the outside world. Clearly, if reality were a movie, it had already entered stage 3. At this stage, a large number of townspeople would die, and Everly herself could even be among them. So what could she do? The answer was cruel, nothing at all. She wasn't the protagonist, didn't have a reliable cheat or special ability. Her body was still that of an elementary schooler, and she hadn't encountered a destined genius like Professor Agasa. In this situation, it was already remarkable that Everly could even protect herself. There was no way she could save the people trapped in the insect disaster. Those who were about to be, or already were, severely injured or killed by the disaster weren't just simple shapes or symbols on a screen. They were real people, those who had accompanied her, cared for her, and looked after her over her 8 years of life. They had blood, flesh, and life. Everly clenched her fists, overwhelmed by a surge of guilt and unease. Perhaps all of this was just her imagination. Maybe the concept of a horror movie world didn't exist at all, and the insect disaster was nothing more than a few cockroaches that had wandered into the school. Just as she closed her eyes, trying to deny that thought, there was a muffled thud. A disheveled blonde man suddenly crashed against the glass doors of the cafeteria, raising a bloodied hand and pounding on the glass. The students inside the door were horrified at the sight of the man, half his shoulder covered in blood, and a chorus of panicked screams erupted. "Open the door. Let me in. Hey, who are you?" This is an elementary school. Outsiders aren't allowed in without an appointment. The guard instinctively moved to stop him. But halfway through his words, he was interrupted by the art teacher, Diana. "James. I know this person. His name is James. He's a graduate student at Hedward State University, studying insect systematics. He's not a bad guy. Oh, if teacher Diana knows him, then it's fine." The guard immediately withdrew his objection and, mumbling to himself, removed the wooden latch from behind the glass door. "Thanks, you really saved me a lot of trouble." The man named James slipped through the door into the cafeteria. A nearby teacher, seeing him covered in blood and dust and looking utterly disheveled, handed him a wet towel. James took the towel and roughly wiped his face. When he finally lowered his hand, the face hidden beneath the grime was revealed, and everyone around him involuntarily gasped. The others gasped because this scruffy, bedraggled man had an incredibly handsome face. Everly gasped for a completely different reason. She recognized that face. Wasn't he Lewis, the world-famous movie star from her past life? She rubbed her eyes and looked again in disbelief. The man called James had golden hair that shimmered like liquid sunlight, deep blue eyes that were gentle and clear, reminiscent of a pristine ocean. His nose was high and straight, his skin fair, his lips naturally curved into a subtle smile, and at the center of his chin was a charming dimple, the kind of face that would make thousands of American teenage girls scream. Though he looked younger than the little Lewis, she remembered, with slightly rounded cheeks that hadn't yet lost their youthful fullness and gave him a hint of naivety, every detail, the perfectly sculpted features, the naturally smiling lips blessed by the gods, and the small tear mole at the corner of his eye matched the globally adored movie star from her past life. Yes, this was definitely Lewis. The striking resemblance created an intense sense of temporal disorientation. For a moment, Everly almost thought she had returned to her past life. But she quickly realized that the man before her wasn't actually Lewis. At most, he was just a college student who happened to look like Lewis, just like in that serial kidnapping case back then. In the horror movie Highway Horror she had watched in her past life, the protagonist looked exactly like Lena from the real world. Considering this was a low-budget horror film, the actors wouldn't wear heavy makeup. Rounded off, the female lead of Highway Horror and Lena in this world looked almost identical. The same went for Lewis. Thinking this, Everly felt her heart drop. Because it meant her suspicion was true, she was currently inside a horror movie, and not just any horror movie, but one that the world-famous Lewis himself had starred in. Realizing this, Everly scrambled to recall which horror films Lewis had appeared in during her past life, but she drew a blank. On one hand, her memories from her past life weren't complete, there were many gaps. On the other, she wasn't a fan of Lewis. Apart from knowing he was handsome, her impression of him was that he was very inspiring. Before fame, Lewis had been extremely poor. To make ends meet, He had taken part in countless low-quality, low-budget films, but no matter how poor he was, he never gave up on his dream. Eventually, he made it big and became a global superstar. Maybe this movie she was living through was one of those low-budget films he'd done before he became famous. Thinking this only made Everly more frustrated. If she had known today would come, she should have reviewed Lewis's career more thoroughly in her past life. She had already figured out that everything happening now was part of a movie's plot, but she hadn't seen the movie and didn't know what would happen next. It was like traveling across mountains and seas to get to a concert only to realize you'd forgotten your ticket, utterly frustrating. Everyone, listen to me. The cockroaches outside are extremely dangerous. In places you can't see, they've already killed many people, and now they're coming here in groups. They're hungry, starving, nearly insane from hunger. In such a situation, gathering together is extremely dangerous. For your own safety, please spread out immediately and escape separately. While Everly was desperately trying to recall the plot, James somehow climbed onto a cafeteria table, holding a rolled-up newspaper as a makeshift megaphone, and shouted to everyone inside. "James, what are you talking about? Stop him. Get him down from there." Diana and the PE teacher immediately tried to intervene, attempting to pull James off the table. But it was already too late. James's words, combined with the blood on his shoulders and his completely disheveled appearance, had already terrified the students. The cafeteria, which had just calmed down, instantly erupted into chaos, crying, screaming for help, shouting for parents. Some of the more timid students had even stood up from their chairs, trying to rush toward the exit. "James, get over here right now." Seeing this, Diana's face flushed with anger. She grabbed James by the sleeve and dragged him down the side hallway of the cafeteria. Everly watched them leave, thought for a moment, and then stood up. She walked over to her homeroom teacher and said she needed to use the restroom. The teacher, busy calming the crying and restless students, saw that it was Everly, usually well-behaved and responsible, and didn't think twice. With a wave of the hand, she let Everly go. Everly walked near the restroom, glanced around, and when no one was looking, quickly slipped down the hallway where Diana and James had gone. The two were in the middle of an argument. James and Diana seemed to have a history, perhaps former lovers. Diana scolded James for speaking recklessly and putting her in a difficult position, while James pitifully called her sweetheart, complaining that she didn't consider his feelings at all. They argued and exchanged a long string of ineffective, sappy lines, but not a single piece of information Everly actually wanted to hear. Everly stood there for a while, hesitating on whether she should go back. Just then, a faint, crackling, clicking sound came from outside. Both of them paused their argument, and along with Everly, who had been eavesdropping, they turned toward the direction of the sound. What met their eyes was a wall of reddish-brown. Fist-sized red cockroaches surged like a flood, swallowing the greenery and pavement outside the cafeteria, crawling relentlessly toward the building. The few at the very front had already reached the glass windows, using their sharp, pincer-like mandibles to gnaw at the glass. In no time, pristine glass was scored with white scratches. "Oh, damn it. They're here. Run. We have to get out before we're surrounded." James's face immediately changed when he saw the swarm outside. He grabbed the reluctant Diana and turned toward the cafeteria's main entrance. Everly immediately ran from the corner to intercept them. "The front door won't work. The back door." Without waiting for their response, she reached out and grabbed Diana's hand. "Everly, what are you doing here?" "Teacher, there's no time, come with me." Everly cut off the art teacher's confused question, tugging hard and leading Diana toward the cafeteria's side door. Perhaps it was the little girl's calm expression and firm voice that did it. Diana didn't react in time and, almost automatically, ran after Everly. Seeing this, James rubbed his head helplessly, gritting his teeth as he followed. As he ran, he silently prayed that this little girl knew what she was doing and wouldn't lead them into a trap. His prayer worked. Everly led them to the staff changing room, slipped in with practiced ease, pulled an employee ID out of an unlocked metal locker, and then, dragging the two adults, confidently passed through the kitchen. They arrived at a small, tightly closed metal door, and with a beep, the door unlocked. "Oh, Everly, how did you know about this?" Diana was stunned by the sequence of events, as if straight out of a movie, and couldn't help asking. "How did I know there was an employee ID there?" Because Wendy's dad works here, I heard her say so. To be precise, it was their classmate Wendy bragging to someone that she would sneak into the cafeteria after school every day to get extra food from her dad. Everly had just happened to pass by, overheard it all, and stored the information in her memory. She never would have imagined that this kind of idle gossip, used by little girls to show off to each other, could actually come in handy at a moment like this. Everly poked her head out through the door crack, cautiously peering outside. The cockroach swarm was coming from the cafeteria's main entrance, near the back door. She didn't see any, at least not yet. But time was running out, because she could already hear screaming from the cafeteria hall. If these were the usual thumb-sized cockroaches, the cafeteria door, reinforced with tape and wooden planks, might have held. But these fist-sized monsters could even scratch the glass, so there was no way the cafeteria's defenses would withstand them. Her expression darkened. If she could, of course she would try to save everyone, but she was far too weak. Just keeping herself safe would take everything she had. She silently hoped that James's protagonist aura would protect her. Wait, he should be the protagonist, right? Everly quickly glanced at James's face behind her. Seeing it, she relaxed and turned back, exhaling slowly. He should be the protagonist. No doubt about it. Even if Lewis had no fame when he made this film, just looking at that face, he had to be the lead. And James, well, Lewis. This James was some graduate student in insect systematics. Generally, in disaster films, the protagonist's profession is somewhat connected to the disaster, so they can figure out how to respond and ultimately solve it. By that logic, James had to be the protagonist, and his girlfriend Diana was the heroine. In horror films, sticking close to the main characters usually meant surviving until the end. Remembering this rule she had read countless times in horror movie summaries, Everly resolved to cling to the leads from now on. She pushed open the metal door and went out first, then turned to the two behind her and made a gesture for them to follow. The lead couple exchanged a glance and stepped out of the metal door, one after the other. "Where's your car?" Everly asked. "Car?" Everly blinked in surprise. "You don't have a car?" In movies, the leads always use a car to escape. James scratched his head. "Gas is too expensive. I borrowed someone else's ride to get to this town." Everly looked at Diana. She did have a car, but today it was driven by her mayor dad. Her own car wasn't here. Useless adults, Everly muttered to herself, forcing down the urge to complain. She looked around and spotted a small truck parked nearby for transporting kitchen waste. Turning to James, she said, "Go find a rock." "Huh? A rock that can break the window of that truck." Everly had no time to explain. She pointed to the truck and started walking toward it. James mumbled in confusion. "Shouldn't we be running instead? Why smash a truck window?" "James." Diana glared at him and pointed to the truck bed. There were several black rubber coveralls left there for transporting the kitchen waste. Diana guessed Everly intended to use one to protect herself from cockroach bites. Oh, okay, she's right. Those cockroaches can really do damage. If you accidentally crush one, it sprays corrosive acid, so it's smart to find something to protect yourself. James muttered as he went to the nearby lawn, picked up a huge landscaping rock, and carried it over. "Yes. Break it open," Everly said, pointing at the window next to the driver's seat. At this point, James had given up resisting. He had the two women step back, raised the rock high, and slammed it against the truck window several times. A large hole appeared in the glass. He reached through, unlocked the door from the inside, and opened it. After opening the truck door, James was about to reach for the coverall draped over the passenger seat when Everly suddenly grabbed him and pulled him back. "Wait." She crouched down and leaned under the steering wheel, searching for a moment before pulling out a tangled mess of wires. With surprising skill, she found two exposed wire ends and touched them together. RRRR, the engine roared to life, the headlights flickered on, and the previously dead truck started successfully. "Everly, this. Diana was completely dumbfounded. "Get in, close the door, we're leaving now." Everly's peripheral vision caught the fist-sized cockroaches skirting around the cafeteria and approaching fast from the side. She didn't have time to explain anything further. She shifted toward the passenger seat, leaving enough room, and urged the two adults to get in. Once all three were inside, James closed the door, turned the wheel, pressed the gas, and the truck surged away from the cafeteria. Hey, I've got to say, I underestimated you before. That was impressive, James said, driving down the deserted school road, giving Everly a thumbs up. Everly chuckled softly and focused on putting on her rubber coverall. The wire-touching ignition trick was something she had learned from watching old John repair cars. In some American crime and action shows she had seen in her past life, there were often scenes like this. The protagonist hotwires a car by touching two wires under the steering column, starts the engine, and escapes. Influenced by those shows, Everly had begged to learn the trick the moment she saw old John demonstrate it. Seriously, it was just so cool. But after learning it, she realized that only old cars could actually be hotwired. Most new cars produced in recent years came with second-generation electronic anti-theft systems. Even if you found the right wires, without the key, the starter would just spin uselessly. The engine wouldn't fire at all. It was clear that, as time went on, this skill of hers would eventually become obsolete along with old cars. Everly ignored James, and he didn't get upset. Instead, he started chatting with Diana again. I don't know the way. Can you make sure this road goes to the desert? Diana was surprised. The desert? Why? There's nothing there, and once you go deep, it's easy to get lost. Why not just leave town and head to Mykonos City for help? Everly also wondered about that and quietly perked up her ears. Leave the town? No, that's absolutely not an option. Like I said, these cockroaches are starving. Their diet is very different from ordinary cockroaches. They don't care about sugar or carbs. What they crave is flesh. When the swarm first attacked, many townspeople tried to escape by car. But that just caused a chain of accidents. From the central square to Route 387, the roads were completely clogged. The more cars got stuck, the more the hungry cockroaches were drawn to them. Some people tried to escape the vehicles to avoid being bitten, but there were too many cockroaches. Most couldn't get far before being caught. The rest stayed inside, doors and windows locked tight, hoping the cockroaches would eventually leave. But they were doomed to be disappointed. The cockroaches' appetite was endless, and their sharp mandibles meant it was only a matter of time before they chewed through the car and got inside. I imagine that area has already turned into a literal hell on earth. We could take a detour, Everly interjected. James glanced at her and snorted. Yes, we could go through the wilderness, but only if we had a high-performance off-road vehicle. This old wreck of a car? You know how rough the roads are out there. If it breaks down halfway, we'd just end up as lunch for the cockroaches. Oh God, Diana's lips trembled and her eyes shimmered with tears. But my father. I don't know. I'm sorry, Diana, James said. The moment I realized something was wrong, I ran straight to the school to find you. I didn't notice where your father went. Seeing Diana was about to cry, he hurriedly added, but he's been with the pest control team. Cockroaches hate the smell of their chemicals, so as long as he doesn't wander off, he should be fine. Oh, James, Diana rested her head on his shoulder. Although the moment was sweet, Everly had to note, in a life-or-death situation, flirting was not a good habit. At that moment, the truck smashed through the school's back gate and rolled onto the street. Diana jolted, accidentally bumping her head against James's shoulder. Her nose immediately turned bright red. See? This was exactly why this wasn't the time for romance. Everly lifted her eyes innocently toward the window. The street outside was eerily quiet. Not a single person in sight. A car sat crooked in the middle of the road, its surface, the pavement, and windows smeared with blood. Occasionally, flattened cockroaches, coated in yellowish-white goo, lay scattered across the ground. A few fist-sized reddish-brown cockroaches hunched over the blood, feeding. At the sound of the truck engine, they twitched their antennae and, spiny legs moving like thorns, scuttled en masse toward the vehicle. Fortunately, the school was located on the southern side of town, quite a distance from Route 387, so the roads weren't too congested. Even if some people had been bitten and bled at the start, by the time they realized what was happening, they either drove away or hid inside nearby buildings, doors and windows tightly shut. As the truck drove along, they didn't see any dead bodies. A few second-story windows had curtains that twitched slightly, peeking out through narrow gaps. There were still quite a few survivors in this neighborhood. What I said earlier in the cafeteria was true, James explained. These cockroaches have heat-sensing organs. They can detect living creatures nearby. Crowds don't make you safer. They actually attract more cockroaches. That's why I told the students to scatter. It reduces the attraction for the swarm. Then why did the cockroaches suddenly attack people? The principal said there was a problem with the pest control outside. What exactly happened? Everly asked. Well, I don't have the lab equipment to give a precise answer. I can only tell you what I suspect. James drove on, narrating what had happened to him that morning. As Everly had guessed earlier, Diana and James were a couple. However, not long ago, for some reason, they had a fight and broke up. In a fit of anger, Diana returned to her hometown and applied for a job as an art teacher at an elementary school, while James, full of regret, traveled thousands of miles to Lemet to pursue love. When the street disinfection started, he had just gotten up and was buying coffee at a nearby cafe. By chance, he witnessed the entire process of the disinfection spiraling out of control. At first, everything was normal. The disinfection team wore protective suits and carried manual sprayers, spraying chemicals in streets, alleys, and other public areas. Wherever they went, a large number of cockroaches scrambled out of their hiding spots in panic, only to be killed by the increasingly concentrated chemicals. They flipped over and lay still. I had never seen so many cockroaches come out at once. Even at the largest cockroach farm in the US, the Gensime cockroach farm, I've never seen this many cockroaches at the same time. The sight was truly disgusting, James exclaimed, then continued. At first, the pesticides used by the disinfection company were very effective. Cockroaches would almost die immediately upon contact. However, as time went on, when the team began moving to the next street, people noticed that some cockroaches didn't die right away after being sprayed. They started molting in place. Molting? That's right. Cockroaches molt. Take the American cockroach, the most common species here, as an example. From hatching from the egg case to becoming an adult, they go through 5 to 13 molts. With each molt, their shape and body structure change slightly, and after the final molt, wings grow and they gain the ability to fly, James explained to Everly. Are those fist-sized cockroaches the result of molting? Yes. The molting process happens incredibly fast, much faster than ordinary cockroaches. In the blink of an eye, they complete a molt, becoming larger, stronger, and, importantly, the newly molted individuals gain resistance to the chemicals. At first, only a small portion of the group would molt. The majority still died. However, at some point, the number of cockroaches molting in the chemicals began to increase. 10 or so minutes later, people several blocks away even called in to report that cockroaches there had inexplicably started molting as well. The pesticide gradually lost its effectiveness. However, even though it could no longer kill the cockroaches, it remained highly effective at driving them away. The town's cockroaches instinctively hated the smell, and wherever the exterminators went, the cockroaches would swarm and flee in massive numbers. Taking advantage of this, the exterminators changed tactics, moving from chemical extermination to physical extermination. In simple terms, they started hitting the cockroaches. This peculiar cockroach, with a V-shaped pattern on its back, was of an unknown strange species. It had no wings, was large in size, and its body was fragile. Just a slight stomp or press could crush it. Unlike native cockroaches, whose flat bodies could withstand up to 900 times their own weight, making them nearly impossible to crush by foot. During the physical extermination process, the cockroaches molted again. After this molt, they became noticeably bigger, with bodies tougher and more resistant to crushing. Their internal acids also changed from weak to strong. When people tried, as before, to stomp or crush them with heavy objects, they found that before the cockroaches died, their shoes and sticks gave out first. With each molt, the cockroaches grew larger. With each molt, a flaw in their body was overcome. Just like how humans' overuse of antibiotics eventually created superbugs, every attempt by the extermination team, while killing some cockroaches, also allowed other cockroaches to evolve and become stronger. I suspect that these cockroaches release a special chemical before dying. If a large number of them die in a short period, the high concentration of this chemical triggers the population's coordinated defense and evolutionary mechanisms, prompting other cockroaches to develop even stronger defensive abilities. In simple terms, the more you try to kill them, the harder they become to kill. The cockroach attacks began only after a few rounds of evolution. According to James, this was probably because molting consumed so much of their energy that the cockroach swarm urgently needed massive amounts of food to replenish themselves. In short, by the time people realized what was happening, the streets were already in chaos. Everywhere there were injured people, bitten by cockroaches, corroded by their acid, slashed by their legs. In the areas with the highest concentration of cockroaches, I even saw a townsman bitten to death and eaten down to a skeleton. In just a few minutes, a living person, gone. That's all I know. As for your question about the disappearing signal, I really have no idea about that. Beta. The conversation ended just as the truck reached the southernmost edge of the town. Here, the cement road disappeared. Beyond it lay the yellow sands of the vast, boundless Lameia desert. Perhaps because more than one person had tried to escape into the desert, the end of the road was cluttered with cars parked in all directions, completely blocking the town's exit. The final stretch had to be crossed on foot. All three of them put on the protective full-body aprons in the truck. Everly, being too small, couldn't fit into the apron at all, so she tied the upper half of it to her chest with some strips of cloth. It looked quite ridiculous. Fully geared up, the three opened the truck doors and stepped out one by one. No sooner had their feet hit the ground than a scritch-scratch sound of crawling erupted from all directions on the road, walls, and even the vehicles. Areas that had been spotless moments ago suddenly swarmed with countless giant reddish-brown cockroaches, each about the size of an adult's fist, with powerful jaws, thick limbs, and astonishingly fast movement. Run! Seeing the circle of cockroaches closing in, James shouted and pushed the two girls toward the desert. Cockroaches. Cockroaches hate heat and dryness. As long as we reach the desert. Huff, huff. Unfortunately, the least physically fit of the three wasn't 8-year-old Everly, nor Diana the art teacher. It was James, a graduate student. After only a few steps, he was already gasping for air. After all, this was not an ordinary run. The road was littered with slippery cockroach corpses and all kinds of debris. Every step had to be taken with extreme care to avoid stepping on the strong acid that could instantly corrode shoe soles and to avoid tripping on the scattered obstacles. Meanwhile, cockroaches nearby detected their presence and rapidly swarmed. New ones could spring out from anywhere at any moment. If one collided with you, it wasn't too bad on the rubber apron, you could shake it off and keep running. But if one hit your face, neck, or other vulnerable parts, its sharp mandibles would pierce like knives, cutting through flesh and blood vessels. With bad luck, a person might even lose their life. The further they ran, the denser the vehicles blocking the road became. Cockroaches covered the rooftops, windows, and doors. There were so many that they had to climb on each other, stacking like a twisted pyramid, crawling all over the cars. The writhing mass resembled maggots moving over a corpse. When humans passed beneath them, these maggots had even learned to jump from high points, trying to use gravity and the wind to land on fresh, living prey. Watch out. Stay away from those cars. Everly, being small and light, and thanks to her encounter with the Banshee, possessed a healthy, strong body. She ran at the front of the group. Just barely dodging a cockroach attack, she quickly shouted back to warn the others. Diana, charging behind her, slammed on the brakes. James, unable to stop in time, collided headfirst into his girlfriend, almost pushing Diana, who had narrowly avoided the cockroach jumps, directly into danger again. Fortunately, Everly sensed the imminent threat, used her tiny body to press against Diana's lower back, giving her a push. Only then did the three of them manage to stabilize themselves. But even this brief delay was enough. When they looked up, they realized they had fallen completely into the cockroaches' encirclement. To the left, cockroaches. To the right, cockroaches. Above and below, everywhere, cockroaches with open mandibles, ravenous and ready to strike. Far into the distance, more and more cockroaches kept pouring in. This was it? Today wasn't going to end like this, was it? A bad premonition rose in Everly's mind. Just as the three of them backed against each other, trying to think of a way out of the shrinking circle, suddenly, the cockroaches froze. From the distant town center all the way to the outskirts, an invisible ripple seemed to spread at lightning speed. Wherever it passed, cockroaches, whether hiding, hunting, or running, stopped in unison. Like dominoes knocked over, they collapsed one after another, curling their 6 legs under their bodies, forming tight little balls, completely rigid, frozen in a strange stiffness. In the blink of an eye, this rigidity spread to the cockroach ring surrounding them. What's happening? Why are they suddenly not moving? Diana asked, dumbfounded. Don't think about it. Run now while you can. Everly shouted and dashed ahead, nimbly dodging the cockroaches scattered like landmines, racing toward the edge of the encirclement. After running a short distance, something felt off. She hadn't heard any sounds from behind. Turning around, she drew a sharp breath in horror. The two main characters, James and Diana, were still there, one standing and the other crouching, foolishly staying in place, showing no intention of running. Are you waiting for them to start moving again so they can eat you? Everly thought for a moment, then dashed back, grabbing the edges of their clothes to drag them along. But James stubbornly refused to move. Look, doesn't their bodies seem a little transparent? He asked Everly, pointing at a frozen cockroach. Everly glanced over and nodded vaguely. Yes, and their bodies becoming transparent, moving sluggishly, and the narrow cracks appearing on their backs, these are signs that a cockroach is about to molt. Look, James said, while carefully pulling out a small knife from somewhere and lightly prodding the back of the cockroach. At his touch, Everly finally saw a faint, hidden line appearing across the cockroach's back. Everly didn't understand. But you said they molt extremely fast. Why aren't we running yet? Yes, their molting is extremely fast. Every time I've seen it before, it's always over in just a few seconds, from start to finish, with no warning at all. But this time, all the cockroaches stopped almost simultaneously, and their bodies showed features normally seen only during molting. It's incredible. My gut tells me this is important. I have to figure out why this is happening. Gut instinct? What a gut instinct! For the sake of James being the protagonist, Everly decided to give him the chance to investigate. After all, countless horror movies had already taught her this. When the main character insists on doing something, never oppose them. Even if it seems completely absurd at the moment, the ending will always prove the protagonist is right. All right, then. Can we move just a little to somewhere that's easier to escape from? Not far, just a few dozen meters that way, she said, pointing toward the edge of the desert. James nodded obediently. So the three of them shifted slightly, crouching together, and continued watching as James examined the frozen cockroach. The rubber overalls they found in the truck came with gloves. Relying on this layer of protection, James held a small knife and inserted the tip into the seam along the cockroach's back. With a forceful twist, like prying open a clam, the exoskeleton cracked open. Inside the shell was the cockroach's body, still wriggling like maggots. It looked extremely disgusting. Cockroaches in the middle of molting were pure white, with only their two eyes pitch black, like tiny black glass beads. Without the protection of their shell, the body underneath was very fragile. A careless stab from the knife would pierce the skin, releasing a clump of yellow-white fluid. The sticky liquid smeared on the knife, easily corroding the stainless steel tip into a pitted, uneven surface. Their acid can even corrode metal? Everly shouted in alarm. It can, though not this strongly. They're still evolving. You can expect that once this molt is complete, the acid inside these cockroaches will be even harder to handle. James disgustedly poked the knife into the yellow sand, wiping off the sticky residue, then moved the worn, pitted knife back to the wriggling cockroach. He scraped away the obstructive fluid to expose the insect's back. And look here, he continued. This wrinkled, mesh-like layer? That's actually the cockroach's wings, which haven't unfolded yet. After it molts, its internal fluids will gradually fill the wings, inflating them. Once the wings harden, the cockroach will be able to fly. You mean, after this molt, these cockroaches will be able to fly? Everly exclaimed. Although she had always thought cockroaches could fly, this particular V-spotted cockroach that had been terrorizing the town had never grown wings. Its attacks had only been sudden bites, which made Everly mistakenly assume that this type of cockroach was wingless. Turns out they weren't wingless, they just hadn't grown their wings yet. James nodded gravely. He told Everly that he suspected the creatures people had been fighting all along were merely the nymphs of this new cockroach species. As I mentioned before, from hatching to adulthood, cockroaches have to molt several times. Among these, the final molt is the most important. It's called eclosion. After eclosion is complete, the nymph's body lengthens further, wings grow on its back, and it gains the ability to fly. Most importantly, female cockroaches can mate just 24 hours after eclosion. He paused, then continued, under ideal conditions, plenty of food, suitable temperature and humidity, a single pair of American cockroaches can produce hundreds of thousands of offspring in a year. We don't yet know the reproductive capacity of this species, since we lack sufficient samples, but I have a feeling we wouldn't want to know the answer. Everly understood exactly what James was getting at. Good grief, so this was a movie with a potential world-ending scenario? No wonder it was a bad movie. It really aimed big. So we have to kill them before they complete eclosion, she said. This is our last chance. That's right. But that raised a new problem. How long would the cockroach's eclosion last? If it was brief, then running away would clearly be the better option. Otherwise, once the molting was over, they would become the hunted instead. But if the process took long enough, there might still be a chance to rally the remaining survivors in town and act together, crushing the disaster before the cockroach outbreak fully exploded. I need a laboratory, James said immediately, clearly having thought of the same thing. I need to observe the rate of cell division in their tissues. Everly felt a headache coming on. Lameia was just a tourist town famous for its natural scenery. Where on earth was she supposed to find a biological research lab? How about the elementary school's science lab? She asked without much hope. They've got microscopes, beakers, petri dishes, that sort of thing. To her surprise, James actually nodded. That'll be enough. Wait, seriously? That'll actually work? Although she felt this whole development was a bit childish, Everly, following her self-made survival rule of stick close to the protagonist, still followed James and Diana and climbed back into the battered truck from before. The truck careened wildly down the road. This time, in order to kill as many cockroaches as possible, James ran over any insect in sight. No matter how strong the big cockroach's resistance to being crushed, they couldn't withstand the truck's weight. Everywhere the wheels passed, there was a crackling sound of exoskeletons shattering, and when the truck moved on, all that was left on the ground were pulverized insect remains. Perhaps encouraged by this reckless style, some townspeople who had been hiding in their homes cautiously peeked out. Others, friends or relatives who had been bitten, seeing the cockroaches incapacitated, suddenly flared up with anger. Grabbing hammers, baseball bats, or other heavy objects, they began mercilessly smashing the helpless cockroaches on the ground. The once dead town unknowingly began to awaken. James paid no attention to the townspeople around him. He drove straight at full speed to the wrecked elementary school building, climbed up to the 3rd floor under Everly's guidance, and carried the samples into the school's laboratory. Our Nigerian IROES. Research was the protagonist's job. Everly couldn't help with that, so she first went outside the lab, grabbed a few cockroaches that hadn't yet molted, and began experimenting to figure out the fastest and easiest way to kill them. The 8-year-old girl, cute as she was, squatted there expressionless, methodically using various tools to torture and kill the creatures in front of her. Honestly, the scene was a little horrifying, like something straight out of a dark children's storybook. Diana, the teacher, watched nearby, hesitating, opening her mouth, then stopping, unsure what to do. After a long moment, she finally said reluctantly, Everly, put it down. Let me do it. I need these, teacher. There are plenty more over there, Everly replied, pointing to the nearby pile of cockroaches. She kept working, completely absorbed in her task. Everly had grabbed the alcohol lamps and reagents from the student lab, the baseball bats and liquid glue from the hallway storage closet, and got knives from James. Beyond that, regardless of whether they'd be useful, she also brought soda, Fanta, and sparkling water, wanting to see if any of these drinks could damage the cockroach's tough exoskeleton, which at this stage was the biggest obstacle to killing them. After testing everything, Everly discovered that fire was the most effective. The V-spotted cockroach's reddish-brown, resilient shells weren't afraid of knives or bats. Only under the blaze of flames did their structure become brittle. Once baked like that, breaking the shell was as easy as crushing a potato chip. Encouraged by this scientific breakthrough, Everly collected a dozen or more cockroaches and ran controlled experiments, testing how long exposure to fire was needed to be effective and whether the flame size made a difference. Lost in her research, she suddenly heard the familiar roar of a car engine nearby, growing louder. After a moment, she stood up, leaned over the corridor window, and peered down. Sure enough, she spotted the familiar black modified pickup truck. In the truck sat a white-haired old man, wearing a full combat suit from head to toe and a helmet. If it wasn't old John, who else could it be? "Grandpa, over here. I'm here." Everly jumped up and down, waving at him from above. "Oh, Everly, thank God you're okay." Around noon, several people ran out of town and told me at the gas station that giant cockroaches were running rampant, biting everyone. I was worried sick, so I grabbed some weapons and came straight to find you. A few minutes later, old John made it upstairs and successfully reunited with Everly. The two hugged briefly before starting to exchange information from their respective sides. After hearing the survivors' descriptions at the gas station, old John immediately loaded up his weapons and drove straight toward the town. But at the town's entrance, he was blocked by a sea of cockroaches and a massive traffic jam of abandoned vehicles. Left with no other choice, he detoured through the barren desert, enduring countless hardships before finally making it into town and reaching the elementary school. He had originally planned to take advantage of the cockroach's temporary paralysis and lead Everly back the way he came. But after listening to his granddaughter describe what would happen once the cockroaches completed their eclosion, old John changed his mind. Huge in size, capable of flight, and possessing terrifying reproductive power, once cockroaches like that became a plague, they wouldn't affect just a single town. The gas station was the closest point to town. If the problem wasn't dealt with early, sooner or later his gas station, and the half a lifetime of effort buried deep underground beneath it, would be affected as well, turning the place into barren wasteland. That was something old John absolutely could not accept. "I brought gasoline. A lot of it. If we can gather the cockroaches together, we could douse them and burn them alive. I just don't know if we still have time." "We do." James arrived just in time with his latest findings, excitedly telling everyone that according to his observations, during the eclosion stage, the cockroaches poured all the energy stored in their bodies into reshaping their structure and form. This process was different from their earlier molts. It was a more thorough, complete transformation. Because of that, from the start of eclosion to its completion would take at least 3 hours. Everly was stunned. Could you really figure out this much using nothing but an elementary school lab? But then again, this was an obscure B-movie. She firmly believed that if it were a good movie, she'd definitely remember it, and it was only reasonable for a bad movie to be a little unreasonable. "The cockroaches all froze at 2:13 p.m., James said. "It's been an hour already. In other words, we still have 2 hours to wipe out these mutated cockroaches." 2 hours. What could be done in 2 hours? If it were just a few individuals, there wasn't much they could do. But once the entire town's living strength was mobilized, there was so much they could do. The town's communications network had already failed, but old John happened to have a modified loudspeaker in his truck, something he'd brought specifically to find Everly. James recorded a science briefing on cockroach eclosion and used it to rally the townspeople, urging everyone to use the last 2 hours to kill every cockroach they could see. Everly added her own findings, telling everyone to use flames to char the cockroaches' shells. Once the shells turned black and brittle, anyone could pierce them with a sharp object, killing the cockroach with minimal effort while avoiding being sprayed by its body fluids. Then came old John's instructions. Before setting out, he had loaded the truck with 8 5-gallon, almost equals 19 liters, cans of gasoline and a flamethrower, all to kill cockroaches. If there wasn't enough fuel, townspeople could collect the cockroaches and bring them to the central square, where he would ensure they were burned en masse. Once the long message was recorded, everyone went into action. Diana, the art teacher, had the key to the elementary school's broadcast room. With the recording copied onto her phone, she ran to the broadcast room, turned on the system, and looped the message at maximum volume throughout the school. The first to respond were the teachers and students hiding in the school. The school had been one of the places hit hardest by the cockroach disaster. When the swarms had stormed the cafeteria and attacked the students, most were defenseless, and many teachers and students had been bitten to death. Yet a small group had managed to escape in the chaos, slipping into the cafeteria's cold storage room. The freezing temperatures had nearly numbed them, but that cold had also lowered their body heat enough to protect them from the cockroaches' attacks. They had survived until now. One by one, other fortunate survivors were drawn out by the broadcast, running from their hiding spots up in the trees into the ornamental lake, out of closets, even out of trash bins. Though they emerged battered and messy, some bearing horrific burns and bite marks, the fact that they were still alive already made them far luckier than the many victims scattered everywhere. The survivors heeded the call and came outside. The adults quickly organized themselves, shepherding students in groups onto several intact vehicles, driving them out of the school and away from the town. Further was better. Those who remained behind looked over the blood and debris-strewn streets, teeth gritting in determination, and instinctively raised their weapons. This was Lameia, a town built on the desert. Life here had always demanded resilience, enduring blistering heat, persistent drought, and frequent sandstorms, constantly battling the harsh environment. These people were never timid cowards. Every one of them carried the indomitable spirit of desert-born blood. And those fallen to the ground weren't unlucky strangers. They were students, colleagues, neighbors, friends. The school's broadcast reached not only the campus, but the surrounding area as well. Even those who had remained hidden in their homes finally emerged. People began to scatter, coordinating instinctively. Those less physically capable carried messages, spreading the broadcast word from street to alley. Those with first aid knowledge carried medical kits, going house to treat the wounded. The rest divided up the work. Housewives rolled up their sleeves, using brooms and mops to sweep the hidden cockroaches into piles. Young and strong adults armed themselves with alcohol, gasoline, sharp knives, and awls. Some even got in vehicles, crushing mountains of cockroaches beneath their wheels. Old John's truck rumbled onto the town's main street. The modified loudspeakers buzzed and vibrated, carrying the voices of resistance into every alley and corner. First came James's clear, commanding voice. He told the townspeople that they had only 2 hours. By 5 p.m., the invading creatures had to be eliminated to save their town. Then came Everly's young, earnest voice. The little girl carefully shared her discoveries, setting an example for the timid. She showed that with fire and sharp weapons, even a slender, fragile child like her could easily take a cockroach's life. Finally, the familiar voice of the townspeople's friend, Old John, spoke. This generous elder had brought a truckload of gasoline and promised a safety net for everyone. If any townsperson couldn't kill cockroaches on their own, they could come to the central square, and he would take care of it. The modified truck rolled over the town's uneven streets, its wheels crunching over the pockmarked ground. Wherever it passed, small flames erupted, spreading fire across the town. As they drove past the town hall, they encountered the trapped mayor and his entourage. Soon, the town's internal broadcast came alive. The severely injured mayor braced himself against a counter, his gaunt frame straining with extraordinary force, his throat wheezing like a bellows, brown eyes blazing fiercely. He clenched his teeth and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Resist. For the town, resist. For your loved ones, resist. For tomorrow, resist. 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 The town's fires grew higher and brighter, thick smoke curling into the sky like a prayer carried to the fallen townspeople. By 4:30 p.m., as more and more townspeople joined the effort, the flames in the central square were blazing too. The foundation, originally dug to hold the meteorite, wasn't first lifted by the heavy stones, but by roaring flames. Within the blaze, countless cockroaches, caught halfway through molting, writhed painfully, trapped in their hard shells. Their grotesque mandibles snapped open and shut, screaming silently at the sky, as the fire charred them into blackened husks. Amid the crackling and popping of burning limbs, the stench of scorched protein grew stronger, filling the entire square. The flames, carrying heat and flying ash, swept across every face, yet no one flinched or stepped back. People watched with grim satisfaction as those filthy, vile, contemptible creatures died in batches, reduced to ash. Their hearts, soaked in fear and torment, seemed finally to find a small measure of relief. But then the ground of the central square suddenly shook. At first, people thought they were dizzy from standing too long. But soon, horror struck. The tiles beneath their feet began to bulge, rising rapidly. One, then another, then another. Over half the square's tiles, and the freshly laid foundation beneath them, shook violently upward. Bricks, soil, and burning cockroach corpses cascaded down, and through the swirling dust, a massive head emerged. It was a giant, reddish-brown cockroach, flattened and elongated, with shiny wings stretching across its back, rising from a pit in the ground. So all along, beneath the town, hidden underground, there had been a gigantic adult cockroach mother. I should have realized. Why did it take so long to notice? These nymphs are molting all at the same time, clearly born in the same batch. That means they share a common mother. James muttered, stunned. Alpha Epsilon. Everly felt her chest tighten. She and old John were lay people. They couldn't have recognized the pattern. But James, an expert, how could he have missed something so obvious? Honestly, he was really unreliable. People screamed in panic. Run! Get inside the buildings! Seeing some still frozen in place, old John bellowed at them, his voice shaking the air. Startled, the townspeople grabbed one another, ducked low, and bolted toward the nearest buildings. Old John didn't run. He handed Everly over to James, then grabbed a nearly empty gasoline can. Twisting off the cap, he flung it with all his strength toward the giant cockroach not far away. The fuel arced through the air, splashing out of the can, and sparks falling from the cockroach's body ignited it mid-flight. The resulting flaming rope of gasoline fell directly onto the cockroach's head and thoracic shield. Boom! The red flames erupted instantly. Old John drew his pistol and, alongside a few of the town's police, began shooting at the cockroach's backplate. Bang! 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 Shot after shot, the cockroach remained completely unharmed. Worse, one officer, standing in the wrong position, was hit in the lower leg by ricocheted bullets and couldn't continue fighting. It's no use. John, it's not afraid of fire. It must have co-evolved. James shouted from inside a house, clutching the edge of a bed and yelling out. Everly immediately understood. According to James's earlier theory, these cockroaches possessed a terrifying coevolution mechanism. When many individuals die for the same reason, the chemicals they release trigger targeted evolution in the surviving individuals. The small cockroaches that had been burned in large numbers earlier must have released such substances, making the giant mother cockroach immune to flames. What do we do now? Is there any other way to take it down? Everly asked urgently, pressing James for answers. Of course, he was the protagonist. If anyone on the scene could take on a giant cockroach, it had to be James. I'll think, let me think. James clutched his head, muttering under his breath, reciting bits of textbook knowledge to himself. Everly watched him anxiously for a while, but soon gave up waiting and turned her gaze to the window outside. Thanks to old John and the others buying time, everyone on the square had already evacuated, slipping out one by one through the back doors of the buildings. To avoid drawing the cockroach's attention, they made as little noise as possible, covering their mouths and keeping their bodies pressed low to the ground. On the empty street, the few remaining humans had become the primary targets for the giant cockroach. Old John signaled to a handful of county officers. They crouched low and ran off in separate directions. The giant cockroach reacted immediately. Its massive head lifted high, and its shiny wings snapped open with a loud flap flap flap. The creature, huge enough to rival a yacht, leapt into the air and, moving with terrifying speed, lunged at one of the officers. The officer didn't even have time to react. The cockroach's gaping mandibles clamped around him, snapping him in half with a sickening crack. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Bob! No! A shrill scream came from one of the buildings, quickly stifled by those nearby. The remaining people, like rabbits in a burrow, trembled in place, barely daring to breathe, hoping the predator would move on. But hope was in vain. The mutated cockroaches in town all possessed infrared sensing abilities, and the giant cockroach was no exception. After devouring the officer's body, it pivoted, its glossy, black compound eyes locking onto the area with the most humans, the clothing store. With a single powerful beat of its wings, it charged at the glass storefront, running with terrifying speed. Run! Run! Scatter! Someone shouted, and everyone hiding in the nearby buildings panicked, scattering like mice chased by a cat. Seeing the situation getting out of control, old John immediately rushed into one of the buildings and found Everly. He grabbed his granddaughter, ready to escape, just as James, who had been thinking for a long moment, suddenly slapped his palm in excitement and jumped up. I've got it. Boric acid, boric acid. Forget the boric acid. The giant cockroach is about to bite your butt. Everly yanked hard on the hem of James's shirt. In a single surprising motion, she dragged the tall, imposing man down like a limp, panting dog. Before James could protest, a deafening crash shook the walls. The windowsill he had just leaned on was obliterated by the giant cockroach smashing into it. "Oh, Everly, think," James stammered, eyes wide in disbelief at the destruction behind him. "Don't thank me, just move." Everly didn't pause for pleasantries. She shouted, smacking each of the two adults on the back of their waists to signal them to follow. She darted behind old John, mimicking her grandfather's moves, weaving left and right through the complex building terrain. Finally, before the giant cockroach could begin its attack, the four of them burst out of the house and jumped into the nearby black pickup. "Go! Go! Go!" James yelled, and the truck roared away, carrying all four straight toward the western edge of the town. "You just said you needed boric acid?" It was only after the car drove into a narrow alley, and no sign of the giant cockroach was visible behind them for the moment, that Everly spoke up and asked James. Running away was impossible. At this point, it seemed the biggest boss in this movie was this giant cockroach. The smaller cockroaches seen earlier were just its byproducts. Cockroaches can reproduce asexually, and even the immature ones were terrifying. If left unchecked, Everly suspected that given a little more time, once the giant cockroach reproduced again, the entire US might be in trouble. Where would they even escape to then? It was better to take action while the cockroach population hadn't fully developed yet, and while the movie's protagonists were still around, risking everything for a chance at victory. "That's right, we need boric acid. Mr. John, do you know where we can get some?" "I'm heading to a place where we can get boric acid," old John replied. He flicked the steering wheel, heading deliberately toward the western part of the town. James nodded and began explaining his plan to everyone. "I've read relevant papers. A cockroach's exoskeleton is a composite of chitin and protein. Its outer layer is a cuticle containing hydrophobic lipids, which reduce water loss and provide surface protection. Let's assume this new breed of cockroach we're facing also has these features. In theory, the hydrophobic layer on the exoskeleton is the most vulnerable part. Once it's compromised, the cockroach will die from dehydration. Some commercial cockroach poisons that use boric acid as the main ingredient exploit this principle. However, because boric acid takes at least 48 hours to kill a cockroach through dehydration, it's too slow. That's why initially I didn't even think in this direction. Then what? Diana couldn't stand her boyfriend's habit of stopping halfway and leaving things hanging. She slapped his thigh and pressed him for an answer. Then I saw the giant cockroach being burned by fire. I thought, even if it has evolved some resistance to flames, high temperatures will still cause water molecules to evaporate. That effect is just being blocked by the hydrophobic layer of its exoskeleton. If we first use boric acid to destroy that hydrophobic layer, then roast the giant cockroach with fire to accelerate the evaporation of the water inside its body, we might actually have a chance to save the townspeople before they're all killed. "How long do we roast it for?" someone asked. "Obviously, the longer the better." Everly nodded. The plan sounded solid. And considering the one proposing it was James, the movie's male lead, its feasibility instantly shot through the roof. That said, the giant cockroach was extremely lethal. One encounter was enough to kill someone on the spot, so carrying out the plan would require even greater caution. Fortunately, old John, a former detective who had spent his life maneuvering around all kinds of criminals, was exceptionally good at devising combat plans. "First, we get the boric acid. Then, follow my instructions." He paused briefly, then came up with a rough plan on the spot. Everyone sprang into action immediately. Boric acid was a commonly used preservative, often applied to wood for fire resistance and anti-corrosion. Some households even bought small amounts to prevent pests. On the western side of Lameia town, there was a carpenter's workshop. The front door was open, but no one was inside. No one knew whether the owner had been killed or had evacuated. The group entered the tool room and successfully found the boric acid powder they needed, 2 full large plastic barrels. On top of that, old John discovered that the workshop's machinery ran on gasoline. Since they were still short on fuel for burning cockroaches, he promptly requisitioned that as well. Next came the time-critical preparation phase. The group loaded the materials onto the truck. Old John quickly started the engine and drove to a narrow alley on the northwest side of town. The alley ran between two rows of houses, just wide enough for the cockroach mother to crawl through. The houses on either side had protruding balconies, which happened to block the top of the alley, preventing the giant cockroach from taking flight once it entered. These houses were among the first built when the town was established, so they were quite old. Recently, they had been undergoing underground pipeline upgrades. To reorganize the messy layout of pipes, a large pit had been dug in the middle of the alley, with dense pipes and wiring on both sides. Old John planned to use this pit to barbecue the giant cockroach. While the cockroach itself wasn't nearby, he had James go with another team member to search nearby shops for bed sheets and waterproof tarps matching the road color. Meanwhile, he and Everly went to a butcher shop and a repair shop, bringing back ice blocks, a bucket of cow's blood, and high-pressure car-washing water guns. After a flurry of intense preparation, around 6:30 p.m., the operation officially began. The first to move was Old John himself. He rode a motorcycle donated by one of the surviving townspeople, smeared with the bloody, stinky cow blood from the butcher, looking like a fierce and imposing berserker. Following the disturbances caused by the giant cockroach, he executed a flashy front-wheel drift while the cockroach was chasing pedestrians, positioning himself between it and a few townspeople. "Hey, big stinky bug, come chase me if you dare." Old John provocatively raised the insecticide in both hands and sprayed it fiercely at the cockroach mother. Sure enough, even though it had evolved resistance, the giant cockroach still had a physiological aversion to the smell of insecticide. John's actions successfully enraged the massive creature. Its two antennae thrashed violently, its mandibles snapped open and shut with a click-clack, and in an instant, it locked onto John as its target. Perfect, bring it on. Old John reacted instantly. Seeing the danger, he tossed the bottle aside, gripped the handlebars, and twisted hard rrrrum. The motorcycle roared, lunging forward just in time to dodge one of the cockroach's massive legs smashing down. Without looking back, John gunned the bike and sped ahead. This was the first time the giant cockroach had ever been so provoked. It swung its head in a disturbingly human-like manner, snapping its mouth parts angrily with click-clack sounds. Its thick cockroach legs moved in a single stride, chasing after Old John on the motorcycle. Using his intimate knowledge of Lameia town, John threaded through narrow alleys, the low buildings on either side limiting the cockroach's ability to take flight, allowing him to maintain a consistent distance of about 2 body lengths ahead. Like a kite leading its tail, he guided the rampaging cockroach straight to the trap at the alley entrance. John turned sharply, driving both himself and the bike into the alley. As he passed the alley entrance, John called out loudly, "Target in position." "James, stay hidden. I'm hiding real good." From the back of the pickup parked at the alley entrance, James whispered, shivering among the ice blocks. To prevent the giant cockroach from detecting the hiding James as it passed, John had thoughtfully given him some ice blocks to hug, lowering his body temperature and keeping him concealed. The move worked perfectly. As the giant cockroach passed the pickup, it didn't spare a glance for the living human in the back. Of course, it might also have been that Old John's aggro skills were just too strong. Either way, James was safe. Once the cockroach followed John into the alley, James executed the plan they had rehearsed. With a swift motion, he shot out of the pickup's rear compartment, leaped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. "It's coming." Everly, standing on the balcony of the second floor on the left side house, nodded to Diana across from her. Both women readied their tools, tense and alert. As the motorcycle roared past beneath the balconies, Diana raised her hands and cut the rope with a sharp snip. At the end of the rope hung a massive glass fish tank, filled with a high-concentration boric acid solution. The timing was perfect. As the tank fell, the giant cockroach was just passing under the balcony. The heavy glass, along with the boric acid inside, crashed onto the cockroach below. At the same time, Everly's hands moved with lightning speed. She aimed her high-pressure water gun at the spot where the solution had landed and sprayed furiously. The water from the gun, of course, was also boric acid. Boric acid isn't strongly acidic. Even at this high concentration, when it hit the giant cockroach, it didn't produce smoke, corrosion, or other dramatic effects. At most, it dulled the glossy shine of its exoskeleton. For a moment, the cockroach hesitated, confronted by the sudden wetness and the 2 lean, meat lumps above. But it quickly made a decision, continued chasing the big, blood-scented target ahead. Meanwhile, the motorcycle racing in front was fast approaching the pit. Above the pit, a layer of stitched-together bed sheets had been laid. The grayish-white sheets blended with the alley floor, and in the dim light, it was almost impossible to notice anything unusual. The motorcycle roared up to the edge of the pit. Old John focused, crouching low on the bike as he accelerated to maximum speed, heading straight for the ramp placed in front of the trap. Whoosh! The bike shot up the 30-degree slope, continued forward, and thanks to inertia, both wheels left the ground. It soared through the air in a sharp, arching trajectory before crashing hard onto the ground on the far side of the pit. Nice. Perfect. From the balcony above, Everly, who had watched the whole maneuver, couldn't help clapping her hands in excitement. During this entire bait and trap operation, the most dangerous role was Old John's. Not only did he have to act as bait, luring the giant cockroach from a street away into the alley, but he also had to ride his bike over a pit filled with gasoline. Any mistake could have cost him his life. Yet he succeeded. This retired detective proved with his actions that his skills had not dulled. He was still an incredible warrior and a solid backbone for everyone. Now, the hardest part was over. All that remained was to invite the target into the trap. Drenched in cow blood, Old John dismounted the motorcycle and stood with legs apart at the edge of the pit. He pulled out the last 2 cans of insecticide strapped to his waist and sprayed furiously in the direction of the cockroach. The giant cockroach naturally hated the smell. Old grudges and new rage surged within it, intensifying its hatred for the old man. As it ran, it flapped its wings frantically, attempting to lift off from the ground. But the narrow alley restricted its movement. No matter how hard it beat its wings, it only managed to slightly speed up its crawling. Finally, to the anticipation of everyone watching, the giant cockroach crawled over the ramp, and its foot landed squarely on the bedsheet covering the pit. Beneath the bedsheet was empty. At the bottom of the deep pit, a waterproof tarp had been laid, and on top of it was all the fuel they had gathered along the way. The giant cockroach, caught off guard, tilted forward and toppled into the pit. The fabric on the ground wrapped around the dense spines on its legs, tightening with every struggling movement and further preventing it from climbing back out. But this was only temporary. The cockroach mother had only fallen into this trap because of a momentary lapse. Once it stabilized itself and tore through the fabric, it would quickly regain mobility and continue its assault on the shouting Old John. Would Old John give it that chance? Of course not. From behind, the pickup that had been tailing the giant cockroach since it entered the alley accelerated with lightning speed. Like a giant lid, it surged forward, barreling over the top of the pit and coming to rest squarely in its center, pinning the massive cockroach beneath it. Old John's beloved truck had been heavily modified, far heavier than a normal pickup. The immense weight pressed down on the cockroach, holding it completely immobilized. "Come on, James." Old John stopped taunting, tossed aside the insecticide, and reached toward the hood of the pickup. James scrambled out of the sunroof, jumped onto the hood, and grabbed John's hand. Using his momentum, he was safely lowered to the ground. Once James was secured, Old John stepped forward, pulled a lighter from his waist, and precisely ignited the pit. Boom! The barbecue feast had officially begun. Because of the vaporizing fuel, the air around the pit was thick with gasoline particles. The moment the lighter touched the pit, a massive burst of flame shot upward. Even with flame resistance, the heat and lack of oxygen made the giant cockroach miserable. Like a giant turtle trapped beneath a vehicle, it thrashed and struggled, all 6 legs kicking furiously inside the pit. At first, its movements were somewhat restrained. But as the fire intensified, perhaps aided by the boric acid, the cockroach's body began to dehydrate and writhe in pain. It went completely berserk at the bottom of the pit, jostling the pickup above, making it tremble violently. What do we do? It's like we can't hold it down. Bring more heavy stuff, fast. The cockroach's strength far exceeded expectations. Its flattened body allowed it to slip through narrow gaps. Before the team could find anything to weigh it down, half its head had already slipped out of the pit. The flames had turned its reddish-brown exoskeleton as hot as an iron, glowing bright red, but it didn't slow down at all. One front leg stretched over the edge of the pit, bracing against the gap. With a lift of its body, it pushed the pickup slightly backward. "Move. We don't have time," Old John shouted. Seeing James frozen in shock, he grabbed him like a farmer snatching a chick. One in front, one behind, they hopped onto the motorcycle, kicked off with long legs, and shot toward the end of the alley. Boom. RRRMM. Inside the pit, the fire and heat were too much for the pickup's gas tank. It exploded. The fierce blast lit up the alley and shredded the truck into pieces. Feeling the weight on its back lighten, the giant cockroach seized the opportunity. Its legs pushed in unison, its dark brown wings flapped wildly, and it finally hauled itself out of the burning pit. Quick! It's catching up. James crouched on the back of the motorcycle, watching behind them while pounding on Old John's shoulder. "I'm already going as fast as I can." John gritted out through his teeth, crouching low to keep the bike stable over the uneven obstacles in the alley. But the giant cockroach was naturally fast, and in its berserk state, it was closing the distance even more quickly. In comparison, the motorcycle, now carrying James, was heavier and slower. Bit by bit, the gap between them was shrinking. Just as the cockroach was about to burst out of the alley, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Grandpa! Liquid nitrogen!" Everly's voice rang out, full of urgency. "Liquid nitrogen?" James repeated, still processing the words through his overworked teenage brain. Old John, a seasoned veteran, immediately understood. His eyes lit up. He swerved the bike toward the town's only beauty salon. Just a dozen meters from the alley, the small town's only beauty salon sat quietly. Liquid nitrogen had special uses for scar treatment, wrinkle removal, and skin rejuvenation. Half a month ago, the salon had taken delivery of a 10-liter tank of liquid nitrogen, and the delivery truck had stopped at Old John's gas station, so both grandfather and granddaughter knew exactly where it was. The salon door was open, and the interior was splattered with blood. John drove the bike straight inside, rolled off, and ran toward the back workshop, not even bothering to close the door. "Move. Help me find the liquid nitrogen." They had barely started running when a deafening bang echoed. The giant cockroach had already smashed into the salon. John and James didn't hesitate. Flashlights in hand, they tore through the pink-decorated rooms, searching frantically. Finally, in a room cluttered with strange equipment, they found a massive silver metal tank lying horizontally on a rack. Behind them, walls were collapsing, and the scorching hot giant cockroach had closed the distance. Seeing the two frozen in front of the metal tank, it snapped its sharp mandibles with a click-clack, thrusting most of its massive body forward. With a powerful kick of its legs, it charged straight at Old John and James. "Down!" At the critical moment, Old John shouted, slamming his hands on James's back and rolling the young man to the side. In the flash of movement, the liquid nitrogen bottle hidden behind them was revealed. SSSS. In front of the cockroach's jagged upper mandibles, the heavy bottle seemed fragile as paper. With a single impact, it shattered. The liquid nitrogen burst out from the opening, spraying over the cockroach's head, eyes, and back. The colorless liquid, the instant it touched the scorching exoskeleton, boiled violently, vaporizing instantly. The rapid cooling caused the cockroach's shell to plummet in temperature, instantly forming a thick layer of ice. Beneath the hard shell, the cockroach's body, freshly scorched from the fire pit, was still searing hot. The collision of extreme heat and extreme cold acted like two mortal enemies, waging a violent struggle across the reddish-brown carapace. Anyone with basic life experience knows that if you take a frozen glass from the freezer and pour boiling water into it, the sudden expansion and contraction will crack the glass. With a little historical knowledge, you might even know that some ancient people used this principle in winter, pouring scalding water over rocks to crack them and extract desired stone blocks. Now, under this extreme temperature difference, the cockroach's exoskeleton became like a shattered glass cup or a cracking boulder. Tiny, sharp cracks spread rapidly across its shell, dense and intricate like a spider web. Success! The greatest challenge in killing the giant cockroach had always been its nearly indestructible shell. Once the shell was shattered, even modern firearms posed no threat to it. Seeing this, Old John's joy was uncontainable. He quickly drew his handgun from his back holster, stepped back a few paces, and unleashed a rapid burst aimed at the crux. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire lasted for about 10 seconds, emptying the magazine. Without its protective shell, the cockroach's head was riddled with bullets like a honeycomb, and its massive body collapsed limply to the ground. But cockroaches are notoriously resilient. Old John didn't relax. Taking advantage of the remaining liquid nitrogen's freezing effect, he grabbed a steel rod from the ground and struck forcefully at the joint between the cockroach's head and thoracic plate. Hand rises, head falls. The enormous head rolled heavily from the body. The source of all chaos had finally been crushed. Everyone exhaled in relief. Even after the giant cockroach's death, chaos in the town continued for a while. Daytime extermination relied on visual searching, and in the sewers and other hidden corners, a number of cockroach nymphs had survived. Over the course of more than 3 hours, they completed molting and emerged as flying cockroaches the size of basketballs. Fortunately, the molting process consumed so much energy that immediately after emerging, these cockroaches did not hide. Instead, they launched attacks on nearby fresh prey. This allowed people to locate the stragglers quickly and, using whatever means they could, finish them off. One by one, throughout the night, they were killed. By the faint light of dawn, the town was completely clean, no living cockroach remained. By this point, Everly had already fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Old John's beloved truck had been gloriously sacrificed in the incident, burned down to just a frame at the bottom of the pit. With no means of transportation and the town's exits still blocked by abandoned vehicles, he temporarily checked into 2 rooms at the local inn and stayed there with Everly. Eliminating the giant cockroach didn't mean everything was over. First and foremost, the townspeople needed to thoroughly disinfect the entire town from top to bottom, ensuring that not a single egg case of a mutant cockroach remained. At the same time, they had to find someone to repair the communication base stations that had been destroyed, so contact with the outside world could be restored, and seriously injured residents could be rushed to the hospital. They needed to clear the streets of fallen cockroach corpses to prevent passers-by from getting burned by sticky fluids, record the deaths from the infestation, and tend to the bodies, repair damaged buildings so the town could function again, notify people who had fled to return, and more. Everly's head spun just listening. Fortunately, she was still a child. As long as she ate well and grew up safely, the adults would handle the rest. Old John, however, couldn't sit still. After a nap at the inn, he regained his energy. At the invitation of the townspeople, he went out with them to help with recovery efforts. By the time he returned, it was already evening. During dinner, Everly asked him about his outing and learned that he had been invited to track down the giant cockroach's nest. At the central square, where the giant cockroach had emerged, there's a tunnel. We followed it all the way and reached its nest. Remember that alley where we found the Samied's body? You wouldn't believe it, but the cockroach's nest was hidden in the basement of that abandoned building right next to the alley. The top of the basement has a crack that opens directly onto the alley's end wall. No wonder Buddy kept barking there that day. It had already discovered the cockroach mother early on. He spoke between bites of his sandwich, both he and Everly shaking their heads in disbelief. Hearing this, Everly's heart skipped a beat. She thought of her own 4-stage theory for horror movies. When Buddy barked furiously at the alley, according to the theory, the film was just entering stage 2. The insect disaster grows from small to large, gradually starting to affect the town. At this stage, the movie uses various signs to hint to the audience that the situation is becoming serious and the full-blown disaster is just a step away. Yet the people living through it, limited by their own perspective, often fail to recognize the change and continue their calm, ordinary lives. Buddy's strange behavior was one of these signs. In fact, if one looked closely, the film had already laid countless foreshadowing clues for the disaster that would follow. For example, the sudden emergence of a large number of new cockroach species, the bloodthirsty and violent nature of these new cockroaches, the small outbreak at the school. Viewed this way, tracing everything back, it seemed the origin might actually lie at the school itself. But that was strange. If everything originated at the school, what could have caused the appearance of the giant cockroach mother in the first place? The school was so run down, with only a few simple pieces of lab equipment. Everly couldn't imagine what could have happened there to produce such a terrifying cockroach mother. As for common causes of animal mutations, biochemical experiments, or nuclear waste leaks, none of it had anything to do with Volcano Rock Canyon Elementary School. Everly thought and thought, her round face crumpling in concentration. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. Until one night, in the middle of sleep, she suddenly threw off her covers and sat up in bed. She had figured it out. It was Carter. The alien egg Carter had brought to school. Everly clutched the blanket, grinding her teeth viciously, thinking how cruel fate could be. In the very beginning, the absolute beginning, it all traced back to a meteorite that had fallen from the sky. On the morning after the meteorite landed, an accident occurred while the townspeople were moving it. They accidentally knocked it and cracked it open. At the scene of the split meteorite, Everly once saw Carter bend down and pick up something small from the ground. It was a very, very tiny detail. After all, Carter wasn't the only one collecting stones from the crater that day. Everly herself went later too, so at first glance, nothing seemed wrong. The next day, Everly happened to pass by and overheard Carter bragging to someone about his alien egg. That egg was later snatched away by the boy who bullied him and thrown into the grass. This, too, was an extremely trivial matter. With the recent craze over space and the universe, 8 out of 10 boys Everly knew were boasting about similar things, claiming they'd seen a UFO on their way out, or that prolonged exposure to meteorite radiation had given them superpowers. One boy even called the police to report that his parents were aliens in disguise because they wouldn't let him eat chocolate after dinner. After hearing so many ridiculous stories like that, people naturally lost the vigilance they should have had. And so, through a twist of fate, Everly missed the chance to stop the disaster in advance. Later, she specifically went around asking people and learned that, including Carter, all the students who had seen the alien egg that day died during the mutated cockroach attack on the school. As a result, even until the very end, Everly was never able to determine whether that terrifying cockroach queen had hatched from the alien egg, or whether a local cockroach had accidentally eaten the egg and mutated as a result. But from this incident, she learned the following lessons. The first lesson: precognitive ability is not omnipotent. For example, in the case of the cockroach incident, Everly had actually received a warning even before the meteorite fell. But at that time, she thought the danger existed only at the very moment the meteorite hit the ground. After the meteorite landed, she let her guard down, unaware that hidden inside the meteorite was a terrifying alien egg, the true source of all the disaster. From this, it became clear that when a series of bad events are connected, her sixth sense might only warn her about the first one. Whether she can avoid the subsequent disasters depends on her own skill. If she relies solely on precognition, she is very likely to stumble in the future. She would have to be more cautious from now on. The second lesson: pay attention to the signs. These signs could be a shoelace snapping right before leaving the house, a black crow fluttering chaotically on the roof as the door closes, an unintended glance or a casual remark from someone, or something that occurs repeatedly, like the cockroaches in this incident. Spotting these hints requires intuition, because in horror movies, the way a director gives clues can vary greatly. You can't guess them, it comes from accumulated experience and sudden flashes of insight. Even so, since this lesson is extremely useful for avoiding danger, Everly believed it was worth including in her horror movie survival rules. The third lesson: stick close to the protagonists. This, too, was a rule worth adding to her survival guide. In the cafeteria, Everly tested this principle firsthand. Had she not followed the male and female protagonists and discovered the approaching cockroach swarm in advance, allowing her to escape through the back door, her name, Everly Minas, might have been added to the list of victims. However, this rule is not universally reliable. In some movies, those who separate from the main characters might survive completely unharmed, while those who stick close might become cannon fodder, dying quickly and horribly to highlight the protagonists. In the end, it still comes down to one thing: intuition. Everly finished writing her summary, set down her pen with satisfaction, and stretched toward the sunset outside the window. By now, it had been a week since the cockroach outbreak. The events of the past few days had been utterly surreal. In fact, when the cockroach disaster first broke out, a group of townspeople had been lucky enough to escape the town. Once free, They immediately called the police, but the Mykono authorities dismissed the reports, thinking giant cockroaches eating people sounded absurd, and gave it no serious attention. A Withering above knew. It wasn't until the majority of the town had been killed or injured in the tidal wave of cockroaches that the town government finally sent photos of the mutated cockroaches and video evidence of the insect disaster to higher authorities, pleading for help. Only then did the situation start to receive proper attention. But what the townspeople got wasn't a shipment of supplies or aid workers, it was armed soldiers. On the third day of the insect disaster, early in the morning, the U.S. military arrived and took full control of the town's affairs. Everyone who had been on the scene, including the police and medical personnel who had been called in right after the disaster, was required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They could not reveal anything that had happened here to anyone, nor could they keep anything related to the mutated cockroaches. The soldiers carried solid, gleaming guns and offered fairly generous compensation. The townspeople were too intimidated to complain and voluntarily signed the agreements. Dressed in protective suits, the military spent 4 days cleaning the entire town, taking away all cockroach corpses, including the giant ones and the cracked meteorite. 4 days later, the army withdrew, leaving Lameia town as clean as if a dog had licked it all over. Sure enough, even a bad movie director dreams of making a sequel. But whatever. Whether or not the bad movie could gather enough money for a second installment didn't matter, so long as the sequel didn't happen near her. Even if the sky fell, the tall protagonist would always be there to hold it up. Due to the confidentiality agreements, the town's insect disaster was ultimately brushed over and officially labeled as a sandstorm in news reports and various official documents. The 4 heroes who had saved the town, James, Diana, Old John, and Everly, did not receive any public government recognition. Still, the townspeople were deeply grateful. On their own initiative, they set aside portions of the compensation money they had received and, through the limping old mayor, handed thick stacks of cash to the 4 unsung heroes. Everly sneaked home to count her share. Wow, just her portion alone came to a full $50,000. The townspeople were ridiculously generous. In addition to the money, Old John received a brand new truck as compensation for using his beloved vehicle to help defeat the giant cockroaches. Everly didn't know much about cars, but just seeing the old man's eyes light up as he circled the vehicle, fondly caressing it again and again, she could tell the car's performance absolutely outshone his old one. On the 6th evening after the cockroach disaster ended, Old John drove the new car, with his granddaughter Everly as passenger. Amid the townspeople's cheers and farewells, they left the town, which still had much to rebuild, and returned to the long-missed gas station. Thank goodness, they were finally home. If they hadn't returned soon, poor Buddy the dog would have starved and wasted away. Life after that went unusually peacefully. After more than a month of cleanup and reconstruction, Volcano Rock Canyon Elementary School finally reopened. Everly returned to campus to continue her elementary studies. Faced with a class reduced by half and a new principal and teachers, everyone, including Everly, was filled with mixed emotions. Having survived a brush with death, they now had a new understanding of the meaning and value of life and cherished the present peace and safety. The children became remarkably united, and the school atmosphere improved greatly. Arguments, disputes, and bullying that had once arisen from childish reasons quietly disappeared without anyone noticing. At the same time, as the great hero who had saved the town, Everly's prestige at school reached an unprecedented height. Everyone, yes, everyone, including the new principal and teachers, greeted her warmly whenever they saw her on the street. Whether she responded or not, they remained enthusiastic, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Everly herself also became a role model for all the students. At first, she felt a huge amount of pressure, similar to an ordinary person suddenly becoming a celebrity overnight and having to face the cameras, an awkward, disorienting feeling. But over time, she gradually got used to it. Unlike the lazy, carefree days before the cockroach disaster, she was now extremely busy and had no time to fuss over trivial matters. 8 years of peaceful life had dulled her vigilance, which made her sluggish during the cockroach outbreak. Learning from that experience, Everly resolved to start training herself, learning all kinds of useful skills to prepare for any future emergencies. When it came to survival skills, Everly already had a ready-made teacher, Old John. Before retiring, Old John had served as a detective in the police department for over 40 years, gaining a wealth of experience from outsmarting and confronting criminals. He had a solid understanding of psychology and was skilled at reading micro-expressions to detect lies. He could pick locks, knowing exactly how to use a single paperclip to open an old iron lock. His experience allowed him to glance at a footprint at a scene and roughly estimate a person's height and weight in his mind. He was highly knowledgeable in the law, with a deep understanding of U.S. legal statutes and police procedures. On top of all this, because he firmly believed that a global apocalypse might one day occur, Old John had also taught himself various survival skills. Shortly after retiring, he enrolled in a hardcore wilderness survival course. The final exam involved surviving 3 days in the tropical forests of Banshee with the other trainees. Old John earned an A and graduated successfully. With a grandfather whose resume shone so brilliantly, there was an endless amount Everly could learn. She told Old John about the skills she wanted to acquire, and of course, he couldn't object. A die-hard doomsday enthusiast himself, he was more than happy that Everly was starting to prepare for potential crises. That said, he wasn't a professional teacher. His knowledge was vast and scattered, like countless independent beads, impossible to teach systematically from concept to principle like a classroom lesson. He could only pass on what he knew to Everly. Understanding the underlying principles and connecting them to other knowledge points would be up to her. Problem? Not a problem at all. Everly was a remarkable child with memories of her past life. Organizing a few knowledge points? Piece of cake. And so began her new routine, spending the day in the school library furiously catching up on reading and lessons, then returning home at night to learn all sorts of miscellaneous skills from Old John. Some of what Old John taught was genuinely fascinating. Take fire starting in the wilderness, for example. Besides the common methods like drilling wood or using a magnifying glass, he introduced a lesser-known technique, using the reflector inside a flashlight. This reflector, a concave mirror, sits behind the bulb. When the bulb's light hits it, the mirror reflects it as parallel beams. If you remove the reflector, place flammable material where the bulb normally sits, and aim the mirror at sunlight, the reflected rays focus on the material and ignite it in no time. Much more fun than just reading about it. Time flew by amid these busy study sessions. Before she knew it, Everly celebrated her 10th birthday, moved up to 5th grade, and shot up to 1.6 meters tall, becoming a graceful, strong, and healthy little girl. The strong and healthy little girl, Everly, had been troubled recently. Last month, while playfully wrestling with her dog buddy, she accidentally chipped her upper left canine on a rock. It was a baby tooth that fell out, so Everly didn't think much of it. But ever since then, her gums had been completely silent, and her new adult canine showed no sign of coming in. The spot where her canine should have been was now a small, dark hole. Whether she spoke or smiled widely, the hole was extremely noticeable and, in a way, kind of funny. This gap was seriously affecting Everly's looks. She was very satisfied with her appearance in this life. Learning all sorts of survival skills didn't conflict at all with the fact that she was a girl who cared about beauty. After staring at herself in the mirror for several days, Everly finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She wanted to see a doctor. If the new tooth not appearing was normal, that was fine. But what if it was something else? She absolutely didn't want to go from being a cool girl to a girl missing a tooth. When Everly shared her thoughts, Old John immediately grew nervous as well. He took out a thick old phone directory from the cabinet, flipping through it until he found a long-established dental clinic in the Mykonos city area called Pope Dental and called to make an appointment. The call did go through, but the receptionist on the other end introduced herself as from Megan Clinic, not Pope Dental. Old John froze for a moment. "I'm trying to reach Pope Dental. Did I dial the wrong number?" "No, you didn't. Pope Dental is the predecessor of Megan Clinic. Due to some financial reasons, Mr. Pope transferred ownership of his dental clinic to the Megan Medical Group. Our company was founded in 1893 and is a private, non-profit comprehensive medical group with the core philosophy of technology transforms healthcare. We have 3 branch clinics located in Dwight, Sanlia, and Dalafa." Apparently, the receptionist had been asked this question many times before. Without waiting for old John to follow up, she rattled off the full background and credentials of the Megan Clinic's parent medical group, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. At that time, the internet wasn't very widespread, and at least Everly's household didn't have a home computer yet. With no other sources of information, old John could only learn about Megan Clinic through the receptionist's introduction. He figured that a dental clinic backed by a large medical group should have solid technology, at least enough to handle Everly's teeth. So, after a brief hesitation, he scheduled an appointment with the receptionist for 2 weeks later. They were fairly lucky, perhaps because the clinic had recently reopened under a new sign. There weren't many people in line. When Everly returned home from walking the dog, old John shared the good news with her. Half a month later, bright and early, the two of them got ready, said their goodbyes to Buddy one by one, and drove off toward Mykonos City. The journey was long. By the time they reached the clinic, it had already been 2.5 hours. The clinic was located on a rather quiet, old street. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 2-story building. If not for the small tooth-shaped decorative statues at the entrance, no one would have guessed it was a dental clinic. Inside, along the wall near the entrance, was the registration and payment window. After registering, one walked further in to find a small, curved reception hall furnished with comfortable sofa chairs. Green plants surrounded the chairs, creating a serene environment. Patients and their families who arrived early could wait here. For those who got bored, the shelves nearby offered newspapers, magazines, and some children's toys. Everly and old John were invited to take a seat in the waiting area. Besides them, there was already a chubby man with a beer belly, leaning sideways on a sofa, holding a small cosmetic mirror and examining his teeth. Seeing the newcomers, he put the mirror away, raised a hand, and greeted them. "Hi, hello." "Hello," old John replied, guiding Everly to sit down on the sofa a space away. They were just about to pick up some magazines to pass the time when the chubby man suddenly stood from his spot and moved to sit on the sofa right next to them. "What brings you here?" he began, then cleared his throat, perhaps realizing his approach was a bit abrupt. He awkwardly scratched his slightly balding head. "I mean, my family and I have all been treated at this new clinic. If you want to know anything, feel free to ask me." Old John was good at reading people and realized the man was just bored from waiting and looking for someone to chat with. He replied kindly, "I'm John, and this is my little granddaughter. She's at the stage of losing baby teeth, but one tooth hasn't come in yet. I'm a bit worried, so I brought her here. Since you've been treated here, how do you feel about this new clinic?" "Excellent." "Oh, I have to say, the technology here is amazing. I'm Robert. My family has hereditary cavities, my teeth and my son's teeth aren't in great shape. Look here, here, and here, see how obvious the cavities are." The chubby man spoke while prying open his mouth, brazenly inviting them to take a look. Everly, curious as always, leaned over. Sure enough, the cavities were pitted and ugly. Later, someone recommended this new clinic, saying they were really good at fillings and implants. So I brought my son to try it. My son got a filling and I got an implant. Just a week ago, I had a tooth implanted, and today I came for a checkup. I have to say, this tooth feels completely natural. After the implant, there's no foreign feeling at all. It's just like my own tooth. I've never encountered a doctor with skills this high. Robert was extremely talkative, going on and on without a pause. Everly and old John listened intermittently, occasionally responding here and there, just to pass the time. After about 5 minutes of chatting, a blonde nurse appeared from down the hallway. She smiled warmly at the three of them and led the chubby man into the first examination room. Not long after, she came back out and approached Everly and old John. She explained that the doctor was doing a checkup on Robert, and in the meantime, the doctor wanted her to take Everly for a preliminary examination. Patient: Everly Mina's 10 years old. 1 month ago, her upper left canine was lost due to an accident. Since then, the corresponding permanent tooth has shown no signs of growth. The nurse walked alongside them, confirming Everly's information with old John. Old John nodded and casually asked whether this kind of situation was common. "Sorry, I'm not really sure. After all, I'm just a nurse, not a doctor. But I can promise that once this little angel receives treatment here, whatever is troubling her will definitely be resolved." The nurse stopped in front of a door, curling her lips into a smile that seemed just a little too knowing. Everly wasn't sure if it was the ceiling lights, but she felt a strange shiver. The nurse's perfectly straight white teeth, paired with bright red lipstick, made her smile look oddly unsettling. "All right, we've arrived. Please come in. There is ionizing radiation inside the room, so parents must wait outside." The nurse opened the tightly shut door. Everly stepped in, only to find, surprisingly, a corridor. The narrow passageway had no windows, and all four walls were painted a blindingly white color. At the far end of the hallway was another door. When this door opened, Everly was met with a strange little room. It was tiny, less than 5 square meters, and completely white. In the center stood a single black chair with a very high back. On the wall directly facing the chair was a massive electronic screen. Aside from that, the room's walls were bare, no decorations, no equipment she expected like an X-ray machine or dental instruments. From the moment she saw the screen, Everly's breath hitched, her heart raced, and a familiar sense of unease and danger washed over her. She tried to step back, but the nurse entered the room and locked the door before her. "This isn't where the checkup is. I want out," Everly shouted, protesting loudly. The nurse ignored her completely. She walked up to Everly, her face stretched into an exaggerated grin that revealed every single tooth. Her eyes bulged unnaturally, wide and unblinking, and her voice quivered with uncontrollable excitement. "Come now, Everly. Before the checkup, let's watch a short promotional video. This is a film our company produced with care. I'm sure you'll love it." Without another word, she grabbed Everly's shoulders with a force impossible to resist and slammed the girl into the high-backed chair. Everly had never encountered anyone with such strength. Although the nurse looked slim and delicate, her grip was terrifyingly strong. Her hands were like iron clamps, like mechanical arms in a factory. Once they clamped down on Everly, there was no escaping. With ease, she forced Everly into the chair, despite Everly being strong for her age. Click, click. The moment Everly's body hit the seat, several metal clasps sprang out from the sides of the chair, locking her neck, hands, and legs firmly in place. "What an energetic little patient," the nurse cooed mockingly. She leaned in close, cupping Everly's chin with one hand, while her other hand fiddled with the back of the chair and pulled out 2 steel wires. The tops of the wires had symmetrical, curved metal pieces, somewhat like eyelash curlers, but subtly different, with inward-facing grooves in the center. "It's just a promotional video. Why such resistance?" "I didn't mean to be so rough," the nurse murmured, extending her finger painted with bright red nail polish. The cold pad of her finger gently touched Everly's eyelid through the skin. The nurse's suggestive gesture sent a chill down Everly's spine. What are you doing? Please let me go, sister. I'll be good. Please don't do this." Resistance was futile. Everly softened her voice, trying to beg the nurse for mercy, but the nurse paid no heed. Right before Everly's eyes, the nurse maneuvered the strange clamp toward her face. Gripping the wire handle, she pressed the 2 metal plates together. With her other hand, she pried open Everly's left eye. The plates descended, then slowly released. Everly stared wide-eyed in terror. Restrained, she couldn't struggle, forced to watch as the silver metal plates grew closer and larger until finally, the spring at the wire's end snapped them outward. The cold foreign objects clamped onto her upper and lower eyelids, prying her left eye wide open with irresistible force. Everly rolled her eyes, feeling the cool air wash over her, blowing freely across her fragile eyeballs, bringing an uncomfortable chill that made her spine tingle. "Help! Help me! Grandpa, save me!" Seeing the nurse pull another eyelid retractor from the chair's back, Everly abandoned pleas for mercy and screamed for help. Yet the room was separated from the rest area by a corridor, its walls padded with thick soundproofing. No matter how loudly she cried out, her voice never reached beyond the room. 30 seconds later, as her voice grew hoarse, the second eyelid retractor clicked firmly into place over her other eye. With her head immobilized and eyes forcibly held open, she was compelled to watch Megan Medical Group's so-called promotional video. It was a very strange film. At the very beginning, the footage showed a continuous journey through a circular corridor. The base color of the corridor was red, and the walls were covered with rows of white circular tiles that jutted outward. The camera moved forward in a first-person perspective. No person walking could be seen, only the chaotic, low murmurs in the background and the sticky, dragging sound of footsteps. "Don't look, don't look." Everly kept telling herself not to watch, but the images on the screen were so simple, yet so aggressively intrusive, like a dense fishing net that trapped her gaze, hooking it fast, impossible to break free. She couldn't stop herself from watching. The corridor spiraled upward. Although the floor tiles were white, time had worn them, giving them a faint yellow tint, and each tile looked slightly different upon close inspection. As the camera advanced, similar, but never completely identical, scenes appeared repeatedly, paired with the strange background sound and the white noise caused by low resolution, creating an intense feeling of irritation and discomfort for the viewer. This repeated for an unknown length of time. The long period of forced staring left Everly's eyes dry. She wanted to blink, but metal plates held her upper and lower eyelids rigidly in place. No matter how hard she tried, the only thing she could do was move her eyeballs up and down. The more they moved, the drier they became. The drier they became, the more she moved them. As the pressure in her eyes climbed, and her negative emotions finally accumulated to a critical point, a crackling signal interference sounded, and the screen flashed white for a second. The white snow screen vanished as quickly as it appeared, and when the image returned, Everly saw a white light at the end of the corridor. The exit was finally approaching. Don't look, don't look. But what lay beyond the exit? With a surge of intense curiosity and delight, Everly forgot her initial resistance. Her neck instinctively leaned forward as she gazed greedily and entranced at the screen before her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The person carrying the camera finally crossed the stretch of white tiles and stood before the exit. At this point, the circular corridor surrounding the white tiles abruptly widened into a large, round hall. The floor of the hall was covered with thick red mats, somewhat like carpets, but softer, wetter, and stickier than any carpet, squelching underfoot as if soaked in some kind of liquid. The mats were also coated with a thick layer of white fibrous material, equally wet and sticky, and looked disgusting. Beyond the mats, the inner walls of the hall were a dark red, a material somewhere between soil and rock, soft and damp. The surface was densely paved with circular bricks, smooth on the outside and concave in the center. Judging by shape and color, these bricks were similar to the white ones in the corridor, but noticeably larger. Spread in such large quantities, they somehow appeared even more disgusting. The person filming let out a heavy breath and muttered a word Everly couldn't understand. Holding the camera, he moved forward step by step, deliberately slow, forcing Everly into a reluctant impatience, and reached the exit. Beyond the exit was a blinding white, revealing nothing. At the edge of the exit stood 2 rows of towering yellow-white monoliths. The ones closer to the center were trapezoidal, wide at the base and narrow at the top, with vertical grooves along the inner side walls. For some reason, their shapes looked vaguely familiar. The stones closer to the left and right ends were squat and stout, wide and round, with inward-facing concave pits in their centers, looking as if the white tiles from the inner corridor had been magnified countless times. So familiar, really familiar. The shapes of these stones, they felt so familiar. Everly remained unblinking, continuing to stare intently at the screen. The person holding the camera had now reached the tall, central trapezoidal monolith and slowly, with difficulty, climbed over it. Then, in the next moment, inexplicably, he began to fall. A crackling sound zzz came through the video. The screen flickered again. When the image returned, the corridor and the cameraman had vanished. The murmuring in the background abruptly intensified, and before Everly appeared a yellow-white tooth. Its shape was incomplete, with blood and bits of flesh still clinging to the root, falling from a mouth that belonged to no one she could see. Slowly at first, then faster, it fell downward. Falling, falling, falling. As the speed increased, the background behind the tooth stretched into streaks of color. The slender ribbons of color twisted, coiled, and rotated like water waves. At moments, they took on the grotesque appearance of grinning human faces. Face pressed against face, swallowing and merging into one another, finally forming a single massive, chaotic mouth that filled the entire screen, engulfing the tooth. When the colors grew so vivid that they hurt the eyes, completely covering the screen, the murmuring abruptly stopped. The entire room sank into a strange silence. Everly sat frozen in her chair, staring at the screen, her consciousness seeming to be sucked into a whirlpool, completely cut off from the outside world. After a brief moment of waiting, a crisp plop sounded. The image shuddered, and the riot of colors suddenly cleared from the screen. Everly's eyes met a blank space. In that blankness, the previously slightly yellow, blood-stained tooth became the center of attention once more. It hit the ground, spreading and splashing like a drop of water, breaking apart midair into countless smaller white molars, scattering across the floor with a clattering sound. From this point onward, the video entered a realm completely beyond human comprehension. One moment, a tooth was buried in the soil. The next, a pale, bone-colored sprout burst through the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree. On the branches of the giant tree hung a bright red apple. A hand reached out from the darkness, snatched the apple, and crunch, bit into it. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on the interior of the mouth. In a fleeting shot, the inside of the massive mouth, from the oral walls and palate to the throat and esophagus, was lined with countless yellow-white molars. As the mouth chewed, the teeth writhed and rubbed against each other like centipedes, producing a continuous clack-clack sound. The next second, the focus returned to the bitten apple. Its vivid red surface began to decay and shrink at a visibly rapid pace, forming a wrinkled skin over it, then dried and crumbled even faster. As the outer layer of sand and debris fell away, a human head appeared inside the apple. Black hair, yellowish skin, and a face painted in bright, garish colors. The eyes were wide open, with no whites, just pitch-black voids, making it impossible to tell the person's gender. The mouth of the human head stretched unnaturally wide, exposing a full set of white teeth, the face wearing a terrifying smile identical to that of the nurse. The camera lingered on the smile, then suddenly zoomed into the eyes, piercing the inky darkness of the pupils and entering an even more mysterious, arcane space. Accompanied by the chaotic murmurs, screams, and wails that had returned, a series of bizarre, surreal images flashed before Everly's eyes. In ancient times, a group of wild, hair-covered humans stood before a slain prey, lined up, mouths agape to reveal broken yellow-black teeth, silently grinning at the camera. On a sacrificial altar, a beautiful young girl stood naked, her skin covered in incomprehensible totems, her teeth fully exposed as she gave a grotesque smile, allowing the crowd to gut her and tear her apart alive. In an underground cavern, miners wearing headlamps dug through a mound of earth. Trembling hands scooped up a handful of dazzling gold. When one miner turned, black had already filled his eyes, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched rigidly, forming the exact same smile. From this point, the images on the screen began to flash faster and faster, faster and faster. Mountaintops, villas, laboratories, countless scenes finally merged into a blinding white, stabbing into Everly's retinas like knives. Tears fell uncontrollably, yet the girl remained seated like a puppet. Until, at last, in her passively widened blue eyes, a series of numbers repeated over and over, reflected in her gaze. Click. The door lock turned, and the silhouette of a female nurse in high heels appeared in the doorway. Everly Manus, the doctor is ready. Please come with me. She walked to the high-backed chair, swiftly removed the eyelid opener, released the metal restraints, and helped the stunned, doll-like girl out of the chair. This is your examination report. Take it and follow me. An X-ray film was thrust into the girl's hand. The nurse gave her shoulder a firm push, guiding her out of the room. Click. The door closed with a soft yet heavy sound. In the corridor, the white lights flickered, then abruptly shifted to a vivid red. As time passed, the light gradually dimmed. Bathed in this unsettling glow, Everly's steps were slow, almost dragging, step by step. When she reached the end of the corridor, all the lights had gone out, and Everly stood in complete darkness, her hand on the door handle ahead. Click. The sound of the door closing echoed. Everly shivered all over. Looking around, she realized she was holding the printed X-ray film, standing in an unfamiliar corridor. In front of her stood old John and a blonde nurse dressed in white. Memory snapped into place like pieces of a puzzle. Everly suddenly remembered. She had come to the clinic for a dental checkup, had just taken x-rays, and was now about to see the doctor. She lowered her head and glanced at the film in her hand. On the black x-ray, the silver-white translucent pattern of a human lower jaw appeared. The teeth were densely packed in the upper and lower jaws in a shaped arrangement, with even the slender, root-like tooth roots clearly visible. The sheer density of them made it look a little disgusting. "Let's go." "Don't keep the doctor waiting," the nurse said, smiling at old John, gently pressing Everly's shoulder. Everly looked up at the nurse's gentle smile. For some reason, a deep sense of unease rose in her chest. She obediently followed behind, walking with old John to an examination room and sitting down. The doctor, Antonio, was a thin man in his 40s, wearing glasses, with a cold, indifferent expression. He took the x-ray from Everly, examined the spot where her canine was missing for a moment, then had Everly open her mouth for observation. After a short while, he told old John, "Nothing serious. The child's teeth are healthy. Just be patient a little longer, it will come in." No medication was needed. Just wait. They went to the front desk to pay the consultation fee, which was cheaper than expected. Including the x-ray, it cost only $150. As they were leaving, Everly glanced back. The nurse was standing at the door, watching them go. Her bright red lips parted in a smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. Though clearly smiling, her expression somehow made Everly feel unsettled. It was a rare trip to downtown Mykonos City. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, old John decided to take Everly around for a while. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and just 2 blocks away from the dental clinic, a flea market was open. After discussing it for a bit, the two decided to go explore the flea market and see what they could find. American flea markets sold just about everything: second-hand furniture, vintage records, all kinds of antiques, cheap trinkets, car parts. Even just browsing without buying could be a very interesting experience. However, since most of the vendors at flea markets were immigrants and the sources of their goods were complicated, the chance of encountering fakes was high, especially antiques and second-hand luxury items, which were notorious for being counterfeited. So, if one wanted to score a bargain here, a sharp eye for spotting authenticity was essential. Everly didn't lack money. She was a quietly wealthy young lady. Beyond the trust fund old John bought for her every month, the $50,000 from old John during the cockroach disaster in Lameia town were entirely hers to manage. The little rich girl, Everly, walked around the flea market once and then squatted down in front of a second-hand furniture stall to start picking out chairs. She had grown taller, and the chair she used before now seemed a bit short for her desk. She wanted to buy a new chair to take home, maybe even a dog bed. The old dog bed at home was almost completely chewed up by Buddy, so if there was an inexpensive one here, she might as well grab it. As she walked back and forth, examining items, Everly suddenly froze. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a somewhat peculiar wooden box. It was an old, entirely black wooden box. The box was spherical, with 8 faces, each painted with strange, bizarre patterns, making it look like some kind of uniquely crafted art piece. In front of the box squatted a black-haired woman, resting her chin on her hand as she stared at the wooden box with considerable interest. From the very first moment Everly saw the box, a chill ran down her spine, and a cold sweat broke out over her body. A familiar sense of danger gripped her instantly. Seeing the woman about to reach for the box, Everly quickly spoke up, her voice low, "You'd better not touch it." "What?" The black-haired woman turned her head, a little surprised, and looked at Everly. Her features were unmistakably Latin American. She appeared to be in her early 20s, striking and confident, with large, expressive eyes. Her black hair was cut in a wolf-tail style, slightly curly and bouncing on her shoulders. Underneath the messy sideburns, her ears were pierced many times, adorned with over a dozen scattered silver earrings. She wore a flamboyant printed maxi dress and a simple, old-fashioned crystal necklace at her chest. Her style was a contradictory mix of trendy and vintage, giving her an oddly compelling aura. "I mean, the box in front of you gives me a bad feeling," Everly said, giving the woman a harmless smile. Of course, it's just a feeling. What you do with it is entirely up to you. Everly, what's going on? Old John, who had been browsing nearby, noticed something was off. He stood up and walked over to his granddaughter. His appearance was intimidating, tall, strong, and well-built. Despite his full head of white hair, his exposed arms showed thick muscles. Anyone with ill intentions would usually see him and think twice. But the young woman clearly wasn't intimidated at all. "Hi there. I was just chatting with this young lady," she said with a smile, winking at Everly and gestured toward the box. "She told me that this wooden box on the ground isn't something good." "Is that so? Everly, you again?" Old John asked, trying to restrain himself. Everly nodded. "Miss, you might want to take my granddaughter's advice," Old John said vaguely, not wanting to reveal Everly's special abilities, but also unwilling to let an innocent person get into trouble. People often say, children have the clearest eyes in the world. Perhaps she's noticed something. The young woman laughed, revealing a pair of sharp, fang-like teeth in her smile, which made her look playful and youthful. "Yes, of course. I know the little lady means well. This is a box sealed with a malevolent spirit. Once opened, the spirit will cling to its owner, tormenting their mind with all kinds of accidents until the person can no longer bear it, ultimately driving them to suicide, after which they are absorbed into the box as nourishment for the spirit. In the Middle Ages, these cursed boxes were often used to kill people. Later, during the witch hunts, the makers of such boxes were arrested in large numbers, and the methods of making them were destroyed. I had thought that, after so many years, such evil things would have vanished, but to my surprise, here we are, and I've actually found a genuine one." As she spoke, the woman bent down and picked up the box from the ground. Everly and Old John immediately stepped back in unison, preparing themselves to leave at the first sign of danger. "Oh, don't worry. It's a trap box. The spirit inside can't get out unless it's opened," the young woman said, smirking mischievously. She then turned to the vendor. "Hello, how much is this box?" $300. The wolf-tail-haired woman's eyes widened. "What? Didn't you hear me? This is a box sealed with a malevolent spirit. One slip-up, and it could bring disaster to whoever owns it. I'm willing to take it off your hands. You shouldn't just ask for $300 right off the bat." The vendor, an elderly lady with fashionable silver curls, set down her knitting needles. Peering through her thick glasses, she gave the young woman a deadpan look. "As you said yourself, this is an antique from the Middle Ages, a genuine item, extremely rare. Asking $300 is hardly unreasonable. 100. There's a malevolent spirit inside. 300. This is the real deal. 150. Really, I can't go higher than that. 300. It's a rare, one-of-a-kind piece. Damn it. How about 180? That's enough, right? If you're sincere, 280. Everly watched, wide-eyed, as the scene abruptly shifted from a creepy, supernatural moment to a full-on, down-to-earth bargaining showdown. A bead of cold sweat rolled down her forehead, leaving her speechless. She exchanged a glance with Old John. He shook his head, so she turned away, deciding not to get involved. But to her surprise, the wolf-tail-haired woman had been haggling for so long that she shamelessly came over to Everly, clasped her hands at her chest, and begged like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Kind little lady, I really need that box. Could you lend me some money?" Everly. Was this even human language? How could she ignore a grown man like Old John and instead chase after a minor girl to borrow money? Everly turned her head, refusing to respond, but the woman was persistent. Seeing Everly dodge her, she changed direction, pressing her palm to her cheek, looking pitiful. "Just lend me a little. Only 100. That's nothing for a young lady like you. Actually, I'm a fortune teller, very skilled in Mayan astrology. Lately, misfortune has been following you, young lady, maybe." "Hey, that's enough. I'm calling the police." Old John's face darkened like iron. With his thick, bear-like frame, he stepped between them, blocking the wolf-tail-haired woman. Fortune teller? Mayan astrology? That was something Everly had never encountered before. Behind Old John, Everly grabbed her grandfather's arm to calm him down and stopped him from getting angrier. At the same time, she peeked out from behind his arm, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "You can do fortune telling?" "Yes," the woman said, Whether it's tarot cards, astrology, or a crystal ball, little lady, you can pick whichever you like. Everly asked again, "Why do you want that box?" "Oh, naturally, to keep it safe, so that no one who doesn't understand what's inside accidentally buys it and becomes food for the spirit." The wolf-tail-haired woman answered seriously, but Everly wasn't easily fooled. "How am I supposed to believe you? If the woman bought the box with the intention of harming someone, then lending her money would make Everly an accomplice." "Oh, I can't exactly prove I'm a good person." "In that case, why don't you buy the box yourself, little lady? I can tell you're a good person and wouldn't misuse the spirit's power. Don't worry, as long as you don't trigger the mechanism on the box, it's quite safe." The wolf-tail-haired woman shrugged, giving up. Everly waved her hands repeatedly. There was no way she was going to buy such a hot potato. In her view, dangerous things like this were best kept far away. The wolf-tail-haired woman scratched her head, making her wolf-tail hair even messier. This is tough. How about this? I take the box, and little lady, you keep my contact info. You can come check on it anytime. Does that work?" Everly thought for a moment and decided it was acceptable. For one, this fortune teller, called Rebecca, didn't give her any bad vibes. For two, if she were truly a villain wanting to use the box to harm someone, she wouldn't openly talk about the fact that it contained a malevolent spirit. For three, Rebecca seemed straightforward and didn't appear to mind whether Everly bought the box or not. And anyway, it was only $100. Rebecca let out a loud yes and jumped up from where she was standing. "I'll go get the money. Little lady, could you please watch over this box for me?" With that, the wolf-tail-haired woman motioned to Everly and old John to wait a moment, then quickly ran to a nearby fortune-telling stall. She greeted a girl dressed like a gypsy and reached under the table, where crystal balls were displayed, to pull out a black backpack. "Honestly, this box is way too expensive. I'm willing to spend this much. I really am dedicated," she muttered as she carried the bag back to Everly, unzipped it, and started rifling through a pile of crumpled textbooks for her wallet. Everly's sharp eyes caught a small card sticking out from the books. It had a photo of the wolf-tail-haired woman, and next to it was the emblem of a well-known local diploma mill university in Mykono, a so-called college that even dogs wouldn't bother attending. So, this fortune teller was actually a college student, and at that low-tier local university, Everly's image of the wolf-tail-haired, mystic expert shattered completely in her mind. Still, as she had promised, she lent Rebecca the $100. "Thanks, little lady." "And thank you, sir. Can I exchange contact info with you?" "I'll pay you back later," Rebecca said. "No need. You're doing a good deed. Consider this $100 as my contribution to exorcising the evil spirit." Everly waved her hand. For various reasons, she and old John were extremely careful about protecting personal information. Even when filling out patient forms at the dentist, most of the information was fake. For something so trivial, there was no need to reveal more than necessary. "You are truly so kind and generous. Your God will definitely bless you," Rebecca exclaimed dramatically, then enthusiastically added, "Would you like a reading at my little stall? I'm very accurate." Everly shook her head again. Although she had basically ruled out Rebecca being a villain, she still politely declined any fortune-telling. After all, in some movies, disasters always seem to follow these kinds of superstitious activities. She decided it was best to let her interaction with the wolf-tail-haired woman end at the $100 loan. Rebecca looked a little disappointed. She thought for a moment, then rummaged around in her backpack. Finally, from an inner compartment, she pulled out a semi-transparent plastic bag. Inside was a flattened, dried toad, its body covered in strange symbols she couldn't decipher. Rebecca shoved the bag toward Everly. "This was a protective charm my mother gave me when I left home. Take it, it's like a bonus for the $100 you lent me. Remember, absolutely remember, if you ever feel something's wrong with yourself, burn it to ashes and drink it with water." What? What did she mean by feel something's wrong? And drink it with water, this thing? Burn it to ashes and drink it? Who would do that? That was disgusting. Everly wasn't keen on accepting this strangely eerie gift. Rebecca, unusually serious, didn't back down. Her usual playful smirk vanished. She stared calmly at the girl, held up a finger to her lips, and slowly shook her head. "It's watching. I can't say too much. When the time comes, little lady, you'll understand. Take it, I won't harm you. It? Who is it? What do you mean by giving me this? Everly felt that something was off. She grabbed Rebecca's arm, wanting to ask more, but Rebecca gently twisted her body free. It was strange, despite Everly being a child, her grip was surprisingly strong. Yet Rebecca just slipped away as if she were oiled. The corner of her garment that Everly had held slid right out of her hand. Little lady, you must remember my words. Once free, Rebecca grinned, showing her sharp, white fangs. She waved at Everly and old John, then happily clutched the freshly acquired $100, skipping over to the vendor to buy the box. Everly lowered her head to carefully examine the dried toad in her hands. Its 4 legs were splayed out, its body covered in countless bumps, and some symbols had been painted on its back in yellow and red pigments she didn't recognize. It looked intricate, very subtle, exactly the kind of thing one might stereotypically imagine as an evil object. Compared to Everly, who was a half-hearted newcomer to this kind of knowledge, old John clearly knew his stuff. He stared at the dried toad for a while, then nodded to Everly, explaining that it was a specialty from Bolivia. In the local traditional beliefs, dried toads were thought to have strong powers to ward off evil and bring blessings, serving as a medium connecting humans with the divine. I once had an identical charm, with exactly the same pattern. During an operation to arrest a criminal, it blocked a bullet for me. Oh, don't be so surprised. I don't really understand how it worked either, but it did. Take it, along with her, they both seem fine. Everly's sixth sense gave her no warning either. Taking all this into account, after some hesitation, Everly rolled up the bag containing the dried toad and tucked it into her little children's frog wallet. After a busy day of shopping and picking out items, it wasn't until evening that Everly and old John slowly returned to the gas station, carrying half a pickup truck's worth of new furniture and a dried toad. Having spent the whole day outside, Everly was exhausted. After washing up, she did as usual, leaning close to her vanity mirror to look at her bare upper gums, and with a heart full of anticipation for new teeth, she went back to bed and turned off the light. The next morning, Everly woke from a night of chaotic dreams, feeling somewhat tired. She figured it was just fatigue from yesterday and didn't pay it much mind. She got up, shuffled to the bathroom in her slippers, and started brushing her teeth. While brushing, she suddenly felt that something was off. She raised the cup, sipped water, spat out the foam, pulled up her upper lip, and leaned close to the mirror. Oh my God, she had grown teeth. What terrible timing! Just yesterday, she had gone to the dentist and spent $150 to check her teeth, and today a new tooth was already pushing through her gums, forming a little white point about the size of a grain of rice. If it had come a day earlier, she could have saved both the round-trip gas and the $150. Everly felt a little annoyed, but just thinking about finally getting rid of her missing tooth problem lifted her mood. Good, strong teeth grow quickly. Everly sincerely prayed to the heavens. Perhaps her prayers were heard. In the following days, every time she looked in the mirror, she could see her new canine pushing outward more and more. In just a few days, the little grain of rice point had grown halfway out. Strange, had her old teeth grown this fast before? Everly paused in puzzlement. But then she reminded herself that at age 10, bodies grow so rapidly that girls can change noticeably in just a week or two. Maybe the speed of her teeth growing was influenced by her developmental stage? She had already forgotten the experience of losing teeth in her previous life, and there was no one around to compare with. So after a brief moment of curiosity, she pushed the thought aside and stood in front of the mirror, captivated by her new canine. It was truly beautiful. Snow white, glossy enamel, the tip curved smoothly and perfectly like a crescent moon. A newborn ivory, so tempting that she couldn't resist running her tongue over it, inch by inch, feeling the gentle prick of the rounded tip against her tongue. Everly, don't keep licking your new tooth, it can grow crooked, old John called out as he passed by, noticing her little habit. At his reminder, Everly realized what she had been doing. Not wanting a misshapen canine, she immediately withdrew her wandering tongue. But some things are like that. The more you tell yourself not to do them, the stronger the urge becomes. Like licking a tooth. After reminding herself for the 100th time not to lick it, Everly felt a rebellious thrill that made the desire even stronger. She pursed her lips like a little old lady, preparing to find something else to distract herself. It was still summer vacation, so she didn't have school. Old John had just bought a new batch of apocalypse supplies and was busy organizing his shelves. With no one to accompany her, Everly thought for a moment and decided to run over to the dog's kennel to go for a few laps with Buddy. But as soon as she approached Buddy's nest, the dog lowered its body, bared its teeth, tucked its tail, and let out a wild bark. Woof. Woof woof woof. Buddy, what's wrong? It's me. This was the first time Everly had ever been barked at like this. She called out, trying to remind the dog of her identity with her voice. Hearing her young owner, Buddy's ears twitched. The dog retracted its fangs, a little confused, and walked over to Everly, circling her legs while sniffing her repeatedly. After a while, the irritable dog finally relaxed its posture. With its tail tucked, it accompanied Everly half-heartedly in play. It wasn't exactly a fully satisfying activity, and by the time Everly returned from walking Buddy, she found herself once again licking her new tooth. No, I can't lick. Stop, stop. Everly looked around, found a lollipop, and popped it into her mouth. She thought that as long as something occupied her unruly tongue, it wouldn't run amok and interfere with her new tooth's growth. With candy in her mouth, Everly went back upstairs and sat at her desk, opening a book. Not long ago, old John had arranged for a box of Greek language teaching tapes and textbooks to be mailed to her. Everly planned to study the language on her own whenever she had the chance. After all, the sea monster Lameia was a creature from Greek mythology, and she suspected that the gibberish the Banshee spoke might actually be Greek. Everly was a highly focused person. Once she began studying, she immersed herself completely in the books before her. But as she worked, she noticed that along with the sweet taste of candy in her mouth, a familiar metallic tang began to rise. This is. She leaned toward the mirror, opened her mouth, and saw the lollipop she had been licking down to a thin layer. It looked like a little axe, slanting sharply into the gap beside her newly grown tooth on the left. Its sharp tip had pierced deeply into the soft gum, carving a wound that began bleeding steadily. Why does eating a candy end up like this? Everly spat out the lollipop and instinctively extended her tongue, pressing it against the wounded gum. It hurt, it throbbed, it was unbearable. The blood mixed with her saliva, forming a thin, pale red film that coated her new canine. Beneath the flush of red, the curve of the tooth was still perfect. Its smooth enamel, highlighted by the blood, didn't look ugly. On the contrary, it possessed an almost hypnotic, eerie beauty. Such perfect teeth, so beautiful, so amazing. Unable to resist, Everly reached out and pressed her fingertip against the wound, smearing the flowing blood thickly over the new canine until the entire tooth was dyed a vivid red. Bright red, beautiful, a one-of-a-kind tooth. Without realizing it, she moved her tongue again, once more losing herself in licking her new tooth, sucking, pressing, rubbing until the soft tip of her tongue, worn down from repeated contact, began to tear and bleed. The bleeding tongue became a new source of blood. Generous, passionate, and intimate, it wrapped around the new canine like a devoted follower, offering the best tribute to its master, repeatedly spreading the tongue's blood over the tooth. Once, again, and again. Her mouth gradually filled entirely with the taste of blood. Everly, it's time for dinner. She didn't know how much time had passed. It wasn't until a call came from downstairs that Everly snapped out of her overly absorbed state. Time really flies. She had only been studying for a little while, and it was already dinner time. Oh no, I can't lick. Why am I licking again? Completely ignoring the blood in her mouth, Everly sucked on the itchy, painful wound, then ran down the stairs, thumping step by step. Tonight's dinner was all her favorite foods. But as she ate, Everly found she couldn't swallow very well. Forcing herself to eat, she then licked the wound on her gums and made a request to her grandfather. "Grandpa, I want to eat steak." Old John was surprised. "Steak? That's possible, but why the sudden craving? You're not usually fond of beef." "I don't know. I just suddenly want it, preferably medium rare, still a little bloody." As she spoke, her teeth seemed to feel the sensation of salty, iron-rich meat pressing against them, and Everly couldn't resist licking her canine teeth, a thrill rising in her chest. With anticipation for her bloody meal, she looked forward to the next day. Her body felt a little tired, listless, and low on energy. Perhaps she had overexerted herself the day before. After a night of growth, the wound in her mouth had partially healed. This was good news. Everly didn't want a mouth full of injuries to interfere with her eating. However, while brushing her teeth, in a sudden daze, Everly's hand moved too forcefully. The toothbrush pressed straight onto her fragile gums. A sharp pain shot through her, and she hissed, opening her mouth to find the foam coated in bright red blood, the intense metallic sent rushing straight up to her nose. Oh no, how careless of me. She quickly stopped brushing, grabbed some water to rinse, and then opened her mouth wide in front of the mirror, pulling up her upper lip to inspect the bleeding wound. When her gaze happened to sweep over her throat, Everly froze around the dangling uvula. In the bright red flesh of her upper palate, a few white molars seemed to have sprouted. Wait, what is that? Everly jumped, rubbed her eyes, and looked again carefully. There were no white molars at all. It was just some foam she hadn't spit out yet. She patted her chest, thinking it was only a simple trick of her eyes. After tidying herself a bit, Everly descended the stairs uneasily, sat at the dining table, and picked up a slice of bread to nibble. Her appetite was still off today. Eating too much bread made her feel a bit choked. As she ate, she lifted her glass of milk, took a sip, and as she set it down, she suddenly caught sight of a tooth again in the cup. The tooth seemed to be soaking in the milk, the size of a peanut, perfectly formed, with root-like ends still streaked with red bits of flesh and nerve. As the liquid swirled, the tooth gently struck the glass, emitting a crisp clink each time. Everly felt so disgusted she almost spat out the milk. Even after realizing it was just an optical illusion caused by milk foam clinging to the cup, she immediately lost any desire to continue drinking. Perhaps the shock of seeing teeth twice was too much. Everly started feeling paranoid. Lunch was a medium-rare steak. As she cut the meat with a knife, a sudden, ill-timed thought popped into her mind when the blade slid through a chunk of white fat. Could there be a molar hiding inside this piece of fat? Later, while walking the dog, Buddy barked at her again, acting as if she were a complete stranger. Everly bent down to play a fetch game, picking up a stone from the ground. But the moment she gripped it, a sharp pain shot through her palm. Looking down, she saw two opposing molars sprouting on the stone, biting into her flesh and tearing her skin mercilessly. Everly let out a silent scream in her mind and immediately tossed the stone behind her. After calming herself slightly, she mustered the courage to take another look. The object lying on the ground was clearly just an ordinary white stone, and her palm bore no marks at all, had she imagined it again. The whole day had been inexplicably strange, leaving Everly utterly drained. Her enthusiasm for walking the dog vanished, so she said goodbye to Buddy and returned to her room, spreading out her books to study. But the illusions weren't finished with her yet. As she studied, she frowned, feeling a sudden, inexplicable itch at the back of her head. No way. With suspicion and unease, Everly's trembling hand reached toward the back of her skull. Her fingertips parted the thick golden hair, groping around until they brushed against several hard, smooth, rounded objects on her warm scalp. They seemed to have grown out of her skull, piercing the skin and protruding rigidly. Everly shivered, grabbed a hand mirror, and held it in front of her dresser mirror to inspect the reflection carefully. What she saw was a row of half-erupted white molars, bright and clean, their tips glinting with a pearly sheen. No matter how beautiful, they were still teeth. The thought of teeth growing from the back of her head was horrifying. Everly screamed, flinging the hand mirror to the ground. The shattering glass caught old John's attention. He rushed upstairs, asking what had happened. Everly, covered in goosebumps from disgust, whimpered and asked her grandfather to check the back of her head. But old John told her it was perfectly fine, completely normal. Really? Summoning her courage, Everly reached back to touch her scalp once more. Sure enough, just as old John had said, her skull felt smooth and clean, completely free of teeth. Maybe you've been paying too much attention to your canines, which caused the hallucinations. Your complexion hasn't been good lately. Have you been sleeping properly at night? Even if you're absorbed in your studies, you can't sacrifice your rest, old John said, his voice full of concern. Is that really it? Everly returned to the mirror and looked at her face. Lately, she often had strange dreams, and by morning she had completely forgotten them, only a vague sense that they had been nightmares remained. Even after a full 8 hours of sleep, she would wake up aching all over, as if the fatigue had seeped out from her bones. Indeed, her complexion was poor. In the mirror, the cheeks that were once rosy and full of blood had sunk in, turning pale. Heavy dark circles hung beneath her eyes, the corners of her mouth drooped, and her expression seemed sorrowful. She looked lethargic and completely drained, a shadow of her usual self. Looking at herself like this, something seems off, doesn't it? Just as the thought of self-doubt flickered across her mind, Everly's gaze momentarily glazed over. When clarity returned, she shook her head, dismissing the suspicion that had arisen, convincing herself it was simply exhaustion. Tonight, she would turn off the lights earlier and get a bit more sleep. Getting extra rest did no good. Everly's hallucinations hadn't lessened, they were intensifying. While brushing her teeth, she opened her mouth and immediately saw her upper palate filled with teeth. Round molars were packed densely, extending deep into her mouth like bricks, covering her entire upper jaw and stretching inward toward the depths of her throat. Everly knew it was a hallucination. She closed her eyes, waited a moment, and reopened them, trying to suppress it that way, but this time the vision lasted longer and felt more real than ever. When she looked in the mirror again, the strange teeth were still there. She reached a hand into her throat, touching her upper palate, hoping that the sense of touch would convince her it was all an illusion, that these teeth didn't exist. But the next second, her fingertips brushed something warm, smooth, and hard. As she traced over the molars, she could even feel the uneven surfaces of the teeth rubbing against her skin, a gritty resistance she couldn't ignore. They really don't exist? And how far down did these teeth extend? Into the esophagus, the stomach, or the intestines? A sudden, overwhelming wave of nausea hit her. Everly could no longer hold back and grabbed the sink, vomiting violently. She hadn't eaten breakfast, her appetite had been poor the night before, and she had eaten very little. After a long bout of vomiting, only a yellowish, transparent sour liquid came up. As she continued, she heard a faint clack, clack by her ear. Breathing heavily while gripping the sink, it took her a moment to realize what it was: the sound of teeth inside her esophagus, growing along its walls, scraping and colliding as her digestive tract moved. Ugh. Tears streamed down her face as she vomited for what felt like an eternity. Finally, when she calmed herself and mustered the courage to open her mouth again, the ironic truth appeared. The terrifying teeth that had filled her upper palate and throat were gone. Before her eyes, her mouth held only the normal, lonely 2 rows, 1 upper, 1 lower, perfectly ordinary. Among all her teeth, Everly's new tooth shone the brightest. It seemed to have absorbed all the vitality and life force of its owner, standing tall and proud on her gum like a crescent moon scattering pale light across the night sky. No matter where she looked, it always drew her attention first. What a perfect tooth. Everly, mesmerized, reached out to touch the nearly grown tooth. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If every tooth growing inside her body could be as perfect as this one, then even if she were swallowed by her own teeth, becoming nothing more than a breeding ground for them, it wouldn't matter. Yes, it wouldn't matter as long as the teeth growing were perfect. So, the bad teeth needed to be eliminated. When another hallucination appeared, showing a molar sprouting on the back of her left hand, Everly, in a daze, raised a table knife and plunged it into her hand. Poochie. Everly, what are you doing? Across the table, old John watched in horror as his granddaughter, mid-meal, suddenly went mad and stabbed the back of her own hand with the knife. He dropped his fork and rushed over to her. Bad tooth, remove, not perfect. Everly, as if possessed, muttered incomprehensible words while gripping the knife tightly, trying to gouge a piece of flesh from her hand. Everly, snap out of it. Old John yanked the knife from her grasp, threw it to the floor, and pressed his palm hard against her bleeding hand. What's wrong with you? You've been acting so strange these past 2 days. Are Nigeria Naira? Remove, don't want it. Everly continued repeating her strange words, her eyes blank as she stared fixedly at her hand. Out of old John's sight, the imperfect molar on the back of her hand finally gave way under her efforts. Fresh blood gushed from the base of the tooth, and wherever it flowed, across skin and table, semi-transparent pale yellow blisters began to swell. They started the size of grains of rice and rapidly expanded, until with a pop, they burst open, revealing the crooked, pale yellow molar inside. Bad teeth, all bad teeth, must be removed. Everly let out a piercing scream and flung her arm with all her strength. Old John felt a sudden, overwhelming force. With all his strength, he couldn't restrain the hysterical girl. She broke free instantly. When did she become this strong? Once free, Everly walked to the opposite side of the table, head lowered, and picked up Old John's table knife, raising it again as if to harm herself. Old John's eyes widened in alarm. "Everly," he shouted. Ignoring the food scattered across the table, he lunged forward, intercepting the knife with his arm before it could stab her. Poochie. Under the immense force, the knife pierced through the skin and muscle of his arm, going straight through. Blood gushed from the wound, hot and thick, dripping onto Everly's hand. Everly's eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were still empty, her blue irises unfocused, like a living wandering soul. But somehow, a faint glimmer of moisture appeared in her dimmed eyes. "Grandpa, tie me, dry-toed, wallet." She opened her mouth, tears rolling silently down her face, forcing out a broken string of commands through her throat. The last shred of clarity vanished. The girl screamed and yanked the knife again, attempting to stab her own hand. Having lived together for so long, Old John had long developed an unspoken understanding with his granddaughter. Hearing her words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he endured the pain in his arm, grabbed her wrist, and forcibly wrenched the knife from her hand. Then, seizing the brief moment while Everly searched for another weapon, Old John quickly opened a nearby cabinet drawer and pulled out a sleek, black stun baton. Zzz. Blue arcs of electricity flashed, and the hysterical girl shuddered violently, collapsing forward. Her limp body was steadied by Old John. Seizing the moment while she was immobilized, he fetched straps and ropes and expertly bound Everly tightly to the chair, even looping a rope across her mouth to prevent her from biting her own tongue. Only once the struggling girl was securely restrained did he feel safe enough to leave the dining room briefly. He went upstairs to Everly's bedroom, retrieved her children's wallet, and took out the dried toad the so-called fortune teller had given her. He remembered the fortune teller saying that the item had to be burned to ashes and the powder mixed with water to drink. Old John wasn't sure if this South American protective charm would actually work, but given the emergency, he followed his granddaughter's wish. He poured alcohol over the dried toad, set it aflame, then quickly mixed the ashes with warm water. Using a syringe, he carefully administered the grayish liquid into Everly's mouth. The moment the grimy mixture entered her mouth, a change occurred. Just a second ago, her face had been twisted in rage, every muscle tensed, struggling to break free from the chair. The next, it was as if a frenzied addict had finally received the relief they craved. Everly's violent, wild energy suddenly receded, her vacant eyes flickered, and sharp rationality returned. "Everly, how do you feel?" Old John asked, removing the rope from her mouth, his voice full of concern. Everly furrowed her brow, struggling to process the memories suddenly resurfacing in her mind, the white corridors, the strange rooms, eyes forcibly held open, bizarre videos filled with muttering, and the sudden alarms triggered when she looked at the screen. Why had she suddenly forgotten everything that happened after entering the room? Had someone tampered with her memory, and if so, how was that even possible? A flood of memories struck Everly like a chisel hammered into her skull, pounding her brain until her head throbbed unbearably and her features twisted in pain. She let out a hiss, forcing herself to endure, but as time passed, the agony didn't lessen, it intensified. The center of the pain shifted from her skull to the upper left gum of her teeth. "Pain," she murmured. "You stabbed the back of your hand with the table knife. Feeling pain is normal. Wait a moment, and I'll help bandage your wound," Old John said. He quickly cut the ropes binding her arms and legs with scissors. Turning to grab the first aid kit, he was interrupted by Everly's sudden call. "Mirror." "What?" "Grandpa, I need a mirror." Everly lifted her hand to her upper gum, cold sweat pouring from her forehead and wetting her hair. It was a pain she had never felt before, as if someone had pulled the nerves from deep within her tooth roots, strung them like instrument strings, and plucked them to play a heavy metal symphony. Each pluck tugged and stretched her nerves, sending waves of ripping, searing pain. The music was endless, and so was the pain. It really hurt too much. Why did it hurt like this? That tooth was definitely not normal. When Everly was fully conscious, old John rarely questioned her decisions. He hurriedly found a mirror and handed it to her. Trembling, she took it and held it up to her open mouth. Between her two regular rows of white teeth, a sharp canine jutted out. It was slightly larger than the surrounding teeth, with a pale yellow tinge beneath the white. Its enamel was worn away, leaving the tooth looking gray, grimy, and foul. Rather than a new tooth, it seemed like a bone dug up from some forgotten patch of earth. This could not possibly be her tooth. From her gum had grown a tooth that didn't belong to her. Realizing this, Everly trembled all over, goosebumps breaking out on her arms. She fought the urge to vomit, leapt from the chair, and stumbled into the garage. She rifled through the toolbox and pulled out a pair of pliers. Everly. I'm fine. I'm completely lucid now. This tooth is wrong. I have to pull it out. The pain continued to intensify, rapidly reaching a level that made breathing difficult and vision blur. If she delayed any longer, the tooth might drain her completely. She couldn't hesitate. She had to act, quickly and decisively. With that thought, Everly forced a grimace at the worried old man, a smile worse than crying sniffed, drew in a deep breath and clamped the pliers onto the bizarre, sharp canine. She pulled with all her strength, trying to wrench it free. Though the tooth did not belong to her, its roots were like a massive tree, burrowing deep into Everly's gum and greedily siphoning the energy and nutrients from her healthy body. It was a leech, a parasite, a daughter vine. Once it latched on, it would cling tightly, impossible to dislodge. Ugh, aha! Everly yanked downward, tearing, veins bulging across her hands. The more she pulled, the more excruciating it became. The more excruciating, the more she pulled. She felt that on the other end of the pliers, she wasn't merely wrestling a tooth, but something far more terrifying and powerful. But she refused to lose. She would not lose. She absolutely could not lose. Any retreat meant being drained, devoured, absorbed. She would not die. Suddenly, warmth spread across her hands. Another rough, strong hand reached out, grasping the pliers alongside Everly's. Everly tilted her head back, tears blurring her vision, and met her grandfather's concerned, aching gaze. His arm still bled, pierced through by the knife she had driven into it. Yet with those injured, trembling hands, he stood resolutely beside her, grasping the pliers and pulling with all his strength alongside her. Muscles bulged along his arm in sharp, alarming curves, each sinew flexing as blood spattered around them. Together, they heaved, exerting every ounce of power. Ahab. Bit by bit, inch by inch, until, after a pain so intense it felt as if her very soul was being torn away, Everly's head arched backward, and the force in her hands suddenly went limp. Looking down, she saw the pliers had finally succeeded. Between the jaws lay the grayish, dull yellow canine. From its base trailed more than a dozen thin, red, writhing tendrils like earworms. In the sunlight, they writhed wildly, hissing and crackling, emitting a strange black smoke that quickly turned to ash. The grotesque tooth that had invaded her mouth was finally pulled free. Ha 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 ha. Everly laughed out loud, then her knees gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed to the floor. Old John wasn't much better off. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, crouched down, and gently embraced his granddaughter with his bloodied arm. Then, holding her hand, he shuffled slowly, step by step, back into the house with her. Everly sat alone outside the operating room, her hands clenched into fists, her head bowed low. After the tooth extraction, blood was still seeping from the socket, but not much. It wasn't a serious problem. The wound on the back of her hand had been treated in time as well. It looked frightening, but in reality it wasn't very deep. Between her and old John, the one more seriously injured was actually him. She hadn't held back with that stab, she had driven the blade straight through his arm. And yet, in order to help Everly, he had continued exerting force even after being wounded, causing the injury to tear open a second time and bleed heavily. That kind of wound wasn't something old John could handle on his own. After giving it a quick rinse and bandage, he drove her straight to the hospital in downtown Mykono. Just moments ago, the ER doctor had examined her grandfather. The results showed that Everly's knife had happened to pass through the gap between two bones, without damaging the bones themselves, but it had torn the interosseous membrane, requiring surgical debridement and suturing. Everly's heart was filled with guilt and anger. It shouldn't have been like this. She had foreseen the danger. But she was too weak physically, and too weak in willpower. That was why the nurse had forced her into that chair, forced her eyes open with a speculum to watch that video. She had even been brainwashed into forgetting the dangerous memory, unknowingly carrying the contamination home with her. If she hadn't been lucky enough to get Rebecca's dried toad, if her grandfather hadn't been there to protect her, she might have already harmed herself to death. The more guilty she felt, the angrier she became. Everly couldn't understand it. She had only gone to the clinic for an ordinary dental appointment. Neither she nor old John had provoked anyone. So why had all of this happened to her? And yet she also understood that some malice arrives without reason. It may simply be a matter of appearing at the wrong place at the wrong time, being seen, being chosen, and, from that moment on, stepping one unlucky foot into the abyss. With the groundwork laid by the previous incidents, Everly tried to analyze what had happened using horror movie logic. But because the information she had was too limited, she couldn't determine whether this really was a horror scenario, and if it was, what kind of narrative pattern it followed. She needed more intelligence. However, between her and old John, the one with connections and access to information was him. And he was still recovering from surgery. For now, Everly didn't want to burden him with trivial matters. Then she would wait. Once old John regained some strength, she would discuss their next move with her grandfather. After the strange tooth had been pulled, Everly's mind became clear again. That abnormal, deranged mental state did not return, and no new teeth grew from the socket. Clearly, the root of the mutation had been removed. She had originally planned to wait a while, until old John recovered a bit more, before dealing with the aftermath involving the dental clinic. What she hadn't expected was that she was far from the only victim. It was the second day after old John was injured. Since his arm was still in recovery and shouldn't be overused, he booked a room at a hotel in Mykono and planned to stay in the city with Everly for the time being. There were more people in the city, and news spread faster than in the countryside. While eating breakfast at the hotel's buffet restaurant, Everly happened to overhear a young couple at the next table chatting. They were talking about a family massacre on Triangle Street. The male head of the household had suddenly gone mad for unknown reasons and brutally killed his wife and son before finally taking his own life. Another family massacre? There've been quite a few of those lately. And not just that, look at this. It says the perpetrator pulled out their teeth before killing them. Another tooth-pulling murder case? Why? Is it a copycat crime? The couple huddled together, whispering for quite a while. Eventually, they stood up, left behind the newspaper they had been flipping through, and left the buffet looking satisfied. The keyword tooth-pulling caught Everly's attention. Before the staff could come to clear the table, she walked over to the neighboring table and picked up the discarded newspaper. This was a local newspaper published in Mykono. Most of its contents were mundane, domestic squabbles, bits of gossip, rental ads. Only on the very front page, taking up a huge portion of the layout, was a horrifying report of a family massacre. Beneath the bold headline was a photograph of the suspect. Though it was in black and white and clearly taken years ago, Everly recognized him at a glance. It was Robert, the man who had spoken to her and old John at the clinic. She read on. Yesterday afternoon, after hearing non-stop screams and wails coming from next door, a resident of Triangle Street called the police. When officers arrived, they found the neighboring house tightly shut and eerily silent. After knocking for a long time with no response and catching the strong smell of blood, they forced their way inside. What they saw was a family of 3 lying in pools of blood, all deceased. Based on their preliminary investigation, the police concluded that the violence had been committed by the male head of the household. He had first struck his wife on the back of the head with a blunt object from behind, knocking her briefly unconscious. Then he used pliers to pull out her teeth one by one. During the process, the wife had awakened from the pain and struggled, but their son, the second victim, had helped his father restrain his mother. Robert Smith cruelly tore out all of his wife's teeth while she was still alive. He then used a knife to carve countless wounds into her body, ultimately causing her to bleed to death. After his wife, the blade turned toward his son. Just the same, his teeth were forcibly pulled out, and he too was stabbed again and again. Not long after, the boy died, following his mother. Having killed his two family members in such an exceptionally brutal manner, perhaps out of remorse, perhaps out of fear of punishment, or perhaps because he had completely lost his mind, Robert took his own life. He tore out nearly all of his own teeth and threw them into the trash. Then he sat on the floor and used the tip of the knife to carve numerous holes into himself, like a honeycomb, until he died, surrounded by blood and shredded flesh. The report described in painstaking detail the horrific state of the three bodies. It said the holes covering them were deep and densely packed. After the blood had dried, it had taken on a slick, black sheen, so much so that it reminded people of clusters of insect eggs, provoking intense physical revulsion. Several officers at the scene had reportedly vomited due to trypophobia. As for Robert's motive, the police were still investigating and had reached no conclusions for the time being. At the end of the article, the writer reviewed 3 other recent tooth-pulling murder cases and, in an almost sensational tone, offered a variety of bizarre speculations about the killer's motives. After finishing the newspaper, Everly let out a long breath. So she wasn't the only victim entangled with teeth. That meant she couldn't follow her original plan anymore. Everly spread the newspaper out in front of old John. At the same time, she recounted everything that had happened during this period in as calm a tone as possible, being forced to watch a strange videotape, having a segment of her memory inexplicably erased, her unhealthy obsession with the new canine tooth, and the series of hallucinations she saw before she lost control and hurt someone. Old John's brow never relaxed the entire time. When she finished, he gently patted his granddaughter's head with his uninjured hand, then took out his phone and called an acquaintance named David at the Dwight State Police. The Megan Clinic was located in Mykono City, and in terms of jurisdiction, related cases should have been handled by the Mykono City Police. However, in this version of America, all kinds of unimaginable and brutal major crimes occurred frequently, forcing police departments in different areas to cooperate and share information. Through David's connections, old John quickly got in touch with a detective from the Mykono Police Department. From that detective, old John learned that Mykono Police had already taken notice of the Megan Clinic. The families targeted in the tooth extraction *Saker all had dental appointments at Megan Clinic within the past month. Because of that, we sent officers there to investigate the day before yesterday. But the place was already completely deserted. Whoever was there had cleared out, and they didn't leave behind a single useful clue. What about the staff? Old John asked. From the dentists and nurses to the clinic's general manager, every piece of registration information turned out to be fake. We also tried contacting the Megan Medical Group. They stated clearly that they have never established a dental clinic in Mykono City and said they've already received reports about the situation and will be pursuing legal action to protect their rights. In short, the culprits had all fled, and there wasn't even anyone left to take the blame. We found that anyone who received treatment at that clinic has a high probability of suddenly going berserk and harming themselves or others. But on one hand, we don't have the patient list, so we can't track down everyone who is treated there. On the other hand, we have no way to stop these outbursts. Their mental states have deteriorated severely. They display extreme agitation and self-harming tendencies. Several of them have already been admitted to psychiatric hospitals, strapped to restraint beds, and given regular sedative injections. The detective's voice was thick with exhaustion. It was clear the string of cases had pushed him to the brink. When it came to locating the patient list, Everly couldn't help. But as for how to stop the patients from going mad, she did have some insight. She exchanged a glance with old John. The old man gave a small nod and, on her behalf, told the detective the answer. Tooth extraction. Make sure to restrain the patient first, secure them so they can't move. Then remove the tooth that was treated at the clinic. That tooth is what's affecting their mind and driving them to commit violence against others. If conditions allow, after the extraction, it would be best to have someone perform a cleansing ritual on the patient as well, to prevent any lingering malignant influence from remaining in the body. An exorcism. I see. So these cases really are connected to that sort of existence. The detective paused for a moment, then accepted old John's suggestion with surprising ease. It seemed that the Mykono police weren't as rigid as she had imagined, nor were they completely ignorant of supernatural forces. The reason they had ignored the pleas from the residents of Lameia town before was probably because cockroaches growing huge and starting to eat people was simply too much of a stretch for anyone's imagination. Since everyone at the Megan clinic had fled, Everly's plans for revenge naturally could no longer be carried out. The good news was that, thanks to her and old John's intervention, all the remaining patients the police were able to locate received a somewhat rough but undeniably effective tooth extraction plus exorcism package service and regained their sanity. After Robert, no new tooth-pulling murder cases occurred in Mykono City. Before long, the people living there were drawn to an endless stream of new events and new crimes, and this string of cases was gradually forgotten. Only Everly, who had suffered the most from it, couldn't let it go. After old John had fully recovered, and accompanied by her grandfather, Everly stood at the gates of Mykono's notoriously subpar university, Texas Management University. Everly had come to find Rebecca. Though she was young, Everly believed she had already weathered quite a few storms. But an experience like the recent teeth incident was a first for her. Because of hypnosis or some other unknown cause, she had clearly sensed danger, yet even that very sense of foreboding had been erased. As if brainwashed, she had thrown herself wholeheartedly into a morbid obsession with teeth and nearly lost her life in the process. The experience filled Everly with a powerful sense of crisis. It turned out that in the world of horror films, danger did not only come from physical threats, it could also strike on a mental level. And quite obviously, the latter was far more insidious and far more dangerous than the former. After the cockroach incident, Everly had been training under old John's guidance. While improving her combat abilities, she had also been studying various survival skills and knowledge, successfully avoiding several crises as a result. That had made her somewhat complacent. After all, given her current condition, she figured she could probably dodge or overcome most physical dangers with enough effort. But only after this incident erupted did she suddenly realize that she had absolutely no resistance to attacks targeting the mind. This couldn't continue. She needed to consult someone knowledgeable. Everly thought that since the dried toad that saved her had been given by Rebecca, there was no need to trouble a second person over the same matter. The most convenient consultant right now was naturally the mysterious fortune teller herself. Thinking of Rebecca, Everly felt a twinge of regret. Because of Rebecca's appearance and her school, Everly had looked down on her somewhat at the time. So before they parted, she had insisted on not exchanging contact information. If they had traded phone numbers back then, she wouldn't now be trudging around the enormous campus with old John, asking everyone they ran into whether they knew a female fortune teller with a wolf-tail haircut. After asking around for quite some time, no one seemed to recognize Rebecca when described as a wolf-tail-haired fortune teller. But once Everly changed the description to a Latina with two very prominent canine teeth, someone quickly reacted and pointed the grandfather and granddaughter in the right direction. Following the directions they were given, Everly and old John went through quite a bit of trouble before finally finding Rebecca in a secluded classroom on campus, fast asleep at a desk with a coat draped over her. "Oh, my little lady, and this distinguished gentleman too, hello." After being nudged awake by Everly, Rebecca let out a charming yawn. Her sleepy eyes were half-lidded as she smiled brightly at the two of them. "Judging by your complexion, little lady, the trouble that was bothering you has already been resolved." "That's wonderful news. You can tell." I can see a little." Rebecca tilted her head slightly. "Earlier, you formed a connection with something very unpleasant. So that's why you said I was surrounded by bad luck." Everly felt extremely speechless at the thought. Influenced by certain films and TV shows from her previous life, she had always assumed that lines like, "I see darkness on your forehead, you're about to have a run of bad luck," were just standard sales tactics fortune tellers used to drum up business, something that would work on foreigners too. So when Rebecca said she was plagued by misfortune, Everly hadn't taken it seriously at all. And it turned out to be true. Rebecca gave Everly's shoulder an understanding pat. "I was a bit vague too. You understand, with certain entities, even merely speaking their names can draw their attention and bring disaster upon oneself. So, in our line of work, we usually avoid being too explicit. Everly nodded. Horror films were always full of cryptic speakers, but when there were too many of them, it felt strange. To maintain internal logic, this world seemed to operate under a rule like, speaking a name invites calamity, one that applied no matter which movie set you were in. That made the abundance of evasive, riddle-speaking people suddenly seem perfectly reasonable. Then, Rebecca, do you know why I suddenly forgot about the video recording? I only remembered after drinking the toad ash water you gave me. That was really strange. And what exactly was that bad thing you said was clinging to me? Rebecca shook her head honestly. I don't know about the recording. You don't. Rebecca shrugged, sounding perfectly justified. I really don't know why you lost your memory. Maybe some kind of hypnosis. I haven't studied that field much. All I can say is that you were lucky, little lady. The dried toad just happens to have properties that dispel evil and illness. The illness that was obscuring your memory was driven away, so naturally you were able to recall what you had forgotten. As for the entity clinging to you, I do have a guess. Did you bring the tooth? Everly nodded and took out the tooth sealed in a plastic bag from her handbag. Ever since it had emitted black smoke under the sunlight that day, the enamel sheen had completely faded. Now it looked dull and ashen, as though it had been buried underground for hundreds of years. Rebecca took the tooth, opened the bag, and placed her fingers on it, closing her eyes. After only a short while, Everly saw her break out in a cold sweat. Rebecca abruptly opened her eyes and jerked her hand away from the tooth as if she had been burned. I saw a ritual, Rebecca panted heavily, pressing her fingers against her brow. A very ancient ritual. The offerings were the flesh and blood of living people, and a large number of teeth pulled from captives' mouths. This tooth was one of those offerings. A wave of disgust rose in Everly's chest. She had been mentally prepared that the tooth might have belonged to a dead person, but she hadn't expected it to be that ancient. The thought made her skin crawl. I specialize more in divination. My clairvoyance isn't particularly strong, Rebecca continued. But judging by their attire, they were likely the Aztecs. You know, because of those damned Spanish colonizers, the Aztec civilization was destroyed as early as the 16th century, and many related texts and records were lost. So I can't tell you exactly which deity they were worshipping. I can only say that this god's domain was related to teeth. Everly blinked in surprise. There's actually a god like that? Of course. Teeth are very important, especially in ancient times, when medicine wasn't so advanced. A healthy set of teeth often meant a strong body and better chances of survival. In fact, since aging is usually accompanied by tooth loss, some cultures associated teeth with death, believing that control over teeth was also within the domain of a death god. But I don't understand, Everly frowned. I don't even know who that god is. Why would they bewitch me like that? She had originally assumed that whatever influenced her was some kind of evil spirit, at worst, maybe a demon. She had never imagined it could be something more serious, something like a god. The strangest part was that she had no idea when or how she might have provoked such a being. It was probably because of that video you watched, Rebecca guessed. Though this is the first time I've heard of someone forming a connection with an unknown deity just by watching a recording. As expected of America, even the methods of spreading faith are at the forefront of the world. Faith? You could also call it contamination. It depends entirely on your attitude toward that deity. If you are devout and sincerely believe, regarding them as your sovereign, then what the video transmits to you is the power of faith. But if you don't worship that god and still watch the recording, then you'll be contaminated, unknowingly becoming that deity's follower. By the way, the latter is extremely dangerous. Aside from those widely recognized Orthodox gods, the vast majority of deities require offerings from their believers. A god's gifts are never without cost. If you receive but do not repay, you will inevitably suffer that god's backlash. The more Everly listened, the more something felt off. She raised her hand like a student in class. But I didn't ask that. Whatever god for anything. Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure you didn't ask anything of that god? Rebecca's smile faded. She fixed Everly with an intense, unwavering stare, her expression completely serious as she repeated the question. Everly fell silent. She thought of the canine tooth that had grown in. It had emerged suddenly the day after she returned from the clinic, and once it broke through the gum, it grew at an astonishing speed. At the time, She had been mentally clouded, like a veil had been draped over her mind, and hadn't felt anything strange about it. But now that she thought about it, the whole thing had been abnormal from the very beginning. She couldn't remember clearly whether she had made a wish for a new tooth, but she suspected she had. Ever since losing the upper left canine, she had been distressed about the damage to her appearance, staring at herself in the mirror almost every night. The evening she came back from the clinic, she had probably prayed for a new tooth while looking at her reflection. That must have been why a new tooth had grown from her gum. It was the god's response to her. "Judging by your expression, you've realized it?" Rebecca asked. "Yes, but I was only thinking about it. I swear I never intentionally asked a god to give me a tooth." Rebecca spread her hands. "But you watched the recording. That was no ordinary thing. After seeing it, you passively became a potential follower of that deity and formed a connection. When you wished for a new tooth, the god linked to you received that prayer and responded. From their perspective, since you accepted the gift, you should offer tribute in return. But you didn't. That's the root of everything that followed. That's completely unreasonable." Rebecca let out a soft snort. "Little lady, that's a god. How can you expect them to reason with ants?" Wow. Her tongue is sharp. Even though Everly knew Rebecca was right, she couldn't help feeling choked by the words. She puffed out her cheeks and bit her lower lip in frustration before pressing on. "Then if I've already pulled the tooth out, does that mean it's over?" "It shouldn't have been that simple," Rebecca said. "After all, pulling out the tooth doesn't change the fact that you once enjoyed the grace granted by a god. However, the way you formed that connection was irregular. The bond between you is inherently fragile. So when you forcefully rejected the gift at the cost of your own blood, the link naturally broke." She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. "It's kind of like counterfeit money. If both parties accept it, even fake bills can circulate smoothly. But the moment one side objects, it stops being money and becomes nothing more than a piece of scrap paper." The analogy wasn't perfect, but Everly understood and let out a long breath of relief. As long as the connection was severed, that was all that mattered. She still had several baby teeth left to lose. If that god still considered her a pseudo-believer and decided to gift her a few more oversized yellow teeth, what then? She never wanted to experience the agony of pulling out a tooth again for the rest of her life. Now that she had finally clarified the whole situation, Everly set the past aside and moved on to business. She lowered her head and rummaged around, pulling a green frog-shaped wallet from her pocket. From it, she took out a thick stack of $100 bills and placed them in front of Rebecca. Rebecca's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight of the hefty pile of cash. She glanced at Everly, then at old John. Seeing that the old man showed no objection whatsoever to his granddaughter casually pulling out such a large sum of money, Rebecca immediately turned back to Everly, her expression eager and sycophantic as she rubbed her hands together. "Little lady this is." Everly got straight to the point. "Do you have any more of that dried toad from last time? I'd like to buy some." Rebecca looked disappointed. "That was something my mother gave me before she left. There was only one. I don't have any more." She brightened quickly, though. "But I do have other things." "Interested, little lady. What kind of things?" "They're all in my dorm. Please wait here. It's nearby, I'll go get them right now. Make sure you wait for me. You have to." After saying that, Rebecca looked at Everly with intense conviction. Everly understood and nodded at her. The woman then turned to old John. Left with no choice, old John imitated Everly and gave the wolf-tail-haired girl a solemn nod as well. Only then did Rebecca shout, "Oh yeah." She sprang up from her chair, slung her flat, tattered backpack over her shoulders, and dashed out like a gust of wind. 10 minutes later, she returned, panting heavily. She was still the same person, but the backpack on her back had transformed. What had been thin as a stray dog now looked like it was suffering from obesity. Crystal ball, spirit board, obsidian cross, exorcism bell. She rattled off. "I brought everything I had with me. Little lady, take your pick." As she spoke, she grabbed the straps of her backpack and, like someone dumping out trash, lifted and shook it, spilling the entire contents across the desk in one heap. The good news, Rebecca was willing to sell every single item she had brought as long as the price was right. The bad news, according to Rebecca, all of these items had been bought from various secondhand stalls. They might have some effect when it came to exorcism, but not much. For example, this obsidian cross, she said, scratching the tip of her nose a little sheepishly. It was once blessed by a bishop. If used by a member of the clergy together with the Bible, it can barely kill a low-level spirit. But in the hands of an ordinary person, it can at most injure one. By a member of the clergy, Rebecca meant someone who held a position within the church and had undergone ordination or formal consecration, not just any devout believer. Everly, who had no particular faith to speak of, obviously didn't qualify. And what about these? What are they supposed to be? Everly asked. She pushed aside the amulets, crosses, and crystal balls piled on top, digging out the odds and ends buried underneath. A doll missing one eyeball, a heavily worn length of rope, a whip tied to a wooden handle, and a pair of socks riddled with holes. Oh, those are also items I painstakingly collected that can affect evil forces, Rebecca explained. Take this doll, for example. In occultism, dolls resemble humans in appearance, but are hollow inside and lack a true inner self, which makes them prone to attracting wandering spirits. This particular doll was buried alongside a 19th-century serial killer and lay in his tomb with him for over 100 years. Because it absorbed its master's wickedness, it has an unusually strong pull on malicious spirits. If you throw it out, evil entities will be unconsciously drawn to it and crawl inside. She raised a finger. Though it only lasts for a very short time, about 30 seconds at most. And you must keep it in a dedicated box when not in use. If you leave it out carelessly, it can attract wandering souls. That sounds pretty good, Everly said, nodding. A decent life-saving tool. She pointed at the rope. What about this one? This is a noose once used by a hangman named Albert in Britannia, Rebecca explained. He executed over 100 prisoners with it. Because of that, the rope carries a certain intimidation toward evil spirits. If you throw it accurately around a spirit's neck, the spirit will experience the sensation of suffocation. She paused. Unfortunately, it can only torment them. It can't actually cause real damage. So be careful when using it. You don't want to fail at exorcism and end up enraging them instead. Sounds somewhat useful, but also not that useful, Everly muttered inwardly. And this whip. Rebecca scratched her cheek. I bought that from a shepherd. It's been passed down in his family for 3 generations. In Christian symbolism, goats represent lust. This whip has lashed countless goats, so I think it's developed some spiritual properties. If you encounter **Charis evil spirit, it might have a special effect. The first 2 had at least been described with some degree of certainty. This one came within, I think. It didn't feel very reliable. Everly turned hopefully toward the last item, the pair of hole-ridden socks. Based on experience, sometimes the most inexplicable objects turned out to be the most powerful. Noticing where Everly's gaze had landed, Rebecca followed it. The next second, the well-dressed, seemingly dignified fortune teller let out a sharp shriek and lunged forward, snatching the socks away. Not for sale. Those are my own socks. Well, so those were just ordinary socks. Even though Rebecca's sales pitch had been chaotic and many of the so-called tools looked utterly useless, after some thought, Everly still decided to buy the whole pile of junk. Everly didn't really have a choice. She genuinely had no connections in this field. Her grandfather, Old John, did know a priest named Henry, the one who had performed an exorcism on her when she was little, but Henry was advanced in age and had long since retired overseas. Unless it was something truly urgent, it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him. If you come across items like these in the future, you can let me know. I'll buy them all, Everly said. But only the safe, harmless ones. Don't sell me anything problematic. Understood, understood. Rest assured, little lady, I value my life very much, Rebecca said, thumping her chest confidently. And if you run into any evil spirits you can't deal with, feel free to consult me. I might not be able to eliminate them, but when it comes to gathering intelligence, I'm very confident. At her reminder, Everly did think of something else she wanted to ask. Do you have any way to improve mental resistance? She asked before leaving. I do, meditation. Though for beginners, the effect might not be that great. How exactly does it work? Rebecca thought for a moment and held up 5 fingers. Everly was just about to say that $5,000 was a bit steep and ask if there was any room for a discount, when Rebecca added, $500. I'll teach you. At that price, it almost felt like one of those sketchy online superstition courses. Of course, Rebecca clearly had real abilities and wasn't a scammer. So Everly didn't hesitate to purchase the meditation lessons. After experiencing it firsthand, she finally understood why it was sold so cheaply. Meditation was incredibly abstract. In simple terms, this course taught you how to look inward at yourself. You pick a quiet environment, assume a relaxed posture, and close your eyes. You let your thoughts flow, but don't try to empty your mind. After all, no one can completely clear their mind while conscious. What the meditator does is assign their thoughts a spectator role. When distracting thoughts arise, instead of trying to suppress them, you observe them from a neutral standpoint, without joy or sorrow, and mentally detach your will from them. The goal is to minimize the influence of these thoughts on your own intentions. So, Rebecca explained, when your mind becomes contaminated, if you still have the ability to see yourself clearly, part of your will can remain conscious, giving you a chance to cleanse the contamination. Among us psychics, we generally believe that recognizing your own abnormalities is the most critical step in resisting mental corruption. Meditation trains and strengthens this ability, but it requires long-term practice because it's difficult. After saying this, she scratched her head, perhaps feeling a little guilty for teaching something that might seem unreliable, and offered one more piece of advice to her big-spending student. One more tip. If you want to survive mental contamination, never forget your own name and identity. Whenever you feel your perception slipping, silently repeat to yourself, "You are Everly. You are human." Humans have exactly 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs. That sounds a bit like some kind of rule-based horror story, Everly said. Is that so? But it really works. Often, the final stage of contamination is forgetting yourself entirely. Your body shape distorts and mutates until you become a complete monster. Everly remembered the time she had picked up a kitchen knife and gone on a rampage. At that moment, she had been under the influence of that tooth, forgetting her identity as a human and obsessively trying to become the perfect tooth-growing medium. In hindsight, Rebecca's advice, while it sounded strange at first, made perfect sense. "Thank you. I'll remember what you said." Everly committed Rebecca's advice to memory and decided to dedicate an hour every night before bed to meditation starting that day. After exchanging contact information, she and old John headed home, satisfied, with a backpack full of assorted superstitious items. The following period turned out to be unexpectedly peaceful. Old John's hand had healed, and a new tooth had quietly emerged in Everly's empty upper jaw. Worried something might go wrong, she even went to the city of Mykono to have Rebecca check the new tooth, confirming it was perfectly fine. Yes, going back to the clinic? Everly had enough psychological baggage from that place and definitely didn't want to go anytime soon. Having gone through so much, Everly realized a pattern. Whenever a place experienced a major disaster or case, once it was resolved, that area would remain unusually calm for a long time. Take Lameia Town, for example. After nearly being destroyed by the insect disaster, nothing significant had happened there since. Perhaps, in the original movies, the town was supposed to be destroyed, which is why things are so calm now. Everly suspected it was some kind of compensatory mechanism in the world. Anyway, no news is good news. From age 10 to 12, Everly lived quietly and steadily, without encountering any major incidents. Now, after 6 years of effort, Everly had successfully graduated from elementary school and was finally going to junior high. Since Lameia Town didn't have the conditions to support a junior high or high school, all educational resources were shared with the city of Mykono. No matter how reluctant she felt, after graduating from elementary school, Everly had to say goodbye to old John and head to the distant city for junior high. And because the distance from the city to the gas station was too far, she would need to live in a dormitory starting junior high. Old John felt just as reluctant to see her go. Since the school didn't ban students from using phones, he went to great lengths, spending a lot of money, to have the latest flat-screen touchscreen phone shipped to Everly from Sunken City. To Everly, who had been used to the huge screens of her previous life, it seemed tiny and a bit of a kid's toy, but in a small city like Mykono, it was already impressively cool. Everly had attended a public elementary school, where the learning environment was far too relaxed for her liking. So for junior high, she deliberately chose a fully boarding private school called Fino Academy. although she hadn't yet decided whether she would attend college in the future. After all, in American horror films, 8 out of 10 protagonists who survive to college are bright-eyed, slightly fish-lipped university students. Everly had a bad feeling that leaving her hometown for university would bring a lot of trouble. Still, good academic performance was like a nuclear weapon. It might never be needed, but it was essential to have. That way, she would have more options later on. According to her research, Pheno Academy was a long-established, strictly managed private school. Founded in the 1940s, it had a beautiful campus and a strong cultural atmosphere. The school was located on the western outskirts of Mykonos City, covering 66 acres, close enough to enjoy city life, yet far from the noise of downtown. While on campus, students were under a closed management system with strict visitor registration. Patrols circled the campus walls 24/7, fully dedicated to student safety. Sounds very reliable. Everly figured that encountering serious problems in such a place was unlikely, certainly better than attending a public school where fights and scuffles could break out at any moment. So, on September 3rd, Everly, carrying her luggage, said goodbye to old John at the gate and officially became a 7th grade student at Pheno Academy. The main task on the first day of school was getting acquainted, getting to know the campus, the classmates, and the teachers. Most of the students attending this private school were children from Mykonos' upper middle class. Quite a few of them had already been in the same class since elementary school and were long familiar with one another. As soon as they met, they gathered in small groups of 2s and 3s, excitedly sharing what they had seen and done over the holidays. The room buzzed with chatter. Everyone was extremely outgoing. Aside from those clearly acquainted with one another, there were also a few students standing alone. They were probably like Everly, having transferred up from other schools and knowing no one in the class. After looking around for a while, perhaps wanting to appear sociable, they quickly found others in the same situation. Strangers banded together into little groups of their own. And so, in just one morning, several small cliques had already quietly formed within the class. Everly had no intention of joining any of them. To her, middle schoolers were still a bit too immature. If she were to make friends, at the very least they'd have to be high schoolers, otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to hold a proper conversation together. At times like this, the cool girl persona she had adopted back in elementary school was still quite useful. Because Everly was pretty, several student groups extended olive branches to her, inviting her to join them and hang out. But her responses were consistently cold. No matter who approached her, it was the same triple reply: "Thank you, sorry, not interested." At first, some of the rejected students felt annoyed, thinking this girl who came out of nowhere was far too arrogant and didn't know how to appreciate kindness. But soon, a well-informed student slapped his forehead and suddenly shouted in the crowd, "I remember now. She's Everly from Lameia, Ice Queen Everly." Everly from Lameia? Ice Queen? Who? What? "Charlie, if you know something, hurry up and tell us," one of his friends urged, telling him not to keep them in suspense. The surrounding students immediately lowered their voices and pricked up their ears, ready to eavesdrop. Charlie was clearly enjoying the attention and flattery from those around him. Chin lifted, he swept a smug glance across the classroom. Under everyone's eager, expectant stares, he loudly spilled everything he knew about Everly. "You guys know Lameia Town, right? A few years ago, wasn't there a massive sandstorm there that killed a lot of people? I heard from my cousin who lives in my town that at the time, it was thanks to 4 people stepping forward and leading the townsfolk to shelter that even greater losses were avoided. Otherwise, the whole town might have been wiped out. And Everly Minas was one of those 4. So she's very famous in Lameia, loved and welcomed by the entire town. As for Ice Queen, that's her nickname at school. She's proud and aloof, cold to everyone, never giving anyone a pleasant expression, just like the Ice Queen in the fairy tales." His speech set the entire class buzzing. "What? Something like that really happened? Is it true? I know about the sandstorm in Lameia. My great-aunt was working at Mykonos Central Hospital back then. She went to Lameia after receiving a request for help. When she came back, she was out of sorts for days. When we asked her about it, she would only say that many people had died there and refused to say anything else. Everly saved the town from the sandstorm? But judging by the timeline, she would have only been in 3rd grade, right? Doesn't anyone find that strange? But she really is cool. She's so cold to everyone. Even when Elrond and his group invited her, she didn't give them the time of day. Whispers overlapped as people discussed Everly's legendary past, some in awe, some skeptical, some openly admiring. Yet when they finished talking and turned, whether openly or covertly, to glance at the girl quietly reading in the corner of the classroom, they were all struck by the sharp, frosty aura that seemed to surround her. Without exception, the same thought rose in their minds: Thailand Bodius. Everly Minos truly had every right to be arrogant. Everly, who appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly curling her toes in second-hand embarrassment. All right, that's enough. Stop talking. Why is it that even after graduating elementary school, I still can't shake off the nickname Ice Queen? Thanks to loudspeaker Charlie's enthusiastic promotion, even though Everly kept to herself and didn't join any campus clique, no one dared to pick on her. On the contrary, as one of the rare lone wolves, her reputation and popularity at school were unexpectedly good. Most people treated her in a friendly manner. Everly was very satisfied with her current state. She sincerely hoped her 3 years of middle school would pass as plainly and peacefully as a glass of boiled water. Therefore, one day a month after school started, when a classmate stopped her after class and tried to invite her to explore the abandoned teaching building in the school's northwest corner, Everly refused. Horror movie survival rule 4: stay away from desolate ruins, campsites, ancient castles, forest villas, suspicious caves, and places like that. In horror films, such locations often conceal unimaginable dangers: serial killers, vengeful spirits, cultists, ancient beasts. In any case, the beginning of many movies is set off by a group of reckless cannon fodder running around without fear of death. Everly had no interest in becoming one of them. Really not going? Elrond and Eric are going too. I heard they found a manuscript in the library. It says that back in the 1930s, when the old school building was still a chapel, someone secretly imprisoned a witch beneath it. They're planning to go there to look for the witch. The student, perhaps thinking Everly found a simple exploration boring, tried to sweeten the deal. The result was an even firmer refusal. Not going. Only an idiot would go. Exploring abandoned ruins was dangerous enough as it was, and now they were adding a witch legend on top of that. Wasn't that just doubling the danger? Not only did Everly refuse to go herself, she also worried that the students who were so determined to sneak off to the abandoned teaching building in the middle of the night might bring back some filthy things. So, in a display of maliciousness helpfulness, she secretly tipped off several 7th grade homeroom teachers, her homeroom teachers, letting them know that a large group of students was planning a nighttime escapade. As a result, that evening, under the teacher's supervision, the students never managed to carry out their adventure and obediently returned to their dorms. Everly felt she had prevented a potential disaster, quietly took credit for it in her own mind, and happily dove back into the sea of her studies. However, she had clearly underestimated the boundless curiosity and rebellious streak typical of students this age. Only a few days after the night raid on the abandoned building had been cancelled, the same student appeared again. He leaned in mysteriously and told Everly that someone had brought a Ouija board to school, and the classmates were planning to hold a séance that night in the sewing classroom. He asked if she wanted to join. Horror movie survival rule 5: never participate in dangerous games. Here, games include, but are not limited to, pen summoning, disc summoning, Ouija boards, Bloody Mary, strange apps that suddenly appear on your phone, and so on. Naturally, Everly had no intention of participating in such a risky activity. But, to prevent the careless classmates from accidentally summoning malevolent spirits and bringing trouble to her grade, she didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she asked a few questions, hoping to fish for more information from the student. When is it happening? Tonight? Who's participating? I don't know the details either. You see, last time when Elrond and the others organized the expedition to the abandoned building, someone leaked it midway, and they didn't end up going. Later, they investigated, but couldn't figure out who leaked it. So this time, they're not announcing anything in advance. If you're interested, I can put your name down, and you'll get a text notification when it's time. Not bad, at least they were trying to keep it secret. I'll pass then. Not interested, Everly waved her hand, refusing the unknown classmate once again. Sure, she could have signed up, waited for the text, and then backed out midway to sabotage the event a second time. But honestly, that was way too much hassle. By nature, Everly didn't get along closely with most of her classmates. If the leaker turned out to be connected to her, her position at school could become awkward or, at worst, she might even attract discrimination or bullying. No one is obligated to constantly cover for a bunch of reckless, clueless kids. She'd already reported once, more than enough of her goodwill. If they were so eager to court death, let them go. With that, Everly quietly let the matter slide and put it out of her mind. The following days passed without incident. Whether the seance never took place, or it did but luck prevented the summoning of anything malevolent, she didn't know. The anomaly occurred about 2 weeks later. It was during a music class. At Pheno Academy, music was an elective, and the classrooms were large, often hosting multiple classes at once. During this lesson, the music teacher taught a new song and invited students to come up on stage to perform. A girl from the neighboring class named Laura eagerly raised her hand and volunteered. Everly knew this girl. She was among the few at the top of the 7th grade social pyramid. She often hung out with Elrond, Eric, and a few others, and was the only girl in their small clique. Her mother was a professional singer, and Laura had studied vocal music from a young age. Proud of her clear, pleasant voice, she never missed a chance to showcase her talent in front of others. As the students took turns performing, Everly planned to sneak a little break, secretly working on a couple of Sudoku puzzles. But just as the gentle accompaniment began, Laura on the stage suddenly frowned, her expression twisting in apparent pain. What's wrong with her? Why isn't she singing? I don't know. The quiet murmurs of the classmates next to her caught Everly's attention. She looked up and saw Laura staring wide-eyed, her hands trembling uncontrollably as they clawed at her own neck. "What's wrong, Laura?" the music teacher asked, turning off the accompaniment and stepping forward with concern. Laura didn't answer, or perhaps she simply couldn't. She seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Her eyes darted around, filled with terror and a plea for help directed at the teacher. Her mouth opened wide, her hands clawing harder at her neck. Ha ha ha. The music classroom was a tiered lecture hall, acoustically designed so that sounds from the stage reflected off the steps, amplifying them for the students. Even sitting in the back, Everly could clearly hear the strange, unsettling, haha, noises coming from deep within Laura's throat. At first, the music teacher thought Laura might be choking on something she ate. She quickly moved behind her, wrapping her hands around Laura's abdomen, bending her knees to brace against Laura's back, and pressed firmly with her arms. Pff. A noticeable swelling traveled up Laura's neck from bottom to top. As it reached her throat, Laura opened her mouth, and a black object shot out. It was a spider, the size of a small black plum. Jet black, its surface rough and bristly, it immediately sprung all 8 thick, saliva-coated legs the moment it hit the floor. It scuttled at lightning speed toward the nearest student, causing a wave of screams throughout the classroom. Just as the spider was about to climb the steps toward the first row, a brave boy finally stepped forward, reached the chair, and stomped the spider flat. Squish! The huge, grotesque spider was crushed underfoot, its body smashed into fragments, leaving a puddle of yellowish-green slime. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, expecting cheers and praise from his classmates, especially the girls, only to be met instead with a fresh wave of screams. One after another, the cries were far more intense than before, filled with terror and shock. Following the example of everyone around him, the boy turned to look behind him. At the center of his gaze on the stage, Laura, the girl who had just vomited a live spider, was now violently clawing at her throat. Her mouth was stretched impossibly wide, forming a long O shape between upper and lower jaws, as if her lips might tear apart at any moment. Within that O, her dark throat resembled a fountain, continuously spewing finger-sized black spiders. Every spider was alive. As they forced their way out of her throat, swollen and writhing like intestines, their bristly black legs scrambled across her teeth, tongue, cheeks, and hands, quickly covering her entire body. From her as a center, they spread outward in every direction. And it didn't stop at her throat. Even her eyelids began to sprout thick, hairy spider legs 1, 2, 3. One massive spider after another crawled out of her eye sockets, her ears, her nostrils, and every other orifice on her body. Eventually, Laura's body was entirely enveloped in spiders. No skin was visible. Her body reached a critical breaking point. Standing there in full view of everyone, she collapsed with a thunderous crash, like a ripe watermelon smashing to the ground, turning into a pool of bright red blood. Within the blood, countless spiders scuttled and crawled in all directions, slipping into every corner of the classroom, vanishing from sight amid the students' screams and cries. A student dying in public naturally alarmed the police. By the time the Mykono police arrived at the scene, the spiders had already vanished. All that remained on the ground was a pool of blood and Laura's clothes, soaked through with it. There had been far too many witnesses to the death. Although the music teacher reacted quickly and cleared the students from the scene almost at once, photos and videos related to the incident still spread rapidly throughout the entire school. Everywhere you walked, people were talking about it. Laura's manner of death was extremely bizarre. No one had ever heard of a person coughing up spiders and then having their body explode into a puddle of blood. In this version of America, science and superstition went hand in hand. People believed all sorts of things. Some thought Laura had accidentally swallowed the eggs of some mutated spider, which then hatched inside her and ate her hollow from within. Others immediately criticized that view, arguing that this supposedly scientific explanation was not scientific at all. Hey, this is already the second death. One case might be nothing, but two people dying in such strange ways? How could science possibly explain that? This has to be a witch's curse, the boy insisted confidently. A witch? What witch? You don't know? The old school building used to be a chapel owned by a Catholic church. They say that in that chapel, a cursed witch was once imprisoned. The boy lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. Horror movie survival role 1. Pay attention to the clues. This was the second time Everly had heard the word witch. If this were a horror film, then she felt that the witch once imprisoned in the chapel was almost certainly the mastermind behind all the strange events. But why had the boy said it was the second death? Could it be that someone besides Laura had already died? Full of questions, Everly stood in an inconspicuous corner and eavesdropped for a while. Unfortunately, the student clearly knew only fragments about the witch. He kept repeating the same few lines over and over with no real substance. As for the so-called first death he mentioned, he didn't elaborate on it at all. Both pieces of information would have to be investigated by Everly herself. That's just how it is when you don't have friends at school. News that has already spread like wildfire among classmates might take hundreds of years to accidentally reach Everly's ears. Every afternoon, the school had 2 hours set aside for physical activities. Everly was a member of the tennis club. During a break in practice, she sought out one of the more gossip-prone club members and asked around. That was how she learned that Laura was not the first recent mysterious death. Before her, a boy from the class next door named Benjamin had also died. Benjamin had likewise been part of Elrin's small clique. He was a rising star on the school basketball team. At only 7th grade, he had already shot up to 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered and long-legged, athletic and reportedly an excellent shooter. In Everly's impression, he was the textbook American jock, empty-headed and arrogantly self-confident, but he was quite popular among the girls. Last Friday afternoon, after everyone had gone home from school, something happened at his house. For reasons unknown, Benjamin suddenly fell from the second-floor balcony. A compression garbage truck had been parked below. At the time, it was collecting trash, with its loading hatch open. Benjamin fell from the balcony and landed directly inside the opening, where he was swept in together with the rest of the garbage and pulled into the compactor. Strangely, for such a large person falling, not a single person present saw Benjamin fall or heard him scream inside the garbage truck. It wasn't until the truck returned to the transfer station and workers began unloading the compacted blocks of trash that they made a horrifying discovery. Benjamin's body, crushed into a block and fused with the garbage, twisted beyond recognition. Everyone saying they were retaliated against by Kelly, the gossipy club member added. Kelly? You know, that chubby girl who's always bullied by Elrond and his gang, Kelly Davis. Who is that? Since starting middle school, Everly had buried herself in her studies and ignored everything else. Even her own classmates took her over a month to memorize, let alone the students in the class next door. Apart from a few she had barely met for a group project, she truly didn't know anyone else. The Gossip Club member immediately saw from Everly's expression that she knew nothing. But on second thought, well, this was the ever-aloof Everly after all. If she were paying attention to petty school drama, that would have been surprising. And besides, the fact that Everly didn't know wasn't that exactly the right moment for her to be enlightened? New beta. So the club member didn't mind at all. In fact, she excitedly grabbed Everly and thoroughly filled her in on the story between Elrin's group of 4 and Kelly. The whole situation boiled down to one thing: school be asterisk lying. Elrin's 4-man clique were the influential figures of the school. By chance, they had set their sights on a classmate named Kelly. Kelly was introverted, short and chubby, had very little presence and almost no friends, making her a perfect target. Elrin's group treated the obedient Kelly like a toy, barking orders at her and humiliating her in various ways. Kelly came from a poor family and relied on a scholarship for her living expenses. She dared not resist Elrin because her father's influence could determine whether she kept her scholarship. The clique clearly knew this, and as time went on, their be asterisk lying of Kelly grew increasingly cruel. Do you know the Laura who died today? She always carried around a glass jar with a few spiders inside. Those spiders were specifically for Kelly because Kelly is terrified of spiders. She gets so scared that her whole body shakes and she sweats uncontrollably. Once Laura realized this, she often used the spiders to scare Kelly, dumping them on her head. There are even rumors that she forced Kelly to swallow spider eggs or poured little spiders into her ears. Who knows if that's true? Everly frowned deeply. And the school just let that happen? How could they stop it? Elrin's dad is good friends with the principal, and the other 3 boys all come from rich or powerful families. As long as Kelly doesn't report it, the teachers are more than happy to pretend they don't know anything. The gossipy club member shrugged. Well, that sounded about right. Most teachers in America were apparently just like that. Their conversation ended as extracurricular time finished. Today, it was the gossipy club member's turn to collect the tennis balls. Carrying a basket full of balls, she stood up from the ground. To thank her for sharing the information, Everly also stood and helped return the balls to the equipment room. The 2 of them walked side by side toward the equipment room door. Just as they were about to enter, the gossipy club member suddenly lifted her arm and nudged Everly with her elbow. "Look over there, that's Kelly," she whispered excitedly. Everly followed her gaze and saw, just around the corner of the nearby court, a short girl being cornered by 2 boys, one on each side. Everly didn't necessarily know everyone, but she remembered the school's popular figures. With just one glance, she recognized the 2 tall boys as Elrin and Eric, the same ones the gossipy club member had mentioned earlier. What were they doing? Were they confronting Kelly, maybe suspecting that she had something to do with the deaths of their friends? Everly thought for a moment, set down the basket of balls, and used the cover of the bushes to get closer, pressing her ear to listen. Her guess had been correct. 2 classmates had died in succession, and with Laura dying in such a peculiar way, it was only natural that Elrin and Eric would suspect Kelly. What surprised Everly, however, was that even after realizing the truth, the 2 boys, knowing full well that Kelly might now possess some kind of special power, showed no fear or remorse. They didn't beg or apologize on their knees. Instead, they grew even more vicious in threatening her. "Don't pretend. We know it was you. That day, you failed to send away that evil spirit because the patrol security interrupted you. Since then, it's been clinging to you, hasn't it? The witch's curse works well, but don't forget, Kelly, you still need your dad to survive with his job at Dongling Electric. If you dare do anything to the 2 of us, I swear I'll ruin your dad, leave him a cripple, and he'll never find a job anywhere in my cono again." Elrin grabbed Kelly by the cheek, pressing the small girl against the netted fence of the court as he growled his threats. Standing beside him, Eric's face was also dark. He brandished his phone. "And these photos too, I've backed them all up in my private space. The moment I die, they'll be sent to everyone's email at school. By then, I guarantee your body will become famous all over my cono." The 2 boys' powerful bodies blocked Kelly from view. From Everly's angle, she couldn't see Kelly's face, but even just seeing the outline of the girl's body sent chills down her spine. Cold sweat ran down her back, and her heart pounded violently in her chest, each beat sounding like a drum. Danger. 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 Every cell in Everly's body screamed the same warning. That girl named Kelly was extremely dangerous. To think they would actually use threats like that against Kelly, did those two boys really understand what kind of terrifying existence they were facing? At this point, Everly felt there was no need to intervene. She didn't want to bring trouble on herself, but at the same time, she couldn't tolerate two boys bullying a girl. Even if that girl now possessed inhuman powers, bullying was still something Everly despised. So she pretended to pass by casually and called out into the empty air, "Mr. Miller, what are you doing here?" Mr. Miller was the school's disciplinarian, a stern and rigid old man who did things his own way and wouldn't bend even for the principal. Anyone caught breaking rules, even Elrond, would be scolded severely. He was one of the few upright figures in the school. As expected, upon hearing Everly's voice, the two boys looked guilty and simultaneously released their grip on Kelly. "Remember what I just said? We'll continue this later." They muttered threats at Kelly in low voices and hurriedly left the fence area. Everly didn't want to get further involved, so she quietly lowered her steps and ran with the club member into the equipment room, hiding before the boys could see her. Kelly, still leaning against the metal fence, stood facing the sky alone for a moment. Then she straightened up, her eyes locking directly on Everly, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sinister smile. Everly, hiding behind the window and watching, felt her heart nearly stop. Even though she knew she hadn't done anything wrong, who could say for sure? Sometimes good deeds aren't rewarded. Just like in The Fisherman and the Devil, where the fisherman released a devil trapped in a bottle for hundreds of years, the devil wasn't grateful, but instead tried to kill the fisherman. Everly silently swore she would never be too kind again. Clutching the banshee eyeball she wore against her chest and filled with unease, Everly said goodbye to the club member and left the equipment room. Once again, Everly swore to herself she would never be too kind again. The next morning, after washing up, Everly walked out of the dormitory as usual and jogged around the building for her morning exercise. When she reached the corner behind the dorm, she collided head-on with Kelly, who was holding a flower pot and wearing a strangely enigmatic smile. Kelly was short and stocky, with narrow eyes and a face covered in large freckles, a girl who looked a little dull at first glance. When Everly saw her, Kelly was standing by the flower bed, facing in the direction Everly was running from. Her long red hair fell across her shoulders, casting shadows over her eyes and face. Combined with the peculiar curl of her mouth and her quiet, bowed posture, she gave off an aura that was both mysterious and unsettling. The area behind the dorm was rarely trafficked. Despite Everly suddenly appearing around the corner, Kelly showed no sign of surprise. In fact, even before Everly arrived, the girl's slanted upward eyes were already fixed on the corner, giving the impression that she had long anticipated someone appearing there and had been waiting patiently. Everly froze in her tracks. From the information she currently had, Kelly was very likely connected to the cursed witch of the old school building and had borrowed the witch's power to curse and kill the two classmates who had lied her. This Kelly had long since surpassed ordinary human limits. She was a walking weapon. Recklessly approaching her could easily bring disaster. But if she turned and ran, such an obvious act of avoidance might anger Kelly, possibly marking Everly as a target. Just as Everly hesitated, Kelly moved. She gently caressed the black lily in her arms, walked slowly up to Everly, lifted her head, and fixed her pitch-black eyes unblinkingly on her. "Do you love your mother too?" "What?" Kelly said no more. She walked over to the flower bed and set down the pot she was holding. Then, like a drifting ghost, she glided past Everly as if no one else existed and left the dormitory area. Everly stood frozen, watching Kelly's retreating figure disappear around the corner. She didn't understand what Kelly's sudden question meant. Did it mean that Kelly loved her mother? And what did that have to do with her? Everly looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. The delicate silver chain still held the blue glass eye intact, showing no signs of damage. The glass bead was a traditional Turkish amulet called the Evil Eye, also known as the Blue Eye. It had a mild protective power against curses, but it was very weak. After all, it was just a second-hand trinket that Rebecca had somehow acquired. Everly didn't rely on it for actual protection. She mostly used it as a sort of curse alarm. Since the blue eye remained intact, that meant Kelly hadn't targeted her. That was a relief. The rest, she decided, wasn't worth dwelling on. Everly forced herself to push the question out of her mind, wary of digging too deep and getting trapped. After leaving the dorm, she went to the cafeteria, ate her meal, attended classes, and carried on with her ordinary day, at least as ordinary as it could be. But she had forgotten one thing: with Kelly around, ordinary was impossible. Around 10:40 a.m., during English class, a piercing scream shattered the classroom's calm. At that moment, the English teacher, Veronica, was standing by the flower bed, pointing to the seedlings and explaining the process of plant growth to the students. She was also quoting poetry and sharing verses related to plants, in line with the garden education popular in American schools. While everyone was immersed in the rich literary atmosphere, the sudden scream disrupted everything. Even the teacher turned, and all the students instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. It was a corner of the greenhouse. In a square flower bed raised about half a meter above the ground, several beautiful lilies were growing. Perhaps drawn by the blooming lilies, a boy had somehow slipped away from the class and approached the flower bed. He was now sitting on the edge of it, hands supporting him on the ground, staring in horror at a single black lily. Person. He stammered, repeating words that made no sense. The English teacher immediately sensed something was wrong. She pushed aside the students and moved to the boy's side, following his line of sight to the black lily. Nuess. From the moment Everly saw the flower, a sense of foreboding settled over her. That morning, she had encountered Kelly behind the dormitory, holding a similar flower in her hands. Could there be a connection between the two? Humans are curious creatures, especially when danger is involved. Even though Everly constantly warned herself not to look, that it would surely be a horrifying sight, she couldn't stop her feet from moving forward. So when the teacher parted the lily stems and looked down at the black bloom, Everly, standing at the front of the crowd, saw it just as clearly as Ms. Veronica did. At the base of the black lily was not soil, but something far worse. To be precise, it wasn't soil at all, it was a brain, a mixture of blood and white matter. The black lily was growing on a bare, exposed brain. Ugh, bleck. Ms. Veronica immediately turned her head and vomited. Everly prided herself on her strong psychological endurance, but even she felt waves of nausea when she realized the brain was still fresh, still bleeding outward. If that was bad for her, there was no need to describe the rest of the students behind her. Screaming, retching, running, fainting, the entire greenhouse erupted into chaos in an instant. Thinking about it, even Everly felt a pang of sympathy for her classmates. In just 2 days, they had witnessed a living person being devoured by spiders into a pool of blood, and then a human brain used as soil to grow flowers. Experiencing nightmares of that magnitude at such an age, the shadow of these events would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. Ms. Veronica barely managed to call the police and clear the greenhouse. Those students were kept away during the subsequent investigation. Rumors about the victim's identity had already begun circulating. It must be Eric from the class next door. He had been missing since that morning. His homeroom teacher had searched the dorm, classrooms, and courts, asking classmates and roommates, but no one could say where he was. The students in the neighboring class were terrified. They didn't dare confront Kelly, whose presence had grown increasingly ominous, so they tried to confirm things with the teachers, but all the teachers were tight-lipped, unwilling to speak of it. By the afternoon, a post suddenly appeared on the school forum, pushing the students' panic to its peak. The post came from a level 1 alt account, and the title was simply, Flowers. The name sounded innocent enough, but when the post was opened, what appeared was not any cheerful blooms, it was a horrifying photograph. The photo showed a corpse covered in soil. Its hands were clasped behind its back, knees on the ground, head bowed in a submissive posture of guilt, kneeling inside a massive pit. The skull had been carefully removed in a circle by some sharp tool, exposing the pink brain inside. A black lily grew directly from the brain, its swollen white bulb nestled atop it. Slender roots twisted densely into the deep grooves of the brain, embedding so firmly that the tissue at the crown was shredded and smeared with red and white matter. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with the top students in the school could easily recognize the corpse. It was Eric from 7th grade, a clever, mischievous boy always bursting with wild ideas, now killed in a gruesome and unimaginable way. No one knew how the poster had managed to secretly photograph the scene under the heavy police lockdown. Although the forum administrators reacted quickly and deleted the post, the photo titled "Flowers" had already been saved by some quick-fingered students and, within the next few dozen minutes, spread rapidly across the entire school and even throughout the city of Mykono. Everly's email had also, at some unknown point, received the photo forwarded by a classmate. Expressionless, she clicked delete and then dialed old John's number. The school had become too dangerous. She planned to take a leave of absence for a while, waiting for Kelly to finish exacting revenge on all her enemies before returning once things had settled. But her plan was thwarted soon. Everly was summoned by the police as someone related to the case. The greenhouse where Eric died contained some rare plants. To protect school property, a surveillance camera had been installed above the greenhouse entrance. At 7:30 a.m. that morning, the footage captured Eric unlocking the door and entering the greenhouse alone. 30 minutes later, the two school workers responsible for maintaining the greenhouse arrived. According to their testimony, the greenhouse was empty when they entered, though the black lily had already appeared in the corner. The police therefore estimated Eric's time of death to be between 7:30 and 8 a.m. As one of the school's prominent figures, Eric had a wide circle of friends. The only student he had ever had any minor conflict with was Kelly, his classmate. Everyone assumed Kelly had killed Eric. However, from 7:50 a.m. until Eric's body was discovered, Kelly had been among the crowd, providing a solid alibi. The only unaccounted for period was the 20 minutes between 7:30 and 7:50. When the police asked Kelly where she had been during that time, she replied that she had stayed in the girls' dormitory until 7:40. If the reports were true, physically, it would have been impossible for Kelly to run from the girls' dormitory to the greenhouse, kill Eric, and then make it to the cafeteria to eat, all within just 10 minutes. So, as the only witness who could verify that Kelly had indeed been in the dorm at the time, the police summoned Everly. What an utterly unfair misfortune. As a minor, Everly was supposed to have a guardian present during questioning. Old John had already driven to the school and was waiting outside. Under normal circumstances, the school should have allowed him to accompany Everly. However, when she was finally led into the interrogation room, it was the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class who walked in with her. "Everly, you're a smart girl." The 3 deceased students were all model kids, and their families are furious. They've sworn to see the culprit punished at all costs. So when you talk to the police, if they ask whether you saw Kelly this morning, Everly's heart skipped a beat. She understood the teacher's implication. These corrupt adults were clearly trying to get her to give false testimony. "Understood, teacher," Everly said obediently. But once she was at the scene, she immediately went against that expectation and told the truth. "Yes, between 7:35 and 7:39 this morning, I encountered Kelly behind the girls' dormitory. I'm certain about the time, because I'm very conscious of the time and habitually check my watch." Mistaken identity? Of course not. Kelly even greeted me at the time. "I know her." "Are you sure, Everly?" the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class asked anxiously at her side. Everly had learned a bit about interrogation procedures from old John and knew that the homeroom teacher's interference was against the rules. Strangely, everyone around seemed to ignore or tolerate this behavior. Not only that, the police in front of her kept a stern face, repeatedly asking for minute details about her morning, treating her more like a suspect than a witness. It seemed the Mykono police had already been influenced by the power of several students' parents. How foolish, knowing full well they were dealing with non-human forces, yet still trying to force a confession using human methods. No matter how the adults hinted or outright pressured her, Everly refused to sign any record that wasn't hers. If they wanted to dig their own graves, fine, but they weren't dragging her down with them. Because Everly stood firm and clearly understood the proper interrogation procedures, she would shout for a lawyer at the slightest irregularity, making the police sweat profusely. After a tense standoff, the adults finally gave up trying to persuade this copper bean that couldn't be boiled or steamed, although Everly chose to stand her ground in the face of authority and refused to give false testimony. The power of capital was beyond imagination. In the end, Kelly was taken away by the police as a suspect in the murder case. Except for Everly, every teacher and student who had seen Kelly in the cafeteria gave false testimony during questioning, all claiming they had not seen her there. As a result, Kelly immediately became the prime suspect. At the school gate, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the short and plump girl looked like a ghost out of place in the world, expressionless, as she was escorted into the police car by several officers. Not long after returning to the classroom, Everly received notice that her request for a leave of absence had been denied. It seemed that her act of testifying for Kelly had angered certain people. Someone had specifically spoken with the principal, and Everly's application for leave was rejected by the school for reasons such as insufficient justification and lack of medical documentation. She had no choice but to continue attending school. Unlike Everly, all the other 7th grade students who had requested leave or a temporary withdrawal due to severe psychological trauma were approved. Incidentally, the only surviving bully, Elrond, also withdrew from school. On the day Eric's body was discovered, Elrond had left the school at lightning speed immediately afterward. With so many students leaving, the once lively campus suddenly became very quiet. Such a peaceful environment should have been Everly's dream, yet for some reason, she could not focus no matter how long she sat with her books. After some thought, Everly decided to make a trip to the school library. She would not involve herself in the matter of the cursed witch, but that did not stop her from looking up related information to satisfy her curiosity. After all, the world was full of endless horror stories. If she managed to avoid the witch's case, there would always be another case waiting for her next. The more she knew, the more experience she could draw from in the future. Convincing herself of this, Everly ended up staying in the library for a full 2 days. Anyone who often watches horror films knows that no matter what kind of case the protagonist faces, a trip to the local library always turns up some clue. Though Everly was not a movie protagonist, diligence could make up for lack of talent. After repeated searches, she successfully unearthed the manuscript mentioned by the student who had invited her on the nighttime tour, along with a thick stack of old newspapers from that period. The legend of the cursed witch began to appear in the 1930s. At that time, Pheno Academy had not yet been established, and the land belonged to a Catholic church. In the United States of that era, basic education was already widespread. One day, a young woman named Olivia Solomon stormed into the school and complained to the teachers, claiming that her daughter had been severely lied by classmates. The students who lied the girl came from affluent families, while Olivia was merely a factory worker. The teachers failed to handle the lying fairly, and in anger, Olivia publicly cursed the students, declaring that they would suffer 10-fold, 100-fold, the same pain her daughter endured. Her curse quickly came true. From that day on, anyone who had lied Olivia's daughter became entangled in bizarre accidents and met untimely deaths, attacked and killed by packs of stray dogs, burned alive in ovens, or shredded into pulp by a boat propeller in a park. Enraged, the students' parents suspected Olivia was behind it all. They broke into her home and discovered numerous herbs and tools associated with witchcraft. Fearing the power of the witch, people dared not confront her themselves and turned to the church for help. The church dispatched a team of exorcists who arrested Olivia. From this point on, the records diverge. Local newspaper reports stated that Olivia committed suicide shortly after her arrest. But according to the anonymous manuscript, Olivia had not actually died. Instead, she was secretly confined in the chapel, locked in a pitch-dark dungeon for 2 years before finally passing away. If this information were true, what purpose did leaving behind the witch serve? With this question in mind, Everly sifted through the local news from those 2 years. Operating under the assumption that the witch had survived, she quickly found several suspicious deaths. These cases were all officially ruled as accidents because no culprit could be found, yet a closer look revealed that their occurrences were riddled with uncanny coincidences, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. For example, the July 3, 1934, edition of the newspaper reported the death of Servi, the deputy mayor of Mykono. The deputy mayor had been struck in the neck by a bullet during a public speech and died from excessive blood loss. According to later investigative findings, the bullet had come from the 2nd floor of a nearby private residence. The male owner of the house, heavily in debt during the Great Depression, had been ready to end his own life, only to be discovered by his wife. She rushed forward and embraced him, crying and begging him not to give up hope. Persuaded, he put down the gun, resolved to start anew, but no one anticipated that the handgun would discharge when it hit the floor, sending a bullet through the balcony railing and striking the deputy mayor below, causing his death. Such too bizarre even for a novel deaths occurred 5 times within just 2 years. Every victim held high rank and wielded significant influence in Mykono at the time. It was clear that during those 2 years, someone had used Olivia's curse to kill enemies and eliminate rivals. Looking further, Everly examined the local corporate landscape after the power reshuffling. One company had risen to dominance, East Ridge Electric Company, a familiar name. Among the 4B** lies, the ringleader, Elrond Kingsley, came from a family that had held more than 60% of the company's shares for generations. At that point, Everly understood the witch hadn't just killed for Kelly, she had also been exacting vengeance on the descendants of her enemies. The manuscript did not say exactly how Olivia died. What annoyed Everly even more was that, even after Olivia's death, the Kingsley family continued to prosper. East Ridge Electric thrived under their control and soon became the leading enterprise in the region. Later, in the 1940s, the church, under financial pressure, sold the land. The first principal of Fino Academy established the school on the former church property, converting the old chapel into part of the teaching building. After reviewing the materials, Everly had a clear understanding of the cause and effect behind the events. Now, of the 4 Blighs, only one remained alive. Once Elrond was dead, the matter should finally come to an end. Although it sounded cruel to have killed 4 people over mere blying, there is truth in the saying, do not advise others to be good unless they have suffered themselves. Everly was not the victim here, so she could not expect the B** lies to change. Moreover, no use of power comes without a price. By borrowing the witch Olivia's power to curse and kill the 4, Kelly would inevitably pay a heavy cost. In that sense, the world was both cruel and fair. Everly believed that once Elrond faced justice, everything would be over. But she had forgotten an old saying from her previous life in China, the harm of the wicked lasts 1,000 years. Elrond was clearly this 1,000-year harm. After leaving the school, he was immediately placed under the strict protection of experts summoned by his parents from all over the country, exorcists, ghost hunters, mediums, and other specialists. Everly only found out about this because of Rebecca. A locally well-known fortune teller, Rebecca had also received an invitation from the Kingsley family. Tempted by the promised payment in the letter, but lacking the proper equipment, she called Everly, hoping to borrow the dolls, nooses, and other items Everly had previously purchased. Everly, are you really going to get involved in this? Don't say I didn't warn you. The target this time isn't just anyone, it's a cursed witch. Everly shared all the information she knew with Rebecca. Oh, relax. Don't worry. I'm just going to coast along in the team and earn a base fee. And guess who I spotted among them? Who? Wester. You know him, right? That legendary exorcist who never loses a fight. The Kingsleys are really going all out this time. With Wester on the team, taking on a cursed witch is going to be a piece of cake. Rebecca's voice brimmed with excitement she could barely contain. Wester? That guy again? Was he some protagonist from a series of movies? Everly thought carefully about whether she had seen any films featuring Wester in her previous life. Unfortunately, probably due to her limited viewing, she couldn't find any references. Still, Rebecca wasn't wrong. Having Wester around made it feel like a cursed, which wasn't anything to worry about. After all, he was a terrifying man who could single-handedly crush even myth-level entities. Even with Wester there, you'd better not get too proactive. If the witch fails to kill Wester, she might come after you instead. Everly finally warned Rebecca, then coldly refused to lend her the equipment. Hilarious. Once the items had been sold to her, there was no way to take them back, even on loan. After all, a little girl's life was still a life. With Rebecca acting as a Live News informant, Everly effortlessly stayed up to date on the Kingsley family's movements. Apparently, to protect Elrond from the cursed witch, Wester had deployed a rare and hardly ever used item from his personal collection, a safe house modeled on the Winchester Mystery House. The Winchester Mystery House was a famous paranormal building in the United States, located in Janifly State. It was a mansion converted from a farm by the widow of the heir to the Winchester Rifle Company. Inside, the house was a labyrinth, with hundreds of rooms, countless doors, windows, and staircases, an incredibly complex structure. It was said that the widow firmly believed her husband and daughter had died because too many people had been killed by Winchester firearms, and that restless spirits had come seeking vengeance. She tried to trap these ghosts within the maze-like mansion so they could not find the people they wished to kill. Her efforts seemed to work. Ever since the house began its transformation, many reported seeing spirits inside the Winchester mansion, but the widow herself lived there safely for 38 years. In 1906, an earthquake caused the top 3 floors of the Winchester house to collapse. Wester's safe house was built using the bricks and timber collected from that collapsed section. As long as Elrond stays inside, no malevolent spirit or curse can ever find him, Rebecca explained. Damn it, Everly really wanted a house like that. She immediately looked up information on the Winchester Mystery House, only to sadly discover that, starting in 1974, the Janifly state government had designated the mansion as a protected historical site. Any hope of scavenging bricks and timber to build her own safe house was clearly impossible. The jealousy. Perhaps because Elrond had hidden in the safe house, the curse could not be transmitted properly. This angered Kelly, and she began taking revenge on everyone involved in the matter. The first to be affected were those connected to the perjury. Among the 4 families who had orchestrated the plan, only Elrond's parents were spared due to the protection of exorcists. The parents of the other 3 deceased students, however, were caught up in a series of bizarre accidents and ended up in the ICU. The homeroom teacher of the neighboring class, who had been bribed by the parents, somehow mistook shattered glass for ice while drinking water in the office. As he chewed the shards along with the water, by the time he was discovered, his mouth was full of blood, his tongue torn into a mangled mess of flesh. Others who had been bribed, the police officers, the school principal, the students who gave false testimony, also received their respective punishments. Some lost their teeth and could no longer speak. Some had their hands broken, becoming disabled. The injuries were countless and varied. Because these were real, physical injuries, even the exorcists brought in by the Kingsley family were powerless against this kind of revenge. Kelly's anger was endless. After punishing those connected to the perjury, the unlucky next targets were those involved in B** lying. Those who had beaten and tormented Kelly along with the 4-member group screamed in pain as countless rotting, false scars appeared on their faces and bodies. Those who had insulted or mocked her suffered decaying mouths and throat sores, unable to speak harsh words or vent malice. Those who had turned a blind eye to Kelly's cries for help had blood-tinged tears streaming from their eyes and were temporarily blinded. Batch after batch of students fell ill and had to take leave for various reasons. Gradually, the number of students in the school dwindled. Especially in the neighboring class, its homeroom teacher had been hospitalized due to mental breakdown, and only 2 or 3 students remained. They were directly merged into Everly's class to attend lessons together. Strangely enough, the boy from the neighboring class, the one who had twice come running excitedly to invite Everly on night tours, had somehow survived all this time. Everly had assumed he was also part of the B****Lies side, since he had run errands for Elrond's group. Out of curiosity, she asked casually, and the boy, named Jenny, immediately raised his hand to declare his innocence. He had actually been on the side of the victims, just more savvy, so he had suffered less abuse. Elrond and his gang were really terrible, using all sorts of unimaginable ways to torment people. Sigh, looking back, a lot of this is also Eric's fault. If he hadn't egged Elrond into holding that seance, Kelly wouldn't have ended up like this. Seance? This was the second time Everly had heard that word. Apparently, Kelly's change had started after they had used the Ouija board. Trusting that horror movies never include useless information, Everly pressed Jenny for the full story. It all began with that seance held half a month ago. At the time, Eric had brought a Ouija board from home. Middle schoolers, curious about everything, were easily tempted. Eric encouraged Elrond to organize a seance. Finding it amusing, Elrond invited more than 10 students from various 7th grade classes to sneak into the school building at night. We had originally planned to go to the abandoned teaching building, but after the first night tour was leaked, the night patrol there became much stricter. So the seance ended up being held in the sewing classroom of the new teaching building. 5 years ago, a senior had died there from a sudden heart attack, and they wanted to see if they could summon her spirit in the sewing room. Although that was the plan, when Elrond and the others avoided the patrols and finally sneaked into the building, they found the sewing classroom's doors and windows all locked, completely inaccessible. In the end, under Elrond's direction, the location of the seance was moved to the storage room next to the sewing classroom, separated by just one wall. Everyone thought that, since the two rooms were so close together, the chance of summoning the senior spirit would be pretty high. After all, on TV, ghosts always pass through walls. But the storage room was a bit eerie, and everyone was scared. So Eric said that Kelly should go first and do a solo seance as a demonstration. But there are 3 rules for using a Ouija board: never perform a seance alone, never do it in a graveyard, and always say goodbye to the spirit afterward. What he did was obviously breaking the rules. And then, Jenny's voice trembled as he recounted the details of the seance to Everly. Under the pressure of Elrond's group, Kelly sat alone in the middle of the storage room and began the seance. A Ouija board doesn't require any spells. You just place the wooden board flat, rest your fingers on the planchette, and ask questions directly. The first question Elrond made Kelly ask was, "Is there a spirit here?" After she asked, the storage room was silent at first. The planchette did not move. Elrond grew bored and urged Kelly to ask again. By the 3rd time, as impatience began to stir among the group, a chill breeze suddenly blew through the locked storage room from who knows where. The wind was icy, carrying dust and the scent of grave soil. It brushed across everyone's cheeks like a cold, ghostly hand groping in every direction. Even Jack shivered involuntarily. NOES. Before the shiver had even left him, an odd sound of wood scraping echoed through the room. S-ch-ch-ch, S-h-h-h, S-h-h-h. The sound was heavy and dragging, reminiscent of an old wooden house or the wheezing coughs of a gravely ill, dying person. To avoid the school patrols, no one had dared to turn on the lights, relying solely on the dim streetlight filtering through the windows. The sudden, eerie noise threw everyone into a brief panic. They turned toward the source and saw that Kelly's fingers were being guided by the planchette. Slowly, deliberately, it moved toward the upper left corner marked yes. Benjamin screamed in fright. Once he realized what was happening, he clenched his fists and rushed forward, thinking Kelly was deliberately trying to mess with him. He wanted to teach her a lesson and regain some face for himself. Elrond saw this and called out to Benjamin, "Wait. Isn't this fascinating? Don't disturb her, let her continue. I still have many questions to ask." Benjamin, always obedient to Elrond, immediately stepped back behind him. Elrond instructed Kelly to ask the spirit for its name. Kelly didn't want to. She was the most terrified of everyone present. This spirit had been summoned by her, and it was her fingers being dragged across the planchette by some unknown force. Only she felt the terrifying sensation of almost being pulled into the darkness by an unseen presence. But Elrond and the others always found a way to force her compliance. May I ask, what is your name?" Kelly asked, trembling, her face marked with the bright red imprint of a slap. "Shoo, SHHH. The planchette dragged Kelly's fingers again under everyone's anxious gaze. "Who's there?" At that moment, a sharp voice rang out and the storage room door was pushed open violently. The overhead light snapped on with a click. In the glare, the night tour group and the school patrol officers inside stared at each other, stunned. After the lights came on, the planchette stopped moving and Kelly's fingers were freed. "But I still saw that the spirit's answer was N.S, Jenny said. Everly corrected him. "Wasn't it O.S? The witch in the old teaching building was Olivia Solomon." Is that so?" Jenny scratched his head, unsure. "So it was O.S? I probably misread it. N and O are right next to each other." With the security guards bursting in, everything was chaotic. Everyone was too scared and worried about getting in trouble to pay attention. Luckily, Elrond was in our group, so the guards were lenient. They just warned us not to do it again and sent us back to the dorms. So that's when Kelly started acting weird? Yes, because she violated 2 rules in a row: never use the Ouija board alone and say goodbye to the spirit after the seance. As a result, the witch's spirit possessed her from that moment and never left. Her roommate said that since that day, dead insects often appeared around her, and her gaze became eerie and unsettling. I see. Hearing Jenny explain the whole story, Everly finally completed the last piece of the puzzle about the incident and learned something new. When a witch possesses someone, dead insects tend to appear around them. That was worth jotting down in her notebook. Perhaps because she had just heard Jenny mention the storage room that morning. After school in the afternoon, Everly instinctively glanced toward it. That glance revealed something alarming. The storage room door was open and unlocked. Everly didn't dare approach. She stopped a few meters from the doorway and cautiously peered inside. She saw Kelly standing among the piles of supplies. The red-haired girl stood with her head lowered by the window, reaching out to touch the face of a child mannequin tucked in the corner. Sunlight streamed in from outside, casting heavy shadows over her, making it seem as though the red-haired girl was on the verge of being swallowed by darkness. Wait, why was Kelly at school? Noticing that Kelly seemed to sense her gaze and had turned her head slightly, Everly immediately darted behind a wall, pressing her hand to her racing chest as she quickly left the corridor. During extracurricular time at the tennis courts, after talking with some gossipy students, Everly learned that Kelly had actually been released without charge back to school at noon. The police were genuinely afraid. Kelly was extremely unusual. Every officer who had touched her case suffered some kind of misfortune. Coupled with the mass recanting of previously false testimonies by students, the evidence was insufficient, and they quickly let Kelly go, a hot potato they didn't dare hold on to. Since Kelly's class had now been merged with Everly's, starting the next day, Kelly became Everly's temporary classmate. Everly, forced to sit in class with such a dangerous person, said. Fortunately, even as a goddess of vengeance, Kelly still retained some rationality. She would not attack people out of petty spite. Even though everyone in class avoided her and dared not speak to her, Kelly remained expressionless, dressed in black, sitting quietly in the corner like a dormant, dangerous volcano. Meanwhile, the team of exorcists hired by the Kingsley family had finally finalized their plan, preparing to take action against Kelly. According to information revealed by their informant Rebecca, Wester had already discovered the secret chamber beneath the abandoned teaching building. This Saturday, he planned to remove the witch's corpse hidden there, drive the witch's vengeful spirit possessing Kelly back into its original body, and then burn both body and soul together in one great blaze. You know, the most effective way to deal with a witch is burning, Rebecca remarked sharply. On this matter, the medieval ancestors of these colonists were practically seasoned professionals. After her biting comment, she dropped another bombshell on Everly. The plan was actually made a long time ago. They were supposed to act while Kelly was in detention. But those idiots in the Kingsley family kept dragging their feet. Do you know why? Why? Because they possess a lucky charm, a magical item made from a witch's tongue. The Kingsley family firmly believes that it's under the protection of this charm that their East Ridge Electric Company has managed to survive one crisis after another and grow to its current scale. The tongue charm depends on the witch's body to exist. If the corpse is destroyed, the charm will lose its power. That's something the Kingsleys were unwilling to accept. Then why have they agreed now? Because a sorcerer from Thailand has promised to make them another charm, using that girl's tongue. That girl? You mean Kelly? Exactly. I only overheard this secret by accident. The sorcerer privately approached Mars Kingsley and promised that, as long as Mars paid him $100,000, he could craft a new lucky charm using Kelly's tongue. Mars Kingsley was Elrond's father and the current head of the Kingsley family. Everly was stunned. That's possible? Theoretically, it's possible. Although Kelly isn't a witch, the fact that she was chosen for possession means she must carry witch blood in her veins. That scumbag sorcerer said that as long as they cut out Kelly's tongue while she's still alive, then skin her and seal her inside a special coffin made from Upas wood, and use Thai secret arts to refine the resentment of the living into the charm, the new talisman might not be any weaker than the previous one. But creating a charm through such cruel means would trap Kelly's soul inside her body forever, condemning her to endless torment. Obviously, Mars wouldn't care. At this point, Rebecca's voice sounded clenched with anger. Everly had never imagined these people could be so lawless, so utterly unrestrained. For the sake of power and money, they could make a living person disappear without a second thought. Does Wester know about this? She asked hopefully. Maybe that formidable exorcist could stop it if he found out? Rebecca wasn't optimistic. Probably not, but I doubt he'd intervene even if he did. In his eyes, only supernatural beings matter. Aside from exorcism, he ignores all worldly affairs. Every cent he earns goes into buying exorcism equipment. Ever since his fiancée was brutally killed by a demon 19 years ago, Wester has been like this, wandering the world full of hatred, like a ghost born for revenge. What happened to his fiancée? I don't know the details. I was very young 19 years ago. Anyway, he's arrogant and distant, hard to deal with. After that exchange, silence fell on both ends of the phone. I'm wondering whether I should warn Kelly, Everly said hesitantly. But she did kill 4 people and caused so many others to fall ill and be hospitalized. Some of them will never fully recover for the rest of their lives. Everly, tell me, for the crimes those people committed, did they really deserve such severe retribution? Rebecca's voice on the other end turned solemn. They shouldn't have. Render unto God what is God's, and unto Caesar what is Caesar's. When humans commit crimes, they should be judged by human law. The intervention of supernatural forces is itself a disruption of order, let alone Kelly handing down punishment based solely on her personal likes and dislikes. Setting aside those who actively lied her, what about the students who turned a blind eye to her pleas for help? Perhaps they were simply afraid of becoming the next victims. Perhaps some of them had sought out teachers for her behind the scenes, only to be ignored. And those who gave false testimony, some did so willingly, but others were coerced by parents or faculty. Kelly's indiscriminate revenge against them all was, in itself, unjust. She had wielded a power she should never have touched, paying the price for it was only natural. And beta. But what else could Kelly have done? Faced with relentless lying, she had tried to seek help from others. Every attempt had failed. She was like a piece of duckweed, like a speck of dust. No one cared, no one noticed, no one saved her. Human society does have its own order, yes, but when law and order are absent, when someone is trapped in hell with no way out, are they simply supposed to accept their fate and die? Everly felt a heavy weight pressing on her heart. She thought this world was utterly rotten. That night, after returning, Everly tossed and turned, suffering sleeplessly in bed. Early the next morning, she sat up, her thoughts still in turmoil. Ever since she had accidentally run into Kelly by the dormitory flowerbed, she had stopped her morning runs. But today, in such a foul mood, she decided to resume the routine. Fortunately, she didn't run into Kelly this time. Everly ran alone around the dorm building, trying to exhaust her excess sympathy through uninterrupted motion and sheer physical fatigue. As she passed the flowerbed behind the building for the 3rd time, her gaze inadvertently fell on the black lily Kelly had placed there. It still stood alone in its original spot. The dark petals unfurled in the morning dew, blooming boldly and extravagantly. From its black-crimson stamens seeped a faint, strangely sweet fragrance. Everly came to an abrupt stop. She stood there, staring at the potted flower for a long time. Then, silently, she made a decision. Let fate decide everything. She would slip a note into the soil of the pot, leave behind a trace. If Kelly remembered the flower, noticed that the soil had been disturbed, and found her message, then it would mean Kelly's life was not meant to end. If she failed to notice, then that, too, would be her fate. After burying the sealed plastic bag containing the note in the soil, Everly let go of her hesitation. Her ponytail arced through the air as she turned and walked away. From this moment on, the matter had nothing to do with her. She would not interfere in it again, not even a little. Having buried the bag, Everly kept her word. She paid no further attention to anything related to Kelly. Tomorrow was Saturday, a school holiday. It was also the day the Exorcists planned to surround and capture Kelly. After school that afternoon, Everly softly said goodbye toward Kelly's retreating figure in the distance, then returned home with her grandfather. She felt that when she came back to school on Monday, she probably wouldn't see Kelly again. Whether Kelly had found the note or not, the outcome would be the same. And indeed, that was what happened. On Saturday night, Everly received a call from Rebecca. The ever-watchful informant told her that Kelly had disappeared. It's absolutely ridiculous. To kill a witch, you have to destroy both body and soul. To make sure we could successfully bring her back to the school, we sent 5 people to capture her, including even an apprentice exorcist from the Vatican. And yet she just vanished right out of her tiny 40-square-meter rental apartment, along with her lame father. And then we started searching the entire city. We hired private detectives, got the police to check surveillance footage. You know how it is, as long as the money's good enough, someone's always willing to take the risk. We had people with clairvoyance examine clues, and the rest of us diviners ran our own readings. After an entire day of chaos, we found absolutely nothing. That girl is far too cunning. She set up misdirection in advance and ran circles around a whole group of adults. Everly was surprised. Not even Wester could find her? At the mention of him, Rebecca sounded rather smug. That guy? Please. He's not even a psychic. The only reason he's so famous in the exorcism world is because of his endless supply of gadgets and a brain that works reasonably well. When it comes to tracking someone down, he's not even as good as me. But you didn't find her either. Everly almost said it out loud, but decided against it. There were more important things to ask. Since you can't find Kelly, what are you going to do? Wester wants Elrond to leave the safe house and act as bait to lure Kelly out, but Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley refuse. So now the two sides are locked in a standoff. As for us, since the Kingsleys haven't called it off, we'll just keep searching. We're paid by the day anyway. If this drags on a few more days, I'll earn a little extra. All right. Let me know if you get any new updates. Sure thing. And remember to send more business my way in the future. After a few more casual exchanges, Everly hung up. The Exorcists searched for more than half a month. During that time, Kelly neither returned to school nor appeared anywhere else. It was as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Elrond did leave the safe house once in the middle of all this, not because his parents had relented, but because he had grown sick of the cramped space. Restricted by building materials, the so-called safe house was no more than the size of a security booth. There was nothing inside except a bed. Even using the bathroom required a disposable bedpan. It was hardly fit for anyone to live in. Elrond had slipped out secretly. By the time his parents discovered it, he had already spent half a day outside under Wester's protection. During that entire time, he suffered no magical attack whatsoever. As a result, some of the exorcists began to suspect that Kelly had already left the city. Others believed that as long as Elrond was still alive, Kelly would never leave. The reason she hadn't struck, they argued, was because the defenses around him were too tight. She was simply waiting for everyone to let their guard down. Everly leaned toward the latter view. Based on the information she had gathered, Elrond was not only the ringleader behind a series of B*lying incidents, but also a member of the Kingsley family, the same family that, a century ago, imprisoned a witch and cut out her tongue to make a talisman. Old grudges and new hatreds intertwined. Even if Kelly were willing to give up, the witch certainly would not. Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley thought the same way. As time passed, they not only refused to relax their vigilance, but poured even more money into reinforcement. They hired additional exorcists and ghost hunters, turning the Kingsley estate into an impregnable fortress. More personnel were dispatched throughout the city, and even a few were planted inside the school. Their efforts paid off. One day, half a month later, a psychic patrolling the school unexpectedly spotted Kelly on the first floor of the abandoned teaching building. The psychic in question specialized in communicating with spirits and knew nothing about combat. After discovering Kelly's whereabouts, he did not raise the alarm. Instead, he hid at a distance and contacted the team of exorcists hired by the Kingsleys. The news spread quickly through the group. At the Kingsley estate, the long-waiting exorcists gathered to analyze the situation and concluded that Kelly had very likely been hiding in the abandoned teaching building all this time. The corpse of the witch Olivia was stored in a secret chamber at the base of the building. That chamber had once been used to imprison the witch. On each of its 6 walls hung a sacred cross hand-carved during the Crusades by a renowned cleric known as Saint Antonio, ensuring that even with wings, the witch would have no escape. After the witch's death, the Kingsley family had sealed the chamber completely and filled it with holy oil, submerging the corpse within. The entire room was effectively turned into a crypt for preserving the body. Both the crosses in the chamber and the holy oil poured into it possessed a natural suppressive effect against evil forces. With the witch's corpse stored there, it was extremely secure. And since the body was the witch's greatest weakness, once the chamber had been located, the exorcists had not immediately removed the remains. They intended to wait until Kelly was captured, force the witch's soul out of her body and back into the corpse, and then burn both together in cleansing flames. They suspected that Kelly had been hiding in the abandoned building all along in order to find an opportunity to breach the chamber, retrieve her corpse, and eliminate her greatest vulnerability. Unfortunately for her, before she could discover a way to break through the sealed chamber, her movements were exposed. It happened to be Saturday. With no classes in session, the school grounds were empty, an ideal time to act. They decided to move immediately. The plan was divided into 3 steps. First, capture Kelly, who was possessed by the witch. Second, force the witch out of Kelly's body and drive her spirit back into the corpse. Third, purify the witch's corpse, along with her soul, by fire. As a non-combatant, Rebecca stayed on the outskirts the entire time and didn't participate in the initial capture at all. All of Everly's information came from her, so she didn't know the exact details of what had happened that day. She only knew that the Exorcist team led by Wester had fought Kelly inside the abandoned teaching building for several hours, from dusk until deep into the night. It wasn't until she was worn down by a prolonged battle and successive waves of attackers that Kelly was finally subdued and taken to the underground chamber. That long. Isn't Wester supposed to be very powerful? Rebecca sounded openly gleeful. Oh, him? He was basically taken out by friendly fire. Remember that sorcerer from Thailand? The one who uses curse techniques? He was part of the capture team too. He tried to cast a spiritual curse on Kelly to trap her in hallucinations shaped by her painful past. But somehow Kelly turned the tables. The curse ended up affecting Wester instead. And Wester really disappointed everyone. Who knows what kind of hallucination he saw? He was under for over an hour. Wester was the leader of the team. Without his command, no one else would listen to anyone. They were like loose sand, fighting separately instead of coordinating. Kelly picked them off one by one. Several of them were seriously injured. Serves them right, always acting so arrogant, looking down on us diviners and psychics. It was clear that, Wester included, the exorcists were not particularly well-liked. And then, Everly asked. Then, although Kelly had set up all kinds of traps throughout the building in advance, once Wester regained his senses, he quickly regrouped the remaining exorcists. They broke through the traps, captured Kelly, and escorted her to the underground chamber. The first step was complete. Next came the second step, forcing the witch's soul out of Kelly's body. This step went unexpectedly smoothly. Led by the apprentice exorcist from the Vatican, several church-affiliated exorcists formed a tight circle around the bound Kelly. They splashed holy water over her and began reciting passages from the Bible. As their chanting continued, Kelly's expression gradually twisted in pain. Raised black veins surfaced across her face and the backs of her hands. When she opened her eyes, her pupils dilated until the whites were completely swallowed by black. Wherever the holy water touched her skin, wisps of dark smoke began to rise. The girl opened her mouth and let out shriek after shriek of agonized screams. The exorcists remained unmoved. Heads bowed, solemn and austere, they continued their recitation. The sacred scripture resounded like the tolling of a holy bell, striking against the eardrums of everyone present, cleansing minds, purifying souls, and searing the very essence of the evil presence with unbearable spiritual pain. At last, the witch possessing Kelly could endure no more. A black shadow tore free from her body. The screaming girl seemed as if someone had pressed a power-off switch. Her eyes rolled shut, and her body collapsed limply. A withering above and bade us. Meanwhile, preparations for the third step had already been completed. While the exorcists were chanting, the psychics and diviners had not been idle. They opened the chamber door and used pulleys to hoist the witch's corpse, long submerged in holy oil, up to the surface, placing it beside Kelly. After nearly a century steeped in holy oil, the body still looked vividly lifelike. It was the body of a young woman in her early 30s, with black curly hair and strikingly beautiful features. Her eyes were closed. Her eyelids and mouth had been crudely stitched shut with coarse hemp thread, the seams still marked by unhealed blood crusts, clearly injuries inflicted while she was still alive. Both of her ears had been pierced through, dried blood clinging to the torn holes. When her body was laid on the ground, People noticed that her limbs were splayed in an unnaturally twisted posture, as though her bones had been deliberately broken. It was obvious that the witch had suffered inhuman torture before her death. And yet, despite that, the first impression she gave was one of overwhelming, almost irresistible allure. Her curled eyelashes, her lips crusted with blood, her slender chin, her deathly pale skin, everything about her seemed to carry invisible hooks that tugged at the eyes of onlookers. It was hard to look away. One felt compelled to keep staring, watching, revering, surrendering to that strange enchantment. Perhaps that's why, in medieval Europe, witches were slandered as Satan's lovers, Rebecca said thoughtfully. In truth, they were simply people favored by nature, gifted with special powers. Some witches specialized in healing and were called white witches. Others were born with a mastery of curses and were known as black witches. Whether white or black, as long as their power was used in the right way, it could benefit others. So the fear and persecution of witches was completely unnecessary. It only pushed them further away from human society. In my hometown, witches are a deeply respected group. If Olivia had been born there, perhaps she would have had a different life. Everly deeply agreed with Rebecca's view. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Breaking a person's limbs while they were still alive, stitching their eyelids shut, piercing their eardrums, and cutting out their tongue, this was an incredibly cruel form of sorcery. Its purpose was to trap the soul within the body, leaving it unable to move, see, hear, or speak. In this way, those who caused the harm could escape any vengeance and continue living comfortably as exploiters, free from retribution. The stitches on the witch's body remained intact, which puzzled everyone. How had her soul managed to leave the corpse and be summoned by Kelly all the way from the new teaching building? Considering that Kelly herself carried witch blood, people speculated that some kind of bloodline connection might exist between them, allowing Olivia's soul to bypass the many seals and enter the body of her successor. The situation was urgent, leaving little time for contemplation. Following the original plan, one psychic took out an ancestral pair of golden scissors and carefully cut the stitches on the witch's mouth. Another pulled the gold-edged lucky charm from a box made of ashwood and, with swift hands, placed the witch's tongue back into her tightly closed mouth. A complete body acts like a magnet, exerting an irresistible pull on the soul that belongs to it. After the exorcists from the church successfully forced the witch out of Kelly, the mediums joined hands and began to hum an obscure, ancient chant around Olivia's corpse. The music coaxed the wandering spirit back to the fertile soil that had given it life. Return, return, return. It was the call of home to a wandering child, a mother's summons to her child, an irresistible lure of home, buried deep within the bloodline. As the chant swelled and layered, the witch's eyelids began to tremble, and the coarse hemp stitches burst one by one. Under the tense gaze of all present, the dead witch finally opened her eyes. The moment her soul and body were reunited, Olivia was greeted by towering flames. The witch's corpse and spirit were purified by the flames, reduced to a pile of ashes. At this point, the case seemed to have come to a close, at least, that's how it appeared to us at the time. Under normal procedures, Kelly, the culprit behind the witch's killings, should have been taken into custody by the church. Ordinary courts cannot handle supernatural cases. She would have faced trial in the church's religious tribunal and spent the rest of her life atoning for her sins. But no organization is entirely unshakable. Corrupted by Mars's wealth, the church's exorcists allowed the Thai sorcerer to carry away the unconscious Kelly. To ensure the witch was truly destroyed, we waited by the fire until it burned itself out before packing up and leaving the scene. By the time we emerged from the abandoned teaching building, it was already past midnight. The moon peeked from behind the clouds, spilling an ominous red light across the land. Everyone looked up, meeting the gaze of a massive red eye in the sky. Yes, that night there was a rare blood moon. The moment they saw it, all of them remembered an ancient legend. Under the blood moon, if a witch bathes in the blood of her enemies, she can be reborn in a new body. Wester's face turned pale. He immediately urged everyone present to hurry to the Kingsley estate and pulled out his phone to call Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley, warning them not to let Elrond leave the safe house. But they were too late. The call went unanswered, endlessly ringing. And when they finally crossed half the city and arrived at the estate, The entire Kingsley mansion was bathed in blood-red light. Everyone in the mansion with the surname Kingsley, including Elrond, was dead. Their bodies were mangled, limbs twisted, faces frozen in terror, lying on the floor like discarded trash, hanging from stair railings or floating in the estate's lavish swimming pool. Thick blood pooled across the floors, turning the once gilded mansion into a scene drenched in crimson. The Thai sorcerer was dead as well. He hung on the living room wall like a shriveled gecko, impaled with a dining knife. Surrounding him were countless little demons he had kept as minions, hungrily clinging to his body, gnawing at his flesh, emitting a chilling, continuous crunch, crunch sound. The scene bears the mark of an incredibly powerful cursed witch. But we found no trace of her. Kelly, or rather Olivia, who had taken over Kelly's body, has successfully revived and left the scene. Everly, we've lost this battle. The employer was dead, so the promised payment was naturally out of reach. Everyone had gathered here originally for the high reward promised by the Kingsley family. Now, not only was the money gone, they might also have angered a powerful witch who had just been resurrected. Fearing trouble, most of the psychics present immediately fled. The few exorcists from the church didn't leave. The witch had carried out her plans so ruthlessly that it was practically an insult to the church. Although their morals had been corrupted by money, they still retained some basic sense of decency. The ones who stayed behind were Wester and Rebecca. Wester was furious because the witch had tricked him, while Rebecca stayed because she was a local college student. The group gathered together to review the situation. The church's exorcists believed the problem lay in the step of guiding the soul. They had indeed expelled the witch from Kelly's body, but whether the soul that awakened in Olivia's body was truly her own remained questionable. In their discussion, there was an undertone of shifting blame onto others. Rebecca was extremely angry about this, because she was also one of the mediums responsible for guiding the soul. Although she wasn't highly professional, she felt confident in her own judgment, and having others doubt it was a completely different matter. When her professional competence was questioned, Rebecca immediately exploded. The compatibility between a body and its soul can't be faked. I can assure you, when she opened her eyes, it was truly her own soul inside Olivia. Then you must have been mistaken. What a joke. There were so many mediums on site. If only I was wrong, that would be one thing, but do you really think everyone could be wrong? Seeing Rebecca clench her fists, about to start a fight with the church exorcists, Wester suddenly spoke, stopping both sides from clashing. There's something I've always wondered, he said. When Olivia's body was retrieved, the seal on her was completely intact. In that case, how did her soul break through the seal and respond to Kelly's summoning? Perhaps it's some kind of bloodline witchcraft, Rebecca suggested, voicing the collective speculation of the psychics present. Witches with close bloodlines naturally share a strong connection. In South America, there's a pair of twin witches who can even swap bodies at any time. Maybe Kelly and Olivia are related by blood, allowing Olivia to break free from the constraints of her body and answer Kelly's call. But Wester immediately dismissed her theory. These are Kelly Davis's life records. She's a local of Mykonos City. Both her father and mother grew up in Dwight State, and their life trajectories are fully traceable. After reviewing both parents' records, it's clear that on her father's side, for 5 generations, there's nothing unusual. Kelly's witch lineage must have been inherited from her mother, Lyra, who died young. Tracing Lyra's ancestry further back, it's easy to see that Lyra's grandmother was a practitioner of the Earth Goddess, an Emerald witch healer, who was an immigrant from South America. As for Olivia, though her records are partially lost due to the passage of time, the information I've gathered shows that she and her daughter's ancestral home is in France. It's obvious that they belong to 2 entirely separate lines of inheritance that do not intersect. As he spoke, Wester pulled out a manila envelope and dumped a thick stack of documents onto the table for everyone to review. Having worked with him for so long, everyone present had already witnessed Wester's formidable ability to gather and analyze information. No one reached out to flip through the stack, and no one dared to question him. Everyone was simply left puzzled. If the 2 were unrelated, how did Olivia manage to break the seal and respond to Kelly? Wester offered another hypothesis. Have you ever considered that the witch in Kelly's body back then wasn't Olivia at all? That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes the spirit leaving Kelly and entering Olivia's body. Rebecca shot back. That was most likely an illusion, a simple visual trick. In just a few seconds, no one had time to verify what was real or fake, Wester said, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his handsome face. We were all deceived by that cunning witch. She borrowed Olivia's name, the cursed witch, to commit her crimes and made us mistake her for Olivia. In fact, Olivia's soul has always been trapped in her own body. It never left. What we purified was nothing more than a witch completely unrelated to the case. Everyone froze at this speculation. Then, who is that witch really? They gaped, staring blankly at the Exorcist before them. Indeed, if it wasn't Olivia, then who could that witch possibly be? At the gas station, Everly put away her phone and stood by the window, gazing down at the black lily that had suddenly appeared on her windowsill. In the brief moment she lowered her eyes, it had suddenly appeared. Had Kelly been here? Everly thought for a moment, then stepped forward. She parted the leaves at the base of the plant and found a small bulge in the flower soil. The soil was still fresh, with a faint dampness. Lifting the top layer with her fingertips, she revealed a familiar transparent plastic bag. Half a month ago, Everly had placed a reminder note into this very bag and buried it in the flower soil. "Oh, Thailand bought E-section." And now, the bag was still the same one, but what it contained had changed. Inside the plastic bag was no longer a note, but a small white crystal pendant. Everly examined it through the plastic. The crystal was teardrop-shaped, about the size of her pinky finger, with a rounded, blunt bottom containing a tiny bubble that looked naturally formed. Inside the bubble floated a droplet of pale blue water, smaller than a dewdrop. Remarkably, it seemed completely unaffected by gravity, hovering quietly at the center. Sunlight passed through the crystal and struck the droplet, scattering dazzling reflections around it. What is this? Years of instinctive caution kept Everly from touching unknown objects lightly. Yet her intuition told her that a return gift from Kelly in this form was unlikely to be harmful. After a brief hesitation, Everly retrieved several protective and detection tools Rebecca had given her and tested the pendant with each. As she suspected, it was indeed harmless. Taking a deep breath, she opened the plastic bag and lifted out the pendant. The moment her fingertips touched it, the ground seemed to vanish beneath her, and she fell into a yellowed memory. In the memory, she was no longer Everly Minas, but a tiny 6-year-old girl. It was many, many years ago. During the Great Depression, unemployment surged, countless people lost their jobs, and to reduce living costs, her mother, Olivia Solomon, took her on a long journey away from the bustling metropolis to the remote city of Mykono. With lower salary demands and stronger work ethic than most men, her mother quickly found employment as a factory worker. The job often required overtime. Worried that her daughter would be alone at home, her mother enrolled her in a local public elementary school. That decision marked the beginning of all nightmares. Because of her strong Eastern accent, she was *lied by several students at school. If it had been Everly, she would have thrown punches and fiercely fought back, but the owner of this memory was only a small, timid girl. She was shy, weak, and fearful. No matter how she was tormented, she didn't dare summon the courage to resist. Worried about affecting her mother's job, she even deliberately hid the bruises and wounds on her body, until one day it could no longer be concealed. Seeing the countless injuries on her daughter broke Olivia's heart. Angrily, she stormed into the school, demanding that the teachers and principal take responsibility and punish the *lies. But as a poor woman of humble means, she was not given the respect she deserved. In a moment of desperation, Olivia spoke words she did not filter, casting a vicious curse upon the Blighs. She cursed them to suffer tenfold, even 100-fold, the pain inflicted upon her daughter, and she cursed those who had allowed the blind to continue to face their just punishment. It was only an emotional outburst. Olivia had no real intent to curse anyone. She was a white witch, skilled in dispelling evil and healing, not in black magic. Yet the curses came true, one by one. The children who had *lied her daughter died under strange circumstances, and even those who had turned a blind eye suffered one accident after another. By the time Olivia realized that all of this stemmed from her daughter's magical outburst, it was already too late to reverse. In the memory, as Olivia's daughter, she was a black witch. Normally, A young witch would begin to awaken her powers gradually after turning 12. But perhaps the trauma of the B** lying was too severe, or perhaps her talent was too great. At just 6 years old, she experienced a violent surge of magic, unconsciously putting her mother's curse into effect. Angry townspeople stormed her home. They discovered her mother's identity as a witch and mistakenly blamed her for the curses. No one realized that the true culprit was the 6-year-old girl herself. Not even she understood what had truly happened. Her mother, Olivia, was arrested by the church's exorcists while she was taken away by a man named York Kingsley and imprisoned in a pitch-dark attic. She spent the next 2 years in a daze. Being protected so thoroughly by her mother, the 6-year-old didn't understand much, only that her mother seemed to have gone far away to work. She had to eat properly, grow up well, and be a good child so that her mother would come back to see her. But she had been so obedient, so very obedient. Why hadn't her mother returned yet? Mama, mama, mama. She missed her mother so much. When would her mother come back? She waited and waited from age 6 to 8. One day, by chance, she overheard her caretaker revealing the truth. Her mother hadn't gone away to work at all. She had been captured. Hee. York's got some plan. Don't think you can fool me. Hick, letting me take care of you, the hostage, and giving me such a tiny hush fee, while he himself, using the witch's power, Hick, made so much. The babysitter was drunk, muttering complaints, and when she looked up and saw the girl standing there in shock, she didn't stop. In fact, she only got more carried away. You really are so foolish, believing whatever people tell you. Your mother, Hick, was captured all for your sake, and you actually thought that York was a good man. Ha 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 ha. What? What was the babysitter saying? Hostage? Witch? Captured? What's happening? She missed her mother so much. Where was her mother? Mama, mama, mama. Perhaps because her emotions were so intense, that night the little girl dreamed of her mother. In just 2 short years, her once healthy and strong mother had become weak and haggard. White witches were naturally gifted in restoration and healing, while curses were among the most wicked forms of black magic. Each time Olivia used a lethal curse on a living person, it consumed a tremendous amount of her energy and even eroded her soul. But Olivia did not dare refuse, because her daughter was still under the Kingsleys' control. It was all her fault. All because of her. Her mother was being forced to kill at the cost of her own life. Like a blade cleaving through the fog in her mind, everything suddenly became clear. So that was the truth. And with understanding came anger. Anger at the people who threatened and coerced them. Anger at the church's greed. Anger at York's despicable schemes, and anger at her own helplessness. She desperately wanted to do something. She tried, just as she had during her magical outburst at 6, to curse to death those who threatened and harmed her and her mother. But she was too young, her body's magical circuits were not yet fully formed. Though this body was filled with power, she was far from the age when she could wield it freely. No matter how tightly she clenched her teeth, until her gums bled, the curse would not take effect. Countless attempts. Countless failures. At last, the raging flames of anger consumed her reason. She sank into despair, into self-blame and self-loathing. If only I didn't exist, she thought. If I weren't here, Mother wouldn't be forced to kill. I am the source of all this misfortune. I deserve to disappear. Fate played a cruel joke on her. The power that had failed to manifest after thousands of curses worked perfectly the very first time she formed a clear intention to curse herself. The girl transformed into a wooden mannequin.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.